Hello and welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Explore our playlist for more captivating novels, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new audiobook. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 151. The pirates want to seize the naginata in Nami's hand. Hey, where's your fried rice? Don't interrupt the lady's meal. Sanji quickly flashed in front of Krieg and said with a serious face. Fried rice. Krieg frowned and followed Sanji's gaze, only to find a large bag of fried rice on the floor. Oh well. That is to say, when you were preparing fried rice for us, the Krieg pirates. Did you prepare a table of delicious food specially for these guys? Krieg looked at the fried rice that was simply packed in a bag, and then at the sumptuous food on the table of Rosen and his party, and he was filled with anger. Sanji smoked a cigarette and said coldly. Fried rice can also fill your stomach. Boom. Before Sanji could finish his words, Krieg had already punched Sanji in the face. This time, Sanji learned the lesson from the last time he was beaten to the ground by Krieg. Therefore, the moment Krieg took action, he had already raised his legs in a defensive movement. But even so, Krieg's powerful force hit Sanji's calf. It still made him fly backwards. And the direction of his flight happened to be Nami next to Rosen. Nami frowned, summoned a long-handled naginata from his body and used the handle to whip Sanji flying in the other direction. Ms. Nami loves whipping. Although Sanji was knocked away, his eyes with his hair exposed had hearts in his eyes. This left Rosen, Nami and the surrounding diners speechless. Hey. Your knife seems pretty good. Very well, it's mine. When Krieg saw the naginata in Nami's hand, his eyes lit up without thinking, and he stretched out his hand to grab the sharp blade in Nami's hand. Nami snorted coldly, and the sharp blade in his hand turned into lightning and quickly slashed at Krieg's arm. Alarm bells rang loudly in Krieg's heart. He instinctively retracted his arm and used the shield on his arm to block the direction Nami was swinging towards. But even so, Nami's sword still penetrated the shield, penetrated Krieg's arm, and hit the defensive weapon on Krieg's chest. Boom. With a loud noise, Krieg's body flew backwards and hit the deck heavily. What? Akin looked at Krieg behind him in astonishment, and his whole body was stunned. Things happened extremely fast, almost completed in a matter of seconds. Therefore, Ajin didn't react until Nami's attack was completed and Krieg was knocked to the ground. What happened? Captain Krieg, are you okay? Jin ran to Krieg in a panic and asked worriedly. But soon, his pupils suddenly shrank inwards. Before his eyes, Krieg's arm that blocked Nami's sharp blade was broken. Not only that, the golden armor on Krieg's chest also shattered. On his chest, there was a huge slash wound that was bleeding to the deck. Awesome, Yuta, your partner is awesome. Luffy opened his mouth wide and looked at what was happening in front of him in surprise. Hehe, of course, Nami is a member of our Flame Blade Pirates. By the way, I'm much stronger than Nami. Yuta puffed up her chest and said confidently. Luffy swallowed and looked at Yuta and Nami even more excitedly. Finally, he looked at Rosen with some regret. Hey, it would be nice if I could invite you and Nami to be my partners earlier. I don't know why, but I always feel that Nami can be our partner. Luffy shook his head and sighed. So strong. Zoro's eyes widened and he looked at Nami standing with a knife in great surprise. Krieg has a bounty of 17 million berry. And Zoro also saw the force with which he hit Sanji earlier. He believed that even if he took action, he would not be able to seriously injure Krieg instantly. However, Nami's simple slash broke Krieg's arm and left a wound on his heart. Zoro has no doubt that without the golden armor, maybe Krieg is dead. It didn't just leave a wound on Krieg's chest. You even cut off the golden armor easily. Is this woman a new sword pressure? Zoro murmured to himself, his arm involuntarily holding his sharp blade. Brother Rosen is still the same. As long as he accepts a partner, there is no one who will not become stronger. Zhangao sighed for a while, thinking of the changes he saw in Nami and Karina when he followed Rosen on the voyage. Then, he turned to look at Zoro. Zoro, are you still planning to challenge Nami and brother Rosen? Ah, of course. Zoro showed a cruel smile, his whole body bursting with strong fighting spirit. Hey, why bother? Zhangao shook his head. He didn't have much worry in his heart. In his opinion, there are two levels of relationships, Yuta and Luffy, Usopp and Kaya. Although Zoro will be injured, at least he won't be killed by Nami. Since he was going to compete with Nami, there was no harm in giving it a try. Miss Nami, you are so strong. As soon as Sanji got up, he saw Krieg being knocked away by Nami. He never thought that the woman he thought needed his protection would actually have such power. Boy, it seems she doesn't need your protection. Zapu didn't know when he came to Sanji's side, folded his arms and said coldly. Smelly old man. Sanji frowned, you don't need to worry about my business. Zapu snorted coldly and said. Humph, I don't want to interfere with your business. It's just that I need to tell you that you need to know how to do things appropriately. You should know the power of that Krieg. Even if you fight him, you may not be able to win for sure. And that Nami can easily cut off his arm. His strength is countless times stronger than yours. She has such power, let alone Rosen. I advise you not to provoke the women around Rosen. After leaving his words, Zapu walked away, leaving Sanji alone and struggling in the same place. It hurts, damn, it hurts. My hand, my kingly power. Krieg grabbed his broken wrist with his left hand, his face looking like a demon coming out of hell. Captain Krieg, are you okay? How could this happen? How could things suddenly become like this? Agent picked up Krieg's broken arm and hurriedly tried to pick it up for Krieg. However, with his ability, how could such a thing be possible? Give up, unless you have Kaya's medical skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reattach a broken arm or something. Nami held a naginata in her hand and walked up to Agent and Krieg with a look of disgust on her face. Asshole, what did you woman do to me? Wait, you said my broken arm can still be reattached. Krieg asked Nami with wide eyes. So what if I can catch it? Do you think we'll hook you up? Nami said calmly. Since you can connect it, please connect it for me. Unless you all want to die here. Krieg said, and suddenly a cannon barrel popped out from his left arm. Captain Krieg, is this a gas bomb? If poison gas bombs are fired here, we will also. Ah Jin said in a panic. But soon, his words were interrupted by Krieg. Shut up, this is not the time for you to speak. After Krieg roared at Akin, he was about to continue threatening Nami. But he only saw Nami kick him on the body. The powerful force made it fly out of the door of the sea restaurant in an instant. Captain. Akin's eyes widened, and the next moment, he took out his weapon and shot at Nami. It's just that the result of welcoming him is the same as Krieg. Nami just kicked him hard and sent Ah Jin flying out of the restaurant. It's amazing. The captain and battle captain of the Krieg pirates were kicked out so easily. As expected of the crew of the Flame Blade pirates, even without Rosen taking action, they can easily defeat the Krieg pirates. Great, now our lives are completely saved. When the diners saw Nami's performance, they couldn't help but happily discuss it. Nami, on the other hand, looked at her hands in confusion. Is this just what a pirate with a 17 million bounty on his head is? I already have such power. In this case, I can easily defeat Arlong. Nami murmured to himself, suddenly feeling that it made sense for him to try his best to break through Karina's defense and earn points from Rosen in the past few days. Sir Rosen, forget about those two just now. After all, they had already eaten fried rice. Quote. But the rest of the Krieg pirates, please allow them to eat first. After you eat, you can do with them whatever you want. So, could you please ask your partner to stop for now? In exchange, Biff can continue to treat you to food. Zapu suddenly appeared next to Rosen and spoke. Damn it, why are you still thinking about letting the Krieg pirates eat? They want to harm you. Is there something wrong with your head? Sir Rosen, please don't listen to him. As soon as Zapu finished speaking, some diners immediately started making a noise. Zapu ignored the diners and just focused his attention on Rosen. Barefoot Zapu, I know your experience. You have experienced being hungry for a long time. You don't want to see others go hungry. Although I don't agree with such behavior, I can understand your behavior. Don't worry, for the sake of the restaurant on the sea treating us to dinner. My partners and I will not take action against the hungry people of the Krieg pirates. So, you can feel free to let those hungry pirates eat your fried rice. Rosen laughed. You actually know about me. Zepp looked at Rosen in shock. However, Rosen just smiled and did not discuss the matter in detail. Seeing this, Zapu had no choice but to give up and took the fried rice out with Sanji. Likewise, since it was Rosen who spoke, the diners in this restaurant no longer expressed any opinions on Zapu's intention to distribute fried rice to the pirates. Hey, can we start now? You happen to have already drawn the knife, so don't take it back easily. At this time, Zoro suddenly stood up and walked towards Nami with a smile on his face. You again. Nami frowned and looked at Rosen. Rosen smiled and said. Forget it Nami, since he wants to compete with you. Then you can compare with him. By the way, don't cut off the white-hilted Wado Ikimonji in his hand. After all, it is a famous sword of the level of a fast sword. It would be a pity if it was destroyed. Hearing this, Zoro immediately frowned. 5.1 The word Hidao will not be destroyed. Zoro's tone was firm. Don't say it so firmly, Roronoa Zoro. Even famous swords can sometimes be easily damaged. Maybe one day, you'll meet a marine who ate the rust fruit. Then a famous sword you hold may be easily destroyed. Rosen showed a mysterious smile on Zoro's face. Rusty fruit. Zoro frowned. In addition, Naginata no Inemitsu is a very dangerous blade. It's so sharp that you can't imagine it. And Nami, her swordsmanship is even better than yours. If you don't remind her, she will really cut off your piece. Zoro, you don't want the sword that you inherited from your friend to be here. Rosen smiled mysteriously. Huh, do you know my friend? Zoro's eyes widened again. I know many things, including the story about Hidao Yuan. Besides, compared to this, aren't you going to compete with Nami? Could it be that you gave up? Rosen said. Humph, of course I won't give up. Rosen, I'll beat her. Then, I will defeat you too. After I defeat you, you need to explain to me clearly what you just said. Zoro said. Let's wait until you defeat Nami. Rosen waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Chapter 152 Nami cuts off the ship. Hawkeye arrives and asks where Rosen is. The sound of gold and iron clashing continued to echo on the outer deck of the restaurant on the sea. The sharp blades in the hands of Nami and Zoro turned into afterimages and kept colliding with each other. Ordinary people have no way of seeing clearly the trajectory of the two men's sword swings. And those who have reached a certain level of strength can clearly feel how calmly Nami can handle it. The two fought, and it was Zoro who took the initiative to attack. Nami, on the other hand, perfectly caught every blow from Zoro. Maybe he didn't want to destroy the knife in Zoro's hand, or maybe he just wanted to kill time. Maybe for practice. Nami did not use the power of thunder. Instead, he kept using normal slashes to deal with Zoro's slashes. Not far away. The pirates on the Krieg pirate ship watched the battle between Zoro and Nami. Captain Akin, is Captain Krieg okay? Captain Akin, what happened to you inside? Yeah, why did Captain Krieg's hand break and he was knocked unconscious? Who are those two people fighting on the deck? Yes, they are so strong, especially that woman, I feel she is very dangerous. The pirates of the Krieg pirate group gathered together and looked at Krieg, Nami and Zoro who were competing on the deck outside the sea restaurant with great concern. Don't worry so much, everyone finish the meal quickly. Then we take Captain Krieg out of here. Ah Jin said to the pirates around him with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he had recognized Nami's identity. Rosen's identity was also known through Nami. For such a strong man who can defeat the Golden Lion. He didn't think his Krieg pirate group could defeat them at all. Now that Nami and Rosen 06 have not taken action against them, it does not mean that they will not take action in the future. In Ajin's opinion, the best way now is to let the crew fill their bellies. After regaining some strength, he quickly set up a boat and left. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a gloomy voice. No, you can't leave. If you leave, I won't be able to take my hand back. Ajin looked around and was surprised to find that Krieg, who had fainted due to Nami's kick, had reopened his eyes. Captain Krieg, are you okay? Ah Jin reached out anxiously and helped Krieg up. How can it be okay? My hand is broken. No matter what, I have to take my hand back. Krieg gritted his teeth and looked at Nami and Zoro who were fighting. Although he lost consciousness for a while. But Krieg still remembered that Nami said there was a way to reattach his arm. Ajin frowned, he wanted to persuade Krieg again. However, Krieg no longer wanted to listen to him. He endured the pain and stood up from the deck of his pirate group. And once again took out the gas bomb and aimed it at Nami and Zoro who were fighting together. However, at this time, Nami suddenly looked solemn and raised his eyes to glance in the direction of Krieg. Krieg noticed Nami's expression and immediately pulled the trigger nervously. However, his gas bomb just flew out of the muzzle. Nami quickly swung a lightning-like flying slash and was already close. The metal-wrapped cannonball burst into pieces, and the poisonous gas inside spread directly in all directions. This is not over yet. The lightning-like flying slash can tear apart more than just gas bombs. Krieg's entire left arm, and even the battleship under their feet were swept by the lightning flying slash. After a moment, Krieg's left arm detached itself from his body. The entire pirate group also automatically split into two parts with the severed part as the center. No. To be precise, 4 pieces. So powerful, you actually cut off the pirate ship. Kaya, is your new partner so powerful? Is she already strong when she joined you? Usopp asked Kaya with a surprised look on his face. No, you're wrong, Usopp. Nami was not strong when she joined. It's just because of Captain Rosen's help and Nami's hard work. So, she can become a new pirate ship. Kaya pursed her lips and said with a slight blush. As a partner, she naturally knows what kind of effort Nami's effort is. Rather than saying it was an effort, it was better to say that Nami was thinking of ways to sell benefits to Rosen. That's it, what about you, Kaya, have you become a lot stronger too? Usopp asked curiously. Kaya nodded slightly and punched the air aside. Although it hit the air, Usopp could clearly feel the roar. For a moment, Usopp's eyes widened again. Okay, that's great. How powerful this is. Usopp was shocked. It's not very strong either. It should be said that if this continues, Nami will surpass me. Kaya chuckled twice and said. What, are you more convinced than Nami? Usopp was stunned. Suddenly, he began to doubt life. Let's talk when we have time later, Usopp. Compared to this, someone is coming over there. Kaya looked at the sea in the distance and said solemnly. Is there someone? Who is it? Usopp asked curiously. I don't know, but when Nami swung his sword just now. There is also a flying slash coming from that direction. And together with Nami, he divided the pirate ship into 4 parts. Kaya said seriously. Although she said she didn't know. But remember the situation mentioned in Rosen's previous diary. She vaguely guessed who the person who cut off the pirate ship was. What? Didn't Nami divide the pirate ship into 4 parts by herself just now? There are other people here. Usopp quickly took out the telescope and looked in the direction Kaya was looking. You guy, when you were fighting with me, you actually took action elsewhere. Hey, I'm talking to you, where are you looking? Zoro held 3 sharp blades and shouted angrily at Nami. This anger didn't just come from Nami attacking others during the competition. It also comes from the power displayed by Nami. The lightning strike that could fly from the blade and the power that could cut off the pirate ship forcefully made Zoro feel angry with himself. He was angry that he was the one who let Nami keep his hand. Zoro, our fight ends here. There's a very powerful person coming over there. Nami said with a serious face. Hearing this, Zoro put away his displeasure with Nami and followed her gaze. Soon, he opened his mouth wide, showing a very surprised look. How come? Why is that man here? You know him, Zoro. How could you not know Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman and the target of every swordsman in the world? So that's it, it's him. Aren't you a woman who is a swordsman? Why do you look like this? How should I behave? I don't intend to become the world's best swordsman. Are you still a swordsman? Zoro yelled at Nami angrily, and at the same time he was even more angry at himself. A woman who didn't intend to become the world's best swordsman actually had a stronger slash than him. Even so, he still followed Nami's gaze and looked forward. Whoosh! A strong wind passed by. Zoro's eyes blurred as a man with a simplified black long knife on his back and eyes like a falcon appeared nearby. The same scene was also seen by Rosen, and was taken as a photo and printed in the diary. Photo. The world's greatest swordsman breaks in, Mihawk. Sure enough, good things will happen on this sea restaurant. Closing square bracket. Isn't that why I happened to meet Mihawk? Closing square bracket. Now, you can use the blank character template challenge paper to further strengthen Emiyashiru's template. Closing square bracket. The perfect infinite sword system belonging to the heroic spirit of Emiya will definitely fall into my hands. Closing square bracket. You also need to buy the twin spears of the Black Emiya heroic spirit later on. After all, the twin spears are pretty cool. Closing square bracket. Of course, the Emiya superhero version of Chico Muramasa is also very handsome. Closing square bracket. Boa Hancock, Shichibukai, Mihawk. Hina. After all, let this man find Rosen. Tashigi. Is Mihawk, the world's best swordsman, going to fight Rosen, who has unlimited sword power? I really want to see it in person. Gion. After all, there's still no way we can catch up. Ain. The power of Shuru Emiya that Rosen currently controls, there should be 3 versions of the red heroic spirit Emiya, the black heroic spirit Emiya, and Senko Muramasa. Dole. I hope Hawkeye won't force Rosen to directly obtain the power of the so-called Emiya superhero. In that case, it would be a fantasy to invite Rosen. Charlotte Smoothie. If Rosen really fights Hawkeye, I hope the video can be recorded. Bello Betty. In this way, we can also admire the power of the world's #1 swordsman. Waidabe. I can once again experience the magic of infinite sword making. Charlotte Smoothie. What's more important is to have a good understanding of what kind of power this future husband will have. As Rosen uploaded photos of Mihawk in his diary, it immediately attracted a large number of diary copy holders to watch. Although many diary copy holders do not want Rosen to gain too much power by competing with Hawkeye, after all, this will only make it more difficult for them to successfully invite 317 Rosen to join their own forces. But Emiyashiru's unlimited sword system is too charming. The girls were really curious about how far Emiyashiru's power could be enhanced. It's a pity that Rosen plans to fight Mihawk. But he had no immediate plans to start a war with Mihawk. Although it is imperative to fight Hawkeye, it is better to wait before doing so. Closing square bracket. Zoro should challenge Hawkeye and use determination to attract Hawkeye's attention. Closing square bracket. This is related to whether Hawkeye will accept Zoro as his disciple in the future. Closing square bracket. Let's wait and see for a while, maybe we can see some famous scenes. Closing square bracket. Tashigi. Hawkeye will accept Zoro as his apprentice. The key. What did Zoro do? Khalifa. This is interesting. If we can know what Zoro did to make Eagle Eye take notice of him, can others also use this to make Eagle Eye take notice of him? Charlotte Custard. The world's best swordsman, maybe you can use Zoro's method. It must be said that what Rosen said made quite a few holders of copies of the diary become interested. Especially for some swordsmen who fight with swords, they are even more interested. And Zoro at this moment, indeed what they thought at this moment, caught the eyes of Mihawk. Huh, are you, Mihawk? Zoro's eyes lit up and he looked at the man in front of him in disbelief and said. However, Mihawk ignored his meaning and stared at Nami in front of him. I recognize you, you're Nami, right? The previous slash was good, but you shouldn't have robbed my prey without authorization. Mihawk said. Your prey. Nami frowned and looked at the broken Krieg pirate ship and the members of the Krieg pirate group screaming in pain on the broken eaves of the ship's hull. Those are your prey. Hearing this, Mahawk nodded slightly. Those are indeed my gifts, objects I hunt in my spare time to disturb my sleep. Hearing this, Nami couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. That's all, it's a good thing to meet you. Since you are here, Rosen should be here too. Mahawk said, looking towards the entrance of the sea restaurant. But at this moment, Zoro took the initiative to stand up and block Mahawk's view of the restaurant entrance. Chapter 153 Hawkeye. Rosen, I heard that you have infinite swords. Boy, aren't you afraid of me? Mahawk asked coldly. Oh, if I were afraid of you, I wouldn't go to sea. Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman, I went to sea just for you. Zoro's voice was trembling at the moment. It's important to compete with Nami and even Rosen. But for Zoro, the most important thing is to compete with Mahawk. You are free, come and have a fight with me. Zoro said, pointing the sharp blade in his hand at Hawkeye. If you are a swordsman, you should know the difference between you and me. Besides, you can't even fight her. She is more qualified to challenge me than you. Hawkeye looked at Nami and said. Well, I'm not interested in fighting you. Nami complained. I will prove to you that I have the qualifications. After defeating you, I will also defeat her and win the qualification to fight Rosen. I will see the land filled with infinite swords. Zoro said firmly. I see. Do you need to defeat her to be eligible for Rosen to use that unlimited sword technique? Interesting, that means as long as I defeat you, I can fight Rosen. Hawkeye said with interest to Nami. Well, actually you can fight Captain Rosen without fighting me. Nami said with twitching corners of her mouth. She knew that Rosen planned to use Mahawk as an experience stone to improve Shuru Emiya's template. He is not Zoro. As the number one swordsman, he can go directly to Rosen for a hearty battle. This is what Rosen wishes in his heart. Nami, your words make me, the captain, very disappointed. Obviously you were able to take the initiative to deal with the people who made trouble for me earlier. Why are you planning to give up now when facing Mahawk? Does it mean that when facing a powerful enemy, you are not going to protect your captain? At this time, Rosen's voice reached the king of Nami. No, that's not the case, Rosen. Nami turned around and saw Rosen's seemingly disappointed expression, so she quickly spoke. She wanted to say what Rosen had said about fighting Hawkeye. But before the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say them out. After all, it doesn't matter whether these words can be said in front of Rosen. If they are really said, Rosen will doubt whether others can see her diary. This is also undesirable for Nami and others who want to get points from Rosen. After all, if Rosen knew that others could see his diary, it is not certain whether he would still write a diary. You are Rosen. Hawkeye looked at Rosen with some confusion. Rosen's face looked just like the one in the newspaper. But what makes Hawkeye a little strange is that he didn't sense the scent of a powerful swordsman on Rosen. It's no wonder that although Jiguo Enichi's power is pure, it is much inferior to that of Hawkeye. Although Emiya Shuru's origin is a sword, Rosen has not yet fully integrated the power of Emiya Shuru's template. Therefore, when he did not use Emiya Shuru's power, Mahawk can't sense much. It's me, and you are the number one swordsman, Mahawk. Rosen laughed. Eagle Eye nodded slightly and said. The news says you can create a world full of swords. Every sword in it surpasses the unparalleled sword. And you can also copy Golden Lion's swordsmanship, right? Quote. Come on, create your infinite sword system. Show me your land full of swords. Let me see if you can copy my swordsmanship again. And the move you used to kill the Golden Lion, try to see if you can use this move to kill me too. There was some confusion, but Hawkeye no longer wanted to worry about it. As long as Rosen can actually use the power mentioned in the newspaper. Then, Hawkeye won't care about Rosen's lack of kendo scent. You guys look down on people too much. Eagle Eye, I challenged you first. At this time, Zoro gritted his teeth and said angrily. A frog in a well, you have no idea how vast the sky is. Hawkeye turned his head and said to Zoro in a cold voice. Don't say that, Mahawk. Who is a powerful swordsman who didn't grow up without being able to use a sword? Although this person is still a young bird, he may grow into an eagle soaring in the sky in the future. Since he is determined to challenge you, how about you give him a try? Rosen suggested with a smile. He still didn't want the famous scene that originally belonged to Zoro to be lost like this. Hey, it seems that you are very optimistic about him. After listening to Rosen's words, Hawkeye looked at Zoro with interest. That's right. And before him, I've never seen anyone use the three-sword style. Quite interesting, isn't it? Rosen laughed. Since it was you who suggested it, I will give you some face. I hope you can satisfy me in the future. Hawkeye nodded slightly, raised his hand, took out the short sword hanging around his neck and pointed it at Zoro. Huh, what do you mean? Zoro's eyes widened. Sorry, I don't have a shorter knife than this. Hawkeye said coldly. Damn it, you have to have a limit when you look down on people. Zoro was furious and rushed towards Mahawk. The two knives in his hand and the knife in his mouth instantly turned into afterimages and flew toward Mihawk. However, no matter how fast Zoro swings his sword, no matter how fast he swings it, Hawkeye also easily intercepted it with the broken blade in his hand. Mihawk, he's really awesome. I actually blocked all of Zoro's slashes with a short sword. So much stronger than me. Nami looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. That's because you haven't mastered the power of thunder movies yet. Once you fully master her power, even Mihawk won't be enough for you to fight. Rosen laughed. Nami heard this and nodded in agreement. It's not like she has never seen the thunderous sword that cut through the sky and earth. Although she didn't know how powerful Hawkeye was, she at least knew that Hawkeye would never have power beyond the gods. This Zoro is really persistent. Hawkeye is also very strong. As the world's #1 swordsman, I don't know how he compares to Shanks. Yuta said, looking at Rosen with interest. She knew that this question might be a very simple question for Rosen, who knew the secrets of the world. As far as I know, Shanks once fought Hawkeye. But there doesn't seem to be a winner. After Shanks lost an arm, Mihawk stopped competing with Shanks. Rosen smiled and then said, maybe it's because Hawkeye feels that after Shanks lost an arm, even if he defeated Shanks, he would still be defeated. And it would be really embarrassing if he lost to Shanks who lost an arm. Hearing this, Yuta couldn't help but nodded in agreement. On the contrary, Luffy behind her fell into silence after hearing about Shanks' broken arm. Rosen touched his chin and looked up at his diary system. The moment Zoro took action, Rosen had already opened the diary system and started recording the scene using the video recording function of the diary system. He wanted to record some famous scenes. What he didn't know was that while he was relaxing on the spot, he watched the video of Zoro fighting Mihawk. A large number of female spectators have flocked to Rosen's live broadcast room. Not long after, Nami, Karina, Yuta, Kaya and others also discovered the video being recorded. After the four people looked at each other, they all took steps towards the visible range of the video screen. Huh, what are you doing? Rosen noticed that Nami, Karina and others appeared in the corner of the video screen he was recording, and asked with some confusion. I want to stand closer and take a good look at Hawkeye's slashes. After all, you said you wanted me to fight Hawkeye before, didn't you? I wanted to get to know him up close first. With a bright smile on her face, Nami told her lie without hesitation. We were worried that Nami would get hurt, so we planned to stand closer to protect her. You're right, Kaya. Karina smiled. As soon as the words fell, Nami pouted. Kaya lowered her head in embarrassment. Hee, you just said that Hawkeye and Shanks fought. Shanks is my father, so I want to see Hawkeye fight up close. Yuta showed a naughty smile to Rosen and said with a chuckle. You are really, forget it, it doesn't matter. Rosen shook his head, not caring that there were 4 more beautiful women on his screen. At the same time, his conversation with Yuta and others was also transmitted to the eyes of all diary copy holders along with the live video and the battle scenes between Zoro and Hawkeye. Tashigi, Zoro, really fought with Mihawk. But, Mihawk just fought with a knife that's not even a dagger. Rebecca, it's not a fight at the same level at all. That Hawkeye seems to be more powerful than Mr. Soldier. Waidabe, this Hawkeye is just for fun. Having said that, Yuta and the others are really smart. Charlotte Smoothie. When I saw Rosen starting to record the video, he actually ran into the recording range of the video screen. Surely. In this way, when the video recording ends and settlement begins, the 4 of them will get a lot of points again. Kazuki Hiyori. It's really enviable. It would be great if I could be by Rosen's side right now. Vivi. In this way, by the time Rosen's Xenia arrives at Alabasta, I may already have the power to fight Crocodile. Gion. These 4 women are really troublesome. If this continues, it won't just be Rosen who will be difficult to deal with in the future. Dole. It feels like it won't be long before the 4 women around Rosen or more than I, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, can handle. Oh, it's troublesome. The other side. Yuta just finished speaking. Hawkeye, who is constantly resisting Zoro's slashes, immediately. He looked over immediately. Shanks' daughter. Does that guy have a daughter? At this moment, there was a little doubt in Eagle Eye's expression. You guy, you're still distracted when you're fighting with me. Ghost Slayer. Jows. Zoro roared angrily and launched his killing move. However, his killing move, which could almost kill most of the bounty pirates in East Blue, was easily intercepted by Mihawk with a short sword. How can it be? Zoro looked at the scene in front of him in shock. As I said, you don't know anything about your true power. Although Rosen said you have great potential. But in my opinion, you are just one of many frogs in the well. After Hawkeye said a few words to Zoro, he took back the short sword and looked at Yuta. I heard the words of interest, and I have no intention of continuing to fight with you. If you don't want to die here, I advise you to take back your long knife. After saying that, Hawkeye planned to turn around and leave the battlefield. Damn it, don't look down on people so much. Zoro roared angrily and swung his sword towards Hawkeye again. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed, and the short sword in his hand quickly blocked Zoro's three sharp blades. The last stab hit Zoro right in the heart. Poof. Blood splashed down, staining Zoro's chest red. Tashigi. Heart, has the heart been stabbed? Ain. The world line has changed. Will Hawkeye kill his disciples with his own hands? Charlotte Smoothie. No, Hawkeye's short sword didn't really stab Zoro's heart. However, it's a little strange. Gion. Zoro, this man, obviously has the ability to avoid, but he didn't choose to avoid it. Waidabe. I always feel that this man named Zoro is carrying something very heavy. Such a heavy thing makes him unable to move away. Chapter 154 Hawkeye. The red hair actually has a daughter. Nami shows the power of the gods. Hey, isn't it? Is Zoro really going to die here? Zhangao frowned. Damn, how could this happen? Is Zoro okay? Luffy, let's stop Zoro quickly. Usopp muttered worriedly. Luffy frowned, looking ahead without saying a word. Only. His fists were already clenched. Seeing that Luffy was silent, Usopp turned to look at Rosen, intending to ask him for help. Don't worry, Usopp. Zoro can't die. Rather, with Kaya here, even if Zoro is fatally injured, he won't die either. Kaya now, I think she is a really powerful doctor. Rosen smiled mysteriously at Usopp. Kaya, is she already a very powerful doctor? Usopp blinked, turning to look at Kaya. At this moment, Kaya saw Zoro injured, but still maintained a calm expression on his face, without a trace of fear. In Usopp's opinion, this was completely unimaginable before. Kaya, you have really grown up a lot. I don't hesitate to grow up as soon as possible. Usopp murmured to himself, his eyes becoming firm at this moment. At the same time, the battle between Hawkeye and Zoro continues. Only this time, Hawkeye pulled out his most powerful black knife just as Rosen expected. In an instant, Zoro swung out his strongest slash, and Hawkeye swung an average A. The two bodies crossed each other, and the two knives in Zoro's hands broke immediately, and a large amount of blood burst out in front of him. But even so, he still turned around, fearlessly opened his hands and showed his chest to Hawkeye without any defense. Waidabe. Is the wound on the back a shame for a swordsman? To be able to say such a thing, this Zoro is really amazing. Charlotte Snamin. Putting life and death aside, let Mihawk slash his chest. Such a man, if he doesn't die, will definitely become a powerful swordsman in the future. Tashigi. It's surprising that there is a swordsman with such a strong will. Unfortunately, he is already a pirate. Charlotte Smoothie. No wonder Rosen said that this station will allow Mihawk to accept Zoro as his disciple in the future. Dole. After such an experience, 117 Hawkeye will definitely remember Zoro's name. Gion. How many people in this world today can make Hawkeye say, come and surpass yourself? However, after Hawkeye said such words, he would be willing to accept Zoro as his disciple in the future. Hawkeye, is this do you plan to personally train the next world's greatest swordsman? Peacock. No matter what, as Rosen said, this Zoro deserves Marine's attention. Rosen, you are right. This Zoro is indeed quite good. He may indeed become an eagle soaring in the sky in the future. Hawkeye Mihawk said to Rosen with a faint smile on his face. Yeah, as far as I know, this guy is quite hardworking. Rosen smiled and nodded to Kaya, who was not far away. Kaya understood and immediately stepped forward to treat Zoro. Because of Hawkeye's restraint, Zoro was not fatally injured. Even if Rosen does not fuse with Kaya's current understanding of Tsunade's power, she can quickly heal Zoro. With the light green brilliance shining in Kaya's hands, the bone-deep knife wounds on Zoro's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Huh, what is this? Zoro felt the pain in his body ease and looked at Kaya blankly. Okay, so awesome. Usopp, your friend is so awesome. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, yeah. Usopp nodded blankly. He knew Kaya had become stronger, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Not only can a random punch cause the air to roar, but he also has the ability to quickly heal wounds. It's not just Usopp at all. Even the well-informed Mihawk was shocked by Kaya's quick treatment method. Magical healing ability. It seems that your pirate group has quite a lot of talents. Could this be some kind of devil fruit power? Hawkeye looked at Rosen curiously and asked. Among the devil fruits, there is indeed a healing fruit that can do similar things. However, Kaya from my pirate team has demon fruit power. Rosen smiled mysteriously. I see. It seems that you and your partners are quite mysterious. I'm curious, is that Ageb over there really the red-haired Shank's daughter? Hawkeye looked at Yuta not far away, and finally asked the doubts in his heart. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can ask Shanks. Rosen was smiling when an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. So, he quickly said to Hawkeye. By the way, Hawkeye. If you ever get a chance to meet Shanks later, help me bring you a message first. Just tell her to leave her daughter to me, and he can rest assured. I will take his grandchildren to see him later. When Eagle Eye heard this, he couldn't help being a little stunned. Yuta, who was not far away, rushed over directly. She held Rosen's head with both hands, locked her legs around Rosen's waist, and scolded with a red face. Rosen, what are you talking about? What? Didn't you and Luffy say you wanted to marry me earlier? And you also asked Luffy to help us take care of the baby. That's what Luffy said himself. Haha, don't be shy, Yuta. I know you are worried that Shanks will object after knowing this, but we have to tell him about our affairs, right? What? There is obviously nothing between us yet. Even if there is, it will be one day in the future. Generally speaking, you think it might be possible, don't you? Well, I can't say anything about you. Yuta pouted, seeing that after talking to Rosen, she became increasingly unable to speak to Rosen. She simply shut her mouth and stopped talking to Rosen. She just turned around, locked her legs around Rosen's neck, and sat on Rosen's shoulders. Rosen didn't have any objections to this. Instead, he placed his hands on Yuta's two snow-white thighs with great enjoyment. The eagle eyes on the side watched all this. Somehow, he seemed to understand something. He smiled and turned to look at Nami on the other side, who was still nuzzling Rosen while recording the video. That's right, because there will be battles to come. Therefore, Rosen still did not turn off the recording function of the diary system. This also made Yuta, Nami, Karina, and Kaya very happy as they watched the time increase. Make other diary copy holders quite envious. Next, it's our turn. I remember your name is Nami, right? Hawkeye said. Am I here? Captain Rosen, there is actually no need to let me go, right? You should have had the idea of fighting Hawkeye. Thinking of Zoro's previous injury, Nami quickly trotted to Rosen's side and put Rosen's arm into her arms. Then, she stood on tiptoes and whispered in Rosen's ear. You don't want me to get stabbed in the heart like Hawkeye did, right? If it leaves a scar, I won't be able to wear a swimsuit. You will also suffer a loss by then. Rosen smiled and said. Don't worry, Kaya is here, she won't let you leave any wounds. The worst thing is, it will be difficult for me to use medical ninjutsu for you through fusion. And Nami, don't forget, Raikage is a pure martial artist. If you don't have the determination to challenge the strong, no matter how hard you train, you won't be able to really become a Thunder movie. What Rosen said was no joke. Rosen didn't realize this when he got Jiguo Enichi's template. After all, Sukune Enichi's template is a complete template. Without Rosen doing anything, he can get the complete version of Sukune Enichi's Power Emperor. But Emiya Shuru's power is different. When inheriting Shuru Emiya's power, Rosen could feel that only when his will, spirit, and strength overlapped with Shuru Emiya's, could he gain further power from Shuru Emiya. In other words, the same goes for Nami, Karina and others. If they cannot truly understand the will of the corresponding character template. No matter how hard you train, you may not be able to reach the peak of the character template. This is one of the reasons why Rosen insisted on letting Nami fight Hawkeye. As long as Nami can dare to fight Hawkeye, Rosen feels that Nami will also be brave enough to draw the sword when facing other strong men. Unlike the original work, even though she has been sailing for a period of time, she still shows a cowardly look during Beast's Pirates. Such a character is seriously inconsistent with General Thunder. This, I understand. But if I'm in danger, you can definitely help me. After Nami was silent for a while, she spoke to Rosen. She knew that Rosen was eager for her to fully master the power of Thunder movie. If he showed that he was unable to fully manifest the power of General Raiden, Nami felt that Rosen might take back the template. In desperation, she could only choose to nod. After gathering her emotions for a moment, she stepped forward and stood directly opposite Mihawk. Hawkeye looked at Nami, then at Rosen and Yuta. The relationship between the three of you seems to be very complicated, Rosen. I can't help it, I'm a little too popular, haha. Really? Are you planning to develop a relationship with Yuta and Nami at the same time? Of course. In fact, I quite like my partners Karina and Kaya. If Shanks knew this, he would be quite concerned about it. It doesn't matter. I think if Yuta chooses me, he can't stop him. After all, he owes Yuta a lot. I see, but you don't mind me telling Shanks all these things, right? I didn't expect Mihawk, the world's best swordsman, to have such 8 trigrams. It doesn't matter, he will get it sooner or later anyway. Perhaps, he will come to you for a fight. It doesn't matter, I'll just beat him up when the time comes. As Yuta's sweetheart, I should beat him up on Yuta's behalf. After Rosen finished speaking, Kaya immediately tightened her legs around Rosen's neck. Captain Rosen, what you said is too straightforward. Although giving Shanks a beating seems like a pretty good thing. Yuta said with a slight blush. Hawkeye listened to the conversation between Yuta and Rosen, and became curious about the past relationship between Shanks and Yuta. But he didn't really ask Yuta about it. He planned to ask about it after meeting Shanks later. Well, let's get started, Nami. After seeing your power. It's time to finish the business of my trip. Hawkeye pointed the black knife in his hand at Nami and said. By now, the members of the Krieg pirates had been poisoned by Krieg's own gas bombs and fell to the ground. Therefore, for Hawkeye, seeing Rosen's power is his main business now. Nami took a long breath and thought. Forget it, Rosen's current video recording is still going on. Single quote. Just think of it as more points. Quote. I hope it can be delayed a little longer. Quote. Nami patted his chubby cheeks and said solemnly to Hawkeye. I understand, please wait for me a moment. Nami inserted the handle of the naginata into the deck and slowly closed her eyes. After a while, under the surprised gaze of Hawkeye, Nami's entire body was surrounded by dazzling thunder and lightning. With the naked eye, one can only see the blue-white electric light that completely envelops Nabi and naginata. Thunder and lightning. Thunder fruit ability user. Hawkeye raised his eyebrows. This power of thunder and lightning is quite good. Hawkeye just felt like Nami was warming up. But holders of copies of the diary who knew about it were very familiar with Nami's situation at this moment. Tashigi. This is the scene where Nami gets the power of General Raiden for the first time. Hina. Is she going to transform into General Raiden and fight? When Nami obtained the power of the Thunder movie, Tashigi and Hina were unable to pass the diary copy immediately because they were controlled by Rosen. But after leaving Rosen's ship, naturally, the two of them immediately watched the transformation scene of Nami getting the Thunder movie template for the first time through the recording. Gion. This Nami, I remember that she didn't last long after she transformed. After so many days, is she already able to fight in the transformed mode? Peacock. This Nami is so good after all, she cheated a lot of points from Rosen. Charlotte Smoothie. Interesting, let me see how much power you can have by taking away the template for the Thunder movie I wanted. Nokigao. Be careful, Nami. Please, Rosen, don't let Nami get hurt. Boom. As if in response to Hawkeye's words, the thunder and lightning surrounding Nami suddenly dispersed. At this time, Nami's clothes have changed into those from Lei movies. The originally short orange shoulder-length hair was replaced by long dark blue hair. The naginata stands next to Nami, with wisps of thunder and lightning surrounding her body, and the 100 Eyes of Wishes wheel, composed of blue and white thunder and lightning hangs behind Nami. At this moment, Nami is as happy as a god. Chapter 155, Thunder General Mode vs. Hawkeye. What is this? What's going on with her appearance? Zoro's eyes widened and he looked at the scene in front of him in great surprise. That is the power of the god who controls thunder and lightning. It is also the power of a god who has trained martial arts to the ultimate level. Kaya said with emotion. In her heart, even Kaya feels that the character template Nami got is much stronger than what she got. Of course, Kaya isn't jealous. For her, the template of Tsunade, who has powerful medical skills, is what she needs most. Thor's power. The god who trains martial arts to the ultimate level. When she fought me before, she was far from using all her strength. Zoro muttered and couldn't help but frown. Isn't that natural? Captain Rosen is optimistic about you. But now you are still too far behind. Work hard, Roronoa Zoro. Karina crossed her arms and smiled. I will. Zoro nodded slightly and clenched his fists hard. At the same time, Luffy, Usopp, Zangao, Sanji and others had already stared at the scene. It took a long time for Saping to come back to his senses. Miss Nami, you are so powerful. Sanji muttered. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he was completely unqualified to stop Rosen from allowing Nami to fight Hawkeye. It's so awesome, it's actually thunder and lightning. Did she eat some devil fruit? Luffy said, looking at Yuta who was being supported by Rosen on his shoulder. Just when he wanted to go over and ask. In order to prevent Luffy from disturbing Rosen and Yuta, Zangao and Usopp struggled to hold Luffy with both hands. At the same time, Hawkeye is here. Interesting, your strength has improved a lot. The aura of warriors, especially the aura of swordsmanship, has become much stronger. It's just that this ability doesn't seem to belong to you. Such a change in form, could it be that you ate some kind of devil fruit from some kind of phantom beast? Or is it that your power, like that little girl over there who masters mysterious medical skills, comes from some mysterious power? Hawkeye Mihawk looked at Nami in front of him up and down and said with interest. At this moment, Nami's eyes were as calm as water, and she said calmly. No need to say any more, Mihawk. Let's get started. Hearing this, Mihawk smiled and nodded. Indeed, I also like to see the sword of someone with such a smell. Draw your sword, Nami, let me see your swordsmanship. After saying that, Hawkeye glanced at Nagisa no Inemitsu standing next to Nami. At this moment, Nagasa's Inemitsu is even more sacred than when Nami used it to deal with Zoro. Even before the swords were facing each other, Mihawk recognized the naginata just by looking at it. He realized that even the black sword in his hand could not compare with Luo Cao's Daoguang. Of course, that was just a simple black sword knight. The black sword he holds must be the strongest sword at night. Nami nodded slightly. She just waved her right hand lightly, and the light of the Naginous grass standing on the deck turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared in Nami's hand. In an instant, Nami appeared in front of Mihawk. The rice light of Naginus turned into a thunderous shadow and quickly enveloped Mahawk in it. Ding ding, ding. Suddenly, countless metal clashing sounds echoed through the sea restaurant Bharati. Zoro gritted his teeth as he saw all this. Sure enough, I am no match for her. If she had used such power before, I'm afraid I'll be defeated instantly. In this case, I am not qualified to challenge Rosen at all. Zoro murmured to himself and looked at Rosen, feeling a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. As a swordsman, he naturally wanted to see the infinite sword system in the newspaper that looked even more impressive than the gods. But if he can't even defeat the swordsmen around Rosen, how can he be qualified to see Rosen's unlimited sword control? What, are you planning to give up your way as a swordsman, green algae head? Sanji heard this and glanced at Zoro. Humph, how is that possible? I swore I would never lose again. After that, whether it's Nami, Rosen, or Hawkeye, I won't lose again. Zoro almost said this through gritted teeth. Really? Then you have to work hard. Sanji said, looking towards Nami again. At this moment, he could no longer see Nami clearly. This also made Sanji feel particularly complicated. If he is not as strong as a lady, what qualifications does he have to protect her? Thinking of this, Sanji also clenched his fists involuntarily. Looks like it's time for Sanji to go to sea. Zapu saw Sanji's reaction in his eyes. He sighed and walked towards Luffy. Rosen's ship, he couldn't get Sanji on board. But Luffy's big ship, Zapu didn't want Sanji to miss it no matter what. In his opinion, the pirate ship with Luffy and Zoro is worthy of Sanji serving as the ship's cook. At the same time, on the other side, East Blue Marine Branch, Division 16. Hina and Tashigi's lifeboat is approaching quickly. I didn't expect that the Nami I met earlier was already so strong. Hina is surprised. Her power has surpassed Hina's. And she was able to fight Hawkeye for such a long time. Hina said with emotion. Nami, after all, in the past few days, she has found many opportunities for Rosen to take photos and videos of her. She has gained a lot of points. Lake Qianshin's bloodline must be very powerful, and he will enter the super training time with the points. It is inevitable that she can progress to this level. But she was able to fight Hawkeye for so long. It probably has something to do with Hawkeye wanting to see Nami's slashing attack. Tashigi said while staring at the diary copy panel in front of him. It was helpful to have more names mentioned in Rosen's diary on board Rosen's ship, plus photos taken by Rosen. Therefore, Tashigi also received a lot of points. These points also allow her to be stronger than Zoro. Vaguely, she could see more from Nami's battle. Although he still couldn't see everything clearly, Tashigi could tell how pure Nami's slashing and technique were. Indeed, Nami's fighting style is indeed very strong. Even if it's a strong person on the same level as Nami. No, even if it's a strong person stronger than Nami. He will also be defeated because of Nami's fighting skills. Hina nodded in agreement. At this moment, a man's voice came from not far away. Who? This is East Blue Marine Branch 16. Warning, approaching this place without authorization is a felony and will be severely punished. A marine lookout on the lookout platform immediately issued a warning after spotting a lifeboat approaching. On the lifeboat, Hina immediately stood up straight and said to the sailors of the 16th branch. I am Colonel Hina of Naval Headquarters, and beside me is Vashi, the adjutant of Colonel Logue Town Smoker. We need to use your base's intercom for something. The Guion Vice Admiral should have mentioned this to you. When the Navy soldier heard this, he immediately looked solemn and reported the news. Soon, general-level Marines ran from the base to the dock. Guion had indeed informed Tashigi and Hina that they would arrive at Branch 16. Portraits of Hina and Tashigi were even passed on to Branch 16. Therefore, the sailors who stayed behind at the base did not dare to delay. Soon, a sailor took Tashigi and Hina to the memory phone bug transmission device. And helped Hina and Tashigi transmit the footage of Rosen's battle with the Golden Lion to Naval Headquarters. Well, Colonel Hina, what are you going to do next? Do you need us to prepare a warship for you too? A naval general came to Hina and Tashigi and said with a smile on his face. No need, just give us a small sailboat. Hina shook her head. Okay, I'll get ready right now. When will you two set off? The Navy general nodded and said. Huh, you seem to want us to leave immediately. 0. Please give me flowers. Hina frowned and glanced at the naval general in confusion. How could it be? I just think that you have sent important information to Naval Headquarters. You must still have very important tasks that you need to do. That's why I said what I just said. The Navy general explained quickly. I see, but we won't stay in the village for the time being. We have been drifting on the sea for a while and we need to rest for a while. Hina said. In that case, let me arrange the accommodation and meals for the two leaders. You two, please come with me. The naval general was extremely enthusiastic and immediately wanted to lead the way for Einstein and Hina. This move made Hina frown slightly. She looked at the other sailors in the room. They were looking at Hina and Tashigi like the Navy generals. Normally, Hina would not comment much on the gazes of naval generals and sailors. However, Colonel Rat of the 16th branch had bombarded Rosen. Rosen also mentioned in his diary that he wanted to kill Colonel Rat. This made Hina keep an eye on East Blue's 16th branch. It was precisely because of this mentality that Hina realized something was wrong. You seem to care about our arrival. It even makes Hina feel like she plans to keep watching us. 0. Or, spying on us. Hina said with a frown. How could it be possible? We don't dare to do this. Everyone, yes, it's because you two are so beautiful. Especially you, Colonel Hina, you are so charming. That's why everyone keeps staring at you like this. The sweat on Haiyu's head turned to his subordinates and he yelled. Assholes, look at you. You all make Colonel Hina and the others feel uncomfortable. Quote. Take your eyes back, otherwise today's training will be doubled. After hearing the general's words, the sailors quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Tashigi and Hina. I've already trained them, Colonel Hina. Don't worry, what happened before will not happen again. The general turned around and said. Well, let's go, take us to the canteen first. Hina nodded. She probably believed what the general said. After all, when she was on her own ship and at the naval headquarters, there were indeed many men with Marines' eyes fixed on her. Yes, you two please come with me. The general immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Only he himself knows how nervous he is. After the news came from Gion, everyone in the 16th branch was very nervous. Especially now that Colonel Mouse is still with the Celestial Dragons and has not returned. All the Marines in the 16th branch know how dirty this 16th branch is. No Marine here is clean. Even if there was one at the beginning, under the leadership of Colonel Mouse. The originally clean Marine has long been contaminated by sludge. In addition to the transactions with the Dragon Pirates, Branch 16 also committed many violations of Naval Headquarters regulations. They have done a lot of things like forcibly collecting merchant shipping fees and exploiting ordinary people. What if Tashigi and Hina accidentally saw or heard similar secrets? All of them couldn't eat and walked around. This is why the generals and sailors are so concerned about Hina and Tashigi's itinerary. Wait, Colonel Hina. Just when she was about to lead Hina and Tashigi away, Tashigi suddenly stopped Hina. What's the matter, Yinchi? Hina looked over in confusion, only to see Tashigi pointing seriously at the copy of the diary that only they could see. Hina frowned and quickly opened her own copy of the diary. Soon, she knew why Tashigi stopped her. Rosen's diary mentions Branch 16. Why would he mention the 10th branch at this time? Branch 16 is related to the Dragon Pirates. Hina's eyes widened for a moment, and the next moment, she looked at the Marine General of the 16th branch with extremely sharp eyes. Head. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 156 Marine learns the location of Rosen's next stop. Empress, Rosen knows my secret. Video recorded live. Nami vs. Hancock. Nami has indeed grown a lot. With her current strength, even if she faces Colonel Naval Headquarters, she can easily defeat and kill him. Closing square bracket. In fact, even facing the Commodore of Naval Headquarters, Nami is still capable of fighting. Closing square bracket. This kind of power is completely capable of suppressing the dragon pirates entrenched in Kokoja village. Closing square bracket. Dole, Kokoja village. Great, this guy Rosen is finally willing to write out the name of Nami's hometown. Peacock. We must change course immediately and go to Kokoja village. Habari. Are we going to meet Rosen in Kokoja village? No, we have to consider the dragon pirates first. Gion. At least, the pirate group that is sheltered by Marine needs to be solved by Marine. But, who is the Marine who sheltered the dragon pirates? Will Rosen reveal it? Vivi. Is it Kokoja village? Unfortunately, my place is too far away from Kokoja village. Charlotte Smoothie. Tisk, I really envy the people in East Blue. Those Marines are going to Kokoja village. Duji Rosen again. Black Maria. I just hope that guy Rosen can fight back against those Marines as powerfully as before. Nokigao. Nami, it is true that we have the power to deal with the dragon pirates. Rosen, I think we will arrive at Kokoja village soon. It seems that I have to speed up my preparations. However, although I already know a lot of knowledge in my works. But, 323, has not been connected, so I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to reach the level in the work. If you really want to do this kind of thing, you can only go to Rosen. Hopefully he won't mind if I'm too rusty at first. Quote. Nokigao still didn't know that her worries at the moment were unnecessary. If Rosen knew what she was thinking, he would probably be happy to help Nokigao from being unfamiliar to becoming proficient. Speaking of which, Arlong of the Dragon Pirates was Shichibukai Jinbei's former subordinate and Xiarli's brother. Closing square bracket. It doesn't matter Jinbei's side, what matters is Xiarli's attitude. Closing square bracket. If she knew that I killed Arlong here, I wonder if she would be willing to follow me out to sea in the future. Closing square bracket. And Kami next to her, if Xiarli is not willing to go to sea with me, she probably won't be willing to go to sea with me either. Closing square bracket. Gion, Shichibukai's Jinbei. Rosen really knows that Arlong was Jinbei's former subordinate. Boa Hancock. Interesting, is it possible that Rosen plans to remove Jinbei from Shichibukai's position because of an Arlong? Dole, if this is true, maybe one more person in Shichibukai will be replaced. Waidabe. Jinbei. This is so bad. At the same time. The Fishmen Island, Hardshell Tower. 3 mermaids of different sizes, but all extremely beautiful, are gathering together. If Rosen were here, he would definitely be able to hand over the names of the 3 people from their highly identifiable features, Shirahoshi, Xiarli, Kami. Because the 3 of them each learned that the other was the holder of a copy of the diary. Therefore, the 3 of them would get together from time to time. In this regard, Princess Shirahoshi, who has been restricted to the hard shell tower by Vandy Deccan's ability, is naturally very happy. Although Rosen often said things in her diary that made her feel extremely shy. Moreover, there are many scenes in Rosen's works that would make Princess Shirahoshi blush and her heart beat. But being able to chat with Kami and Xiarli often makes Shirahoshi, who is often alone in the shell tower, openly happy. As for Shirahoshi's father, although he doesn't know why Kami and Xiarli came to see Shirahoshi often during this period. But as a father who cares about Shirahoshi, he is naturally very happy to see the arrival of Xiarli and Kami. Today, the 3 of them gathered together again. This should have been something that made Shirahoshi happy. But the information Rosen revealed at this moment made Shirahoshi unhappy no matter what. What? Arlong is Mrs. Xiarli's brother. And, moreover, he is still a subordinate of Boss Jinbei, so, what should we do? Shirahoshi covered his cheek and said worriedly. How could such a coincidence happen? Mrs. Xiarli, what Rosen said must be false, right? Kami saw Rosen's message and looked at Xiarli beside her with great concern. Calm down, Kami, Princess Shirahoshi. Arlong is just my half-brother. After all, we didn't grow up in the same environment. If Nami really killed Arlong, he probably deserved it. Xiarli took a puff of cigarette, shook his head and said calmly. Through a copy of Rosen's diary, Xiarli already knew what kind of evil deeds Arlong had done. He understands Arlong's misanthropic character, if a village is ruled by him for 20 years. Xiarli can imagine what this would be like for the people in that village and for Nami. Therefore, Xiarli has actually already thought about Arlong's ending. But, even so, he is Mrs. Xiarli's brother after all. Moreover, he is also a subordinate of Boss Jinbei. If Nami and Rosen are angry with Boss Jinbei because of Arlong's matter. What should we do on the Fishmen Island? Kami clasped her hands together, almost crying with worry. Shirahoshi on the side had tears brewing in his eyes. Mrs. Xiarli, aren't you very good at divination? Can you try to divine Rosen's future using divination? Shirahoshi said. It's useless, by tomb. Mrs. Xiarli shook her head and continued. From when I got a copy of Rosen's diary. I used copies of the diary to speculate on Rosen's future. However, all I can see is a year of nothingness. Maybe it's because of this copy of the diary, or maybe it's because Rosen is not from this world. I don't see any future for him. In fact, I can't even see Arlong's future. Hearing this, Shirahoshi and Kami were surprised, but also more and more worried. Relax, Shirahoshi, Kami. Things with Arlong may not be changed. But I won't hate Nami, Rosen and the others just because of him. As for Boss Jinbei, based on my understanding of him. When he finds out about this, he will probably just feel guilty about Nami and not resent Nami for it. As for Rosen and Nami. I'm not sure about Nami, but Rosen probably won't be angry at the Fishmen Island. After all, we on the Fishmen Island are all his heroines. Xiarli said with a faint smile on her face. When Kami and Shirahoshi heard this and saw the smile on Xiarli's face, they felt a little relieved for a moment. Although, they still have quite complicated feelings about the dragon pirates. Mrs. Xiarli returned her attention to the diary. As she watched Nami fight with Hawkeye, the idea that had appeared in her heart a long time ago became increasingly clear. Perhaps, if she really becomes Rosen's woman, he will lead the Fishmen Island to truly achieve freedom. Single quote. Rosen's worries may be unnecessary when he comes to the Fishmen Island. Single quote. I will probably really go to sea with him. It's just that it will take some time for me to grow legs now. Quote. Kami and Princess Shirahoshi took longer. Single quote. Would Rosen really be interested in us now? Xiarli thought to herself and couldn't help but frown slightly. Forget it, I met Nami first after all. Closing square bracket. Even though Xiarli will not be able to board my ship because of Arlong. Closing square bracket. I can't stop Nami from killing Arlong either. Closing square bracket. Furthermore, this guy Arlong really deserves to die. After all, this guy is not a person who can change himself until his death. Closing square bracket. For the sake of Nami and Nuo Chigao's good mood, even if Nami doesn't take action, I will personally send Arlong to another world. Closing square bracket. On the other hand, Octopus Hachi, this guy actually apologized to Nami in the future, and he was also Pluton Rayleigh's savior. I don't know what this guy was thinking, he actually quit the Sun Pirates and followed Arlong to East Blue to do evil. Close tortoise shell bracket. Based on his character, he shouldn't be such a person. Could this guy have been deceived by Arlong? Having said that, this guy has indeed accompanied Arlong to do evil for many years. Nami and Nakigao wanted to execute him, and he deserved it. Closing square bracket. If Pluton Rayleigh really comes to visit, I will have to beat the old man back. Closing square bracket. I hope Boa Hancock won't show off my face because I beat up Rayleigh. Speaking of which, with that woman's character, even if I don't beat up Rayleigh, she will show off my face, ha ha ha. Closing square bracket. However, if I beat up Rayleigh, I won't be able to ask Rayleigh to help me with coding when I go to Sabayati Archipelago. It's a pity, this guy's coding technology is obviously quite fishy. Closing square bracket. Nokigao. Is Rosen actually willing to give up Xiarli and the others for me and Nami? Those are the legendary mermaids. It seems that there is one more reason to repay Rosen. Peacock. There is actually Pluton Rayleigh's savior among the Fishman pirates. Ain. Coding. Could it be said that Pluton Rayleigh works as a coding master in Sabayati Archipelago? Black Maria. Haha, is this the lifestyle of retired people? Charlotte Garrett. But if Rosen mentions it like this, I'm afraid his retirement life will be ruined by people from Marine and World Government. Charlotte Snamon. That's not necessarily true. People from Marine and World Government may be concerned about Rayleigh gathering members of the Roger Pirates and are unwilling to provoke him. After all, a retired and harmless Pluton Rayleigh is much more dangerous than a Rayleigh who returns to sea. Quote. Gion. What Rosen means is that there is also some connection between Shichibukai's Boa Hancock and Rayleigh. Margaret. As expected of Lady Snake, she actually knows Pluton Rayleigh. Avandra. Lord Snake Princess, you are so powerful. Margaret, Avlandra and other warriors from Daughter's Island saw Rosen's message and admired Boa Hancock even more. However, they would never know. At this moment, Boa Hancock's body was shaking with fear because of Rosen's diary. Rosen, he knows about Rayleigh and me. Sure enough, does this man know that I was in Mariajoy, the Holy Land? Damn it, if Rosen says that in his diary one day. What should I do? No, we must not let that man reveal this matter. 17. No matter what method is used, we must not let him say that. We must find him as soon as possible. Boa Hancock took a deep breath, stood up and walked towards the room where his two sisters were. At this time, Rosen didn't know. With his casual words, Boa Hancock, who was prepared to continue quietly watching whether Rosen would kill the celestial dragons, decided to go to sea to find him. Not to mention that the 3 emperors of the 4 emperors pirate group have already had diary copy holders going out to sea to look for him. Although it is still far away now, when he really leaves East Blue and arrives at Grand Line. Perhaps he will meet the heroines in his paintings one by one. Of course, if Rosen knew, he would probably be even happier. Speaking of which, wait until the dragon pirates are resolved. Closing square bracket. We still need to finish off the Colonel Marine who colluded with the dragon pirates. Closing square bracket. Otherwise, wait until I leave Kokoja village with Nami and Nochigao. Closing square bracket. Maybe that guy will come to your door. Closing square bracket. As a Marine who has collaborated with the dragon pirates for so many years, he has to pay the price. Closing square bracket. Just in time, this guy also bombarded my rented speedboat. Haha, now, the old accounts and the new accounts can be settled together. Quote. Commander of the 16th Branch of East Blue Marine, Colonel Mouse. You should have returned to the 16th branch from Celestial Dragons now, haha. Closing square bracket. Chapter 157 Hina investigates Branch 16, Colonel Mouse takes the Celestial Dragons to Kokoja Villag. Waidabe. There are such coincidences in this world. Charlotte Smoothie. Now, Rosen has another reason to kill Colonel Rat. Runty. HMPH, the Marine people still want to invite Rosen. Once Rosen kills Colonel Mouse, I'll see if they can still invite Rosen. Ain. How could this happen? It's actually that guy, Colonel Mouse. Sadi Chan. Marine scum turned out to be this man. Things are getting a little more difficult now. Gion. Hina and Tashigi were rushing to the 16th branch, but unfortunately Colonel Mouse was not there, otherwise they could have directly controlled him. Is this guy still with the Celestial Dragons? Even if in this case, we have to control the order. At this moment, Kokoja village. Hey, the one who colluded with the dragon pirates is actually the Mouse Colonel who once attacked Rosen. How could such a coincidence happen? Wait, can it be said that even if Nami doesn't board Rosen's ship, will Rosen also deal with the dragon pirates and Colonel Mouse? In other words, Nami and I don't have to sacrifice ourselves. In Kokoja village, Nuo Chigao put down the orange in his hand and looked at the latest content in the diary in great surprise. No, I can't think like that. Even if Rosen originally planned to deal with the dragon pirates and Colonel Mouse. That's still a favor to us. With that kind of kindness, a promise of one's own body is nothing. And following Rosen, you can also see what this vast sea is like. Compared to this time, I should have made more money by following Rosen to sea. Nuo Chigao murmured, with a nice smile on her lips. Although Nokigao did not have the dream of drawing a navigation map of the world like Nami. But as a girl with an adventurous spirit, she also wants to go out and see more of the world. However, she knew that she did not have the ability to survive on the sea. So all this time, she never really had the idea of going to sea. However, now, as long as you stay with Rosen, you will have the opportunity to continuously obtain a large number of points that will help you practice quickly. On the contrary, she only needs to find the right opportunity to seduce Rosen to mention her name in the diary, take photos, and record videos. In Nuaochigao's view, this is not a difficult task. After all, Nami has proven it. Similarly, by staying with Rosen, you may obtain mysterious character templates that will make you stronger. Since following Rosen would give him the qualifications and strength to sail on the sea, Nuoxian naturally wanted to go out and have a look. And if Nami doesn't find Rosen, maybe Rosen will just take care of Colonel Rat from Branch 16. And we won't take a detour to Kokoja village to deal with the dragon pirates. After all, behind Arlong and Hachi of the dragon pirates, there are other heroines written by Rosen. Sure enough, it's better to thank Rosen for the quilt. Then again, I don't know if I have a chance to get a character template from Rosen that I can use. If I could have one, I don't know what my character template would be. After reading this, Nuo Chigao's eyes were filled with yearning. It is different from Nuo Chigao. Hina and Tashigi, who are currently in the 16th branch of East Blue Marine, look confused. Well, Colonel Hina, is there something on my face? The Marine General of the 16th branch touched his face and asked Hina with a smile. HMPH, Hina is very unhappy. Hina snorted coldly, and with a wave of her hand, a black silk pinned the Navy soldier to the wall. Sir, what is this? Yes, Colonel Hina, why did you attack him? Please let him go and at least tell us why. Not far away, the sailors who had lowered their heads raised their heads when they heard the sound. After seeing the general nailed to the wall, they immediately showed nervous expressions. But soon, they were bound together by Hina's cage fruit just like their general. Colonel Hina, what are you doing? If there's anything I've done to displease you, you can speak to me boldly. No matter what you say, you can't take action directly, right? The general gasped and asked in shock. Humph, Hina asked you, is Colonel Mouse having an affair with the dragon pirates? Hina questioned. The general's pupils shrank and he looked at Hina in shock. Such a reaction fell in Hina's eyes, and she immediately understood that what Rosen said was true. In fact, Hina believed what Rosen revealed from the beginning. Asking General Marine, Hina secretly hoped that what Rosen said was just a misunderstanding. It seems that this is really what happened. Tashigi, let's investigate this place with Hina. Hina sighed and said to Tashigi. Tashigi nodded heavily and followed Hina towards the door. When passing by the generals and other controlled sailors, Tashigi knocked them unconscious with the back of his sword to prevent them from disturbing his and Hina's investigation. It's over. The moment before the general fainted, despair filled his heart. Some time passed. Women's Marine Communication Group. Gion, Hina, Tashigi, how is your investigation going? Did you find any evidence in the Ground 16 branch that Colonel Mouse has joined forces with the dragon pirates? Close black lens bracket. Hina, reporting to Gion Intermediate, although we have not found actual evidence, we have used certain means to prove this matter from the mouths of the 16th branch. Moreover, what we found is much more than that. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, could it be that this rat colonel has done other excessive things? Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, Colonel Mouse not only had an affair with the dragon pirates, but also did many things that violated marine regulations. And almost all the Marines of the 16th branch are involved in the army. Close black lens bracket. When leaving the message, Tashigi felt particularly complicated. After investigating the 16th branch, he even felt that compared to some pirates, the 16th branch acted more like pirates. They are simply not worthy of the word justice. No wonder Rosen hates Marine like this. Quote. Tashigi pursed his lips and thought to himself. On the side, Hina noticed Tashigi's expression. She wanted to persuade him first, but she didn't know where to start. In the end, she could only let out a long sigh. Skylark, the entire Marine branch has fallen. Unexpectedly, such a thing could happen. Close black lens bracket. Dole, don't be affected, Skylark. That's just individual Marine's malicious intent. Close black lens bracket. Skylark, yes, but how many people are there in the entire Marine branch? Close black lens bracket. Dole, this. Peacock. No matter what, since it is confirmed that they are all guilty, then we will deal with it in accordance with the regulations. Hina, Tashigi, do you need me to go to your place? I just happened to be on my way. Hina. That's troublesome. If possible, we would like to have the Peacock Vice Admiral take us to Kokoja village. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Peacock. No problem, close black lens bracket. Dole. Just in time, I can also go to Kokoja village. I hope I can deal with the dragon pirates before Rosen does. This can be considered as a little lessening of the sins of those bastard marines, close black lens bracket. Gion. As for Colonel Mouse, I will contact him and ask him to come back as soon as possible. His responsibility is too heavy. Close black lens bracket. After Gion left the message, he immediately took out his phone and dialed Colonel Mouse. Hey, this is Colonel Mouse, what can I do? This is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Gion, Colonel Mouse, whom we spoke to earlier. It turns out to be the Gion Vice Admiral. What can I do? Colonel Mouse, something happened to your 16th branch. You need to go back as soon as possible. In the name of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, I order you to go back and investigate the 16th branch. Of course, Gion didn't directly say that he wanted Colonel Mouse to go back for investigation. In this case, Colonel Mouse might have to directly lead his men to become pirates. Something happened to Branch 16. Gion Vice Admiral, what happened to me? Did you get attacked by pirates? Colonel Mouse's eyes widened. That's right. Anyway, you go back first. After that, there should be a Peacock Commodore going to Branch 16 to help. Gion said. I need to think about it again. Colonel Mouse, are you going to disobey an order? No, how dare I? It's just that I am now serving as a guard for the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons does not need a branch colonel to protect him. He is naturally protected by world government agents. Then I'll report it to Lord Celestial Dragons first, that's okay. Don't delay for too long, Colonel Mouse. The matters in Branch 16 are very urgent. In addition, if there are any problems with the Celestial Dragons, I will contact them. Or, I will ask Vice Admiral Garp to contact them. Okay, I understand. After Colonel Mouse finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the adjutant behind him with a gloomy expression. What do you think about this matter? When the adjutant heard this, he scratched his cheek and said in embarrassment. Gion is the admiral candidate in the headquarters. Her rank is too high. And she said Vice Admiral Garp. No matter what, we can't disobey orders. It's just that our 16th branch must have encountered something terrible. If we go back now, will there be any danger? Colonel Mouse, why don't we call Branch 16 first? When Colonel Mouse heard this, he looked at his adjutant with hatred. HMPH. If we go back at this time, we will indeed be in danger. Have you forgotten? Gion notified our headquarters colonel earlier that Hina will take a female marine named Tashigi to our 15th branch. If we calculate the time, they should have arrived by now. At this time, the Gion Vice Admiral told us that something happened to Branch 16. Let us go back at this time. Investigation. You want to investigate me, right? I bet you can call Branch 16 even now. Our people will also be connected there. The adjutant looked at Colonel Mouse with wide eyes. No, it won't be, if Hina and the others really find something in the 16th branch. Colonel Mouse, aren't we going to be doomed? Colonel Mouse frowned tightly and looked out the door. No, maybe there is still a chance. Except for the things we have done, there is substantial evidence left by the dragon pirates. There is no substantial evidence for other things. That is, if we can resolve the matter at Dragon Park. All problems are no longer problems. Colonel Mouse said. Upon hearing this, the adjutant couldn't help but his eyes lit up. You mean, let the Celestial Dragons go to Dragon Park? Colonel Mouse nodded in agreement. Now, it's time. I just hope I can convince that Lord Celestial Dragons. After finishing speaking, Colonel Mouse took his adjutant to find the Celestial Dragons. What Colonel Mouse didn't expect was. Things went smoothly beyond expectations. What, you mean there is a pretty beautiful woman on the nearby island? Very good, just take me over and have a look. It just so happened that 2 female slaves died recently. Before I go back, I have to complete the team of female slaves. Celestial Dragons Charmic Saint said to the respectful Colonel Mouse with an interested look on his face. Yes, Saint Chalmic, I will guide you right now. After Colonel Mouse heard Charmic's words, he was ecstatic. He left and trotted towards his marine warship, intending to use his marine warship to lead the way for Charmic. At this time, Rosen would never have thought of it. His own diary actually led him to meet the Celestial Dragons Chalk Saint who had ordered the artillery fire on him in Kokoja village. Chapter 158 This sword is Dream Ishin, this skill is Wushong's sword. See restaurant, Barati. Ding. There was a crisp sound. Nami's body quickly slid backwards, flying several meters before stopping. This man is so awesome. Nami stood up straight again and looked at Mahawk with emotion as he was flying away from him. Similarly, Mahawk also looked at Nami with admiration. Although you are not very capable. But he masters extremely exquisite slashes. And your naginata is indeed quite excellent. Even if I intended to cut it off, I didn't do it. If your physical strength hadn't limited you, maybe you could have done better in the battle with me relying on your weapons. But now, if you can only do this, you'd better take it off for now. Hakai Mahawk said to Nami with a faint smile on his face. Nami's level in kendo is indeed not yet very high. If I have to say it, Nami is just a swordsman of Shintetsu now. As for the flying slash, it only uses the power of thunder and lightning, and is not a pure flying slash of the great swordsman. The reason why she was able to fight Hakai for such a long time was because Hakai wanted to try the naginata in Nami's hand, which Rosen and Nami called the weapon of God, and because Hakai was shown by Nami attracted by the slash. However, after fighting for a long time, no matter how good Nami's naginata was and no matter how exquisite her cuts were, Hakai gradually lost interest. For him, this battle was ultimately a battle that was not on the table. Fighting Rosen is what he wants to do most at the moment. No, it's not the time yet. I have one more trick I need to try. Nami took a deep breath and said solemnly. Hey, are there any stronger moves? In that case, let's take a look. Hakai said with interest. Nami looked solemn, and the naginata in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from his hand. Why did this guy put away that naginata? Zoro, who was watching not far away, frowned and asked in confusion. After you put away the knife, Miss Nami, will everything be okay? Sanji just barely had the word, worry, written on his face. If you want to use that move, you don't need to use that naginata. What I need is a sword named Dream Ishin. But can Nami really use that move now? Karina frowned slightly. The move in Karina's mouth was naturally Wu Zhang's knife. And Wu Shang's sword is the true god's sword. Even if Nami obtains the template of Thunder movie, it should not be easy to use this move, even if he uses Wu Zhang's sword which is weakened countless times. As a swordsman, Zoro saw Karina's solemn words, and immediately opened his eyes to the maximum size, looking at Nami with a burning gaze, fearing that he would miss the slightest bit of the scene. At this moment, Nami seemed to be ready. I saw a large amount of thunder and lightning suddenly wrapped around Nami's body. The light of thunder and lightning quickly gathered in front of Nami, forming a door-like device. At the same time, a gap suddenly appeared in the horizon. Everyone looked up and were surprised to find that the gap suddenly opened like an eye. From a distance, it looked like the eyes of gods were watching them. And this scene was clearly transmitted to the eyes of many diary copy holders through the live video recording. Runchi. Wu Zhang's sword. This Nami, can you already use this move? Charlotte Smoothie. Are you kidding? No matter how fast this Nami improves, it's impossible for her to be able to use that move, right? Dole. Is this the result of making full use of one's physical advantages to attract Rosen? Nami, this girl, has improved too quickly. Waidabe. Nami was just an ordinary person at the beginning. If I can replace her and become Rosen's partner, maybe I can gain the power to influence the summit war. Gion. This Nami is really surprising. Could it be that she will finally be able to fully master the power of General Raiden? Stussy. Interesting. This Nami, will she become a real god? Having said that, if she completely inherits the power of Thunder movie, she will gain eternal life. Khalifa. True gods, eternal life, eternal youth. It's really enviable. The power of the gods. I understand. Zoro clenched his fists, eyes burning with fire. Hakai, who was facing Nami, raised his knife and pointed it at Nami with great interest. Interesting, let me see your tricks. Hakai said. His words also successfully reached Nami's ears. She suddenly opened her eyes, raised her right hand up through the crack formed by the thunder and lightning gathered at her heart, and the handle of a knife appeared in her hand. As Nami slowly raised the handle of the knife upward, a long knife flashing with sharp cold light gradually appeared in front of people's eyes. Is it another god's weapon? As Hakai spoke, he slowly raised the sharp blade in his hand. He could feel that Nami's next slash would not be the ordinary slashes from before. Perhaps, it was worthy of his serious attack. However, just when Hawkeye's interest reached its peak, the eye of thunder on the other side suddenly disappeared. Dissipated along with it, was the lightning wrapped around Nami's body and the sharp blade she held in her hand. Afterwards, Nami's body softened and she fell towards the floor in front of her. As expected, Rosen appeared next to Nami almost instantly and supported her. Nokigao. Nami. Everything will be fine. Black Maria. It seems like it was too much after all. Dole. Huh, I was really shocked. I thought Nami could use that move. Charlotte Smoothie. It's a pity. If I had obtained the template of General Thunder, I would be able to use this move now. Cornish. Even so, Nami is very strong. Compared with her, Nami is just lackey. This woman will eventually become the real god of thunder. Enel is just a false god. I don't know if Rosen will come to Sky Island. If he can come, maybe we can defeat Enel. Take back your hometown. Quote. Kazuki Hiyori. Nami's battle is over, and Rosen should be next. Gion. Emiyashiru's template, I wonder how far Rosen can advance at this time. How is this going? That move cannot be used. Hawkeye asked with a frown. Sorry, I know you are interested in Nami's move. It's just that it's still a little too early for Nami to make this move now. Rosen smiled at Hawkeye, then turned to look at Nami who was being supported by him. If you want to use this move, you have to keep working hard, Nami. How about it, can you still stand up? Hearing this, Nami nodded slightly. Sorry, Captain Rosen, I just want to give it a try. But I seem to be overestimating myself. Nami stuck out her tongue playfully and continued. Don't worry, I still have some strength. Being able to take care of yourself. With that said, Nami stood up on his own initiative. She knew Rosen would have to fight Hawkeye later. So there is no intention of delaying Rosen here. Really. If you still have the physical strength, then join me in cutting out the unfinished blow just now. After all, it would be a pity to only draw the sword halfway. After all, the opponent opposite seems to be very interested in that knife. Rosen smiled and looked at Mihawk. Huh, Captain Rosen, you mean combined? Nami's eyes widened. Rosen, are you saying there is a way to recreate that knife? Hawkeye's interest rose again. Rosen nodded slightly, raised his hand and put it on Nami's shoulder. Let's get started, Nami. After saying that, Rosen activated his own fusion authority. Nami felt the energy coming from Rosen's arm, chuckled and gave up control of her body. As a dazzling light flashed before his eyes. When Nami looked around again, she found herself in the space called fusion. Sure enough, it's the same as the previous fusion, with no clothes on. Captain Rosen, if you want to see it, feel free to tell me. There is no need to use this method. Don't worry, I won't charge you. Nami put her hands on her hips and raised her head unabashedly to look up at the sky. There, through Rosen's perspective, Nami could also see the surprised faces of outsiders. I don't think you're going to charge no fees. Also, it's better to stop talking nonsense at this time. Quote. Concentrate, it's my turn to use that Wu Zhang's knife next. Although Rosen said this, looking at Nami's undisguised figure, he still couldn't help but leave it in his diary. And from all angles, Nami's figure was captured in 10 photos in a row. Nami is really good at it. When she saw the first photo appearing on a copy of her diary, he kept changing his posture. Even some particularly bold poses are not spared. This also allowed Rosen to feast his eyes and accidentally take more photos. Nami, who noticed this situation, naturally smiled. Charlotte Smoothie. Haha, the arms display. Although it's good, it's still far behind compared to me. Violet. Now, I am in better shape than Nami. Nami can still let Rosen take 10 photos in a row. If it were me, I would definitely be able to let Rosen take more photos. Guion. 10 photos, 50 points. This Nami, is he planning to master the power of rakeage as soon as possible? Peacock. If this continues, this woman Nami will be able to really use Wushang's sword, and she won't be in this situation now. Khalifa. This Nami is getting more and more over the top. Is it possible that we will see her show the intimacy between men and women here again in the future? This is totally a surname. Harassment. This Nami is harassing Rosen. Stussy. Haha, if these actions are a little more extreme, they will become like those women on Happy Street showing off their weapons. What it looked like at that time. No wonder Rosen couldn't resist taking photos. Nokigao. Nami, you are really, that's all. I hope I can do these things in Nami's place. Rebecca. Is this a photo that I should see? Isn't it right? I need to do this in the future, too. Lackey. What Rosen looks like now is the real god. If I let Rosen take photos like Nami, will he come back to deal with Enel? Cornish. The true gods. This guy really knows how to seize opportunities. Quote. Karina pouted and looked in Rosen's direction jealously. Nami is getting stronger and stronger, will she really surpass me if this continues? Do I have to think of a solution? Single quote. Kaya blushed and glanced at her mouth. Although generally speaking, being a doctor does not require too much combat power. But Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is also linked to physical strength. Therefore, Kaya naturally wants to become stronger. This Nami really has a skill. It seems I have to work harder. Quote. By the way, Nami is really good at showing off. Quote. Let her help me study the dancing postures later. Maybe in the future I can use dance to let Rosen take photos or even record videos for me. Yuta thought to himself while looking at the photos of Nami's arms display. See Restaurant Barati. Zoro. Huh, that Nami disappeared. Usopp. Is this the fusion mode that Kaya told me before? Luffy. What, fusion? He's so handsome. Sanji. Miss Nami, where did Miss Nami go? Damn it, that man has the characteristics of Miss Nami just now. Did Rosen miss her? Zangao. Is it serious to eat the one you mentioned? Zapu. Shut up, Sanji, and stay out of their business. At this moment, Nami has disappeared from everyone's eyes. On the contrary, Rosen's body showed the characteristics of the Thunderbolt General after her previous transformation. Rosen's slender dark blue hair and majestic thunder and lightning are all gathered together. Compared with the previous Nami, Rosen at this moment is more majestic. You have become one person. The newspaper didn't say you had such ability. Hawkeye raised his eyebrows and looked at the scene in front of him with interest. With his eyes like a falcon, he could naturally see that Rosen now had the same aura as Nami had after her previous transformation. In fact, Rosen's aura of majestic thunder was even stronger at this moment. Such a scene naturally made Eagle Eye more and more interested. There are a lot of things about me that haven't been reported in the newspapers. I have no interest in revealing my secret to them. Rosen's expression was cold, and his words revealed the majesty of General Thunder. And on his body, dazzling lightning is constantly gathering. Indeed. In that case, let me use my eyes to witness your secret, Rosen. Hawkeye raised his sharp blade with both hands with an interested look on his face. He could feel that Rosen was preparing a serious blow that would make him serious. As much as you wish. Rosen reached his right hand to his chest and slowly pulled out Nami's previously undrawn blade from the gap formed by lightning. This sword is called Dream Ishin. And this move is called Wu Zhang's knife. As soon as he finished speaking, Rosen turned into an afterimage and appeared in midair in front of Hawkeye. Chapter 159 Rosen and Hawkeye cut off the sea, Yuta and Karina resisted the tsunami. Buzz. A second sun suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky. No, not so much the sun. It would be better to say that an eye flashing with lightning suddenly appeared high in the sky. The moment the eye of thunder appeared, the light that originally belonged to the sun seemed to be avoided. Hawkeye watched all this with a calm expression, silently raising the black knife in his hand and aiming it at the eye of thunder in the sky. His keen perception allowed him to clearly perceive the threat hidden in the eye of thunder. Coming. Hawkeye concentrated armament haki on the blade, and suddenly pointed the sword at the sky. At the same time, at the moment when Hawkeye swung his sword, Rosen's sharp blade falling from the sky, as if splitting the sky into two halves, has already arrived in front of the eagle-eyed black sword. Boom. Deafening thunder sounded. Those watching the battle unconsciously covered their ears. At the same time, before they had time to scream, the sudden vibration of the ship's hull caused them to scatter and fall on the deck. Then, what is that? Are you kidding? The sea has parted. Zoro reacted the fastest. He quickly stood up and looked in the direction of Rosen and Hawkeye. The moment he saw the scene in front of him, Zoro froze in place. At this moment, the purple blade in Rosen's hand and Hawkeye's black knife collided. With Rosen and Mihawk as the center, the sea behind them split apart. Behind Rosen, a green breeze shone above the split sea. The sea behind Hawkeye was flashing with purple electricity. Obviously, the two people's slashes passed behind them respectively, and finally split the sea behind the other person into two. And this is just the energy leaked between Rosen and Mihawk. Cornish, Thunder, Thor. Lackey. The true blade of the god of thunder, such power can be called great power. Tashigi. Is this the swordsmanship between the world's number 1630 swordsman and the Thunderbolt General used by Rosen? Charlotte Smoothie. It's really scary. It cut the sea so easily. Why debate? Wu Zhang's first sword is indeed terrifying. As long as he can use it, he will never do it. Gion. It seems that the assessment of Nami has to be stepped up. She will definitely be very scary in the future. Dole. With the template of the Thunder movie, plus Nami's method of obtaining points from Rosen, it seems impossible for Nami to become stronger. Peacock. Anyway, that Nami did give us a good plan. Even if Rosen is disgusted with Marine, if he can eat him first, maybe he will slowly let go of his grudge against Marine. Charlotte Garrett. But in this situation, even if you want to sacrifice yourself, you have to break through the defense of the woman around Rosen first. That Karina is very wary of Nami. If we go to him, Karina and Nami might join forces to guard against us. Charlotte Snaman. No matter how weak you are, you have to try. As long as we sisters can unite, we will always find opportunities. Wu Zhang's sword, it's really a good sword. Hawkeye pressed the black knife against Rosen's long knife and said with a smile on his face. But even so, don't you handle it very easily. It should be said that he is indeed the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Rosen sighed while wrestling Mihawk with Dream One Heart. Although Hawkeye's knife just now seemed to be an ordinary level A. But Rosen felt that that knife could even smash the meteorite into pieces. If he hadn't used Wu Zhang's knife just now, he might still be at a disadvantage. Haha, no matter what, I am very happy to see such a knife. I can feel that even you don't seem to have fully exerted the power of this knife. I'm curious, how did you use the power of the girl named Nami just now? Hawkeye asked curiously. Haha, this is a secret. Compared to this, should we continue to match? As Rosen spoke, the thunder and lightning on his body began to surge and swept towards the sharp blade in his hand. Indeed so. Let the sword speak for now. Hawkeye nodded, and the powerful armament haki continued to wrap around the black knife. Although initially he came looking for Rosen to see the infinite sword. But after seeing the previous Wushang's knife, Hawkeye is also very curious about the power of the thunder movie that Rosen is currently using. As the two people took a step back in tacit understanding, the next moment, the sharp blades in their hands turned into afterimages and rolled towards each other. For a moment, the gushing thunder and sharp wind blades scattered around the two people. The sea that was originally separated due to the two people's previous attacks also became restless because of the duel between Rosen and Hawkeye. Faintly, huge waves began to condense and form, sweeping towards the sea restaurant. This Wu Zhang's sword. It turns out that I am really a frog in the well. The world is really huge. Zoro clenched his fists, his eyes full of yearning. Why, after watching their battle, you should give up on challenging Rosen and Hawkeye now. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself with trembling hands and whispered. HMPH, how is that possible? It's better that they are so strong. As long as we can defeat such powerful people, my voice will definitely reach my friends. Zoro said, raising his head and looking at the sky. It's you, after seeing such power. Are you still planning to hit on the lady next to Rosen? Zoro suddenly smiled at Sanji. Asshole, you don't need to worry about it. Sanji shouted angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zapu knocked him on the head. Idiot, now is not the time for a leisurely chat. The tsunami is coming. Zapu cursed angrily. Sanji and Zoro were shocked when they heard this and quickly looked to both sides. But he saw that the sea that had been separated quickly closed. The collision between the seas suddenly caused huge waves of more than 20 meters high to roll towards the sea restaurant from both sides. This scene made everyone, including Sanji and Usopp, open their mouths in horror. At this moment, Yuta and Karina rushed out of the crowd. I saw two people radiating a strong light, making it impossible to see clearly what was happening within the light. A moment passed agig until the light on the two people dissipated. Karina and Yuta have fully opened the templates of Ye Shenzi and Elizabeth respectively. Karina. The true pupils appear, the great secret Dharma the heavenly fox reveals the truth. Yuta. The noble phantasm unfolds, dragon roars and thunders. Boom. Buzz. Karina's sighed. Huge thunder fell from the sky and fell directly on the huge waves in front of Karina. On Yuta's side, after using Elizabeth's other noble phantasm, dragon cry and thunder. A huge supersonic wave of namikaze leapt out from Yuta's mouth, turning into the sound of a dragon's roar and completely destroying the huge wave in front of her. Even if it is not the noble phantasm, Blood Demon Girl, even dragon cry and thunder cannot amplify the summons of the prison city like Blood Demon Girl. The power of the noble phantasm, Dragon's Thunder, is still extraordinary. The legendary ultrasonic wave, which is enough to kill 10,000 African elephants in one blow, can easily deal with the huge waves that are sweeping in. However, even if Yuta tried his best to control the direction of the sound waves. But it was a noble phantasm level ultrasound after all, and she couldn't fully master Elizabeth's template. Therefore, the super powerful ultrasonic waves inevitably affected Sanji and Zoro. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, Zapu and other people with good physical fitness are fine. They just feel some tinnitus and cannot hear other people's voices clearly for the time being. But for other ordinary diners, their fragile eardrums simply cannot resist the stimulation from ultrasound. Suddenly, the deck of Bharati in the sea restaurant was filled with people who were unable to fight because of ear pain. Although Usopp did not suffer a ruptured eardrum due to the ultrasound. But he also felt uncomfortable. At this moment, he even felt that everything in front of him was shaking. Just when he couldn't help but fall to his knees. He felt a soft object suddenly jump on his shoulder. Then, a gentle energy invaded his body. Usopp felt much more awake in an instant, and his ears that had been temporarily deafened by ultrasound also recovered. What's going on? What happened? Wait, what is this thing? Usopp looked at the mysterious object crawling on his shoulder and said in horror. Please don't worry, I am Katsuyu, I was summoned by Master Kaya. I will help everyone heal. Katsuyu raised his head slightly and said to Usopp. Say, have you spoken? Wait, you said Kaya summoned you. Usopp was startled and quickly looked in Kaya's direction. But where Kaya used to be, there was a woman with long blonde hair standing in a coat with the word, Gamble, printed on it. Wait, you're Kaya? Usopp asked with wide eyes, looking at the woman in front of him who had almost the same face as Kaya. She is indeed Kaya. Please don't disturb Master Kaya. She's treating people right now. Katsuyu spoke. Upon hearing this, Usopp quickly looked around. It was discovered that almost every person who fell to the ground due to a ruptured eardrum had a Katsuyu similar to his own on his shoulder. But the Katsuyu on them still exudes a slight green light. And the Katsuyu in him has faded away because Usopp's injury has healed. But soon, the light of Katsuyu on the shoulders of those diners also disappeared. Not only that, Katsuyu himself also disappeared along with the white mist. Following this, Kaya itself also exited Tsunade mode. Black Maria, is that little Katsuyu still able to speak? Junshi. It's so cute. Speaking of which, is Kaya already able to do this? Gion. After careful calculation, Kaya received fewer points than Karina and others. But when Rosen took other people's videos many times, Kaya was also among them. Calculated in this way, although the points obtained by Kaya are less than those of the others, it shouldn't be too different. Quote. Khalifa, if we can have such an ability, it will be much easier to perform missions in the future. Dole, it's really distressing. Karina and Yuta can easily destroy those waves without feeling tired. Although Kaya seems a little tired at the moment, she can also healed so many people's ears instantly. With the addition of Nami, Rosen's partners have improved so quickly. Quote. Peacock, if this continues, wait until Rosen and his partners enter the first half of the Grand Line. Perhaps, I will no longer be a match for any of them. Come on. Quote. Domino, now that the video is still going on, they will continue to gain points. If Marine fails to catch Rosen and wants to stop Rosen later, it will be difficult. Ah. Quote. At this moment, the performance of Karina, Yuta and Kaya once again filled the hearts of the female Marines and the female agents of the world government with worry. Asterisk 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 O. Chapter 160 Hawkeye will also look embarrassed. Rosen, a mere fatal injury. Kaya, was it really your power just now? What the hell is that? Usopp quickly came to Kaya and asked curiously. This was taught to me by Rosen. Kaya pursed her lips and tried to speak to Usopp in a way that Usopp could understand without revealing Rosen's secret too much. What an amazing medical treatment. To be able to do something like this in a split second. Even in the Grand Line, I have never heard of such medical treatment. There are really amazing people gathered around Rosen. Zapu looked at Kaya and sighed. At this moment, combined with the performance of Rosen and Rosen's partners, Zep even began to think that Rosen would definitely become the Pirate King in the future. In fact, Zapu suddenly had the idea of sending Sanji to Rosen's ship. Just considering Rosen's previous rejection of Sanji, Zep quickly gave up on the idea. At this time, Yuta came over. Are you okay, Kaya? I'm sorry, my control over that noble phantasm is not yet complete. Yuta, who also exited the Elizabeth template, supported Kaya. Kaya also leaned her weak body against Yuta's body with great trust. It doesn't matter, I know the form of your power. However, just this level of treatment has left me so weak that I can no longer use medical ninjutsu. Yuta, my usual efforts are not enough. Obviously Nami has become Nami powerful. Kaya shook her head and looked at Rosen, who is still fused with Nami. Rosen has not yet broken away from the fusion state with Nami. This is enough to show that Nami's body still has a certain amount of physical strength to maintain the fusion mode. Kaya compared the two and felt a little disappointed with her own powerlessness. Well, the consumption of medical treatment and the consumption of combat may be somewhat different. And Nami has that kind of personality after all. It's normal that you can't compare to Kaya. After all, what she can do, not everyone can do. Yuta shook his head and said with a chuckle. Kaya's face turned slightly red when she heard this. She naturally knew what Yuta was referring to by Nami's efforts. So Yuta, can you do something like Nami? Kaya asked weakly. Well, if you work a little harder, you should be able to do it. After Yuta thought for a moment, he nodded slightly. Yuta has a good impression of Rosen. Yuta thinks that as long as she works harder, she can still be as open as Nami. That's it. Kaya pursed her lips, her expression suddenly seemed a little complicated. Hehe, don't worry too much. In the worst case, I'll take you with me when the time comes. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to break through ourselves. Yuta put his hand on Kaya's shoulder and smiled. Hearing this, Kaya's face blushed even more. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should refuse or really go and get points from Rosen like Yuta. Just when Kaya was in trouble, Rosen suddenly had a new change. Huh, what are you doing? Mihawk suddenly put away his knife and looked at Rosen, who took a step back with some confusion, his body wrapped with thunder and lightning. It's almost time, Hawkeye. After Rosen finished speaking, Nami flew out of his body. And was supported by Rosen to stand in place. Hug, sorry, Captain Rosen. I originally wanted to hold on longer. But I can't seem to do it anymore. Nami looked at Rosen apologetically and said. It doesn't matter. Leave it to me alone from now on. Rosen said, nodding to Karina, who was not far away. Karina understood and quickly ran over to pick Nami up elsewhere. It seems that the two of you becoming one person will also consume her physical energy. 17. So, are you going to use the ability that was mentioned in the newspaper next? Hawkeye said with interest. Of course, since you are here for this. Of course I can't let you go back disappointed. Rosen smiled, mentally contacted his system and activated the blank character template challenge volume. Although he and Nami fought against Hawkeye before, it also consumed a lot of his physical energy. But just use the blank character template challenge scroll on Emiyashiru's template. He can restore his physical strength by upgrading the template. Therefore, Rosen is not worried about the upcoming battle with Mahawk. With a flash of light, Rosen's clothes once again changed to those of Shuru Emiya, who had obtained the arm of the heroic spirit Emiya. Gion, finally, is it time to start? Rosen, the man, has already activated the blank character template challenge volume he obtained earlier. Tashigi, is Shuru Emiya's power about to be revealed further? Charlotte Smoothie, let me see how powerful you can become, Rosen. As Rosen's image changed, many diary copy holders focused their attention on Rosen either excitedly or worriedly. As for Hawkeye, after seeing Rosen's image at this moment, he also showed an interested smile. I've seen this image before. In the newspapers, this is how you looked when you defeated the Golden Lion. I see, your ability is very strange. It's not just the way of the sword. However, you do have a very strong sword smell on your body now. After Hawkeye looked Rosen up and down, he spoke. No point in talking, Mahawk. Now we should let the swords in our hands speak. Rosen untied the red ribbon wrapped around the heroic spirit Emiya's arm and said to Hawkeye with a serious face. You are right, we should continue to use the sharp sword in our hands to continue the dialogue. It's just that you don't seem to have a sword in your hand. What do you think? Do you want to take out the legendary golden sword? Or is it to summon the earth filled with infinite swords? Don't worry, I will give you the time to summon the infinite sword control. Hawkeye smiled. The golden sword will surely win, even if I project it. I also don't have the ability to bring out its power perfectly. The only one who can perfectly unleash its power is the King of Knights. As for the unlimited sword system, unfortunately, the mode I am in now is not a mode that has mastered the unlimited sword system. Rosen said. Really? It seems that your power has quite a few limitations. So, how are you going to fight me? Are you planning to use my sword skills to fight me? Eagle Eye smiled and had no intention of taking action immediately. Obviously, before seeing what he wanted to see, he would rather wait. The reason why he wanted to show Rosen so many of his sword skills before was. It was also because he wanted to see if Rosen could copy his sword and his cutting power. What Hawkeye didn't know was that a player like him who was willing to take the time to wait was also the opponent Rosen was looking forward to. He is both powerful and willing to wait for him to use his power. It is simply a perfect upgrade object. At this moment, Rosen was already full of expectations that he could take Emiya Shuru's template a few steps forward. Let's forget about copying your sword and copying your slashes for now. Now I don't have that much energy to use up. As for what kind of power I'm going to use to fight you, you'll find out soon enough, Mahawk. His template for Shuru Emiya has not been updated yet. His physical strength still remains the same as it was after merging with Nami and fighting Hawkeye. Although he also had to use his slashing attack in front of Hawkeye first. But obviously now is not the time. What he has to do now is to show off enough power for Mahawk to have a hearty battle with him. After Rosen finished speaking, the magic circuit in his body was instantly ignited. A fierce, lonely aura suddenly rose from Rosen's body. Projection, start. Projection, loading. The whole project is over. Shoot 100 heads. As Rosen chanted the incantation, huge magic power instantly condensed into Rosen's hands. There was a buzzing sound, and a huge axe sword suddenly appeared in Rosen's originally empty hand. Is this axe sword meant to use the power that killed the Golden Lion to deal with me? Very well, let me see what the blow that killed the Golden Lion looks like. Hawkeye took a stance, staring closely at Rosen like a hawk's eyes. As you wish. When Rosen finished speaking, people had already rushed to Hawkeye. As Rosen's axe sword was raised high, Mahawk's observation Hawkeye instantly felt a strong pretension. Zero, please give me flowers. At this moment, he almost instinctively raised the black knife in his hand to face the axe sword in Rosen's hand. Boom. After a loud noise, the space between Rosen and Hawkeye was immediately covered by water that leapt through the deck. Everyone in the restaurant on the sea had their eyes fixed on the place where Rosen and Hawkeye fought. Especially Zoro, a swordsman, and Rosen's friends. After all, he is the world's #1 swordsman, even though Nami, Karina and others know that Rosen has a powerful area of power. But he still couldn't help but worry about Rosen's situation. Zoro, on the other hand, wanted to see Rosen and Hawkeye's fighting skills. However, the two men's moves were too fast. He didn't see any useful information at all. The same is true for holders of diary copies who can see a broader perspective from top to bottom through diary copies. At that moment, even Gion, who had extremely strong skills along the way of Kendo, was like this. Defeat the Golden Lion's trick, shoot 100 heads. Can Mahawk, the world's best swordsman, be able to take this move? Gion narrowed his eyes slightly and focused on the copy of the diary. Suddenly, the water surrounding Rosen and Mahawk fell. The gestures of Rosen and Mahawk wielding knives at each other were displayed in front of everyone. Wide up. This is, Rosen's body was penetrated by Mahawk. Charlotte Snaman. Hey, this is fake, that's Rosen. Charlotte Custard, even though he was Rosen. After all, his opponent is Mahawk, the world's best swordsman. 0. Runchi. No, we haven't seen this guy yet. Is he going to die? Black Maria. Rosen was able to use Tsunade's power to recover and not die from this injury. Besides, Rosen's Shuru Emiya's template can be updated. After the change, his injuries will be able to recover. Quote. Tashigi, shooting 100 heads, did Mihawk, the world's best swordsman, see through it? No, Hawkeye was also injured. Boa Hancock, Hawkeye's clothes are torn. Rosen, this guy, actually left 9 scars on his body. Gion, although 8 of the scars were shallow, one left a scar on Hawkeye's heart. Hawkeye, did Mihawk block Rosen's final blow to his heart at the last moment, and then pierced Rosen's chest? It's really amazing, whether it's shoot 100 heads that can leave scars on Mihawk's body, or Mihawk who can handle this move. Captain Rosen. Kaya exclaimed and rushed forward to help Rosen. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Rosen's chest has been penetrated by Mihawk's black knife. A large amount of blood was flowing from his wound. Similarly, Mihawk also looks a little embarrassed. The bowler hat that was on his head had been broken into 2 pieces, and there were many defects on his clothes and cloak. The 9 wounds on his body also continued to seep blood to the outside, which was mixed with Rosen's blood. Of course, no matter how you look at it, Rosen is the one who was seriously injured. No wonder Kaya is so worried. But as soon as Kaya took action, Rosen stopped her. Stop, Haoya. I can handle it, Rosen shouted. After Kaya heard this, her steps stagnated, and Yuta quickly stepped forward and took her hand, shaking her head at her. Here, let's trust Captain Rosen. Kaya pursed her lips, thinking of Rosen's ability, and finally took back her steps. But Rosen's partners understand. But Zoro and others were obviously confused. What happened just now? What kind of tricks did those 2 people use? Hey, do you really don't need to treat Rosen? He must have been fatally wounded at that time. Zoro shouted to Kaya. He had seen Kaya's healing ability, so he thought Kaya might have a way to treat Rosen's current injuries. But this time, before Kaya could speak, Rosen spoke first. It's just a fatal injury. Don't think that I will die from this, Zoro. Besides, this is a rivalry between me and Hawkeye. Just stand on the outside and feel lucky to be able to witness such a battle. I won't worry about my injuries or anything else. Rosen said. Zoro. X. Chapter 161. The template is advanced, and the giant hero Emiya appears. After Zoro heard Rosen's words, his expression froze at first. But he soon showed a look of relief. Rosen is right. As a spectator, but also as a swordsman. He also has no reason to interfere with Rosen's fight with Hawkeye, just like Luffy has no reason to interfere with his fight with Hawkeye. No matter how hard he tries, they want to keep Rosen alive so that he can challenge Rosen himself in the future. I overstepped my bounds. Next, I won't say anything else. Zoro took a deep breath and took a step back secretly. Hawkeye, who saw all this, also showed a faint smile. That Zoro seems to really not want you to die. But I'm curious, how can you survive in your current situation? I must have pierced many organs in your body. Hawkeye maintained his thrusting posture and said to Rosen. At the same time, he was also quite emotional. Originally, he had no intention of fatally wounding Rosen. At least, he didn't plan to kill Rosen so quickly. After all, he hasn't seen Rosen's unlimited sword system yet. However, Rosen's shot of killing hundreds of heads made him subconsciously use his killing move. It wasn't until the black knife penetrated Rosen's chest that Mihawk came back to his senses. Rosen, the attack just now was called killing 100 heads, right? It is indeed a strike that can kill the Golden Lion. Although, 610, looks like only 9 high-speed slashes, it gives people a feeling that it is impossible to dodge. In fact, even if I used armament hockey to defend, I couldn't keep up with the speed of your sword swing. Even if I block with my sword, your slash still falls on me. If it weren't for the defense of the yet-to-be-completed armament hockey and the blocking of my sword, maybe one of your slashes would have cut me in 2. No, or rather, cut me into pieces. Hawkeye said, lowering his head and glancing slightly at the wound on his heart caused by Rosen's last straight stab. I'd be embarrassed if you complimented me so much, Mihawk. Even if I caused some injuries to you, they were not fatal injuries after all. Even the wound left on your heart in the end is not as harmful as your knife to me. He is worthy of being the world's best swordsman. Facing my last thrust, he actually changed his previous defensive method and attacked me while blocking. Although it looks like an ordinary straight thrust, I can accurately find the opportunity to deflect my weapon elsewhere. Rosen glanced at the huge axe blade that fell next to Hawkeye, shook his head, and said with emotion. Shooting 100 heads is a trick I borrowed after all. If it were that great hero, you wouldn't have a chance to resist. Hearing this, Mihawk raised his eyebrows in interest. Great hero. Who are you referring to? A god. God. That's right. Maybe you don't believe it, but it's true. As Rosen spoke, the huge axe sword in his hand suddenly turned into spots of light and dissipated. Rosen also raised his hands and grabbed the handle of the Hawkeye black knife. Click. Rosen exerted force and took a step back, moving his body away from the black knife. In an instant, more blood flowed. However, this is only a moment. A moment after Rosen's body left the black knife, translucent crystals appeared at the wound, completely filling the wound. I see, is this why you don't care about fatal injuries? It's a little strange. I seem to see the shadow of a sword in the crystals on your body. Hawkeye looked at Rosen's wound with curiosity. You are right, these crystals are actually swords. The origin of the sword in my body is roughly healing my body. To use an analogy, it's like using thread to sew up damaged clothes. The origin of the sword in my body is roughly using the sword to sew up my wounds. It's more of a backlash than a cure. Rosen touched the translucent crystal on his chest, felt the mental changes, and said with a frown. Backlash. The curiosity on Hawkeye's face was even worse. Yes, after all, I have used my power that is not inferior to what I have now. Rosen said, looking at his arm that belonged to the heroic spirit Emiya. Tashigi, the origin of the sword went berserk. How could such a thing happen again? Charlotte Smoothie, there was a scene that didn't appear when Rosen was fighting the Golden Lion. So that's the case. Isn't it true that the version of Shuru Emiya that Rosen is using now can't freely control the heroic spirit Emiya's arm? Gion, it's unheard of to use a sword to sew the body back together again. Waidabe, the origin of the sword can actually do such a thing. Kazuki Hiyori, the origin of the sword can actually go berserk. Is this why this version of Emiya Shuru is not the final Emiya Shuru? With Rosen's diary in hand, holders of copies of the diary immediately understood the meaning of Rosen's words. As for Hawkeye, he could only look at the arm in Rosen's sight with some confusion. This arm seems to be stronger than your other arm. Could it be that your arm belongs to someone else? When you say using someone else's power, do you mean the owner of this arm? Hawkeye asked with interest. Yes, but not entirely. As Rosen spoke, his hands shone with two glimmers of light. If it were true, he was borrowing more than just the power of his arm owner. He also borrowed the power of the Hero Emiya version of Shuru Emiya. Of course, it was impossible and unnecessary for him to explain these things to Hawkeye. The next moment, two short swords, one black and one short, appeared in his hands. It is the most commonly used weapon of the heroic spirit palace, Moxie. Go ahead, Mihawk. You probably didn't intend for the battle to end like this. Rosen took a breath and said to Hawkeye with a serious face. That's what I thought too. I haven't seen you use the unlimited sword system yet. Hawkeye smiled and assumed a fighting stance. Then I'll ask you to accompany me for a while. Perhaps after a while, I will let you see the world full of infinite swords. After Rosen finished speaking, he kicked his feet hard on the deck. The next moment, he appeared in front of Eagle Eye. Suddenly, the continuous sound of gold and iron clashing once again echoed on the hull of the sea restaurant Barati. Yuta, Karina, Zoro and others watched the battle between Rosen and Hawkeye with keen eyes. Originally, everyone thought Rosen would use some new power. However, as time passed, everyone was surprised to find out. Rosen simply waved the two short swords in his hands to fight with Hawkeye. And as the battle continued, wounds began to appear on Rosen's body. On the contrary, not only was there no wound on Hawkeye's body, his expression also showed a little doubt. It wasn't until another knife left a huge wound on Rosen's body from the shoulder to the crotch, and he saw with his own eyes that the wound was repaired by sharp-edged crystals that Hawkeye finally stopped for the time being. Rosen, are you going to keep fighting like this? Although using a sword to mend your body is a very novel thing for me. But what I want to see is not this. And even if you can repair the injury, you will die if you continue like this. Hawkeye said with a frown. Rosen raised his head and looked blankly at the speaking Hawkeye. I'm not going to die. If I keep fighting like this, I have my own intentions. Don't worry, I will let you see the infinity you want to see. Infinity. Anyway, don't worry, Miho. Miho. As he spoke, the look of confusion on Rosen's face became more intense. Your condition doesn't seem right, Luo Lin. Hawkeye saw that Rosen couldn't even say his name, so he turned to look at Kaya. I think you'd better let your ship's doctor take a look. Rosen smiled slightly. Are you showing kindness to me, Miho? I just don't want to kill you without seeing what I want to see, Rosen. Hawkeye raised the knife and pointed it at Rosen, with a serious face. If this continues, you will really die. Rosen nodded slightly. Really? If this must be the case, let's die once. After saying that, Rosen rushed towards Hawkeye amid Hawkeye's puzzled gaze. At this moment, the two knives in Rosen's hands were broken. And this time, he didn't even continue to project the weapon. He just clenched his fist and pointed the crystal sword that emerged from the wound in his fist to mend his body at Hawkeye. When Hawkeye saw this, his brows furrowed even more. However, after a pause, he raised his black knife and stabbed Rosen in the chest. Poof! Blood splashed. The black knife pierced Rosen's chest again. The crystal blade on his fist stopped in front of Mihawk. Seeing this scene, even if Yuta, Kaya and others knew that Rosen would not But there is still a feeling of worry in my heart. Rosen, my patience is almost exhausted. Well, what's going on with you? Hawkeye Mahawk was talking when he suddenly noticed that Rosen was enveloped in a burst of white light. Rosen, shrouded in white light, slipped Mahawk's black knife. Immediately, the light dissipated. Rosen appeared in front of Hawkeye without a single scratch on his body. She has short red hair, brown pupils, and a small patch of hair that turns white. There was a faint scar on the left side of his face. In terms of clothing, compared to the previous Rosen, Rosen now wears a black windbreaker. Seeing this scene, Yuta, Kaya and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yuta and others who were surprised before knew that Rosen had already pushed Emiyashiru's template to the next stage. In other words, not only has Rosen's physical fitness returned to its optimal level, but his injuries have also recovered, and his own strength has become a stronger version of Emiyashiru's. Waidabe. I knew that this man Rosen would not die. Charlotte Smoothie. It really makes me nervous for a while. You are my husband. If you die easily in 4.2, I will be very embarrassed. Kazuki Hiyori. Great, Rosen has gone one step further. Ain. Has Rosen become stronger? It's just that the current Rosen doesn't seem to be. That heroic spirit Emiya with the red coat. 1. Tashigi. Is it because there was a version of Shuru Emiya before the heroic spirit Emiya? Gion. There doesn't seem to be much difference in appearance and clothing from before. Can it be understood that the power held by Rosen now is not much stronger than before? Dole. No matter what, Rosen should have some new power in him now. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth and faced Mahawk, who was standing there in surprise with a smile on his face. Well, let's start round 2, Mahawk. Don't you want to see the infinite sword? Although it's a little different from Golden Lion back then. Although this body is also a hypocritical body, its power is only borrowed. But what I will let you see is the power called Infinite Sword Control. As he spoke, Rosen had a card with an archer engraved on the back in his hand. Interesting, let me see it, Rosen. Hawkeye raised the corner of his mouth, raised the black knife in his hand and slashed in Rosen's direction. In an instant, an emerald green flying slash with a length of 10 meters rushed towards Rosen quickly. Chapter 162 The World of Swords is confused by Luffy. Infinite Sword System version change. I am the bone of my sword. I am a sword of heaven. The blazing sky covers 7 rings. Rosen raised his right hand and stretched it forward. With the explosion of magic power in his body, a sacred shield shaped like a flower with 5 petals appeared in front of Rosen, directly intercepting Mahawk's slash. Hey, is it another different emperor? However, this doesn't seem to be a sword, Rosen. Hawkeye smiled, and flew several consecutive flying slashes towards Rosen. But just like the previous flying slashes, they were all intercepted by the shield. This scene also made Hawkeye raise his eyebrows, with a look of surprise on his face. Although his slashing attack was not at full strength, he was able to easily cut off the marine warship's flying slashing attack. Even such a flying slash was easily intercepted by Rosen's shield, and the shield didn't seem to have any damage. This had to surprise Hawkeye. Not only Hawkeye, but also the diary copy holders who saw everything were surprised. Peacock. Rosen has used this ability on Golden Lion before. Violet. But last time, Rosen seemed to have just summoned a 4-petal shield. Boa Hancock. In other words, is Rosen really stronger now than before? Gion. 5 petals, 1 more, how many petals will the shield of this formal flower have in the end? Dole. Wait a minute, what's the card in Rosen's hand? Hawkeye saw that his slash was intercepted, and in disbelief, he swung his sword at close range and struck Rosen's shield directly. But this time, his slash finally had an effect. With a click, the petals immediately shattered. However, it was just a broken petal. There is also a shield composed of 3 petals blocking Rosen and Hawkeye. The sword I used just now was enough to cut off the city wall. 06, but when it fell on your shield, it could only cut off a flower petal. Rosen, your shield is really strong. Hawkeye raised his head and said emotionally to Rosen in front of him. Thank you for the compliment. 7 rings covered by the sky as a shield. But it's also a noble phantasm included in the unlimited sword system. In addition, it is not just as simple as 5 petals. Rosen said, raising the heroic spirit career card in his hand in front of Hawkeye. Dream summons. As Rosen recited the incantation, the heroic spirit career card in his hand emitted a powerful light and enveloped Rosen's entire being. At the same time, Hawkeye also felt a sudden violent vibration in the shield that separated him from Rosen. After a while, the petals that had been chopped into pieces by Eagle Eye were restored again. Not only that, the shield that originally had only 5 petals actually had 1 more petal, forming a shield with 6 petals. At the same time, the light on Rosen also faded. Red and black tights and jacket, sleeveless on the right arm, red headscarf, brown hair. This is Rosen's image at the moment. Gion. 6 petals, has Rosen become stronger again? Dole. The card just now gave Rosen new power. Peacock. The way Rosen is dressed now is somewhat similar to the red shadow that appeared in front of him when he was fighting the Golden Lion. Charlotte Smoothie. So, Rosen used the card as a medium this time to borrow the power of the red figure. Black Maria. It seems that Rosen has borrowed more power this time, and even the unfolded petal shield is stronger and more powerful. Interesting, really interesting. After that card is integrated into your body, your power becomes stronger. The smell of the sword on my body is getting stronger. I think we can no longer use this shield. Rosen, let me see your infinite sword control. Hawkeye looked at Rosen's appearance at this moment, and the strong smell of the sword was constantly overflowing from Rosen's body. In excitement, he raised the black knife in his hand and struck the shield in front of Rosen with a sharp slash. With this slash, Rosen even felt that it was no weaker than the previous slash that Hawkeye used to fight Wu Zhang's sword. Sure enough, there was only a loud roar. The shield in front of Rosen began to crack. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Rosen's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he began to chant the incantation of the infinite sword. Open black lens bracket. This body is made of sword, close black lens bracket. The blood is like iron, the heart is like glass. Open black lens bracket. Conquer countless battlefields without defeat, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Have never tasted a single defeat, nor a single victory, close black lens bracket. The surviving sun is alone again, shattering the ice dust on the sword hill. Hina, is it coming? A world called Unlimited Sword System. Tashigi, finally, are we going to see that long for world again? Peacock. The words chanted by Rosen seem to have changed. Gion. It's true, the tone of Rosen's chant has indeed changed. So, will the Unlimited Sword System that will be shown next also change? Charlotte Smoothie. Rosen is stronger now than when he used Unlimited Sword System before, so will the next Unlimited Sword System be stronger? Noticing the change in the tone of Rosen's chant, the diary copy holders who were already extremely concerned about Rosen's situation at this moment became even more focused. At the same time, Mahawk gradually discovered the changes in Rosen. The smell of the sword seemed to be spreading from Rosen's body and spreading in all directions. Interesting. Hawkeye raised the corner of his mouth, and used the black knife in his hand to exert force again, and the cracks on the shield spread faster. Very wide, it spreads to all 6 petals. Rosen looked calm and continued to chant the incantation of Unlimited Sword System. Open black lens bracket. But this life is not over yet, close black lens bracket. This body of hypocrisy is still made of swords. Click. With a crisp sound, the shield finally shattered. At the same time, the whole world seemed to hear the sound of breaking glass. The next moment, the shield in front of Rosen shattered into pieces. The whole world was covered in dazzling light. Even Eagle Eye was affected by the sudden bright light and closed his eyes slightly. After a while, the first ones to open their eyes and see everything in front of them were the diary copy holders with free perspectives. Kazuki Hiyori. The earth filled with infinite swords appears again. Tashigi. Same as last time, all swords are better than the supreme knife. Ain. But compared to last time, the atmosphere of the whole world has changed this time. Monet. Last time it was the sky and the red earth dyed red by the setting sun. This time, it's the snowfield in the dark night where heavy snow is raging. Gion. This is really, no matter how many times I see it, it has a huge impact on me as a swordsman. I think Hawkeye will have the same feeling after seeing it. Charlotte Smoothie. Why has the atmosphere of the world changed? If the previous version of Emiyashuru and the current version of Emiyashuru both borrowed the power of the red Emiyashuru, the infinite sword system currently used by Rosen should be closer to that of the red heroic spirit. Quote. Black Maria. The tone of the chant has changed. Those words seem to imply different psychology. Could it be said that the world of unlimited swords will change according to the psychology of each Emiyashuru? Bakala. I remember Rosen said that the previous version of Shuru Emiya was unable to use the unlimited sword system because his state of mind was too different from that of the heroic spirit Emiya. In other words, the prerequisite for using the unlimited sword system is to be with the Red Guard. Gong has a similar state of mind. After that, the world of the unlimited sword system will change depending on the mood of each Emiyashuru. It seems a bit complicated. Alas, without Rosen's explanation, it would be too difficult to figure it out. Quote. Waidabe. I'm afraid, only Karina, Nami and others who stayed with Rosen can clearly know the real reason for the difference between the two infinite sword systems. At this moment, looking at the scene in front of them, many diary copy holders who had experienced the power of infinite sword control were filled with doubts. And what Waidabe and others think is indeed correct. Nami, Karina and others do know the reasons for the different versions of the unlimited sword system. Even though, this time, like Waidabe and others, it was the first time for them to see different versions of the infinite sword system with their own eyes. In the dark night where heavy snow is raging, dark clouds cover the snowfield, and no stars can be seen in the sky. Only a bright moon shines on the earth. Countless long swords are stuck in this snowy field, and each sword is so gorgeous and so sharp. Even people who don't know anything about swords can clearly know that every sword here is a priceless treasure. Hawkeye looked at everything around him, retracted his black knife, carefully looked at the world in front of him, and looked at every sharp blade visible to the naked eye. At the same time, people who were watching Rosen's battle with Hawkeye elsewhere in the restaurant on the sea began to have a heated discussion. What is this place? We weren't at a restaurant on the sea just now. Why did we suddenly come to land? Oops, I have a disease that prevents me from going to the island. Usopp covered his chest and looked at the surrounding situation nervously. Like him, many people looked around in fear. Not just because I suddenly came to a strange environment. It's because 270 the land filled with infinite swords looks like an ancient battlefield. Just looking at the surroundings, one feels as if there are countless corpses of strong men buried on the earth. And they are the masters of the swords stuck in the earth. Where is the Haitian restaurant? Where is the sea restaurant Barati? Miss Yuta, do you know where our restaurant is? Sanji looked around and looked at Yuta nervously and asked. After the words fell, Zapu, the chefs, waiters and diners of the Hi restaurant all looked at Yuta. Don't worry, this is Captain Rosen's inherent barrier. He just brought you to a special world. Wait until he unlocks the world. You will naturally return to where you came from. Yuta waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Inherent barrier. It looks very powerful. What is that, Yuta? Luffy asked Yuta with bright eyes. Well, Yuta thought for a moment. Cow, forget it, it doesn't matter if I tell you. 17. The so-called inherent boundary is the ability to manifest one's own mental landscape. Once the inherent barrier is activated, the surrounding environment will be replaced by the inner world of the person who activated the inherent barrier. In words you can understand, Luffy, what's in the user's heart will change the world around them. Having said this, Yuta paused for a moment and took a good look at the surrounding environment. Last time it was the sunset, the red earth, and the infinite sword. This time it's the bright moon, the snowfield, and the infinite sword. It's really interesting. I don't know what kind of unlimited sword system will appear in the future. Yuta said while rubbing her chin. Charlotte Smoothie. I see, the world around us will indeed change depending on Shuru Emiya's state of mind. Monet. So this version of Emiya Shuru's state of mind is filled with heavy snow and infinite swords. It seems to match my devil fruit ability. Gion. It seems that the sword stuck in the earth is the foundation. In addition, the surrounding environment and the chanted mantra can represent the current state of mind of Shuru Emiya to a certain extent. Waidabe. This Shuru Emiya's state of mind seems to be very cold. At this moment, all the diary copy holders also generally understood why Rosen had different scenes when he used the infinite sword system twice. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 163. The demonic sword Akara Hound smells blood and moves. Eagle Eye, where did your sword? That's awesome. He is indeed the captain you like, Yuta. He actually has more swords than Zoro. Hey, now, Yuta, can Rosen use these swords? This moment. Luffy asked like a curious baby. Of course. Have a good time, Luffy. 1 inch. Don't blink. You will see a pretty amazing picture later. Yuta thought of the previous scene of Rosen using the unlimited sword system to fight the Golden Lion Shiki, and couldn't help but puffed up his chest and said to Luffy proudly. Hearing this, Luffy immediately turned to look at Rosen and Hawkeye, fearing that he would miss a trace of the fight between the rich and the rich. However, at this moment, Hawkeye was also attracted by the swords around him, and for the time being he did not show any intention of mentioning fighting Rosen. The infinite sword is the same as what was reported in the news. Rosen can truly summon the earth filled with infinite swords. And each of these swords is so excellent. At this time, Zoro finally recovered from his surprise. He muttered excitedly to himself, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to touch a sword nearby. You stupid green algae head, don't touch it. Sanji shouted quickly when he saw this. But he was still too late. As soon as Zoro touched the hilt of the sword, the strong repulsive force of the sun directly launched Zoro's entire body away. And Zoro's outstretched hand was also cut with a wound by the sharp sword energy. Blood drew an arc in the air as Zoro's body was ejected. This wasn't over yet. The sharp blade that Zoro had touched rose directly from the ground and stabbed straight towards Zoro. Zoro. Luffy was worried and immediately stretched out his arms to pull Zoro down from the air. However, Zoro didn't wait to thank him. He then discovered that the long sword had turned around and continued to pursue him. It was so fast that neither Zoro nor Luffy could react. Just when the sword was about to hit Zoro, a snow-white slender arm suddenly stretched out and grasped the hilt of the flying double-edged sword. After the long sword was held by the owner of the arm, it immediately returned to silence and was inserted back into the ground by the owner of the arm. Luffy turned around and saw that the person helping them was Yuta standing next to them. Thanks, Yuta, what happened just now? After Luffy put down Zoro, he asked Yuta curiously. The swords in Unlimited Sword System, except for Rosen, can be used by dogs. No one else can touch or use it. If you touch it, it will be bounced away by the power of the sword. The most important thing is that it will be counterattacked by the power of the sword. Yuta said, raised his hand and pointed at the sword that he had inserted into the ground before, and continued. Looking at the appearance of this sword, it should be the loyal hound that Captain Rosen told me before. I remember that its function is to track the smell of blood, and it is a magic sword that can make the most appropriate slash just by swiping it. Zoro's hand probably bled when it was bounced off earlier, so it chased after Zoro. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes immediately widened. It's amazing. Can you still chase blood? It's like the legendary robot's tracking missile. Rosen is so awesome. Yuta was very happy when she saw Luffy praising Rosen so much. Beside, Sanji took a puff of cigarette and murmured. It actually has such an effect. Ordinary swords would never have such an ability. 11. Could it be said that every sword here has some special function? Yuta smiled and said. The swords here are all of noble phantasm level. How can ordinary swords compare with them? As for what role they all play, Rosen only told me part of the sword's appearance and functions. I can't tell you everything. Sanji nodded slightly and looked at Zoro aside. Green algae head, look what you just did. If it weren't for Miss Yuta, you would be dead. Why are you still standing there and not thanking Miss Yuta? Although Zoro was a little unhappy when he heard Sanji's words, he politely thanked Yuta. Thank you just now. But didn't you say before that no one except Rosen can touch the sword here? Why did the sword not only stop attacking you after you touched it, but it also calmed down? Zoro asked confused. Humph, I'm Captain Rosen's partner. He said that he would tacitly agree that I can touch the sword here. Yuta raised her head proudly, paused, and then said. But I only touched it. It's difficult to really use the sword. So that's it. Zoro nodded, looked at the swords around him, and then looked at where Rosen and Hawkeye were. This is really a magical world. I really want to be able to fight Rosen here in the future. When Karina heard this, she couldn't help but said. Before that, you should consider defeating Nami first. Otherwise, I don't think Captain Rosen would bother to fight you. Zoro twitched the corner of his mouth and glanced at Nami. Thinking of the previous scene of fighting Nami, and the scene of Nami fighting Hawkeye alone. Even if Zoro doesn't want to admit it, it is undeniable that there is a certain gap between him and Nami. Indeed, let's start by defeating this woman first. Zoro muttered. You bastard green algae head, you actually want to draw your sword against a beautiful lady. Before that, please beat me first. Sanji roared. You perverted cook, what does this have to do with you? Get out of my way. Zoro shot back, and the two instantly fell into an argument. At the same time, on the other side. A sword that can pursue with the taste of blood. It's really an interesting setting. Are all the swords you have here so unique? I'm curious, where do all the swords you have here come from? Hawkeye finally withdrew his eyes from looking at the swords around him, looked at Rosen and said. He had naturally heard the previous conversation between Zoro and Yuta and others. At the same time, because there are actually a large number of swords in the Infinite Sword world. And each sword made Mihawk feel that their quality was higher than that of his Black Blade Knight. Therefore, it took Hawkeye a lot of time to look at these swords. Rosen didn't stop him, although delaying like this will consume his magic power. But since Hawkeye gave him time and opportunity to advance, he didn't mind reciprocating the favor. After hearing what Hawkeye said, Rosen raised his hand in Yuta's direction with a slight smile on his lips. The next moment, the sword named Akara Hound automatically bounced off the ground and flew towards Rosen. Zoro's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Rosen, do you plan to fight with this sword that smells like blood? Then let me see what a magic sword can do with the most appropriate slash just by swinging it. Not only Zoro, but even Mihawk thought Rosen was going to fight with the Akara Hound. Until a long bow was projected in Rosen's hand, and the Akara Hound in his hand turned into an arrow under Rosen's magic. Seeing this scene, Zoro and Hawkeye were both stunned. Likewise, it also includes the holders of diary copies. Charlotte Smoothie, what's going on? Is Rosen planning to abandon the sword and use a bow? Kazuki Hiyori, can Rosen still use a bow? In other words, can Shuru Emiya use a bow? Dole, wait a minute, I seem to remember Rosen once mentioned that the job of the heroic spirit guard is an archer. Gion, strange, isn't Shuru Emiya's origin a sword? Why is he an archer? The swords here do have their own characteristics. Except for some extremely special ones, I need to pay a certain price to use them. The rest, I can use relatively well. It's just that compared to their original masters, I can't perfectly replicate their fighting skills. Rosen paused, glanced at Mihawk's Black Blade Knight, and then continued. As for where these swordsmen come from, I can answer this question for you. The swords in the Infinite Sword world are all weapons that have been copied by that man. As long as they are copied by him, the projection of these weapons will exist in the Infinite Sword system. Of course now, the Infinite Sword system that I use can also include your sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Mihawk noticed that there was a black knife inserted upside down in the ground beside him. Even with an eagle eye, after carefully looking at the black knife stuck in the ground, yee. I have to admit that the black knife on the ground can almost look real. Even for him, it is difficult to distinguish between genuine and counterfeit products. It's really a strange ability. This time, the trip was really worth it. But why did you take out a bow? What, are you planning to change your bow to fight me? Hawkeye asked with interest. After all, my current job description is archers. Of course, he is just an archer who is good at close combat and using a sword. This does not prevent me from using a bow and arrow. As for why you took out the bow, you just mentioned this sword. Rosen stood guard and raised his hand to mount the Akara hound, which had turned into an arrow, on the long bow. There was a muffled sound as the original hound turned into an eagle eye and shot away. Hawkeye raised his eyebrows, swung the black knife forward in his hand, and knocked the Akara hound away. But just as the bow and arrow was knocked away, Eagle Eye discovered that it turned the arrow in the air and shot straight at him. Hawkeye raised his eyebrows. After knocking away the Akara hound several times, he found that it was still rushing toward him. He couldn't help but curiously asked Rosen. That Yuta over there said that this sword will hunt after the smell of blood. So, as long as there are wounds on my body that are bleeding, it will keep chasing me. Rosen shook his head and said. That's what the Akahara hound is used for as a sword. The function of the arrow that I transformed into an arrow has been changed to after smelling the enemy's scent, as long as the shooter survives, it will continue to pursue the target no matter how many times it is shot down. Unless you can completely destroy it. Charlotte Smoothie. Rosen, can you actually modify the weapons in Infinite Sword System? Black Maria. The rear-end arrow is really a terrifying force. Kazuki Hiyori. Exotic weapons, compared to the weapons made by Rosen Unlimited Sword, the famous swords and other things are nothing on the table. Tashigi. Akahara hound, it feels like I'm touching it with my own hands. Gion, can it store the world of swords that the user has seen? Then again, if Rosen hadn't had the intention, he probably wouldn't have bothered to recreate the famous swords of our world in Unlimited Sword System. Rosen's words made Hawkeye become more and more interested in the Akara hound, Lidas, and the swords in the Unlimited Sword System. But after looking at the arrows that were still chasing him, he suddenly swung a huge green flying slash and hit the arrows of the Akara hound. Click. With a crisp sound, the Akara hound finally broke apart and turned into little magic particles that dissipated in the air. HMPH. It's quite hard. It's more difficult to cut than ordinary famous swords. Rosen, show me this. It's not just to show off, right? But this way, you seem to be missing a sword. Hawkeye smiled, looked at Rosen and said. No problem. As for the Akahara hound, I can still make it later. Quote. I'm showing you the Akara hound. Isn't this because you are curious enough about the sword I have here? Just in time, I also ask you not to be too careless when you fight me in the future. Rosen laughed. For him, the longer Hawkeye persists, the happier he is. After all, only in this way can he have more opportunities to advance Emma-Yashuru's template to the top. After the lesson of Golden Lion, Rosen doesn't mind revealing some information about his power to Hawkeye in order to get him to stick around for more time. You know, his current model of Emma-Yashuru is a werewolf who broke through the Holy Grail War in one night. Its power itself is not weak. And if nothing unexpected happens, he will advance the template again and change the physical strength, magic power, etc., maybe even more than once. Now, Hawkeye has been injured from the previous shooting of hundreds of heads. Rosen was really worried that Hawkeye wouldn't be able to last to the end in the wheel battle between his several versions of Emma-Yashuru. Chapter 164 The Power of 10,000 Swords versus the Black Sword. Thinking of this, Rosen continued. In the Infinite Sword System, you have more than just swords. Although the origin of this body is a sword, it does not include sword-like weapons. I can also make other weapons, such as guns, halberds, etc. Although it will take a lot of effort, if I can make some guns and halberd-type weapons with special abilities, it will be beneficial to my battle. I don't mind making them. By the way, the shield you cut off earlier is also contained in this world. You'll have to deal with it later, Hawkeye. If you lose too quickly because your physical fitness cannot keep up, I will be very troubled. Hearing this, Hawkeye also thought of how much effort he had put into smashing the shield before. That 6-petal shield took away a lot of my strength. But that's all. You don't really think I'm using up a lot of energy, do you, Rosen? If that's the case, then I've really been underestimated. Hawkeye pointed the black knife at Rosen. Ling Ran said. That shield is called the 7 rings covering the blazing sky. Just like his name, he originally had 7 petals. The last petal is harder than the first 6 petals. So, I hope you don't look down on it. Rosen shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Eagle Eye immediately frowned. He knew how strong the previous shield's defense was. If Rosen hadn't lied, maybe it would be quite a laborious task to cut off the 7 complete rings covering the blazing sky. At the same time, what Rosen said about the 7 petals also made Gion, Charlotte Smoothie and others freeze their eyes and remember it in their hearts. Since there are 7 petals, why not fully display them? Do you think I can't cut all the flowers? Hawkeye said with a frown. No, it's just that the current me can only summon 6 petals. Rosen shook his head, closed his eyes and felt the heroic spirit class card in his body, then continued. It's almost time, Hawkeye. If you are interested in the 7-petal shield, maybe you can try to force me with your knife. In this way, you may be able to see me summon the 7 rings with 7 petals covering the blazing sky. Eagle Eye 390 raised his eyebrows, thinking that Rosen was provoking him. It's interesting. In so many years, you are still the first man who dares to say such things to me. Although the swords you have here are all excellent, my Black Sword Knight can't compare to them. But, what kind of power a knife can exert depends on the owner who uses it. Even if the swords you have here are superior to Black Blade Knight, do you think they can surpass Black Blade Knight held by me? As he spoke, Hawkeye raised the black sword in his hand high. At the same time, a fierce and unusual force, different from Conqueror's Haki, but no less intimidating than Conqueror's Haki, spread out from Hawkeye. The surrounding wind and snow were invaded by this aura and automatically spread around. The ground under Hawkeye's feet also began to show cracks that looked like cuts by knives. Rosen, who faced Hawkeye directly, could feel the powerful aura of Hawkeye at this moment. Indeed, if you and Hidoe are combined into one sharp blade. There are indeed few swords here that can match it. Rosen lowered his head and smiled, then suddenly raised his right hand and raised it to the sky. In this case, I can only fight with numbers. Although this may be rude, let me use all the swords here to repay you. As soon as the words fell, the entire world of Infinite Sword System began to become restless. Hawkeye frowned and suddenly looked up at the sky. This is, the Infinite Sword. Hawkeye muttered. In his eyes, the sky at this moment was completely covered by the black sword. And the target of all swords is none other than himself. Interesting, exactly what I wanted to see. A smile appeared at the corner of Hawkeye's mouth, and he suddenly waved the black knife in his hand at the countless swords in the sky that were stabbing him. Although Rosen's fighting method is different from ordinary swordsmanship. But it can fight against so many swords that surpass the supreme sword at the same time. This also makes Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, very excited. Buzz. There was a loud bang. The huge green blade glowed from Mahawk's blade and flew towards the incoming swords. Rumble. Countless swords collided with Mahawk's huge flying slash. The huge flying slash that could easily crush meteorites actually stopped in the distance after encountering countless swords. As time goes by, more and more swords hit the flying slashes. The huge flying slash was gradually forced back in Eden. Soon, a sword broke through Eagle Eye's flying slash and stabbed itself towards Eagle Eye itself. These swords are really not simple. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed, and he murmured as he quickly waved the black knife in his hand and slashed the sword that came to him. If it were an ordinary sword, it would have been crushed into pieces the moment it hit his flying slash, and it would have been unable to stop the flying slash for a moment. However, Rosen's group of swords were able to reduce the speed of the flying slash to 0. Although some swords were broken, Rosen's offensive gained the upper hand in the end. Hawkeye asked himself, the last time he encountered this scene was when he was competing with Shanks. The battle that made me bleed was probably the last time I fought Shanks. Hawkeye smiled and raised the black knife in his hand again. As the increasingly powerful armament Haki climbed onto the Black Blade Knight blade, the next moment, the Eagle Eye once again aimed at Rosen and swung away. Not only that, this time Hawkeye didn't stop just because of one slash. As Hawkeye waved the black knife in his hand continuously, dozens of huge green flying slashes rushed towards Rosen. Suddenly, a huge roar echoed in everyone's ears. Zoro, who was not far away, stared at everything that was happening in front of him. Sanji, Luffy, Usopp and others around him are not doing much better either. Hey, is this really a battle between humans? Maybe I'm still dreaming. Sanji's cigarette fell from his mouth and he stared blankly at everything in front of him. The world is a big place. If you stay in East Blue, you may never reach the level they do. Zapu snorted coldly, and his gorgeous lines revealed the idea of driving Sanji away. In response, Sanji just frowned and didn't say anything. Luffy looked at all this with a serious face and muttered to himself. To become the Pirate King, you must have such power, right? Hearing this, Yuta raised his hand and patted Luffy on the shoulder, encouraging. Work hard, Luffy. I believe you will be able to become very powerful. For this, with Rosen's diary as evidence, Yuta is quite convinced. Well, you're right, I will. Luffy nodded heavily, and at this moment the seeds of his desperate desire to become stronger were planted in his heart. The other side. Women's Marine Communication Group. Sadie-chan, let me say, with Rosen in his current state, are you Marines in East Blue really sure that you can take him down? He can now fight Hawkeye to such an extent. And you said before that you need to use the power of Hawkeye to see this, but now Rosen has already started fighting with Hawkeye, but you still don't know where he is. Open black lens bracket domino. Sadie-chan, be careful what you say, close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, if there's anything you can't say, look at the scene in front of you, Domino. Even the sword light drawn by Eagle Eye is temporarily unable to break Rosen's attack of thousands of flying swords. I now even feel that even if Vice Admiral Garp arrives in front of Rosen, he will not be his opponent. Oh my god, Rosen has not yet used the final version of Emiyashuru. If he gets the power of the final version of Emiyashuru, how powerful it would be. Close black lens bracket. Gion. The encounter between Rosen and Hawkeye was so sudden that it was difficult for Vice Admiral Garp and I to get past him in time. In addition, Hawkeye did not take this battle too seriously. He had always been interested in what kind of power Rosen would use. Therefore, he spent a lot of time competing with Rosen with a relatively relaxed attitude. Even before Rosen advanced Shuru Emiya's template, part of Hawkeye's physical energy had already been consumed. Therefore, the current stalemate can be considered excusable. If Vice Admiral Garp really met Rosen and attacked Rosen with all his strength from the beginning, it may not be possible to capture Rosen directly, so it is necessary to continue looking for Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Dole. Gion Vice Admiral is right. Besides, now that we have taken action, there must be a result no matter what. Otherwise, I will not be reconciled. 1. Peacock. I have come to East Blue now, and I have to meet Rosen once. Maybe you can even get some points by hanging around Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan. I think you should find a way to sneak into Rosen's team, so that you can get points like Nami. I think it is impossible to invite Rosen to join Marine. Close black lens bracket. Dole. Sneaking under Rosen's side. This is a hopeless solution. However, Rosen saw through the disguise of Vice Admiral Gion last time, so it would be quite difficult to go undercover next to him. Close black lens bracket. Gion. Maybe, that's not the case. I've thought about the reason why I was spotted by Rosen last time. I think it was because my recognition was too high, so Rosen could easily spot me. Rosen said that there is a difference between us in animation and comics and us in the real world. If someone with less obvious characteristics were to go undercover next to Rosen, he might be able to succeed. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan. Characteristics, what are your characteristics? Well, for a tall woman like you, Gion Vice Admiral, compared with ordinary people, you are indeed very remarkable. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. Is this a problem? From the looks of it, maybe I can try to go undercover next to Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Aim. If I use my devil fruit ability, maybe I can increase the possibility of going undercover next to Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Dole. It's good that you have good abilities, but if you were turned into a little girl, Rosen wouldn't be interested. Unless used on some older women. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan. Aren't you, Dole Vice Admiral? Close black lens bracket. Dole. Ahem, I think we should not discuss age or anything. Besides, using Ain's ability to go undercover next to Rosen is not a long-term solution. Hey, Hawkeye has the upper hand. Following Dole's reminder, all Marines stand. He immediately focused his attention on the battle video that was still being broadcast live. Eagle Eye. When Mihawk saw that he could not break through the group of swords with his continuous flying slashes, he jumped up and rushed towards Rosen. Facing the countless swords that were getting closer and closer, Hawkeye took a deep breath and waved the black knife in his hand with a black light that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The swords hit the black light and were directly ejected. Gradually, Hawkeye is getting closer and closer to Rosen. This Hawkeye is indeed the world's greatest swordsman. Rosen looked at Mihawk who was about to approach, and sighed helplessly and excitedly. Then he condensed his right hand, and a long sword with a red face and vaguely burning flames appeared in his hands. However, just when Rosen was about to slash Mihawk with his sword, a flash of emerald light flashed past Rosen's sword hand. Rosen frowned, looked at the hand holding the sword, and was shocked to find that his arm had detached from his body. Should I say something like, my king's power, at this time? How about you give me a reference, Mihawk? Rosen said, looking up at Rosen who was already approaching him. I don't know what you're talking about, Rosen. Besides, I still seem to be stronger now. Hawkeye whispered. Although at this moment, Hawkeye's shirt was completely shattered, revealing his muscular upper body. Secondly, Hawkeye also has many large and small scars on his body. But even so, Rosen could feel that Hawkeye was still full of energy. Well, I really hope you can let me say your last line. Rosen shook his head and looked at his chest, which was penetrated by Rosen again and again, and at the black knife inserted in his chest. Suddenly, Rosen was speechless. It's fine despite the pain and everything. But if this continues, I won't be able to develop the family legacy barrel of a demon hunter named Dante. After saying that, Rosen sighed deeply and looked at the crimson blade held by his broken arm. Sure enough, I'm still not skilled enough now. If we had gone one step further, we would have been able to wield the primordial fire more quickly just now. Moreover, it should be able to fully demonstrate its capabilities. When Eagle Eye heard this, he couldn't help but glance at the strange-looking longsword that fell to the ground. So, can you go further now? Or, just go to death like this? Hawkeye said, looking at the world of unlimited sword system that was gradually dissipating around him. I think I can still persevere. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and said confidently. As his words fell, the half-dissipated world of infinite swords seemed to have been pressed on the pause button and stopped and continued to dissipate. Chapter 165 Red A appears, and the girls are uneasy. Rosen, do you need a break, Hawkeye? Charlotte Smoothie, what a hearty battle. I am worthy of being the best swordsman in the world. If it was me who was the swordsman just now, I don't know if I could handle it. Black Maria, isn't this situation still Shuru Emiya's limit? How strong will the perfect Shuru Emiya be? Violet, please, please don't die here. Rosen, please. Waidabe, Rosen, you should be able to advance your template to the next stage, right? Gion, let's end the battle here, but don't advance any further. Dole, the world of infinite swords has begun to dissipate, and Barati, the sea restaurant outside, can gradually be seen. Runti, can I advance? If I don't advance, this injury will be a bit difficult to treat. Can Kaya's current physical strength be enough to heal Rosen? Having said that, this Rosen returns to full strength or even stronger state every time he advances. If he continues to advance, even Hawkeye won't have to fight. Wait, the world stops. Disappeared. Tashigi, it's hard, could it be said that Rosen is about to enter the next stage? Hina, as expected, after experiencing the hearty battle just now, Rosen can't stop moving forward. Peacock, it's terrible now. I suddenly hope that Hawkeye won't be so strong. If he is weaker, Rosen will also advance. Charlotte Garrett, Rosen will become stronger and stronger, and the chances of him joining the Big Mom Pirate group are getting lower and lower. Could it be that I really have to quit the Big Mom Pirates to become Rosen's wife? If Rosen is unwilling to join, I don't know what Sister Smoothie will do. Quote. Charlotte Pudding, it doesn't matter, Rosen. Just keep getting stronger. Even if you don't join the Big Mom Pirates, I will still be willing to meet you, because you are the first a man who doesn't dislike my eyes. At this moment, Rosen seemed to have a sign of advancement. Diary copy holders who want Rosen to join the Marines and the Pirates are once again nervous. On the contrary, Charlotte Pudding, Violet, and Nico Robin were women who were ready to leave their original organizations, or daughters like Bakara who had already left their original organizations were not worried about Rosen becoming stronger. On the contrary, the stronger Rosen is, the happier they are. After all, if Rosen is strong enough, they will have more security after they leave the original organization and become Rosen's partners. Are you going to do it again? Hawkeye raised his eyebrows and looked with interest at Rosen, who was once again surrounded by light and detached from his Black Blade Knight. With the previous experience in mind, this time Hawkeye simply stood still and watched quietly as Rosen's aura grew stronger and stronger. It was as if he wasn't worried that after Rosen became stronger, his life might be in danger. In fact, Hawkeye did take this into consideration. But for him who is obsessed with swords, after seeing so many things related to sword elements in Rosen, he couldn't resist his desire to see more of what Rosen's sword was capable of. At this moment, the light on Rosen's body slowly dissipated. At the same time, extremely rhythmic sounds gradually echoed in the broken world of infinite swords. Open black lens bracket lamb the bone of my sword. I am the bone of the sword I hold close black lens bracket. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. Steel is the body, and fire is the blood. Open black lens bracket I have created over 8,000 blades. There are more than 1,000 handmade swords close black lens bracket. Along with the extremely rhythmic chanting, sharp blades suddenly fell from the horizon. The sharp blade that landed on the ground gradually began to draw regular magic lines from the center to the periphery. Then, the pattern centered on one sword and the magic pattern centered on the other sword merge and intertwine with each other to form a larger magic pattern. Where touched by the magic patterns, the damaged edges of the inherent barrier are slowly recovering as if they have been repaired. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Not known to death, nor known to life. Open black lens bracket have withstood pain to create many weapons. Have endured pain to create many weapons. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket yet, those hands will never hold anything. However, all that is left is nothingness. Close black lens bracket. In the sky, green patterns began to emerge, forming the pattern of a huge wheel. And complement each other with the patterns on the ground. The mysterious patterns seemed to fill the entire world. At this moment, all the light surrounding Rosen had dissipated. It was revealed that he had already entered the next stage. Dark skin, short white hair, red and black tight-fitting clothes and jackets. Standing in the center of the magic pattern at this moment, Rosen seemed to be the master of the entire world. Open black lens bracket so as I pray. Unlimited blade works. So as I pray, unlimited blade works, close black lens bracket. Rosen opened his eyes, stretched his right hand forward, and recited the last incantation. The next moment, strong and dazzling white light enveloped the entire world again. The white light comes as quickly as it reaches the west. Wait until everyone can see things clearly again. I was surprised to find that the originally damaged inherent barrier had been completely repaired. However, it's different from last time. This time, in the inherent barrier, there is also the earth full of swords. But there is no more snowfield or bright moon. What replaced it was a red wilderness, a horizon like burning flames, a dark sky, and huge rotating gears all over the sky and the earth. Charlotte Smoothie. This is Rosen's appearance, turning into that red guy. Black Maria. Now, has Rosen finally gained the power of the man who once appeared? Junshi. So, is this the peak of Emiyashuru? Kazuki Hiyori. Is he the template for the man named Senko Muramasa mentioned by Rosen? Dole. It looks like the burning earth, the battlefield that seems to be stained red with blood, and the huge gears. If this is a symbol of Rosen's inner world using the power of a man at this moment, so it is. This man, as the mantra chanted by Rosen really says, has gone through countless battlefields and remained undefeated. Gion. The huge gears, I always feel like these gears are restraining this man. However, no matter what, the current Rosen must be more powerful than the previous Rosen. Is it another different, unlimited sword system? It is somewhat similar to the unlimited sword system world that I have seen in newspapers. It's just that the infinity sword system captured in the photo didn't seem to have these gears. Hawkeye raised his head and looked at the huge gear in the sky with interest. Don't worry, those gears will not limit my use of the power Emperor. 0. Please give me flowers 0. Hawkeye, you should still have some energy left. Need to take a break. Rosen said with a smile. Oh, no need. Rather, I really want to know what kind of power you have now. Hawkeye raised the corner of his mouth and stared at Rosen. Rosen, you should be able to summon a shield with 7 petals now. Hearing this, Rosen was a little stunned, then smiled and said. You mean 7 rings covered by blazing sky? Now, I can indeed summon the 7th shield of 7-layered circle of blazing sky. What, do you want to try how hard that shield is? Eagle Eye nodded slightly and said. Since you mentioned it, I naturally want to take a look at the complete 7 layers of blazing sky circle first. However, Rosen shook his head and casually pulled out a sharp drill-like blade beside him. Forget it, Hawkeye. Compared with the shield, you'd better save some energy and learn more about the sword. You are no longer in your complete state now. On the contrary, my condition is perfect. The rise is even bigger than before. While speaking, the longbow that appeared before once again appeared in Rosen's hand. Sword. What you have in your hand is more like a long drill than a sword. Hawkeye said and glanced at the longbow in Rosen's hand again. In other words, it's more like a symbol. What, you plan to use bows and arrows to fight me again? Didn't you say you wanted me to see more of your sword? Rosen smiled and said, I can be considered an archer for the time being, so I'll kick off the show as an archer. As for the drill in your mouth, it is indeed a sword. You can call it a pseudo-spiral sword. Since it is a sword, using it to attack you can be regarded as showing you the sword. Eagle Eye stood Hidoye in front of him and said calmly. So, your real profession is an archer, not a swordsman. He is an archer, and I can also bear the title of swordsman. Rosen laughed. I don't care about the young Shuru Emiya for now, but the heroic spirit Emiya, Rosen thinks, can be called a swordsman. After all, he is too skilled at using swords in close combat. Moreover, he still has the origin of the sword. In addition, Rosen also has the template of Enichi Sukuni as a swordsman. From this point of view, Rosen felt that calling himself the Sword King and Archer was justified. After Rosen finished speaking, his body suddenly jumped high into the sky. Instantly appeared dozens of meters high in the sky. At the same time, he bent his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming the pseudo-spiral sword at Mihawk below. Hawkeye frowned, observing the keen perception brought to him by observation Haki. This perception made him feel the danger coming from Rosen. Therefore, after Rosen shot the arrow in his hand, he immediately slashed a powerful flying slash at the arrow that observation Haki sensed. However, after the two collided, Mihawk's slash was immediately shattered by Rosen's arrow. Hawkeye frowned, quickly raised the black knife and struck the arrow with a more powerful flying slash. However, at this time, Rosen's arrow had already arrived less than 10 meters away from Mihawk. As soon as his flying slash collided with Rosen's pseudo-spiral sword, the pseudo-spiral sword exploded instantly. The violent energy storm instantly consumed all the food within a few meters. At the same time, Mihawk was also involved. Plus. Chapter 166 Rosen is already a different kind of number 1, the Eagle Eye wants to see the Holy Swo. Bakura, are you kidding? This arrow is so powerful. Hina was surprised. Compared with the previous arrows, this arrow is completely different. Charlotte Smoothie, the previous Akara hound tracked automatically. What kind of power does the arrow have this time? Gion, just this one blow is not a simple move. Rosen, this guy, has indeed taken a step closer to strength. Yamato, it's so powerful. This arrow move can even be compared with the thundering 8 trigrams of my bastard dad, right? No, it seems to be more powerful than the thundering 8 trigrams. Wide-up. The terrifying power reminds me of dad's shock fruit. Sadi-chan, I always feel that Director Mazarin's poison seems to be difficult to deal with this move. Doesn't this mean that Director Mazarin is not Rosen's opponent? No, Director Mazarin's poison is very powerful, maybe Rosen couldn't bear it either. Bello Betty, what a crazy sword, what a crazy weapon. If every sword of Rosen can cause such an explosion, there may not be anyone in this world who can be his opponent. Boa Hancock, that guy Hawkeye isn't going to die in there, is he? In the world of infinite swords. Zoro looked extremely nervously at Hawkeye, who was caught in the powerful explosion. Isn't something really going to happen to that guy? Zoro said worriedly. Why, are you worried that you won't be able to challenge him if he dies? Sanji glanced at Zoro and continued. According to me, if Hawkeye dies, wouldn't it be enough if Rosen didn't have the 413 mark? Anyway, if he killed Hawkeye, it means he is the world's best swordsman. But he must have used a bow before. Even if the arrow is turned into a sword, it is still a bow after all. Having killed the world's best swordsman with a bow, is Rosen considered the world's best swordsman? Wait a minute, even if Rosen used this infinite sword to kill Mihawk. But these swords are extremely special swords. As long as someone can use the special abilities of these swords, even people who don't know the way of the sword can exert great power. In this case, if Rosen defeated Hawkeye with these swords, is he really the best swordsman in the world? As he spoke, Sanji couldn't help but frown. Hearing Sanji's words, Nami on the side was unhappy. Huh, why don't you count it? These swords were all projected by Captain Rosen based on his own abilities. Since he made it with his own ability, why can't he become the world's best swordsman with it? Besides, is there any swordsman in the world who can directly create a world full of swords like Captain Rosen? No. Doesn't this mean that Captain Rosen is a capable person? In my opinion, Captain Rosen is truly the best swordsman in the world. Sanji nodded quickly after hearing Nami's words. Miss, you are right, both feet agree. Quote. Zoro also frowned, thinking about the same question as Sanji. It is precisely because it is impossible to determine whether Rosen killed Hawkeye with a bow and became the world's best swordsman. He wouldn't want Hawkeye to die like this. In that case, he really couldn't regard Rosen as the world's #1 swordsman. In this case, he doesn't know who he should challenge in order to become the world's best swordsman. Having said that, Zoro was also a little shaken after hearing Nami's words. Even though he is not demonstrating sword skills, Rosen is a man who can create the entire world of swords. If such a person defeats Hawkeye with the sword he created, can he really not be called the #1 swordsman? Or Rosen, who can create countless swords, and whose origin is a sword, is the first in another sense. Thinking of this, Zoro's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists. I understand, even if Rosen failed to defeat Mihawk. But he is also unique, the #1 swordsman in another sense. It would be interesting if we could beat the #1 player like Mihawk and then beat the #1 player like Rosen. My voice will definitely reach my close friends. Zoro's words immediately attracted Nami's attention. You guys really dare to say it. After watching the battle between Captain Rosen and Mihawk. You actually want to become the world's best swordsman and beat them both. Nami shook his head and continued. Speaking of which, what if Captain Rosen uses his current power to defeat Mihawk? Are you still challenging Hawkeye? Or are you just going to challenge Captain Rosen? Zoro shook his head when he heard this and said. Even if Rosen defeated Hawkeye with the sword of this world. But in my opinion, Hawkeye is still #1 in Kendo in terms of technique. So, I'm still going to challenge him. Said. Zoro glanced at Nami. Unless, Rosen's move to defeat Mihawk is the same move as the previous Wu Zhang's sword. In that case, Rosen is #1 in a double sense. In that case, he will be the only swordsman I pursue. Nami curled her lips and said. You should consider beating me first and then go find Captain Rosen. Zoro smiled. Of course, you are my target too, Nami. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji immediately reached out and grabbed Zoro's collar. Asshole, why are you talking to Miss Nami? You perverted cook, let me go and don't disturb me from watching the battle between Rosen and Hawkeye. Zoro yelled in displeasure. The maelstrom of explosions will eventually subside. When Hawkeye walked out of Uzumaki with the black knife in hand, Rosen was surprised to find that Hawkeye only had a few more symbolic scars on his body. However, none of the injuries were fatal. This Hawkeye is really powerful. Even that great hero must have been killed once by the false spiral sword. This guy actually managed to survive. Rosen murmured to himself, although he didn't know what Hawkeye did in the exploding Uzumaki. But after thinking about Hawkeye's swordsmanship that could rival the Four Emperors, and his flying slashes that could easily crush meteorites, Rosen felt a little relieved. What an unexpected arrow. I didn't expect it would cause such a big explosion. What's the name of that sword, Rosen? Hawkeye stood in front of Rosen and asked with interest. Although Hawkeye is not interested in arrows, it would be different if the sword was changed. The pseudo-spiral sword was modified by me based on the neon sword. I see, so its special ability is self-destruction. That's not true. It exploded because I detonated it midway. You can call it a disillusionment. Rosen smiled and then said. As for the special abilities of the neon sword and the pseudo-spiral sword I made, it has enough powerful energy. The effect after self-destruction using the illusion collapse method is what you see. This took a lot of energy from me. I didn't expect that it just gave you a few more wounds. Suddenly I want to project that holy sword and hit you with a light cannon to see if you can withstand it. Detonate. What a luxury guy. You can throw away such a sword at will. Hawkeye shook his head and continued. Is this the fighting method of a man who can make swords at will? It's so extravagant. Whether it was the countless swords that were shot at me like arrows before. It's still like detonating the precious sword directly before. Haha, I suddenly understand why you call yourself an archer. Throwing countless swords like arrows is indeed something an archer can do. After a pause, Hawkeye seemed to have thought of something and asked. What is the holy sword you mentioned earlier? At this time, Hawkeye wouldn't think that the holy sword that could make Rosen say such words would be an ordinary sword. Hawkeye vaguely felt that maybe that sword would have the power to defeat him directly. But even if it is possible to be defeated. But after seeing the pseudo-spiral sword that Rosen had previously released, and hearing Rosen's praise for that holy sword, he still wanted to see more. Rather, after seeing the power of the pseudo-spiral sword and listening to Rosen's words, he wanted to see the power of the holy sword mentioned by Rosen. That sword is called Sword of Vow to Victory. It's the same as the Victory Golden Sword you saw in the newspaper before. They all come from a king called the King of Knights. Rosen introduced without hesitation. Rosen enjoyed introducing the sword of Rosen's favorite character to the #1 swordsman in the pirate world. Similarly, Rosen also plans to give Hawkeye some rest time. In this case, the probability that Hawkeye will help him advance again will be greater. The sword of promised victory. Very good, I will give you time, you can make it now. Hawkeye said with interest. Stop joking, Mahawk. That sword is beyond the norm. It is a true weapon made by gods. I'm going to project it, unless I do it on the condition of self-destruction. Even if I project it, I won't have the strength to wield it at that time. Rosen shook his head and said. Unless he has the Holy Grail as a device that provides magic power. Otherwise, he would not be able to project the sword of pledge victory at all. Really, that's really a pity. But don't you have the ability to recover from injuries? Isn't it enough to treat the injuries after making the holy sword? Hawkeye smiled. Obviously, he doesn't want to give up yet. Please, that ability cannot be used casually. Rosen shook his head. Projecting the sword of oath of victory, this is not a hardy battle at all. The only result of doing this is that Rosen himself will usher in the real death, and it is impossible to take Shuru Emiya's template one step further. However, although I can't let you see the calendar of the sword of victory and pledge. But it allows you to see the power of other swords. Rosen said, spreading his right hand to the side. The next moment, a double-edged sword with a dark red appearance and a strange shape appeared. It flew up from the ground and flew into Rosen's hand 3.1. Is this, the sword you held just now? Does it also have strange abilities? Hawkeye raised his eyebrows and recognized that this was the meteorite iron that Rosen had tried to use before his template was advanced, which was the original fire. I was not very proficient in using this sword before. But now, it's a different matter. This sword is called meteor iron powder, you can also call it primordial fire. It is a sword made by an extremely talented emperor named Nero. As for special abilities, of course it has them. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth, bent his legs slightly, and made a sprinting motion. At the same time, the sharp blade in his hand suddenly burst into flames. The scorching light immediately raised the temperature around Rosen several degrees. When Hawkeye saw this, he also held his own black blade Yi with both hands. Its special ability is that it can ignite fire when the user's emotions are high. It just so happens that my mood is quite high right now. As if to confirm Rosen's words. After his words fell, the flames on the meteor iron Dao sword became even higher. The next moment, Rosen stepped hard on the ground with both feet. Boom. With a loud noise, the earth shattered. Rosen used the ground reaction force to instantly appear in front of Mahawk. The sword was swung out, and the flame-wrapped meteorite tallow flew straight towards Mahawk. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 167 Nero and the Sword of Gawain, the sun sets in the frightening mushroom cloud. Hawkeye reacted very quickly. Hidoe raised his hand and blocked Rosen's attack. At the same time, he also used the wind of the sword to guide Rosen's flames elsewhere. It's just that this sounds easy to say, but it is quite difficult to do. The big crater caused by the flames and the sword wind falling elsewhere is the most obvious proof. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy and others who saw this scene, as well as the diary copy holders who viewed the copy of Rosen's voyage diary, all had their eyes widened. Especially the swordsmen who use swords. Charlotte Snamon. Another special sword. Charlotte Smoothie. A long sword that can burn flames seems to conflict with my ability. Widub. The long sword burning with flames and Ace's Mara Mara fruit are quite imaginative. Perona. This Rosen, how many such weapons do you have? The zombie Ryoma's sword is completely different from the weapons Rosen has stocked up on. Kazuki Hiyori. Is it a sword made by the emperor himself? The emperor named Nero was a very powerful craftsman. Gion. Although it has a strange shape, this sword is quite powerful because it can ignite flames that attract the attention of even hawks. Peacock. Really, just looking at it, even I want to become a swordsman. Tashigi. A sword that can chase automatically, a sword that can cause a big explosion, a long sword that can burn flames. Rosen, there are so many strange swords here, I really want to take a closer look. Maybe, we can organize a text specifically for recording Rosen's swords. As expected of Hawkeye, even after fighting for such a long time. But he was still able to block my attack so easily. Rosen put the meteorite powder against Mihawk's blade and said with a chuckle. A sword that can burn with flames according to emotions. As expected, the reserves you have here are more interesting than the last. Since you can't let me see the sword of victory that you mentioned. Oh 6. Let me have a good look at this meteor iron Dao. Not only that, besides the meteor iron Dao, you also have other swords with special powers. Now you should be able to fully use their power. Rosen, let me see you. There was a faint smile on Hawkeye's face, and it was obvious that the battle at this moment was already a kind of enjoyment for him. It's no wonder that any swordsman who is sufficiently interested in swords will not look away when he sees the special sword Rosen took out. Rosen's sword is to swordsmen what devil fruit is to people who want to become espers. Therefore, what Hawkeye said at this moment was not beyond Rosen's expectation. If a person looking for devil fruit comes to a land full of devil fruit, his performance will probably be more eye-catching than Eagle Eye. This is natural, except for the sword in my hand. I can certainly use other weapons. However, how much you can see depends on your ability and how many weapons I can hold on to using my physical strength. Rosen shrugged and chuckled. After Rosen obtained the template of the current heroic spirit Emiya, he learned a fact. The template he obtained was not just the heroic spirit Emiya who participated in the Fifth Holy Grail War. The template of the heroic spirit Emiya he obtained also contains the elements of Eri Shuru, known as the Unknown, who participated in the Holy Grail War in the extra world. Although he cannot project weapons like the Sword of Victory now. But at least, it was able to project the Meteor Iron Talon held by Nero, who had enough power, the Sword of Rotating Victory held by Gawain, and the Magic Spear Gaga held by Cu Chulain. Yerberg, wait. Interesting. In that case, don't say any more unnecessary words. Let me experience the power of your sword. Hawkeye said slightly excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the black knife in his hand turned into an afterimage and glanced towards Rosen. Rosen's eyes narrowed, and he waved the sword in his hand to fight with Hawkeye without fear. As time went on, Rosen's mood grew stronger. The long sword in his hand seemed to feel Rosen's emotions, and instantly burned with an even stronger flame. From a distance, Rosen and Hawkeye seemed to be in a fiery prison. Seeing this scene, the others were okay, but Bu Dib frowned slightly. Why do you think the power of the sword in Rosen's hand is higher than the temperature of the flame ignited by Ace's Mara Mara fruit? Waidabe murmured. She always felt that if Ace saw the power of the sword in Rosen's hand, he might have to doubt his life. Ding, ding, ding. In just a few minutes. Rosen has fought Mihawk for hundreds of rounds. The surrounding ground is full of burn marks and cutting marks. This time, Rosen did not choose to attack Mihawk with a group of swords. This also allowed Mihawk to more intuitively feel the power of the Meteor Iron Talon held by Rosen at this moment. This is an excellent sword. The long sword burning with flames is like the sun. If we simply compare the Supreme Sharp Sword with this one, all the Supreme Sharp Swords will pale in comparison. After Rosen and Hawkeye collided again and each retreated, Mihawk looked at the meteorite iron pole that was still burning with blazing flames in Rosen's hand and said. It's a pity that I am not the Emperor Nero. Although I can use the power of this sword. But she can't summon her golden palace like that Emperor. Otherwise, it will allow you to experience the power and sword skills that can only be displayed by this sword in the Golden Palace called Girl's Song of the Glorious Empire. Rosen shook his head and sighed. Having said that, Rosen has no regrets about this. After all, Nero's Golden Palace can be regarded as an inherent barrier to a certain extent. That kind of power cannot be used together with the infinite sword system. The Glorious Empire sung by virgins. Name your sword skills after your own empire. It seems that the emperor you talk about is also an amazing swordsman. However, since you can reproduce the killing of hundreds of heads, can't you reproduce the glorious empire sung by virgins? Because he was deeply impressed by the killing of hundreds of heads, Hawkeye was extremely curious about the sword skills of the original owner of the sword that Rosen mentioned. If possible, he would really like to see it. Even I can't do everything. Rosen shook his head, stuck the crimson sword in his hand on the ground, and then raised his right hand into the air. The next moment, a double-edged sword fell into Rosen's hand from far to near. The moment the long sword was held in Rosen's hand, its blade shone with a brilliance like the sun. Rosen waved slightly in the direction of Mahawk, and an arc-shaped flame flying slash swept towards the eagle-eyed Mahawk. Hawkeye raised his eyebrows and quickly swung a flying slash to collide with it. In an instant, the strong wind and flames entangled each other and swept away in all directions. Mahawk waved his black knife to break through the flames and wind, and quickly came to Rosen. Ding, ding, ding. In just one moment, the two of them had already fought dozens of times. This sword seems to be more powerful than the previous sword. What's its name, Rosen? Mahawk asked curiously while waving the black knife in his hand to fight Rosen. It's called the Sword of Rotating Victory. Hawkeye, didn't you say before that the sword I used earlier was like the sun? Actually, that's not the case. The sword that can truly represent the sun is actually the sword in my hand. The corner of Rosen's mouth raised slightly, and then he sharply drew a sword at Hawkeye, forcing him back slightly. Hey, is it the sword that symbolizes the sun? In other words, will the flame in this hand be hotter than the previous one? Sure enough, after listening to Rosen's description, Eagle Eye immediately showed an extremely interested expression. Hawkeye, don't you want to see the Sword of Victory I mentioned earlier? Although I cannot copy the Sword of Oath of Victory, what I can do is probably only project the inferior version of the Sword of Oath of Victory into an eternally distant golden sword in this infinite sword system. Of course, even the eternally distant golden sword is still a holy sword level sword. Although I cannot project the Sword of Victory, I can project and use the Sword of Victory between the sisters. Rosen said, suddenly clenching the Sword of Rotating Victory in his hand. I see. Does that mean the sword in your hand is the sister sword of the Sword of Victory? Hawkeye raised his eyebrows, and while remembering the eternal golden sword mentioned by Rosen, he cast his gaze on the Sword of Rotating Victory in Rosen's hand. That's right. This sword was given by the Lake Fairy just like the Sword of Victory. If the Sword of Victory symbolizes the stars, the Sword of Rotating Victory symbolizes the sun. Although this sword is overshadowed by the glory of the Sword of Victory, but its power is at the level of a real holy sword. As Rosen spoke, a large amount of magic began to surround his body. An increasingly powerful aura spread out from Rosen's body. Interesting, in that case, let me see the holy sword that symbolizes the sun. Hawkeye felt Rosen's aura and concentrated on raising the black knife in his hand. I'll let you see it, Hawkeye. But facing this blow, you'd better concentrate. Rosen smiled at Hawkeye, and then suddenly threw the double-edged sword in his hand towards the sky. Seeing this, Eagle Eye couldn't help but show a puzzled look. But soon, the confused look on his face was replaced by surprise. This sword is the manifestation of the sun, another holy sword of the stars. Before this light, the holy sword of the star dispels the darkness of night and fades all pretense. As Rosen's words murmured out, the rotating sword of victory that he threw into the sky suddenly shone brightly. Looking from a distance, it looks like there is a sun suddenly appearing in the sky. In an instant, the sun's scorching breath enveloped the entire world of Infinite Sword System. Hawkeye is okay because of his strength, but Zoro, Sanji and others are still far away from the battlefield between Rosen and Hawkeye. But it was still unavoidable that I was sweating profusely and my body felt uncomfortable for a while. Gion, Charlotte Smoothie and other diary copy holders were only watching from a distance. But the strong sunshine made them feel as hot as if they were at the scene. This sword. It is the sun's flame that burns away all impurities. Rosen raised his right hand and raised it to the sky. Suddenly, the sun in the sky quickly stretched into a long straight line in the direction of Rosen. And was held tightly by Rosen's right hand at the end. It was as if Rosen was really holding the sun at this moment. This is really exciting. Hawkeye looked at the scene where Rosen seemed to have grabbed the sun with his hands and grabbed the flaming sword that was about tens of meters long, and the excitement on his face became even more obvious. He took a deep breath and raised the black knife in his hands. The fierce aura and powerful Haki converge on the blade. A sword light that was not weaker than Rosen's aura at this moment condensed on the Hawkeye blade, vaguely seeming to fly towards Rosen at any time. This sword is called Sword Factory of Rotating Victory. After Rosen finished speaking, he swung his right hand down violently, and the huge sword of sun flames that extended to the sky fell towards Mahawk at a very high speed in the direction of Rosen's arm. This scene really looks like the sun is setting. Hawkeye murmured to himself, and immediately waved the black knife raised high towards the sky. In an instant, a flying slash that was not inferior to Rosen's sun flame sword flew out of the Hawkeye blade. The two collided, causing a gust of wind to disperse in all directions. Able to strike with a slash that rivals an enemy-level noble phantasm, Hawkeye is truly the world's best swordsman. Rosen sighed and strengthened his arm again. Click. There was a sudden sound of glass breaking. Hawkeye took a closer look and found that the flying slash he had wielded had cracks. Soon afterwards, Rosen's Sun Flame giant sword broke through the broken green flying slash and landed where Hancock was. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud noise. A huge mushroom cloud stretched out from where Hancock was, completely enveloping him in it. Chapter 168 Crane Wing shows its power 3 times in a row. Rosen, are you about to reach the hay? Charlotte Smoothie. Are you kidding? Is this still an attack that a sword can trigger? Waidabe. This kind of power can already be compared with Dad in his heyday. Yamato. It's amazing. There is such a powerful weapon. If I have such a weapon, can I directly fight against that bastard Dad? Black Maria. Terrible power. I never thought that a sword could have such power. Runshi. I must be hallucinating. I must be hallucinating. Monet. Rosen's sword is more terrifying than devil fruit. Tashigi. The sword of rotating victory, is this the power of a holy sword? Dole. If the sword of rotating victory is like this, what kind of power should the sword of sworn victory that Rosen cannot project have? Peacock. Rosen said that he was unable to fully unleash the true power of these swords. If the original owner of the sword of rotating victory had used this sword, what kind of power would it have unleashed? Khalifa. This kind of power is probably comparable to ancient weapon Pluton. Boa Hancock. This guy Hancock won't die here. Gion. This guy Rosen's infinite sword system is like infinite devil fruit, each one has a unique ability, and Rosen can use all these powers. I hope this blow can drain Rosen's physical strength enough. Otherwise, even the Marine Admiral and 4 Emperors will feel distressed if this kind of power is used a few more times. Hancock. I wonder if he's okay. Hey, I hope this battle won't continue, otherwise, Rosen will probably advance again. Quote. Think about this. Gion then let out a long sigh. At the same time, Luffy, Zoro and others at the scene were blown away by the wind and waves caused by the strong explosion. However, Zoro wanted to see the outcome of the battle clearly. Soon he stood up again with difficulty against the hot wind and waves. In the end, what happened? Zoro inserted his famous sword and Daoyiji into the ground to stabilize his body. He looked at the scene where Rosen and Hawkeye were fighting. His whole body was shaking with excitement as if he had personally fought Rosen and Hawkeye. Rosen has now opened up the transparent world, using all his insights to observe the movements of Hawkeye. Suddenly, he frowned, suddenly raised the sword of rotating victory, which had returned to its original appearance, and stabbed forward. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Rosen's long sword just hit an invisible flying slash. At the same time, the explosion smoke cloud in front of Rosen also split into 2 halves as if cut by some sharp weapon, and then quickly dissipated in the air, revealing the Hancock inside. At this moment, Hancock has multiple burns on his body. Compared to before, he looked even more embarrassed. Not only that, Hancock, who was originally quite energetic, was now languid and panting. Obviously, even the next shot by Rosen was a very uncomfortable thing for him. As expected, you are very powerful, Hawkeye. Rosen glanced at the blackened wound on Hancock's chest and sighed. In this case, I should be the one to tell you, Rosen. Hancock inserted the black knife into the ground and raised his hand to touch the diagonal slash that almost penetrated his entire chest. You are the first person to leave such a wound on me. Looking at you, you still don't have any wounds. Rosen, you're great, Hawkeye said. I'm not without wounds. You forgot, you used the black knife in your hand to penetrate my body twice before. I only recovered because of my personal ability. Rosen shook his head and said. After using the transparent world to observe Hancock's body, Rosen was surprised to find that Hancock had only suffered some external injuries. In addition, Hancock is just breathing heavily now. Rosen even felt that if he had not already used the power of Raikage and Emiyashiru's 2 templates to fight Hawkeye Hancock, if he had used the sword of rotating victory just now, Hawkeye Hancock would still have the power of the minister. The words of history. Then, maybe the blow he just struck couldn't even hurt Hancock. Oh, even if I penetrated your body. But the result is that you remain intact. And I'm already hurt, Hawkeye said. The wound looks terrible, but it is just a superficial wound. Don't you still have the strength to fight, Hawkeye? Rosen waved his hand and said. Yeah, after all, I haven't had all the fun yet. It should be said that seeing this world with infinite swords. How could I have fun so easily? Rosen, you still have the energy to wield the sword of rotating victory in your hand, right? The corners of Hawkeye's mouth split open, and he smiled in a rare way. Don't be ridiculous, the sword of rotating victory is not my sword after all. Being able to swing like that once is already the limit. Rosen shook his head, and the rotating sword of victory in his hand turned into little dots of light and disappeared as if echoing Rosen's words. Moreover, if I want to swing it like that once, I don't have the energy to use the power of a weapon of the same level as the sword of rotating victory, or even the first level. This is the only thing I can do with the magic power I have now. Rosen's wrist and right hand waved from bottom to top. In an instant, the surrounding swords flew into the sky, pointing their sword tips at Hancock from all directions in the field. This again, Rosen. If this is all, I will be disappointed. Eagle Eye Mihawk glanced at the group of swords in the sky and said lightly. Hawkeye was disappointed, and not just because Rosen had already used this power once. This is because the number of swords Rosen summoned this time was much smaller than the number of swords summoned last time. Don't be careless, Hawkeye. Otherwise, you will suffer a loss. A little reminder, the previous pseudo-spiral sword in the collapse of fantasy. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and said slightly mysteriously. When Eagle Eye heard this, he couldn't help but frown and immediately became alert. He didn't think Rosen would lie at this time. So, are you planning to blow them up directly? Eagle Eye glanced at the long sword faintly exuding huge energy in the sky, frowned and said. There is no other way. Now I can only use the sword in such a rough way. I hope you don't mind. Rosen finished speaking without waiting for Hawkeye to respond. Then he directly raised his right hand towards the direction of Hawkeye. As if they heard Rosen's order, the swords were instantly activated and quickly fell towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye exhaled, and the black sword in his hand once again turned into an afterimage and slashed at every flying slash in the air. And every long sword touched by the flying slash was instantly detonated like a ignited RPG. In an instant, a large number of fireworks exploded with Hawkeye as the center. Tashigi, so many swords just exploded like this. Charlotte Smoothie. Rosen, it's really a luxury. But it's really powerful. Waidabe. Such an explosion has surpassed the pseudo-spiral sword used by Rosen before. After such a long battle, can that guy Hawkeye be able to withstand it? Kazuki Hiyori. If a swordsmith saw such a scene, he would definitely go crazy. Charlotte Snamon. With Rosen's ability, I don't know if it is possible to bring these weapons to life in this world. If so, I really want him to ask for such a weapon. Gion. It should be almost over, this battle. A large number of small mushroom clouds converge into a huge mushroom cloud. This scene, although slightly inferior to the previous scene caused by the rotating sword of victory used by Rosen. But just as scary. Rosen narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the explosion scene ahead. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and his eyes that could see through the surface of things clearly saw Mihawk galloping towards him with a black knife in hand. This guy. Rosen used the transparent world to see Mihawk's state, and felt the remaining magic power in his body. Then he quickly used projection magic and projected two sharp blades, one black and one black, between his hands. At this moment, Hawkeye had arrived in front of him. Ding! Hawkeye swung his sword, and the go-getter and Moi in Rosen's hand were knocked out and fell behind Hawkeye. This wasn't over yet. Hawkeye swung his knife again. And Rosen once again projected two different go-getters Moi to resist. With a ding sound, General Mo Xie was knocked into the air again. See how many more times you can project. Quote. Mihawk took a deep breath, raised the black knife in his hand towards Rosen, and assumed a stabbing stance. Rosen also projected the third set of go-getters, Moi, as if to retaliate against Hawkeye. Project. Load. Buzz. The dazzling light comes from Rosen's generals and Moxie swords. The next moment, the blades of the two short swords instantly extended and turned into long knives with scales. Interesting. Quote. When Hawkeye saw Rosen's new method, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Immediately, the force in his hand suddenly increased, and the black knife turned into an afterimage and stabbed Rosen. Whoosh! Rosen almost made the move with Hawkeye. The three knives violently collided with the air, causing waves of hurricanes. Zoro, Sanji and others looked at Rosen holding Hawkeye's black sword with the blades of his double swords, and thought that Hawkeye's offensive was over. However, Eagle Eye suddenly shook the blade at this moment. The black knife, which was originally extremely hard, suddenly moved like a swimming fish, and just hit Rosen's chest along the gap between Rosen's two knives. Phew! With a crisp sound, blood flowers appeared on Rosen's body and the Hawkeye knife again. Tisk, it's like this again. If this continues, this will develop into a bucket, passed down in the family. Rosen looked at the black knife on his chest and said with some distress. Rosen, it seems that I still win this duel, huh? As Hawkeye was talking, the sound of something spinning and flying suddenly came to his ears. The target of these sounds is Hawkeye's back. Noticing this situation, Hawkeye instinctively planned to draw out the black knife stuck in Rosen's chest to block the flying objects behind him. However, Hawkeye did not successfully pull out his black knife. His black sword was firmly trapped in the giant Ganjong and Mo Xie in Rosen's hand. Crane Wing 3 Company. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and said calmly. When Hawkeye heard this, he noticed the smile on Rosen's face and couldn't help being a little stunned. And it was during this moment of confusion that the flying object behind Hawkeye was approaching. PFFFFFFFF. 4 crisp sounds in a row. A stinging sensation instantly hit Hawkeye's mind from 4 different parts of his back. Only then did Rosen let go of Ganjong and Mo Xie who were holding the Hawkeye black sword and stepped back, allowing the black sword to leave his body. At the same time, Rosen's Wu Li Hao also started to shine a little bit. Tashigi. What's behind Hawkeye are the 4 short swords that were shot away by Rosen earlier. Waidabe. It's actually used in this way. Did Rosen deliberately let his 4 knives fly away? Charlotte Smoothie. Rosen mentioned the triple crane wing earlier, so it should be worth it that he uses these 3 sets of short sword moves. Charlotte Custard. The knife actually spins and flies back. Could it be that the set of short sword projected by Rosen also has special effects? Boa Hancock. Hawkeye's injuries mean he can no longer fight. This guy didn't sense the flying objects behind him until danger was approaching, and he failed to use armament hockey for defense. So, is he already so weak? So weak that he can't even use hockey. Dole. After all, Rosen used different templates to fight in turns. Rosen can recover his physical strength and injuries every time he updates the template. Hawkeye does not have this ability. Peacock. And whether Rosen used Nami's Thunder movie template or Emiyashiru's template, he used extremely powerful power. Hawkeye will become like this. Not surprising. Wait, what's going on with the light on Rosen? Hina. Is Rosen going to advance again? This is going to cause trouble for Zhuang. Run T. The previous template of Emiyashiru was already strong enough. If this template is advanced again, could it be said that Rosen is really going to reach the heights of the 4 emperors? Widub. Could it be that he is about to get the power of Senko Muramasa mentioned by Rosen? Gion. Gion looked at the pictures in the copy of the diary and was speechless. And her clenched fists proved her nervousness. Chapter 169. Hawkeye is defeated, the position of the number 1 swordsman changes. As spots of light appeared on Rosen's body. The world of unlimited sword system is also gradually falling apart. Not long after, everyone returned to the sea restaurant. When the ordinary diners saw this scene, they were naturally ecstatic. Although in the infinite sword system, they gained a lot of knowledge. But I also experienced an unprecedented sense of crisis. Even if Rosen didn't point the swords at them, Mihawk's flying slashes did the same. But they are still worried that they will accidentally become the unlucky ones and be hit by the aftermath of Rosen's battle with Hawkeye. Phew, finally back. I thought I would never come back. Usopp looked at the familiar surroundings and breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere of this man Rosen has changed again. And I always feel like the dangerous aura on him is a bit too much this time. But shouldn't he use a bow or a sword? Why did you even take out both guns this time? After Sanji lit a cigarette for himself, he looked strangely at Rosen, who was standing not far away with dark skin and 2 pistols in his hands. Hey, Yuta, do you know what Rosen is doing now? Luffy looked at Yuta curiously and asked. Even if you ask me this time, I don't know much. Captain Rosen didn't tell me everything. Yuta shook her head and stared at Rosen closely. After confirming that there were no wounds on Rosen's body, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having said that, the ominous aura surrounding Rosen made Yuta slightly worried. I always feel that brother Rosen has changed a lot this time. Having said that, he looks really handsome holding a gun. I wonder if we will ever see brother Rosen show the power he has now. Zhangao pushed up the sunglasses in front of his eyes and said. Zoro remained silent, staring closely at Mihawk, who had been stabbed 4 times behind him. Although now the 4 swords have also disappeared on Mihawk's back with the dissipation of the infinite sword system. But the wound on Hawkeye's back wouldn't go away. As of now, Zoro doesn't want Mihawk to die like this. Really, I haven't had such an experience for a long time. It actually pushed me to the limit. Well, if you can die in battle, it won't be a bad thing for a warrior. After Hawkeye coughed up a stream of blood, he stood up. He looked at the slightly unfamiliar environment around him, raised his eyebrows, and said. Has the world of swords disappeared? Can I understand that you have reached your limit? Haha, okay, let us 2 try to see who reaches the limit first, right? Hawkeye was talking, but after seeing Rosen's unscathed new black-skinned image, his brows immediately frowned. Has your injury recovered again? So, your strength is restored again? Hawkeye asked. Rosen said nothing and nodded to Mihawk. This is really, the ability to foul. Didn't you really have some kind of ability similar to Marco the Phoenix? Mihawk complained. Even the world's greatest swordsman, some of his psychological defenses collapsed at this moment. He was beaten to death, leaving injuries all over his body, and his physical energy was almost exhausted. Even using armament hockey and observation hockey is very difficult due to physical strength. But Rosen has clearly reached the limit several times, and even suffered fatal injuries during the process. But every time he reaches his limit, Rosen recovers again. Although Mihawk is also happy to see Rosen like this, after all, he can see more of Rosen's sword-related powers. But like now, he has almost reached the limit, but Rosen himself still retains his full strength, which is not what Hawkeye wants to see. Suddenly, Hawkeye saw the weapons in Rosen's hands and frowned. Gun. Is this your weapon too? When Rosen heard this, he nodded first and then shook his head. The gun is the representative weapon of my image in my mind. Although the origin of this body is still a sword, it is because of the pursuit of efficient killing. So I picked up 2 guns. The me with red clothes and white hair that you saw before, or the weapons of me in school uniform, did not include these guns. Hina, in pursuit of funny killings, you brought up dual guns. Dole, when it comes to killing, guns are indeed much more convenient than swords, but I still feel that there is a big difference between the current Rosen and the previous Rosen. Peacock, the pursuit of efficient killing, and Hawkeye frowned even more when he heard Rosen's words. However, I still don't fully understand the meaning of Rosen's words. But he finally understood that Rosen's abilities have different forms, and as the form changes, the power will also change, and more likely, even the iconic weapon will change. So, if I fight with you next, will you fight me with these two guns? Hawkeye asked. Rosen nodded slightly and agreed with Hawkeye's statement. Boring, Hawkeye said with a frown. Rosen used about to shoot the sword as an arrow, and Hawkeye could still barely recognize it as being that he was still fighting a swordsman. But Rosen has now picked up the hot weapon twin guns, and Hawkeye has no way of treating it as a contest between swordsmen. In an instant, Hawkeye's desire to fight was much reduced. However, when he was about to put away the black knife, he seemed to suddenly realize something and asked Rosen. Then now, can you still summon the place with the infinite sword? Rosen nodded and looked at the gun in his hand. It is indeed possible, but the method is just a little cruel. Cruelty. Is it related to the gun in your hand? Well, that's right. Can I use it now? It will kill people. You should know that the template Rosen is currently using is the template of the Heroic Guard Vehicle Altar. This version of Shuru Emiya's unlimited sword system compresses the entire world of unlimited sword system into bullets and launches them. Then, the infinite sword system will explode in the enemy's body. Just imagine, a whole small world explodes inside a person's body. If it weren't for someone with special abilities like Logia, the others might have died on the spot. Even Logia's ability users, if not the top group of ability users. Rosen felt that the remaining espers would not feel better either. Even death is possible. Rosen's words immediately made the female Marines who were paying attention to Rosen and held copies of the diary fearful. Likewise, Hawkeye became interested again. However, after seeing the injuries on his body, he shook his head. Forget it, let's end today's battle. This body has no ability to continue fighting. Besides, the way you hold the gun is really disappointing. After a pause, Hawkeye continued to ask. What's the name of the last move you used to hurt me? How did you make those 4 short swords fly back? The way they fly back should be different from the way you control the sword to fly in the first place. After hearing this, Rosen thought for a while and decided to give the answer. Although it is impossible for the current Hawkeye to push his power to the level of Thousand Suns Muramasa. But at least Hawkeye was with him and allowed him to push his power to the level of the Black Heroic Spirit Emiya. During this period, Hawkeye frequently stopped to give Rosen time to complete the advancement. Due to both emotion and reason, Rosen felt that he should respond to Hawkeye. Besides, the Cranewing Third Company has already used it on Hawkeye once. Rosen doesn't think he can defeat Hawkeye with this move in the future. Of course, with this advancement, Rosen feels that he will meet Hawkeye next time. I'm afraid I can use stronger power to defeat Hawkeye more easily. That move is called 3 Crane Wings. As for the 4 short swords that were knocked out by you, they were attracted back by the attraction of the Ganjong and Moxie that I held in my hand at that time. Quote. Rosen said. That's it. Hawkeye showed a relieved expression, despite the characteristics of the sword used. After a pause, Hawkeye continued to ask. So, can you still change your state now? Rosen nodded. After the change, will you use a sword or a gun? Hawkeye continued to ask. Use a sword. Rosen thought for a moment and then said. At that time, I used infinite swords to forge the only sword. Really, that's really interesting. After hearing Rosen's words, Hawkeye showed a satisfied expression. Apparently, he also hopes that Rosen's greatest strength will be with the sword. The words, use infinite swords to forge the only sword, also made Hawkeye extremely interested in Rosen's subsequent power. This time, I lost to you, Luo Lin. 11. But I'll still come to you. When the time comes, no matter your current state, you will have unlimited sword control. Whether it's the power you said to forge the only sword with the infinite sword, I will come to ask for advice. 3 Crane Wings Company, although they used the characteristics of the weapon to attack me. But no matter what, you did defeat me with your sword. The position of the world's #1 swordsman will be left to you for now. One day in the future, I will come and take back this position. As he said that, Hawkeye thought of Zoro who was watching the battle. He turned his head, looked in Zoro's direction and said. You see, kid, the world is a big place. If you want to win the position of the world's #1 swordsman, go find the man in front of you. Zoro nodded solemnly. You don't need to tell me, I will do the same. Not just him, you and I will also challenge and defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, Nami snorted coldly. You should consider defeating me first. Zoro looked at Nami with an ugly expression, and Hawkeye also looked at Nami. I almost forgot you existed. Although Rosen used your power in a strange way before. But it's obvious that you also have the power to become an excellent swordsman. I hope that the next time I see you, you will be able to use Wushang's sword with your own skills. Hawkeye smiled, turned around and walked towards his raft. That, do you need some treatment? 1. Kaya looked at Hawkeye passing by her and asked weakly. No. After Hawkeye replied coldly, he boarded his raft. After being injured by Rosen, he asked Rosen's partners to treat him. He didn't want to have this experience. Charlotte Smoothie, has the position of the world's #1 swordsman changed? Waidabe. I didn't expect that such words would be said by Hawkeye himself. Boa Hancock. Even though Rosen used the properties of template replacement to fight, he did defeat Hawkeye. And now that he has turned black, his power has not been shown. Damn it, this guy is so strong, can my power really stop him from revealing the relationship between me and the celestial dragons in his diary? Tashigi. Rosen, you will become the hero of the world's swordsman. Kazuki Hiyori. Not only will I be chasing the various swords that Rosen carries, but I'll also be chasing his throne as the world's best swordsman. Black Maria. Once the news spreads that Rosen defeated Hawkeye, the world will go crazy. Charlotte Garrett. First it was Golden Lion, then Hawkeye. If mom sees it, she will be more interested in Rosen. 17. Charlotte Snamon. Unfortunately, it is probably difficult for Rosen to agree to become my mother's son-in-law. Dole. There won't be reporters at the Sea Restaurant Barati this time, right? If this news gets out, it will probably have a great impact on our actions. Gion. Perhaps, there will always be a chance for us to prevent Rosen from becoming a pirate. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** really take down Rosen, the so-called righteous partner. Women's Marine Communication Group. Gion, Hina, Tashigi, do you dare to arrive at Kokoja village before Rosen and Nami and meet Rosen? Close black lens bracket. Hina, it depends on when Rosen leaves the restaurant on the sea. The sea restaurant is closer to Kokoja village than to the 16th branch. Close black lens bracket. Gion, I see, it's a little troublesome. Close black lens bracket. Doll, Gion, are you planning to let us arrive at Kokoja village first and then hold Rosen back? Gion, that's right. Rosen's power has grown to an exaggerated level. Although he has not shown the power that the black man has, he is not weak at all. The only chance we have to prevent Rosen from becoming a dangerous pirate and the murderer of celestial dragons is Kokoja village. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, that's true, but are Hina and the others capable of holding Rosen back? Rosen knows them. Even if Dole, Peacock, and Skylark, whom Rosen has never seen before, disguise themselves in Kokoja village and approach Rosen, they may not be able to hold Rosen back. Even if you take 10,000 steps back, so what if you hold back Rosen? Can you still get to Kokoja village in time with Vice Admiral Garp? If I remember correctly, you are not far from Kokoja village. Close black lens bracket. Domino, Gion Vice Admiral, the power Rosen showed when he turned into the red Shuru Emiya was strong enough. We don't know much about the power of the black version, but Rosen said that if the black version uses the infinite sword system, someone will die. Moreover, he also said that the black Emiya Shuru is Emiya Shuru who pursues efficient killing. This may show that the black version of him is also quite powerful. And after the black Emiya Shuru, there is also 1,000 Suns Muramasa. Even if you go with Vice Admiral Garp, you may not be able to keep Rosen. Close black lens bracket. When everyone saw the messages from Sadi-chan and Domino, although they were unwilling to admit it, they had to nod secretly. They naturally believed in Garp's power. Ever since Rosen revealed that Garp could beat Aokiji violently, the girls believed it. However, the power Rosen displayed in his battle with Hawkeye was equally exaggerated. After Rosen's template is upgraded to the red Emiya Shuru, its power is not at the same level as when he fought with Golden Lion Shiki. And Rosen still has the power of black Emiya Shuru that he has not used yet. It can be said that those who are ignorant are the most terrifying. Under such circumstances, even though Gion has Garp by his side, some female Marines are still a little worried. Gion, the blank character template challenge scroll that Rosen drew previously must have lost its effect in the battle with Hawkeye. After that, he could not restore his condition through a hearty battle during the battle. Therefore, if I make a move with Vice Admiral Garp at the same time, there will definitely be a chance to keep Rosen. No matter how strong the black Emiya Shuru is, he can't be stronger than Vice Admiral Garp. After all, Rosen once said that when he obtains the power of the final Emiya Shuru, he will gain power that is comparable to or even not weaker than that of the four emperors. But now, Rosen's Shuru Emiya template has not yet reached the top. I think the probability of his current power surpassing the four emperors is very small. Close black lens bracket. Hina, however, Rosen won the blank character template challenge scroll before, so he may also win it later. Close black lens bracket. Gion, because of this, we need to stop Rosen faster. If we give him enough time, he will be so powerful that we cannot fight against him. Rosen's partner will also become a troublesome presence. Even if there is no way to make Rosen become a marine, at least we have to catch him so that he cannot become a marine threat. Close black lens bracket. Dole. What Gion Vice Admiral said is not unreasonable. Hey, this guy Rosen is really getting into more and more trouble. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. The template of Shuru Emiya is also strange. How come he has so many versions? If we can understand Shuru Emiya better, it may also play a considerable role in stopping Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan. Who knows what happened to Emiya Shuru? If Rosen doesn't tell him, we can only watch. Close black lens bracket. Domino. I just hope that Rosen can spill the beans in the diary. In this way, we can understand Shuru Emiya's template and understand Rosen's power. Close black lens bracket. The girl said, looking at the copy of the diary again. Maybe it's because Rosen forgot. Even though Mahawk is now far away, Rosen still does not turn off the video being recorded in real time. Thanks to this, Gion, Tashigi and others can also see the conversation between Rosen and Nami and others. At this moment, on board the Senya. Captain Rosen, you look quite handsome. Double guns and stuff are pretty good too. Now, can I see the 2 guns you held earlier? Yuta asked curiously. Of course it's possible. Rosen nodded, used projection magic to project the double gun versions of Ganjong and Mo Xie, and handed them to Yuta's hands. Although now he has exited Emiya Shuru's template mode. But this does not prevent him from projecting dual guns. Sure enough, these 2 guns are so handsome. After Yuta got the gun, he immediately started playing happily. Captain Rosen, are you really okay now that you're like that? I always feel that after you turned into the black Shuru Emiya, your state was a little weird and a little scary. Kaya said worriedly. Haha, don't worry, Kaya. The black Shuru Emiya is indeed a bit evil, but this does not prevent me from using his power. Rosen patted Kaya on the shoulder and smiled. Will it happen that when you fought Hawkeye, the wounds on your body were sutured with a sword, Captain Rosen? Karina put her chin in one hand and asked. Well, although the body will not be sewn up by the sword. But as the battle continues, cracks will still appear in my body in the black Emiya state. But don't worry, I should be able to use my unique power to repair my body by then. Rosen recalled the golden traces that would appear on the body when alternate Emiya's spiritual power broke through, and spoke to his companions. Will there still be cracks? I always feel that the heroic spirit Emiya you use, Captain Rosen, is the kind of power that can harm the body. Besides, I always feel like your heroic spirit Emiya is not the same person at every stage. Although at first I thought it was the power of Shuru Emiya at different stages of his life. But now that I think about it carefully, I feel that there is some conflict in it. Nami pouted, recalling the scene where Rosen showed Emiya Shuru's power. Actually, it's not unreasonable for you to think so, Nami. Each stage of Emiya Shuru that I have used at this stage is actually not the power of one person. Rosen laughed. Not one person. Could it be that there are many more Emiya Shuru? Kaya asked curiously. At the same time, Gion, Charlotte Smoothie and others who were watching the copy of the diary also instantly focused their attention. Forget it, let's talk to you. Let you know, when I use Emiya Shuru's template to fight in the future, you can also better support me. Rosen said to everyone after considering the situation of Hero Emiya who was bonded with Sakura and alternate Emiya who turned into a black heroic spirit. Hearing this, Yuta also stopped playing and pricked up his ears. Before I start talking, let me ask you, do you know what parallel world means? Rosen asked. I know, some stories will mention the concept of parallel worlds. Yuta raised her hand happily. Very well, then I won't explain any more about it. Rosen nodded slightly and continued. The 3 stages of Shuru Emiya that I used when fighting the Golden Lion, from front to back, we can call them Basic Emiya, Young Hero Emiya and Hero Emiya. These 3 versions of Emiya Shuru are actually 3 parallel worlds of Emiya Shuru. They have different powers because of their different energies. Nami blinked and said. So it turns out that he is actually a different Shuru Emiya from 3 parallel worlds. Then Shuru Emiya who used the magic card, and the red Shuru Emiya, are they also Shuru Emiya from the parallel world? Rosen smiled and said. The Emiya Shuru who used the card to perform dream summons is indeed Emiya Shuru from another parallel world. The red heroic spirit Emiya, his situation is a bit complicated. This has to do with the concept of heroic spirits. You can think of the red Shuru Emiya as Shuru Emiya in another parallel world. However, he is a grown-up, adult version of Emiya Shuru. He can be said to be a future possibility for young Emiya Shuru. 0. Please give me flowers. Karina crossed her arms and said. Is it the future Shuru Emiya? What about the black one? Is it the future image of the red Shuru Emiya? Rosen's expression turned serious when he mentioned the black heroic spirit Emiya. As for the black Emiya, his situation is even more special than the previous ones. Let me tell you this, no matter which version of Emiya Shuru he is, he always has this obsession in his heart to become a partner of justice. Rosen said. Jun is a partner of justice. Is that guy Emiyashiro a partner of justice? Charlotte Smoothie. It was really unexpected. Peacock. Not only why, but I suddenly feel that Marine's chances of inviting Rosen to join Marine have increased. Hina. Hina was surprised. Will Rosen be able to use his power for justice like Shuru Emiya in the future? Tashigi. But Rosen doesn't think Marine is righteous now. Although female Marines have different thoughts. But at this moment, all of them were curious about the Shuru Emiya used by Rosen. This time, it was not against Emiya Shuru's power, but about the life of Emiya Shuru. After Rosen organized his words a little, he spoke to Yuta, Nami and others. Basic Emiya and young hero Emiya are young men with the dream of becoming a partner of justice. These two, as long as they can help others, they will contribute their efforts without hesitation. It doesn't even matter if you harm yourself in order to help others. This concept will last throughout their lives. Hero Emiya, the one who I used to shoot hundreds of heads before, and whose body will be repaired by the sword crystal connection, gave up his success. As a partner of justice, he is determined to become a lover of justice named Sakura. Giant Emiya, that is, the one who used the card and summoned the dream is similar to the previous one. He also gave up his dream of becoming a partner of justice and determined to become himself. Sister's righteous partner. Quote. Having said that, these two boys who have given up their dreams of being partners in justice will also be willing to help others. As long as you help others, you won't hurt their lovers or sisters. The red heroic spirit Emiya is the adult Emiya who has realized her dream of becoming a partner of justice. He acted with the concept of becoming a partner of justice throughout his life and eventually died. As for the black Shuru Emiya, his situation can be said to be more special than the previous ones. Hearing this, Yuta, Nami and others concentrated even more. The only difference between the black heroic spirit Emiya and the red heroic spirit Emiya is probably that he experienced that incident. The black Emiya was no different from the red Emiya before it was dyed black. Once upon a time, there was a woman who formed a sect, and many innocent people were attracted to her. It's just that although these people who are attracted are not guilty, they are just people who have been abandoned by the world. But the woman who attracted them here is the one who will cause a world crisis. Black Emiya Shuru realized this, so he took action and went to obliterate this woman. It's just that those who were attracted to this woman chose to protect her. If Black Shuru Emiya wants to kill this woman, he has to kill these innocent people. In the end, for the sake of the world, Emiya Shuru betrayed his concept of righteous partners and killed them. It was also from this point that he began to suffer inner torture, and eventually degenerated into the black heroic spirit Emiya. He became a hero who could face the same situation again and could do good things without hesitation. There are people who pursue efficient killing. Quote. If we say that the young Shuru Emiya who cherishes the ideal of a righteous partner is a young man who runs at full speed towards the sunset without sparing any effort. Then the red heroic spirit Emiya is a traveler who is exhausted in the wilderness, but will start again after taking a short rest. And the black heroic spirit Emiya must be the martyr who is already trapped in hell and suffering, but is already looking up at the stars. Nami, Karina, and even Gion, Tashigi and others in the distance all stared with wide eyes. Although what Rosen said was very simple, they understood that the black Emiya's journey was definitely not simple. Suddenly, all the girls were extremely curious about Emiya Shuru's life. Chapter 171 News King. Rosen makes big news again. Defeat Hawkeye this time. The one who chooses to be only the lover's righteous partner will have the wounds on his body eroded by the origin of the sword as the battle progresses, and the memory in his brain will be affected. The same is true for the black heroic spirit Emiya. As the battle continues, his body will collapse and cracks will appear. In addition, as the power is used more and more, the memory of the black Emiya will be seriously affected. The development is so late that even the memories from 5 minutes ago will feel strange to the black heroic spirit Emiya like a distant dream. However, when that man completely forgets his own memory and his own existence, he will instinctively yearn for the actions of a righteous partner like the young Shuru Emiya. Even, he will take the initiative to find partners to do what a righteous partner should do. Even when extending invitations to his companions, he himself would feel strangely sad about what he said to help others. After hearing this, Nami, Karina, Gion and others in the audience fell silent. A person who will feel the inner torment of being forced to harm an innocent person, a person who will burn out because of this. A person who has forgotten himself at the end, but once again recalls his childhood dream. How could such a person not shock Nami and others? Especially to the female Marines, the words Rosen mentioned about the black Shuru Emiya left them speechless. Perhaps, after I enter the mode of the black heroic spirit Emiya, I will also have temporary memory problems due to excessive use of power by San. Just like when I used the power of the young Shuru Emiya before. But when using the power of the black heroic spirit Emiya, this situation should be more serious. Karina, Yuta, Kaya, Nami, if I ever get into that situation, I'll ask you to provide support then. Rosen said solemnly. When Karina, Yuta and others heard this, they all nodded involuntarily and took Rosen's words to heart. Rosen, we have prepared the ingredients and drinks you want. Do you need us to move you to your ship? At this time, Zapu's voice came from the outer deck of the sea restaurant. No, we can do it ourselves. Thank you, I actually asked you to provide food at your expense, Zapu. Rosen stood on the deck of the Xenia and said to Zapu with a smile on his face. No, you helped solve the Krieg pirates. It also allowed me to witness quite a powerful battle. This little food and drink is nothing. Jep said to Rosen with a smile. At this time, he seemed to be able to see Rosen's future shining on the sea. Then, I'll go deal with Straw Hat and Sanji first. I won't disturb you guys anymore. After Zapu finished speaking, he called the waiter beside him and walked to the side. Rosen turned back to look at Nami and the others. Then, let's go bring up the food and drinks. If you are still curious about Emiyashiru's experience, I can compile it into a book for you to see. If there is detailed content, I can let you know what a heroic spirit is. It doesn't take much time to organize these things. Hearing this, Yuta nodded immediately. Captain Rosen, do this. I always feel that after reading Shuru Emiya's story, I can make really good songs. After saying this, Nami, Kaya and others also nodded. Okay, then it's decided. Rosen readily agreed. Now that he has accepted Shuru Emiya's power, Rosen feels that it is feasible to present his story to the people of this pirate world. After hearing this, Karina and Yuta happily jumped off the boat and started carrying supplies. Nami and Kaya were on the boat getting ready to sail. Rosen himself opened his own voyage diary system interface. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten to turn off the video recording function. Forget it, it's still a record of life. Single quote. Rosen shook his head, and after voluntarily ending the recording, he had no intention of deleting the part of the video. But what Rosen didn't know was that Gion, Dole, etc. Marine looked at the 30-minute-long video, which recorded at least more than 20 minutes of videos of Nami, Karina, Yuta, Kaya and others, with quite solemn expressions. And Charlotte Smoothie, Whiteub and others are naturally very envious. After all, with a little calculation, the girls can know how much profit Nami, Karina and others can gain through this video screen. At this moment, the contents of Rosen's diary pulled everyone out of their thoughts. There is a system that can organize memory scenes, which makes it easier to organize various versions of Emiyashiru's stories. Closing square bracket. However, after sorting it out, it will take some time to write these contents in words and pictures on top of the text in the real world. Closing square bracket. Forget it, let's sort it out first. Then follow the gourd and imprint these contents into the text of the real world. Quote. While going to Kokoja village, I think I found a bibimbap for Kaya and the others to pass the time. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, the various versions of Emiyashiru's story should be quite good stories for people in this world. Closing square bracket. Otherwise, I can find a publishing house to publish it and earn some berries to support my family. Closing square bracket. Yuta said she wanted to give me a baby. If I don't save enough berry now, I won't be able to raise a baby later. Closing square bracket. While Rosen was thinking, he used the voyage diary system to quickly read the fragments of Emiyashiru in his memory, compiled them into a volume and put them into the diary of that day. As everyone knows, the various versions of Emiyashiru's stories he compiled into volumes can already be viewed by Nami and others through copies of the diaries. There is no need for him to reproduce it in books in the real world. Of course, it's not just Nami, Kaya and other crew members of the Senya that can be seen. The same is true for holders of diary copies such as Gion and Charlotte Smoothie. The story of Shuru Emiya. However, it seems that there is no story about Senko Muramasa. That's all, let's see for now. Through this, we should be able to understand the power of the Black Emiyashiru. Gion muttered to himself and focused his attention on the folder related to Emiyashiru altar in the diary. Like Gion, other diary copy holders who had free time also looked through various versions of heroic spirit Emiya that they were interested in. In this way, without Rosen's knowledge, the story of Shuru Emiya that he compiled ushered in the first batch of audiences. At the same time, on the other side, a corner of the sea restaurant. Anyway, leave your pirate kitchen to me. Quote. Although I would rather join Rosen's pirate group. Sanji crossed his arms and said to Luffy and others. Hey, you don't need the last sentence. Usopp patted Sanji's chest with the back of his hand and said dissatisfiedly. Sexy cook, do you think you can board Rosen's ship? Zoro crossed his arms and looked at Zoro disdainfully. You guys, do you want to fight? Sanji turned his head to look at Zoro, about to have a big fight with Zoro. However, when his eyes saw the Xenia that had already set sail and almost disappeared into the sea level, a look of disappointment immediately appeared on his face. This guy, Luffy, does it really matter if we invite him? Zoro curled his lips and looked at Luffy. He is very interesting, isn't he? While Luffy laughed, he also looked in the direction of the Xenia. Luffy, don't we need to sail with them for a while? With the relationship between you and Yuta, maybe Rosen will be willing to teach us something. Zhang spoke. After seeing the power of Rosen and the growth of Nami, Kaya and others. If you want to praise something and say you don't envy it, it must be false. Still not, Yuta and the others have their adventure. And we have our adventures. Luffy shook his head and suddenly raised the double layer. Anyway, let's go sailing, little door. Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates immediately took action. However, they haven't had time to board their pirate ship yet. A woman with a camera in her hand quickly came to Luffy and others. Hello, I am a reporter from World Economic News. I just came here and saw the pirate ship of the Krieg Pirates here. If it's convenient for you guys, can I delay a little while? If Rosen were here, he would definitely be able to recognize the reporter in front of him, the female reporter who once planned to interview him at the Golden Lion Pirates. Reporters. Sorry, we are not available. Zoro raised his eyebrows and immediately chose to refuse. After all, pirates are interviewed by reporters and stuff like that. No matter how you think about it, it is unreliable. Although they are still just pirates who have not received the reward. However, Zoro disagrees. It doesn't mean that others don't agree to be interviewed. Sanji took 2 steps forward and came to the female reporter. He said to the female reporter with an extremely elegant look. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me, beautiful lady. I will answer any questions you have. After saying that, Sanji took out a rose from somewhere on his body and handed it to the female reporter Ellie. Luffy, we really shouldn't take this guy with us. Zoro covered his forehead with one hand and said to Luffy distressed-edly. To this, Luffy just responded with a smile. Thanks. Although Ellie was a little surprised by Sanji's attitude, she was naturally very happy that someone was willing to answer her questions. So, tell me what happened here. Ellie took out the notebook she carried with her and asked with bright eyes. Some time passed. New World. World Economic News Headquarters. News King Morgan's office. Brumbulu, Brumuru. Morgans, who was resting, was suddenly woken up by a burst of noise from a phone bug. Hey, this is Morgan. President, I am Ellie, and I have big news here. Ellie was so excited that she interrupted Morgans directly. It's you, Ellie. Big news. Did you find any news related to Rosen? Morgans picked up a cup of tea and said slowly. Considering that Ellie had just collected big news for herself not long ago, he did not reprimand Ellie for her rudeness. Yes, it's news about Rosen. 17. Really, that's great, you met Rosen again. No, that's not the case, but I interviewed people who have met Rosen, and Rosen fought a very powerful person. Very powerful. Is there anything more powerful than the Golden Lion? Yes, Rosen fought against Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. The world's best swordsman. How come he appears in East Blue? Morgans was stunned and then asked quickly. What's the result? What's the result? Ellie took a deep breath and said softly. Rosen battles Hawkeye, and the winner is Rosen. Hawkeye Mihawk said personally that Rosen is a better swordsman than him. After the words fell, Morgan's expression froze on the spot. Then, slowly, Morgan's expression turned into disbelief. What? That guy Rosen has become the new best swordsman in the world. Chapter 172 Morgans. Rosen will surely shock the world. Marine's justice will make people laugh. Grand Line. World Economic News Service, Headquarters. News King Morgans put down the phone bug in his hand, with a residual look of shock on his face. That woman Stussy really discovered a very powerful person. First he defeated Golden Lion Shiki, and now even Mihawk admits that he is the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk, how long does Nishi occupy the position of the world's best swordsman? 10 years, or 20 years. This Rosen is really at his peak when he goes to sea. No, with this guy's situation, he will continue to stir up troubles on the sea in the future. I really want to interview this man in person. Morgans murmured to himself, and his body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Urgent, the news must be updated. This news is enough to shock the whole world. Speaking of it, it's really strange. Obviously, I already posted the news here about Rosen killing Golden Lion. Marine has no idea of issuing a bounty to Rosen's Flame Blade pirates. Those guys, they must be paddling something. Morgans touched his chin, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. The attention Stussy paid to Rosen is also worthy of consideration. Is there something else about Rosen that I don't know about? After Morgans thought for a moment, he took out a phone bug and dialed Stussy's number. According to the agreement between the two, when he learned Rosen's location, it was necessary to tell Stussy the relevant information. By the way, Morgans also wants to ask Stussy if he knows why Marine doesn't want Rosen. After the phone rang twice. From the opposite side, a gentle voice full of a royal sister's style immediately came. Morgans, what is it that makes you want to talk to me? Oh 6 Stussy, I got the news about Rosen here. Didn't you say that you want to know his location at any time? How about want to get the 10th hand from me? I see, you're here to fulfill your promise. It's just a pity that I got the information earlier. Rosen is probably near the East Blue Sea restaurant. Huh, you actually know. Haha, unfortunately, one of my people happens to be there. Stussy raised the corners of his mouth, chuckled and looked at the floating copy of the diary hanging beside him. This time Rosen revealed exactly where he was. Even his next stop's destination was stated directly in his diary. Naturally, Stussy doesn't need Morgan's information. As a woman, you can stretch your hands really wide. But since you know that Rosen appeared at the sea restaurant, you must also know that Rosen defeated Mahawk. After Morgans was surprised, he said to Stussy. Hey, yes, I was really shocked when I first heard the news. But after careful confirmation with my people, I am convinced of the news. Stussy said. Then did your people take relevant photos? Morgans asked quickly. Reporter Ellie arrived at the sea restaurant too late. She only learned the relevant information through interviews with people who experienced the battle between Rosen and Hawkeye. As for photos, of course there are none. If there are no supporting photos for a piece of news, the excitement of the news will be greatly reduced. This is something Morgans doesn't want to see. In addition, after hearing what Ellie said about Rosen's battle and even Nami's battle scene, Morgans himself also really wants to see the relevant photos. Stussy. Why aren't you talking? Stussy, do you really have relevant photos? If you have any, give them to me. I owe you this time. If you need it in the future, I will help you. Mogos saw Stussy silent, but he didn't know that Stussy did have relevant photos. Calm down, Morgans. How could I be calm? This is big news that can shock the world. I know that, but the thing about the photos. Why, is there any difficulty? Or is the photo not clear enough? It doesn't matter. As long as there are photos, it doesn't matter if the photo is not clear enough. It's not clear enough. Stussy looked through Rosen's diary records and sighed slightly. Rather than saying it's not clear enough, it's better to say it's too clear. Even more, this is not a photo, but a video. Every frame of the battle video recorded by Rosen using the system is extremely clear. To be honest, Stussy has never seen such a clear recording. No recorded video taken by an impression phone bug is as clear as the video captured by Rosen using the Voyage diary system. Stussy didn't mind doing Morgans a favor and cut out part of the video recorded by Rosen into a photo and gave it to Morgans. Stussy felt that as long as he found a suitable angle for the screenshot, Rosen would not notice that someone had stolen the picture. This would prevent Rosen from knowing that others could see the contents of his diary. But the problem is that Stussy has no way to take screenshots of the content on the copy of the diary. Even if she used her camera to take a picture of a copy of the diary, what she captured was nothing but air. After thinking for a moment, Stussy said to Morgans on the other side of the phone. In fact, my people did record the battle between Rosen and Hawkeye. Only not with a camera, but with her devil fruit power. Hearing this, Morgans raised his eyebrows. Devil fruit. Stussy nodded slightly and said. Yes, it's a devil fruit similar to a shooting camera. It's just that the scenes she recorded using her abilities cannot be converted into photos. The so-called demon fruit power was naturally made up by Stussy. It's just that there are many devil fruits in this world. Stussy wasn't afraid that the Morgans would realize what she was telling her was a lie. But you don't have to worry too much. My people though can't translate records into photos. But her painting function is quite excellent. If you need it, I can pass on to you some key plots of Rosen's battle with Hawkeye in the form of paintings. Stussy continued. Painting. Morgans frowned tightly, but relaxed after a moment. Although it's not as clear as a photo. But it would be nice to have relevant pictures. Stussy, please give me the key scenes of Nami and Rosen fused together, and Rosen fighting with the Infinity Sword and Hawkeye. This time, I also appreciate your love. Hearing this, Stussy laughed. I'm going to prepare now. It won't take long before I'll send you the picture I drew through the phone bug. Looking forward to reading your news, Morgans. Morgans shook his head and said. Don't you already know the outcome of the battle between Rosen and Hawkeye? Speaking of which, you said you wanted me to pay attention to Rosen's movements and tell you his location. But now it seems that you don't need my intelligence capabilities. You have enough people to keep up with Rosen. Hearing this, Stussy took over and said. It's just that I happened to meet Rosen. My people are just more lucky than your people. Stussy said, looking at the copy of the diary. She did think it was luck that she knew Rosen's location this time. With Rosen's diary style, it is sometimes difficult to clearly write down your location and next destination in the diary. This time Rosen clearly wrote down the location of the battle with Hawkeye, and wrote about Kokoja village in the diary, which surprised Stussy. No matter what, it also shows that you pay enough attention to this man. You must have arranged for a lot of people to go out and track down Rosen. Stussy, do you know anything special about Rosen? Rosen killed the Golden Lion, but Marine did not put a bounty on him. I guess there must be something special about Rosen that prevented Marine from placing a bounty on him, right? Morgans narrowed his eyes and said. Although judging from Rosen's action trajectory, Rosen did not take action against ordinary people. But Marine doesn't put a bounty on a pirate just because he didn't attack ordinary people. As long as it is confirmed that the opponent is a pirate and poses a certain threat, Marine should offer a reward. And Rosen defeated the legendary Golden Lion. This is enough to prove how threatening Rosen, a newcomer who has just formed the pirate group, is. Even though the Golden Lion's bounty has been cancelled, according to common sense, Rosen should have had a bounty of more than 1 billion. At least, that's what Morgans thinks. You're really sharp, Morgans. But unfortunately, I can't tell you this. If you want to know, go and track down Rosen. As for the issue about Rosen's bounty, Marine and the others will put a bounty on Rosen sooner or later. Stussy smiled. Of course she knew that Marine didn't put a bounty on Rosen because they wanted to invite Rosen to become Marine's assistant. However, Stussy knew that Rosen would take action against Celestial Dragons sooner or later. That is to say, even if the holders of Marine's diary copy are reluctant to put a bounty on Rosen. In the end, I had to stand against Rosen. Morgans, 4 Emperors Linlin's tea party is about to begin. I need to prepare some gifts. So I won't talk to you about the painting of Rosen fighting Hawkeye. I'll pass it on to you later. After saying that, Stussy hung up the phone directly. Morgans looked at the silent phone bug and fell into silence himself. This woman is still the same as before. But it seems that Rosen does have some kind of secret. Oh, even if you don't tell me, I will dig it out. Morgan smiled, turned around and walked out of the office. He was going to prepare Rosen's news himself. On the other side, Stussy stood up and looked at the sea outside the boat. Tea party. There are many women in Linlin who have copies of the diary. I wonder if they have now gone out to sea to find Rosen. Haha, it is necessary to understand it well. Stussy raised the corners of his mouth and said softly. After she finished speaking, her eyes fell on Rosen's diary post again. Among them are stories about several versions of Emiyashuru. Finally, her attention was fixed on the information on Alt Emiyashuru, whose power Rosen had not yet used. Heroic spirit Emiya Alter, a righteous man who was burned out by the kindness of killing. Obviously he is doing great good, but he will suffer a lot because he killed some kind people. Even if you fall into hell, even if you laugh at justice, you will still take action for justice. But after the memory is completely lost, he will recall the dream of a pure righteous partner and take action for it. Even though the just partner was a borrowed dream, it lasted throughout his life and became his belief. Except for Emiya Alter, all the other Emiyas who have the ideal of being a righteous partner also act for justice. Compared to Shuru Emiya, Marine who is named Justice is really laughable. Stussy smiled and shook her head. At this moment, she thought of Gion and others. I don't know what those Marines will think after seeing Shuru Emiya's story. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈ I will still enjoy it. As time goes by, many holders of copies of the diary have read various versions of Emiyashuru's story. For a moment, everyone was filled with emotion or mixed feelings. Charlotte Smoothie. Although we are pirates, I have to say that Shuru Emiya's path is worthy of admiration. Black Maria. Compared to the hypocritical Marine, Shuru Emiya is truly a pure and righteous person. Nico Robin. Even Shuru Emiya, who became a righteous partner of his lover, and Shuru Emiya, who became a righteous partner of his sister, are much better than some hypocritical Marines in the class. Runti. Marine, in the final analysis, is just a lackey of the world government. Yamato. The story of Shuru Emiya is too hot. Damn it, it's like listening to Rosen tell the story of Shuru Emiya. Monet. Having the dream of being a righteous partner will only lead to a bad ending in the end. As expected, only by becoming a pirate can you be free. However, the power of the Black Emiyashuru is actually like this. Koala. Wow, Mr. Emiyashuru, you are so great. Bello Betty. It is impossible for Marine to have such a concept of justice as Shuru Emiya. However, our revolutionary army may have a chance to have such justice. Rebecca. Are the 2 guns in Black Emiya's hands modified by Ganjong and Moi? Moreover, the bullets in that gun can actually be compressed into an entire infinite sword system. Waidabe. The infinity sword system exploded from the human body. If such a bullet were really shot into the body, no one would be able to survive. Vivi. No wonder Hawkeye said that if he uses infinite sword control again, Hawkeye will die. However, as Logia, will Crocodile die directly if he is hit by this move? Vivi thought about the whole world of swords and exploded Crocodile. Although she didn't know if Crocodile could resist this move. But she knew at least one thing, Crocodile was definitely no match for Rosen, who had already defeated Hawkeye. Rosen should be on the route to Kokoja village now. Now that I'm going to East Blue like this, is there any chance I can find Rosen? Vivi murmured to herself, with a trace of confusion in her eyes. Even if you rush there now, you won't be able to meet Rosen in Kokoja village. It's better to continue waiting here. At least you're almost guaranteed to meet Rosen here. Suddenly, a slightly familiar voice sounded behind Vivi. Vivi was shocked and turned around to see that the person speaking was Nico Robin. It's you. Vivi exclaimed. Robin smiled and jumped from the turtle he was riding onto Vivi. I was worried that you might impulsively go to East Blue, so I came here to remind you. Also, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Earlier I mentioned watching at the Baroque works to see if anyone else had a copy of the diary. Now there are results. Vivi was shocked when she heard this and asked quickly. Who is it? No wonder Vivi is so anxious. The Baroque Society was her enemy. In other words, the holders of copies of the diary in the Baroque working group may also be her enemies. When the time comes, they can compete with Vivi Rosen. At that point, it was unclear whether Rosen was helping Alabasta because Vivi was helping Alabasta or because he was the holder of a copy of Baroque works, diary. After all, they may not be as willing to form an alliance with Vivi as Nico Robin. Mr. Five's partner Miss Valentine Makita, and Earl's partner Arnis both fingers Zala. Zala, that's the proprietress of the spider bar that Alibi asked for. Nico Robin answered without hesitation. It's actually the two of them. No, that boss lady is also an agent. I didn't notice it at all. Vivi said in surprise. She has met Zala, and in her opinion, she is just an ordinary bar owner. Thinking that he might have exposed himself in front of her without any information. Vivi felt scared for a while. What about them? Are they willing to be my partners? Vivi asked quickly as she recalled Nico Robin's plan to recruit more diary copy holders to form a team. It's unknown at the moment. Nico Robin shook his head and said. Both of them are now very loyal to Baroque works. So, I have no way to invite the two of them to join our camp. I came here just to remind you. Be sure to keep your secrets in front of the two of them. You should know how dangerous it would be if your situation was known to the two of them. When Vivi heard this, her body couldn't help but tremble. She is not stupid and naturally understands that what Nico Robin said is correct. But you don't have to worry too much. I won't assign those two people any tasks that are too close to your location. Rosen is still some distance away from Upside Down Mountain. Please continue to be calm and wait for him here. Believe in the importance of your heroine in Rosen's heart. After all, in your works, you are Rosen's pure love heroine. If you have time, take the opportunity to study the techniques in those works that might please Rosen. After Nico Robin finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction he came from. Vivi was left blushing at the thought of the so-called trick scene. Technique. Vivi pursed her lips and thought of the scene in the work where she was in the bathroom of the palace with her hands on the wall, her body bent at 90 degrees, and Rosen standing behind her working. It's possible to bend the body 90 degrees. But, do you really want to take Rosen to the bathroom in the palace? What should I do if my father finds out? Vivi said, her face already as red as a wish. No, I can't go on like this. Nami can risk everything for her hometown, how can I not risk it for the kingdom? Skills. I'll do it. Just watch, Nico Robin. Vivi patted her horribly red cheek, raised her head and looked at the upside-down mountain in the distance. Rosen revealed the coordinates of his upcoming trip. Those Marines chasing Rosen will definitely go there. I hope everything goes well for Rosen. Vivi clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Women's Marine Communication Group. Gion, Dole, Peacock, have you reunited yet? Close black lens bracket. Peacock. Well, we have reunited. Now the three people with copies of the diary, Dole and Skylark, are rushing towards the 16th branch of East Blue Marine. After catching Colonel Mouse, we will set off for Kokoja village. Close black lens bracket. Gion. Great, Hina, Tashigi, how are you doing there? Close black lens bracket. Hina. We are also rushing towards Kokoja village. Because time is too urgent, we decided to go to Kokoja village first. Moreover, Dole, Vice Admiral and the others are separated from us, so they can avoid being directly recognized by Rosen as Marine. Hina thinks that we will arrive at the island where Kokoja village is before Dole, Vice Admiral and the others. As for those Marines from East Blue Branch 16 who violated the rules, we have all imprisoned them. There must be no way for them to teach Colonel Mouse the secret. Close black lens bracket. Gion. Great. Maybe we can hope to arrive at Kokoja village before Rosen does. However, you should pay attention to a woman named Nokigao. She has been mentioned many times by Rosen and is likely to be the holder of a copy of the diary. Close black lens bracket. Hina. Hina understands that that woman is Nami's sister. Rosen may want to invite him to join his pirate group. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. If Rosen insists on not becoming a Marine, I wonder if we can sneak into his side and become a pirate. Speaking of which, Rosen is a man who clearly has the character template of a righteous partner like Emiya Shuru, so why must he become a pirate? Can't you just be a Marine honestly? Shuru Emiya obviously has such pure justice. Close black lens bracket. Domino. Emiya Shuru's justice is indeed shocking. The word, justice, must have been deeply rooted in his soul. Even Alter Emiya, in the end, will return to the past and do justice with a smile on his face. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi. That kind of justice is real justice. Close black lens bracket. Habari. Can Marine become like Shuru Emiya? Close black lens bracket. Gion. Yes. Although there are indeed some Marines who are not worthy of the word justice, as long as we work hard enough, Marines will definitely be able to compete with Emiya Shuru's justice. Close black lens bracket. After Gion finished speaking, there was a period of silence in the communication group. The diary copy holders in the communication group are not fools. They all understand how difficult it is for Marine to reach the level of Emiya Shuru. No matter how slave they are, there is always a hurdle that the celestial dragons cannot overcome. If it were Shuru Emiya, how would he deal with the evil deeds of the celestial dragons? Skylark looked at the sea with blank eyes and thought. That man, he will definitely take action to stop it. Single quote. And do I really dare to wield my sword against celestial dragons? If I can't wield a sword, am I really a person who carries the word justice? Tashigi looked at the famous sword Shigur with a cold light shining in his hand, feeling a little confused. At this time, there was movement in the communication group again. Sadi-chan, although Rosen gained Shuru Emiya's power, he is not Shuru Emiya after all. Emiya Shuru's motto is partners of justice. But Rosen's motto is to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. So we still don't expect Rosen to join Marine because of Shuru Emiya's template. If we want him to join, we still have to see if we have enough power and charm to make him willing to join Marine. Close black lens bracket. Doll. That's true. Although Rosen is not a person like Shuru Emiya, fortunately, as long as he does not enmity with him, the possibility of him taking action will be relatively small. Not like the vicious pirates in New World. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. Speaking of which, what happened to the Rat Colonel? Gion Vice Admiral, did that guy follow your instructions? If the Rat Colonel has not returned after we arrived at the 16th branch, our time to go to Kokoja village may be delayed. Close black lens bracket. Gion. That guy told me that he would return to the 16th branch. However, Celestial Dragons gave some temporary instructions and he needed to deal with them first. Close black lens bracket. Having said this, Gion frowned slightly. She vaguely felt that Colonel Mouse's words. There is something strange about it. Dole. Anyway, let's go to the 16th branch first. If Colonel Mouse is late, we can ask the adjutant to wait there. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. This is the only way. I hope that if I dye my hair and put on makeup, Rosen will not recognize my identity. Close black lens bracket. Skylark. Really, can it succeed? Close black lens bracket. Gion. No matter what, we have to fight for this opportunity. It will definitely succeed. Close black lens bracket. Having said that, even Gion is not 100% sure. All she can do is hope that Skylark, Peacock, Tashigi and others can be more focused when they act. Gion sighed and opened a copy of the diary. Above, there is a brand new photo of Rosen, Karina, Nami, Kaya and others. In the photo, Rosen and others are on the deck of the Xenia. Karina and Nami were holding each other's hands, neither giving way to the other, as if they were arguing about something. Yuta stood covering her mouth and snickering, holding a plate of fresh fruits in her hand. Rosen lay flat on the ground with his head on Kaya's knees. Kaya blushed slightly and used medical ninjutsu to press the acupuncture points on Rosen's head rhythmically. You really know how to enjoy it, Rosen. Quote. I hope you can delay your arrival at Kokoja village a little while enjoying it. Gion raised his hand and caressed Rosen's cheek in the photo, murmuring to himself. The other side. The tornado pirates and Senya. Nami, you guy, get out of my way. I should be the one feeding Rosen the fruit today. Karina put her hands together with Nami's and said seriously. Did you remember wrongly, Karina? It's obviously my turn this time. Nami had a smile on her face, but veins popped out on her forehead, as if she and Karina were refusing to give in. Come on Nami, come on Karina. Yuta was holding the fruit plate and cheering the two of them as if he was just watching the fun. In her spare time, she picked another grape bullet and put it into her mouth. It's really lively, don't you think so, Kaya? Rosen temporarily closed the interface of the Voyage Diary system and raised his head from Kaya's knee pillow to look at Kaya. However, he failed to see Kaya's face. From her perspective, she could only see two rising peaks blocking her view. Captain Rosen, good king, if you ask me to help you regain your energy, of course it's okay. 1 inch. But you don't have to lie on my lap. Kaya said with a blush. And when she lowered her head to look at Rosen, but could only see her heart in front of him, she seemed to realize something, and her face became even redder. It doesn't matter, I don't care. Rosen laughed. Kaya. You don't care, but I will be embarrassed, now in front of Karina and the others. Kaya pursed her lips, but after all she didn't say what she was thinking. Instead, he changed the topic and said in a low voice. But don't we really need to prepare anything? After your defeat of Hawkeye is exposed, more people will pay attention to you. Perhaps, Marine, world government or powerful pirates will come looking for you. In fact, Kaya knows that someone in the Marine, world government, and powerful pirate groups already knows about Rosen's defeat of Hawkeye, and may have gone to sea to find Rosen. There was no way she could tell her directly about the copy of the diary. This is the only way to remind Rosen. But Rosen, who didn't know the copy of the diary existed, didn't care at all. Haha, I just fought a hard battle, I don't want to think about it that much for the time being. To sum it up in one sentence, after a hard battle, I still can't enjoy myself. So, let's just think about the impact that my defeat of Hawkeye will have after it is exposed. Now, I have to take a good rest. To be precise, right now I just want to have a good rest under Kaya's knee pillow and medical ninjutsu. Hearing Rosen's words, Kaya's earlobes turned red. But soon, with Rosen's sudden movement, Kaya's entire body flushed. By the way, Kaya, have your two things gotten bigger again? As Rosen spoke, he couldn't help but stretched out his right index finger and pressed it upward. Chapter 174 Yuta steals the tower. For points, Violet is determined to liberate herself. It was like fingers digging into the sand. When Rosen's finger came into contact with something blocking his view above, Rosen could clearly feel his fingers sinking in. Kaya, who was using medical ninjutsu to help Rosen soothe his spirit after the battle, felt the feedback from his body and immediately froze in place. But Rosen, as if he didn't notice Kaya's condition, touched her upwards with his fingers one after another. Of course, every time the result ends with Rosen's fingers sinking deep into it. Ah! Kaya finally came over to welcome him, exclaimed and raised her arms to hug herself. A pair of moist eyes looked at Rosen resentfully. On the side, Karina, Nami, who were competing to feed Rosen fruit, and Yuta, who was watching the show, all looked over curiously. Sorry. It's just that this thing blocks my view. So I want to move them a little bit so I can see your face, Kaya. After Rosen coughed twice to cover up, he apologized to Kaya. Hehe, I see Captain Rosen that you want to test whether Kaya has grown, right? I understand. I was also curious when I was taking a bath with Kaya. I even weighed it with my hands. Yuta took a step forward, squatted down next to Rosen, and made a gesture of grabbing something with her free left hand. And this scene naturally made Kaya blush even more. Stop talking, tower. Kaya covered her face with her hands, and her shy instinct made her stand up and retreat elsewhere. Seeing this, Rosen looked at Yuta with some shame. Look what you did, it made Kaya shy, didn't it? Rosen looked at Yuta angrily and said. Captain Rosen, you don't care if Kaya is shy or not, you just feel like there is no soft pillow under your head. Yuta smiled and glanced up at Kaya's legs. Although Kaya's legs were covered by the long skirt. But Yuta, who has taken a bath with Kaya, knows that Kaya has grown up with more than just her heart. Her legs have also grown a lot. At least Yuta can wait. Rosen must really like Kaya's knee pillow. And as Kaya gets closer to Tsunade, Rosen must be growing fond of it. Don't worry. Although I can lend you my legs. Although it's not as good as Kaya, wearing a short skirt allows you to feel my skin more directly. Yuta blushed slightly, and as she spoke, she knelt down behind Rosen and put the back of Rosen's head on her knee pillow. When Nami and Karina saw this scene, they looked at each other and stopped arguing for a while. What's the point of arguing? The towers were stolen by Yuta, and they were already losers. Well, that's not bad. But you don't know Kaya's medical ninjutsu. There is no way to relieve my mental fatigue like she does. Rosen clasped his hands in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yuta. It has to be said that although the Elizabeth obtained by Yuta does not have a bonus to the body attributes. But the conditions in Yuta are excellent. This caused Rosen to raise his head and see Yuta's face, but he could only see half of it. The other half is blocked by two shadows. Captain Rosen, where are your eyes looking? Maybe, you also want to use your fingers to test whether I have grown. No, that kind of behavior is against the rules. Yuta lowered her hands and placed them on Rosen's arms. But let's just say relax. I have my own unique way, don't I? Yuta smiled. Makes sense. I have the best singer in the world on my ship. Then, our lovely singer, can you sing one of your beautiful songs? Rosen laughed. Certainly. It just so happens that I also celebrate your becoming the new world's best swordsman. Yuta said, raising his head slightly. After a while, an elegant singing voice came out of Yuta's mouth. Gradually, Rosen, Kaya and others suddenly discovered that the surrounding environment began to change. Music notes, flowers, fruits, etc. appear and fly in the air out of thin air. Everyone understood that at this moment they had arrived at Yuta's singing fruit space. However, Nami and others were not worried about this. Instead, they happily played in the song Fruit Space. AGBF Rosen looked at everything in front of him and listened to Yuta's beautiful singing. I just feel that my tired spirit from using templates to fight for a long time is being repaired at the speed of one spirit. Suddenly, Yuta took Rosen's hand and jumped into the air, floating away. Piano-like keys form steps that allow Rosen and Yuta to move up. Not long after, Rosen felt that he had arrived in an environment surrounded by soft clouds that looked like cotton candy. It's really, really beautiful. Rosen lay down in the marshmallow-like clouds and looked at Yuta, who was singing and dancing like a fairy on the clouds in front of her. It must be said that Yuta's singing skills are extremely high. Especially in this dreamlike world of Yuta. With the mysterious objects flying in the sky as a foil, Yuta's singing is more penetrating. Rosen thought he had never heard anything better than this before traveling through time. Gradually, Rosen was surprised to find out. The song Yuta sang turned out to be a version of a song created by Emma Yashiro and Sakura. Yuta is indeed one of the best singers in the world. I just told some stories about Emma Yashiro and Sakura. Is she actually able to compose relevant songs? Rosen sighed. At this time, Rosen didn't know yet, although he only briefly explained some of the love story between Emma Yashiro and Sakura. But in his diary, he recorded almost all the stories between Emma Yashiro and Sakura. Faced with such an excellent song, Rosen naturally had to record it. At this moment, the video recording function of his voyage diary system has already been turned on. The protagonist who was recorded was of course Yuta. Video currently recording Yuta's new song. Shirahoshi. It's really, really nice. It's as nice as my mother's singing voice. Kami. Even the mermaids who are famous for their singing may not be able to compare to Yuta's singing voice. Charlie. What an amazing human being. No wonder Rosen insists on inviting Yuta to be his singer. Black Maria. Excellent tracks can also be used by Rosen for video recording. Maybe I should try to compose some songs. Kazuki Hiyori. If possible, I need to create some songs that are as long as possible so that Rosen can record longer videos and help me get more points. Gion. My red-haired daughter is a bit of a thief. Charlotte Pudding. If I made a meal for Rosen, would he record it on video? Dressrosa. A very secret port. A small three-masted sailboat quickly sailed out of the harbor without anyone noticing. There was only one person on the deck of the ship, to be precise, a hot girl with a curvy figure, a beautiful face, and a long dress. Finally, let's set off. Violet looked at the port getting farther and farther away, filled with emotion. Although the supplies prepared are still a bit short. But Monet has come back. If he doesn't go to sea, he may not be able to leave. I'm sorry, father, maybe you will suffer a little. But as long as I have the possibility to find Rosen and get Rosen's help. Monet and Sugar won't let anything happen to you. Rosen, I really hope to see you soon. Violet clenched her fist slightly and activated her voyage diary system with firm eyes. When I saw the video of Yuta singing being recorded, Violet had a surprised expression on her face. This is Yuta's song. It's so beautiful. Not only does Yuta sing so well, is she also so good at dancing. It seems that in order for Rosen's eyes to stay on me, I have to work hard on dancing, which I am good at. But as expected, it was the right choice for me to look for Rosen now. As long as we can continue to use dance to induce Rosen to shoot the video, I will definitely be able to keep getting stronger and become even stronger than Doflamingo. Violet thought of this, her eyes filled with hope. She didn't want to risk leaving Dressrosa if she could help it. However, as time goes by, the later she meets Rosen, the less likely she is to join Rosen's pirate group. And she is even more likely to be turned into a toy by Sugar, and she will never be found by Rosen. In that case, it would be real despair for Violet. Yuta created new songs, and maybe I need to create new dance music too. But dance music is not that easy to create. Wait, there seems to be a lot of dance music in Rosen's works about me. Peach Blossom Love Song, Senbon Sakura, etc. As long as Rosen teaches me and I show him the dance, maybe I can guide him to take the video, right? And, a dance song can be more than just a normal bar. It's okay, just, like in the work, jumping on Rosen's body. In this case, I will have more possibilities to be recorded by Rosen. Violet's face turned crimson when she thought of this. Not only because of the dancing, but also because of the scenes of her dancing next to Rosen. These scenes that should not be seen by anyone other than the couple may be seen by other girls who have copies of the diary. No, you can't be so shy. You have to get used to it and be patient. Only in this way is it possible to get more points from Rosen. Just like that Nami. Violet took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down her mood. Watching the video of Yuta still singing and dancing, her eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps, by dancing with Yuta, I can also increase the possibility of me being videotaped by Rosen. Violet murmured. At the same time, on the other side. Dressrosa Castle, interior of Violet's room. Violet, we need to have a talk. Monet directly used violence to push open the door of Violet's room. Because I was worried that Violet would change over time. She is finishing. After Doflamingo handed over the task and returned to Dressrosa, he immediately approached Violet. Behind her was Sugar, who had the same idea. Hey, is there no one? It's strange, she shouldn't have any missions during this time period, right? Sister, where do you think she went? The small Sugar rushed into the room, frowning and looking at the empty surroundings. I have a bad feeling, Sugar. Monet looked at a letter on the desk and said. Is this a letter? Is that woman Violet really running away? Isn't she afraid that we will kill his father? When Sugar saw Monet picking up the letter from the desk, he also had a bad feeling. Monet didn't speak, he just opened the envelope and read it quickly. After a moment, she sighed helplessly. Sister, what did you say in the letter? Sugar asked anxiously. Su Tang, she guessed that we would come to find her. And she said it because she thought you might turn her into a toy and make Rosen forget she existed. So, she chose to leave. Monet said. Damn it, how could that woman know that I planned to turn her into a toy? When Sugar heard this, he stamped his feet angrily. Probably, it was from the time when Rosen mentioned in his diary that he wanted to take Violet as a dancer in his pirate group. After all, we did start to feel that she would be an unstable factor for us from that time. Monet sighed. Damn it, I should have come here earlier. It's useless, Sugar. Without telling the young master and others about Rosen, there is no way for us to escape Violet's glaring observation. Even so. Damn it, I'm angry. Sister, let's kill Violet's father now. No, Sugar. Why? She has already left, so her father is no longer of use to us. Sugar looked puzzled. Monet raised the letter in his hand and said to Granulated Sugar. The letter contains the words Violet left for us. She said she would definitely find Rosen. She also believes that Rosen will definitely let her become the dancer of the Flame Blade Pirates. If we let the situation get to a point where we cannot be gentle, we have to protect her father. Don't let the young master kill that man. Upon hearing this, Sugar's eyes immediately widened. No, isn't it? We still have to protect that woman's father. Chapter 175 Monet is determined to go to sea, Yuta's revenge target. At least that seems to be the case now. Monet nodded helplessly and then said. There's nothing in Rosen's diary that says we must be allowed on board. And since we are young master's crew, fundamentally speaking, we cannot be Rosen's crew. In fact, even if we want to go to Rosen's ship, Rosen may not accept us. On the other hand, Violet, based on Rosen's high opinion of Violet in his diary, the probability of her becoming Rosen's partner is indeed very high. If Violet becomes Rosen's partner. Even though she didn't get the character template from Rosen, she didn't get a lot of points from Rosen. Rosen's strength alone is enough to pose a threat to us. Sugar, you saw it before, even Hawkeye was defeated by Rosen. Although Rosen defeated Hawkeye because of the replacement function of the blank character template. But it's enough to show how scary Rosen is. When you came here, you also saw the information about alternate Emiya that Rosen uploaded, right? The infinite sword system that can detonate in the enemy's body is really terrifying. Even if the young master can prevent this move, he will still be injured. Besides, Rosen has not been in this world for a long time. He already has such a strong combat power. It's hard to imagine how powerful he will be when his ship comes to Dressrosa. So, although Violet's plan is a conspiracy, we have to accept it. When Sugar heard Monet's words, her body couldn't help but tremble. Rosen's previous battle with Mahawk. Even across the screen, Sugar felt quite scared. If Rosen didn't know her face, she was still confident that she could approach Rosen quietly and use her own abilities to turn Rosen into a toy that could only obey her orders. But the problem is, Rosen knows her appearance and her abilities. He can even draw a picture of her enlarged appearance without the shortcomings of the childlike fruit ability based on her appearance. Under such circumstances, Sugar felt that even if she put on makeup, it would be difficult for her to get close to Rosen. After all, Gion's lesson happened not long ago. Sugar didn't dare to try to see if Rosen could recognize her. On the other hand, Sugar is also worried deep down that even if she turns Rosen into a toy, Rosen can still use the character template and escape the curse of the childlike fruit. But, how should we prevent the young master from punishing Violet's father, King Riku? If the young master insists on punishing him, there is nothing we can do to stop him. Sugar said worriedly. Violet also helped us think of a plan regarding this. Monet shook the letter in his hand and continued. She asked us to tell the young master that Rosen is her man. Perhaps, the Lord will let him go because Rosen is the strong one who defeated the Golden Lion. There's also an addition here that says Rosen defeated Hawkeye, which was obviously added not too long ago. Sugar's eyes widened, never expecting that Violet would write such content in the letter. But, the young master may not believe this. Sugar said hesitantly. Maybe, but it would be different if I told the young master that I heard Violet mention Rosen when I was undercover with King Riku. Hearing what his sister said, Sugar was shocked again. Still, it can still be like this. Monet was silent for a while, and then said after thinking for a moment. Perhaps I can modify it. Su Tang, if I tell the young master, I met Rosen when I was undercover here during King Riku's reign. And we have a certain relationship with Rosen, so maybe we can get Rosen to cooperate with us. Do you think the young master will allow me to leave temporarily to look for Rosen? Sugar blinked and asked in surprise. Sister, do you want to go to sea to find Rosen? Monet nodded heavily. Although Violet said that if we can keep King Riku, even if she brings Rosen to Dressrosa later, she won't really kill us. But, I'm not reassured. Since she went out to sea to find Rosen, so can I. Maybe I can find Rosen one step ahead of that woman. Virgo is working undercover at Naval Headquarters, and from him, the young master may also know about Rosen's potential cooperation value. And I'm really concerned about what Rosen said about him being put in Impel Down. If I don't understand this, I will have trouble sleeping and eating. Perhaps, if I appear in front of Rosen, he will write in his diary the specific reasons why the young master will be imprisoned in Impel Down. Speaking of this, Monet felt a little melancholy. If possible, she naturally doesn't want to use herself as bait to find Rosen. She didn't even think of how to get Rosen and Doflamingo to cooperate after finding Rosen. However, Violet's sudden departure forced her to find Rosen. At least, Violet must be prevented from finding Rosen. Sugar fell silent. Although her body is that of a child due to devil fruit. But her IQ is not that of a child. She naturally understood that in this case, someone should stop Violet or find Rosen. Therefore, she had no way to stop Monet's proposal. Monet raised his hand and opened a copy of his diary. Looking at the video of Yuta singing and dancing for 5 minutes, I habitually calculated the points earned by Yuta. In the future, Shichibukai's position will undergo major changes. Single quote. The young master is one of the people who will be affected. In any case, now is the time to make a decision. Single quote. Monet took a deep breath and opened the notebook about Monet drawn by Rosen through his mind. Looking at the pictures that could make any woman blush and her heart beat, Monet fell silent again. East Blue. Yuta space. This Yuta actually ate alone and took Rosen to the sky. Wouldn't that mean we wouldn't be able to be on camera? Nami put her hands on her hips, listening to the singing that seemed to be filling the entire Yuta space, looking at the video being recorded in the diary copy, and pouting. Beside her, there was Kaya with her hands clasped together and a sigh on her face. It's amazing. Yuta, this is a song based on Emi Yashiro and Sakura. It's really nice. You can't help but dance along with the song. Kaya said. Karina held her chin with one hand and rubbed her chin with her fingers. Yuta is really talented. Also, will creating a song about Shuru Emiya enable Rosen to turn on the video recording function? Maybe I can compose some songs too. Since Yuta created the love story between Emiya Shuru and Sakura. Then I can start with Emiya Shuru and his sister Miyu and create a song about brother-sister love. Perhaps it would be good to compose a song related to Yagemiko. At that time, Rosen will be able to video record me while I'm singing. When Nami heard this, she rolled her eyes and quickly came to Karina's side. Do you need me to dance with you, Lena? Can you dance, Nami? Although I'm not good at it, I can learn it. Forget it, I'm not interested in teaching beginners. Kaya is better at dancing than you. Hey, there's no need to look down on me so much. Could it be that you also want to eat alone like Yuta? Haha, you're right, Nami. You, a female fox, are really annoying. It's you I hate, little thief cat. Quote. Kaya, who was standing aside, looked at Nami and Karina who were arguing again, and said in a weak voice. Well, it's not good to argue. It was a pity when Nami and Karina had a fight. Kaya's voice couldn't reach their ears at all. Zero, please give me flowers. In the end, Kaya could only sigh, silently walked aside and sat down, quietly looking at the wonderful environment of Yuta's space and listening to Yuta's beautiful singing. After a song, Yuta jumped to the center of the clouds where Rosen was. Rosen opened his eyes and saw Yuta in front of him with bare feet in her iconic white dress. Her eyes were curved into crescent shapes and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, forming an extremely cute angle. Rosen, I can sing pretty well. Yuta put his hands behind his back, leaned forward, and said to Rosen with a smile on his face. Of course, it's a nice song. But you actually created a song based on the love between Emiya Shuru and Sakura. Could it be that, Ms. Yuta can't help but want to fall in love? Rosen put his hands behind his head and said to Yuta with a chuckle. What, I just felt a little emotional about the story of Emiya Shuru and Sakura, so I created this song. Having said that, if I really want to fall in love, I don't have a suitable partner. Yuta smiled. Why not? Am I not? Really, Rosen, you took advantage of me again. I really want to fall in love with you, Yuta. Yeah. Yes. Zero. What about Karina, Kaya and Nami? Of course I also want to fall in love with them. Really, you're the only one who can say such words so generously. Yuta pouted, leaned forward, lay down on the cloud next to Rosen, and started playing with Rosen. It wasn't until she got tired of playing that Yuta stopped. It's almost time to unlock this Yuta dimension, Yuta. It will be quite tiring to keep this world open like this. Rosen looked at Yuta, who was lying next to him with a slight sweat on his forehead, and said. Hehe, I'm not that fragile. For me now, even if I forcefully open Yuta's space for an hour, it doesn't matter. In fact, as long as I don't use too much force, I can maintain this space for a longer time. Don't you want to relax your mind? Then take a good rest in this space. Yuta turned away, lying on her side and said to Rosen. Rosen transfer. If you look over your head, you can directly see Yuta's big, watery eyes that seem to be able to speak. It seems that our singer has really grown up a lot. Hehe, this is all thanks to the Elizabeth template you gave me, Rosen. I just gave you a template. You cannot have the power you have now without your own efforts. Perhaps what you gave me is not just Elizabeth's template. Yuta raised the corner of her mouth and smiled mysteriously at Rosen. What she was talking about was naturally the points that Rosen didn't know about. Rosen, do you think I should keep the singing devil's song? Should I destroy it? Suddenly, Yuta lay on her back next to Rosen, looked at the sky and said. The song demon is the song demon king, right? Why destroy it? Isn't it good to keep the song that summoned it? Rosen laughed. But, the song demon king is so dangerous. Even if I keep the music score, I can't use it. Quote. It would be too bad if it hurts you and hurts everyone. Yuta pursed her lips and said in a depressed mood. When she boarded Rosen's ship, Yuta brought the sheet music for summoning the singing demon without telling Egg. I originally planned to burn it myself later. But when it came time to burn it, Yuta was a little reluctant to do so. Vaguely, she actually wanted to see the master of the song library again. Rosen tilted his head and looked at Yuta's profile quietly with his eyes. After a moment, he spoke. Why burn it? Yuta, don't you want to take revenge on that demon lord? F. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 176 The child with Yuta should give the red hair a little shock. Revenge, revenge. Yuta turned her head and looked at Rosen, the music gleaming in her eyes. That's right. Rosen nodded slightly. You carry the sheet music with you, isn't it because you have the idea of revenge against it? Earlier, Yuta had confessed to Rosen that he knew that the tragedy in Music City was caused by him. Therefore, Rosen was not puzzled by what Yuta mentioned to him at this moment. On the contrary, Rosen saw the hidden desire in Yuta's heart. Yes, Rosen, you are right. I do have the idea of revenge against it. But, that guy is so powerful. Is there really any way I can destroy it? Yuta said worriedly. Through Rosen's diary, she is quite aware of the power of the demon lord in the song space. That is the existence that the entire red hair pirates are difficult to destroy. Yuta was worried that after she summoned the demon lord, she would not be able to destroy it at all, and would only give it a chance to hurt her friends. Don't worry, Yuta. Don't forget you and me. Although I may not be able to do anything to that guy now. But when it comes, I will definitely have the power to completely destroy it. Although the demon lord is mysterious, don't forget that I am also a person with mysterious power. Rosen stretched out his hand, gently held Yuta's cheek, and said with a chuckle. Yuta felt the gentle touch of Rosen's palm, and listened to Rosen's gentle words. You buried your head, 2.5, into Rosen's arms. Thank you, Rosen. What are you talking about? Aren't we partners? Nevertheless, I still want to say thank you. That's very polite, Yuta. But if you really insist on thanking you, you might as well say so. Really, I'm obviously still moved. Yuta lightly knocked on Rosen's chest with both hands, and looked at Rosen with a pouting look on his face. To this, Rosen responded with a cheerful smile. Speaking of which, wait until Hawkeye returns to New World. Be sure to go back and find the Red Hair Pirates. When the time comes, he will definitely tell him that you, the daughter of the Red Hair Pirates, have become my crew. Rosen laughed. What are you talking about? You actually told Hawkeye that I was your wife earlier. What should I do if Hawkeye tells Shanks and the others about this? Yuta pouted and said. But I clearly remember that it was you who first said that you wanted to have a child with me in front of Hawkeye. I didn't say it in front of him. I was obviously very quiet because his ears were too sensitive. Besides, I was just joking. Then it's over. I don't think Hawkeye thinks you are really joking. The Red Hair Pirates don't think you are really joking either. Maybe by the time we meet the Red Hair Pirates, they will have prepared us baby supplies for the kids. Damn it, what should we do? We obviously don't have children, so we can't really have one. After Yuta finished speaking, she immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly covered her mouth and looked at Rosen with a red face. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth, gently stretched out his hand to brush Yuta's forehead, and reached out to Yuta's back with the other hand to bring her into his arms. I don't think your suggestion is to prevent sight, Yuta. Rosen slowly moved his face closer to Yuta and said softly. In an instant, Yuta's face was completely dyed red. Even his eyes were closed tightly. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Unlock this space, Yuta. It's almost time for us to go out. As Rosen spoke, he let go of Yuta and planned to stand up. But before he could stand up completely, Yuta suddenly reached out and grabbed Rosen's collar and brought him to her body. Yuta. Rosen fell on Yuta, looked at Yuta's face up close, and muttered her name with some confusion. Rosen, stay with me, okay. After Yuta finished speaking, the clothes on her and Rosen's bodies shone with colorful light. The next moment, the light dissipated. Clothes also dissipate. You. Rosen raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he felt that Coco was not just Yuta's breath at close range. Even the skin. Rosen can feel it too. However, his words have not lied yet. Then he felt that his words were blocked by Yuta, who suddenly approached. After a long time, wait until the lips are separated. Yuta put her hands behind Rosen's neck and moved her head close to Rosen's ear. I like you, Rosen. This time, it's not a joke. Although the writings in Rosen's copy of the diary embarrassed Yuta for a time. But after receiving so much help from Rosen, Yuta had already accepted Rosen's personality and liked him. This love was further deepened after Rosen promised to completely destroy the Song Demon King. Now she has decided to take the final step that she has been thinking about for a long time. Rosen stared into Yuta's eyes for a long time. After a moment, he also put his head close to Yuta's ear and whispered. I like you too, Yuta. Yuta had a sweet smile on her face, as did Rosen. Slowly, the distance between the two is getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, there's the real world. Huh, are we back? Karina opened her eyes, looked around, frowned and said. It seems that Yuta has released the space of the song fruit. Speaking of which, where are Yuta and Captain Rosen? Nami stood up from the deck and spoke. Maybe they went back to the cabin first. I'll go take a look. Kaya greeted Nami and Karina and walked towards the cabin. Karina and Nami looked at each other and soon started arguing again. Captain Rosen, are you there? Kaya knocked on the door of Captain Rosen's cabin, and the unlocked door opened automatically with a creaking sound. Excuse me. Kaya pushed open the door and soon saw Rosen lying on the bed. It turns out he fell asleep. Sure enough, using the power of templates is very laborious. In that case, I will work hard. Kaya smiled. She thought that Yuta's singing did not completely relieve Rosen's mental fatigue. She planned to use medical ninjutsu to help Rosen and walk towards the bed. She determined that it was Yuta who took Rosen back to his room. As for Yuta herself, I'm afraid she has gone back to her room to rest because she used the tower space. Kaya was about to take off her shoes when she suddenly noticed something was wrong with Rosen. Breathing so heavily, Kaya frowned and reached out to touch Rosen's forehead. It's so hot. Are you sick? And the blood flow is also abnormally fast. Could it be that there were sequelae from using Emiyashiru's template to fight Hawkeye just now? Kaya became nervous instantly and quickly used medical ninjutsu to examine and treat Rosen. However, no matter how Kaya implemented chakra to calm Rosen's questions, it had no effect. What happened? Why did it become like this? No, we have to take Rosen to the infirmary for a thorough checkup. Kaya took a deep breath, took Rosen's hand and put it on her back. Huh, what is this? Kaya felt something pressing against her back and frowned immediately. Soon, Kaya realized something and her face instantly turned red. She silently put Rosen down, and looked at Rosen thoroughly up and down very shyly. Any illness or discomfort is simply fake. Rosen was not sick at all, he was just having some dreams that he shouldn't have. Could it be said that Rosen finally couldn't restrain his desire? Medical books say that suppressing it for too long is harmful to the body. But there is no way to treat this state. Does it really have to be like those comic strips drawn by Rosen? Kaya pursed her lips and lowered her head, unsure of what to do for a moment. Not enough, she still sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out her hand and gently touched Rosen's forehead. It seems that this can lower Rosen's body temperature. Suddenly, Rosen reached out and grabbed Kaya's arm that was resting on his forehead. With one push, Kaya fell into Rosen's arms. At this moment, Kaya once again felt the object that made her shy before. Yuta, I like you. Just when Kaya was at a loss, Rosen suddenly spoke in his sleep. Yuta. Did Rosen dream about Yuta? Kaya blinked. The next moment, she opened her mouth wide and showed an extremely incredible expression. Yuta's fruit ability, could it be said that Rosen is still in that dimension now? And, with Yuta, what are they doing? Kaya said, raising her hand to cover her cheek in surprise. At this moment, many related scenes flashed through her mind. Sure enough, people will still guess it. Suddenly, a very familiar voice to Kaya sounded at the door. Kaya looked back and saw that it was Yuta she had thought of before. At this moment, Yuta's face and neck had turned completely red. With just one glance, Kaya determined that Yuta, like Rosen, was breathing heavily and had a body temperature slightly higher than normal. Yuta, are you really with Rosen, that one? Kaya pursed her lips and spoke to Yuta. Yuta entered the room, locked the door, walked up to Kaya and stretched out her hand to pull her out of Rosen's arms. I originally wanted to touch it quietly, but it turned out to be exposed. That's all, just know it. It's a matter of time anyway. Yes, I am indeed with Rosen, huh? As Yuta was speaking, his body trembled as if he had been greatly stimulated, and even his voice became much louder. Kaya looked at all this, and the relevant scenes from the song Fruit immediately appeared in her mind. After a long time, Yuta finally calmed down a little. She held on and said to Kaya, Kaya, don't talk to Karina and Nami for now. I want to spend more time alone with Rosen. A moment, okay. If you help me, when you and Rosen want a separate environment in the future, I can also use my 5.1 ability to create a separate environment for you and Rosen. Hearing this, Kaya's face immediately turned red. Excuse me. After saying that, Weiya turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the room. Kaya was so anxious that she even used the body flicker technique. Yuta couldn't help but laugh a little when she saw this scene. Hehe, the soul is doing that kind of thing to me. The body in the real world is sleeping. It's a really strange feeling. Yuta smiled, took off her shoes, lay down next to Rosen's body, and hugged Rosen's back. The next moment, the scene in front of Yuta changed, and he came to the song fruit space again. On the other side, Kaya leaned her back against the captain's cabin door, unable to calm down for a long time. Yuta really came together with Rosen. After that, it's not just in the song fruit space. Even in the real world, they will be together. Perhaps, before long, a baby will really be born. This should be something to be happy about. But why is it so uncomfortable here? Kaya put her hand on her heart and pursed her lips slightly. Kaya originally wanted to leave, but she didn't take the step because she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She turned around and looked through the crack in the door. There, Rosen and Yuta lay quietly. But Kaya knew that in the Yuta fruit space, the two of them would never be so quiet. Chapter 177, connected with Yuta's soul, a large number of points strengthen the dedication of the woe. After a long time, Rosen suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar ceiling, Rosen raised his eyebrows. My room, are you back? Rosen murmured something and looked down at his side. As he expected, Yuta was right next to him. As if aware of Rosen's gaze, Yuta's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Rosen. Yuta rubbed his eyes and sat up with his hands supporting his body. Yuta. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. After experiencing that dream, Rosen clearly felt that his relationship with Yuta had become closer, and so did Yuta. After waking up for a while, Yuta realized the current situation. But now that she is a wife, she does not avoid Rosen's sight because of shyness. She gently opened her arms and hugged Rosen's back, and buried her head in Rosen's arms. Rosen, do you think I won't have sex with your child? Well, I find it difficult. Why? Yuta, although our souls are fused, do you think your soul can have children? Forehead. Although soul communication is very interesting, if you don't experience it in the real world, I'm afraid you won't really have children, so, how about we do it again, in the real world? As Rosen said, the hand on Yuta's back began to feel a little dishonest. Yuta was brave enough. She nodded after thinking for a moment. You are right, and I also want to try out the difference between Yuta space and real space. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuta threw Rosen down with force. Rosen. Hehe, this time, it's me. Yuta chuckled at Rosen, raised his hand and reached for Rosen's collar. After a while, Rosen looked at Yuta in front of him, his eyes a little confused. Why is my Yuta so good? Is she reading something she shouldn't? Rosen would not know that Yuta did know so much knowledge because of reading relevant readings. The author of these readings is Rosen himself. Okay, great. Surprisingly, it can still be like this. How could Yuta do such a trick? Could it be said that the comics created by Rosen using Yuta as the heroine have such a trick? Kaya opened her eyes wide, thinking in her heart, while observing everything inside the door through the crack of the door. However, the way Yuta looks now, is this really such a wonderful thing? Listening to Yuta's cry, Kaya couldn't help but think in her heart. Reason told her that she shouldn't stay here now. But the fact is that she seems to be unable to control her legs. These two legs seemed to be rooted to the floor and could not move. In the end, Weiya gave up and left. Watch the interaction between Rosen and Yuta from the beginning to the end. Seeing Rosen and Yuta sleeping in each other's arms, Kaya quietly pulled the door handle and closed the door completely. Until this time, Kaya was finally able to feel her legs. However, when she just moved one leg, her body froze in place. She could clearly feel that it was time for her to change into a clean crotch cloth. Well, Kaya hummed shyly, turned around and ran towards her room, covering her cheek. What she didn't know was that when she left, Rosen in the room withdrew his eyes from her. With the ability to see through the world, no wall can block his sight. Has she left, Wei? Yuta felt Rosen's movement, opened her eyes and asked. Although Yuta is not as powerful as Rosen, there is a big living person standing outside the door, especially since she has met Kaya before. Therefore, she can naturally notice that Kaya is peeping. Although she was a little embarrassed to be looked at by Kaya, Yuta, who was deeply in love at the time, didn't think too much about it. Well, she probably needs to take a good bath afterwards and change into some clothes for bed. Rosen laughed. When Yuta heard this, she still didn't understand what Rosen meant. The corners of her mouth raised, and she sat up with her arms supporting her body. After seeing a trace of red on the flyer, she carefully tore it off. Do I need to save it? Rosen raised an eyebrow. Of course it is needed. This is a very precious thing. Maybe we can show it to our children in the future. Yuta touched Rosen's chest with her elbow and smiled. Well, I think it's better if you show it to Shanks than to our children. Rosen was a little embarrassed. Although he knew that Yuta was a lively and bold girl, he obviously underestimated Yuta's boldness. That's right, let's show it to Shanks. Farewell, let's leave it to ourselves. Okay, now that you say so, Rosen. Yuta smiled and put her hands on Rosen's shoulders. Help me back to my room, I need to hide it. No problem, I'll be happy to serve my Yuta. After Rosen finished, he reached out to pick up Princess Yuta and took her back to her room. And watched Yuta put the piece of cloth into a small box. That's good. All I need to do next is take a good bath and then have a good sleep. After Yuta treasured the box, she stood up with a small jump. But soon, she froze due to the stinging pain coming from somewhere in her body. Do you need me to ask Kaya to treat you? Rosen naturally noticed Yuta's discomfort and looked over worriedly. Humph, it's not because of someone. Yuta pouted and glared at Rosen. Forget about treatment and all, this is proof that we are together. So that's what you think. I'm really touched, Yuta. You are poor again, forget it, go take a shower. Do you need me to help you clean it? No, I don't want to do it again, even though it feels very comfortable. At the end of the sentence, Yuta's voice gradually dropped. Huh, what did you say, Yuta? Rosen raised the corner of his mouth, deliberately pretending not to hear. Nothing. Anyway, you are not allowed to come into the bathroom. My current body is not suitable to continue, you understand. After Yuta finished speaking, she ran directly into the bathroom next door and started cleaning her body without waiting for Rosen's response. Rosen had nothing to do, so he started tidying up Yuta's room. After Yuta had cleaned herself and put on a cute set of pajamas, Rosen had just finished cleaning up the room. When Yuta saw the man in front of her cleaning her room, the cute curve on her lips once again formed. When she was happy, she pulled Rosen down on her bed and chatted happily. We talked about things from childhood to now, and then from now to what might happen after meeting red hair pirates. But maybe it was because I was too tired. Not long after, Yuta fell into a deep sleep. Rosen looked at Yuta, who was gradually displayed in large fonts on the bed in front of him, smiled slightly, and opened his voyage diary system. Afterwards, Rosen began his tireless photography work. Photo. Yuta sleeping, angle 1. Photo. Yuta sleeping, angle 2. Photo. Yuta sleeping, angle 100. In a short period of time, 100 consecutive photos appeared in Rosen's diary, which immediately attracted the attention of holders of copies of the diary. At the same time, everyone was a little confused as to why Rosen suddenly took pictures of Yuta continuously. Moreover, still in the same scene, I deliberately looked for various angles to take pictures of Yuta. Except for Kaya, she was the only one who knew the reason why Rosen suddenly did this. Apparently, getting closer to Yuta gave Rosen the desire to take pictures of Yuta. Karina and Nami, who were still on the deck of the Senya, frowned, stopped arguing and walked towards the cabin. However, they did not go to Yuta's room. Instead, he found Kaya who had already changed into clean clothes. However, in the face of two people's inquiries, Kaya remained silent. It's not that Kaya doesn't want to answer Karina and Nami. It's because she doesn't know how to answer. Kaya, you really don't know the reason why Rosen suddenly took a lot of photos. Nami sat next to Kaya, her eyes full of curiosity. Yes, Kaya, you came to the cabin a long time ago. It's impossible not to see anything. Speak boldly, we won't tell anyone else. Karina sat across from Kaya and said loudly. Kaya opened her mouth, and the previous scene of Rosen and Yuta's exchange reappeared in her mind. What also surfaced at the same time was the fact that he had to change into clean clothes. Well, I still have some medicinal materials that need to be sorted. So, I'll take a step away first. As soon as the words fell, Wei Ya's body turned into one again. Clone technique. No, it's body flicker technique. Nami exclaimed. No, very wrong. It always feels like Kaya saw something terrible. Wait, did Yuta really have sex with Rosen? Speaking of which, Kaya has changed her clothes. Could it be said that Kaya has also communicated with Rosen at a distance? Karina held her chin with one hand, and as she analyzed it, her own expression became quite surprised. Impossible, Kaya doesn't look like someone with such courage. But there must be something wrong with it. Nami said thoughtfully. Karina and Nami looked at each other, and at this moment 643, both of them had the idea of having a good chat with Yuta in the future. I have to say that today is a day worth remembering. Closing square bracket. Not only has Shuru Emiya's template been advanced to the level of Alter Emiya. Closing square bracket. Similarly, also got to know Yuta better. Closing square bracket. Yuta, she is much cuter than I imagined. Closing square bracket. This kind of Yuta should not hesitate to record more. Charlotte Pudding, isn't it cute? Rosen once said that I am cute too. When I get to him, will he take so many photos of me? Hina. Rosen, has he changed his gender? Doesn't he prefer to be mature? Some women. Hina, very confused. Charlotte Snaman. Rosen, you should prefer women with bigger hearts and longer legs, right? For example, women like Sister Smoothie. Although Yuta is good, but it probably wasn't enough for Rosen to suddenly feel so emotional. Quote. Black Maria. Something's wrong. Rosen suddenly took so many photos of Yuta and said such things. This is definitely not simple. Could it be that the relationship between Rosen and Yuta? What happened? Charlotte Smoothie. Could it be that the two of them have already had sex? Dole. Hundreds of photos, converted into 500 points. Peacock. This is really troublesome. This will make Yuta, who has the Elizabeth template and the song Fruit, grow up quickly. 11. Gion. The situation is getting more and more troublesome. Violet. In this case, Rosen and Yuta have probably gotten together. Kazuki Hiyori. This means that as long as he can become Rosen's woman, even if he does not record intimate videos between men and women in his diary, he will record a large number of them later. Photo. Baccarat. Perhaps, Rosen will also make a lot of records about Yuta in the future because of the change in his relationship with Yuta. Sure enough, as long as you donate your body, it will be more possible. Can you gain strength? Haha, just giving your body. As long as you can have a luxurious life, it doesn't matter what you do. As long as I can gain power and live a luxurious life by Rosen's side, I will definitely have it. Confinement. It was right to leave the Golden Emperor and go to sea to find Rosen. However, before a large number of girls gathered around Rosen, there were more girls who had enough weight in Rosen's heart. Chance. We must find Rosen faster. In Kokoja village, there may be no way to catch up. Maybe, I can try my luck at Upside Down Mountain. 17. Chapter 178 Moria took away Auntie's daughter's shadow. Perona is horrified. Baccarat murmured to herself, her eyes falling on the work in which she was the heroine in a copy of her diary. Bath in a pool made of gold, then I dive in and put my mouth close to Rosen. It's a pity, I am demon fruit power, and there is no way to restore the plot you created. But it doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to give me a luxurious life. I will be satisfied with whatever plot you create that I can realize. In other words, if you can remove the weakness of my devil fruit ability, I will be satisfied with the scenario of diving into the water and getting close to you in the golden pool. After Baccarat finished speaking, she spit out a beautiful red color and slowly crossed her lips. However, this tongue is still not flexible enough. Hopefully Rosen won't mind that I wasn't very skilled at the beginning. Baccarat clicked her red snake and whispered. Yuta, the more I look at it, the cuter it becomes. Such a girl really has to marry into the family. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, that red-haired guy probably won't object to my marriage to Yuta. Closing square bracket. Well, if he objects, just beat him up and make him agree. Quote. Speaking of which, with the red hair's concern for Yuta, if Yuta herself decided to come together with me, Shanks wouldn't object. Closing square bracket. Among the current 4 emperors, the red-haired one is probably the one who cares most about his children. Closing square bracket. No, that guy Whitebeard also cares about his children very much. Closing square bracket. Red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard Howard are completely different from Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts. Closing square bracket. However, even so, if I really want to say that the person least suitable to be a parent is the Aunt Charlotte Linlin. Closing square bracket. That guy has the most children, but turns out to be the parent who cares least about their children's life and death. To a certain extent, it's an irony. Closing square bracket. Even Kaido, who installed explosive chains on his daughter, is far inferior to Charlotte Linlin. Quote. Looking at Rosen's message, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Pudding and others fell silent for a while. Although I don't want to admit it, I think of Charlotte Linlin's past. They couldn't think of anything to refute Rosen's words. However, Yamato, who was mentioned between the lines of Rosen's words, was somewhat dissatisfied with Rosen's statement. Damn it, how can that guy Kaido be better than Auntie? In terms of being a parent, Kaido is the least suitable among the 4 emperors. Yamato looked at the bomb handcuffs on his hands and thought of the difficult life that lasted for more than 10 or 20 years. All of a sudden, all kinds of grievances came to his heart. Rosen seemed to have heard Yamato's complaints, and soon the latest content related to Yamato appeared in his diary. The aunt of 4 emperors can actually kill her own children without blinking or heartbeat. Hiss, there is such a thing. Kaido just trapped me, although in this regard, he still went too far. Wait, what is this? This guy Rosen just said he wanted to marry Yuta, and now he says he wants to marry me. I'm a man. Yamato stood up, and the shouts spread throughout almost the entire Ghost Island. I really don't know how Charlotte Linlin's children can tolerate her. Closing square bracket. That aunt has a bad temper, and she doesn't take her children seriously at all. Closing square bracket. A person who is angry can easily kill his children. Closing square bracket. Really, if you have a beautiful daughter for me, it would be great if I could keep it. Quote. Speaking of which, Kaido's daughter Yamato is also pretty good. Closing square bracket. It would be a beautiful thing if we could marry Yamato. Closing square bracket. Looking at Rosen's message, Custard, Garrett, Pudding and others fell silent for a while. Don't they know the danger of Charlotte Linlin? But even if they intend to leave Charlotte Linlin, it is not an easy task. Even if he leaves, with 4 emperors, methods, there is still the possibility of being hunted down. Staying in Wanguo is sometimes a kind of helplessness. That's not true either. It's understandable that Charlotte Linlin's children can't leave Wanguo. Closing square bracket. After all, there are gadgets made by Charlotte Linlin with her own soul throughout the kingdoms to monitor the kingdom. Closing square bracket. Without Charlotte Linlin's life card, her children would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, since Charlotte Laura left the 10,000 kingdoms without authorization, Charlotte Linlin took back the life cards issued to her children. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Garrett. Does Rosen know that he's even qualified? No, with his ability, not knowing is the strangest thing. Why debate? It's really novel. It seems that Charlotte Linlin's so-called blood relationship to maintain the unity of the pirate group is simply fake. Dole. In the final analysis, Charlotte Linlin's pirate group is no different from other vicious pirate groups. The captain rules the entire pirate group with fear. Gion. However, there should be people within the Big Mom pirate group who are loyal to Julot Linlin. Charlotte Pudding. Sister Lola, I haven't heard his name for a long time. I wonder how she is doing now. Now that Rosen knows about this, I wonder if he can think of a way to get me to leave the Big Mom pirates too. Let me also gain the same freedom as Sister Lola. Speaking of which, that woman Charlotte Laura should still be in a state of being stripped of her shadow by Moria. Closing square bracket. Also, I'm still thinking of ways to get the Vice Admiral shadow back from Moria's hands. Closing square bracket. I wonder if that guy from Moria knows that the shadow he captured contains the shadow of the daughter of the 4 emperors. Closing square bracket. Tisk, tisk, if this tip is accidentally revealed, I don't know if Charlotte Linlin will arrange for someone to go over and deal with Moria. Closing square bracket. In this case, Moria may lose her position as Shichibukai early. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Pudding. What? How could something like this happen? Sister Lola's shadow was deprived of her. Is she okay now? Wait, if Sister Lola also has a copy of Rosen's diary, wouldn't she be able to gain power by being mentioned by Rosen's name in the diary? Then, she will be able to snatch the shadow from Moria's hand, right? Charlotte Garrett. Such a thing happened to Lola, but Alvida, who became beautiful through the slippery fruit, seems to be able to get a copy of Rosen's diary. I don't think a woman like Lola won't get a copy of Rosen's diary. Charlotte Custard. After all, Rosen should only draw notebooks and photos of beautiful women. If Rosen didn't have Lola's notebook and facts in the notebook before he came to this world, she wouldn't have got a copy of Rosen's diary. Charlotte Snamon. Before looking for Rosen, should I go to where Moria is? Charlotte Smoothie. Interesting, Moria, I remember you. Dole. This Moria really did something quite irritating. Habari. Rosen's previous diary contents hinted that there will be 2 Shichibukai replaced by Blackbeard Teach and Buggy, Doflamingo may be one. Monet. Moria, is this another Shichibukai that was replaced? Gion. Even if Lola betrays the 4 emperors, if the people in the Big Mom pirate group know that Lola's shadow has been taken away by Moria, they may still come to trouble Moria. In that case, he may indeed lose his position as Shichibukai. However, according to the original historical trajectory, will Moria be killed by the Big Mom pirate group because he took away Charlotte Lola's shadow? At the same time, Devil's Sea, Thriller Bark. Perona rubbed her eyes vigorously and looked at the copy of the diary again. After a moment, her eyes widened to their maximum size, and her mouth opened wide enough to swallow 2 eggs. Yes, it's true. I didn't see the flowers in my eyes. Will Moria-sama really lose his position as Shichibukai? Could it be that he will be killed by the 4 emperors? Oops, what about me? How am I doing? I won't be dead in the future, too. Perona's frightened screams echoed in the room, and even the ghosts created by her abilities showed scared expressions. Speaking of which, Moria is really unlucky. Closing square bracket. It can be said that this guy has been extremely unlucky since he lost his position as Shichibukai. Closing square bracket. Even my partners are extremely miserable. Closing square bracket. His Absalom, who ate the transparent fruit, was killed by Blackbeard after he lost his position as Shichibukai. Closing square bracket. The ghost girl who was raised since childhood was also slapped away by the tyrant bear. Closing square bracket. He himself was almost killed by Doflamingo. Closing square bracket. Tisk, tisk, pathetic, pathetic. Closing square bracket. But there is no other way. Who told this guy not to exercise diligently and think about getting rid of his zombie all day long? Closing square bracket. If his strength could be slightly stronger, he wouldn't be left alone. Closing square bracket. That guy Absalom was killed. And Lord Moria will be alone. Shichibukai Doflamingo, he was almost killed by Doflamingo, who is also a Shichibukai. How could this happen? What will happen in the future? Wait, I was slapped away by Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear, is that Shichibukai's Tyrant Bear? Also, that means I'm dead. No, I don't want to die yet. Help me, who will save me? Wait, this guy Rosen has a way, he must have a way to save me. By the way, as long as the man Rosen can mention my name many times in the diary, I will be able to gain the power to protect myself. But, damn it, why didn't Rosen mention my name in the notes? Does it mean that I really have to find him and appear in front of him before he will mention my name in his diary? Perona murmured to herself, suddenly thinking of the scene where Yuta was taken hundreds of photos by Rosen. As long as I have so many photos, I can gain the power to protect myself. Does it mean that I also have to go to sea to find Rosen? But the people at Marine are keeping an eye on Rosen. If I go over now, I won't be stared at by those female Marines, right? Damn it, my head hurts so much, what should I do? Perona hugged her head tightly and rolled on her bed in annoyance. At this moment, Perona felt that her life was in despair. Among the Shichibukai, the veteran Shichibukai Doflamingo, Tyrant Bear, the new Shichibukai Blackbeard teach in the future will all take action against Moria. The Big Mom pirate group may also take action against the Moria pirate group. Perona never imagined that the Moria pirates had been secretly developing in this Devil Sea for so many years. Why did he accidentally end up with so many potential enemies? Not only Perona, but also Guion, Monet, Boa Hancock and others were surprised by Moria's tragic situation. Especially Guion and other female Marines, they are even considering whether to take back Moria's Shichibukai position in advance. After all, according to the information provided by Rosen, Moria is almost certain to die. Dole. This guy Moria, I really don't know how to describe him. Peacock. What on earth did this man do that provoked so many Shichibukai to attack him? Guion. Strange, even Tyrant Bear and Doflamingo would take action against the Moria pirates. Tyrant Bear only attacked Moria's men, but Doflamingo directly attacked Moria. Could it be that it was an order from the world government, so Tyrant Bear and Doflamingo took action against Moria? No, at this time Doflamingo may have lost his position as Shichibukai, or there may be other possibilities. Quote. Monet, will the young master's loss of Shichibukai's position be related to this matter? Belabeti, the bear actually takes action. This Moria may need the attention of the Revolutionary Army. Koala, I can finally be sure of one thing. At least Mr. Shang will not be the two Shichibukai people who were replaced. That's great. Joanne Boney, no matter what, I hope that bastard dad is safe and sound. Speaking of which, among the first batch of Shichibukai, Moria and Doflamingo both ended badly. Closing square bracket. But to say that the worst one among them is the Tyrant Bear. Closing square bracket. Who would have thought that this one who is at the forefront of the dignified Shichibukai and has equally weird abilities would be reduced to being ridden by celestial dragons? Quote. Bello Betty. Huh. Koala. How come? Jewelry Bonnie. No way, this is absolutely impossible. Chapter 179 Tyrant Bear becomes the plaything of celestial dragons. Zephyr was killed by Marine. South Blue. In a tavern. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The beautiful woman with long straight pink hair, wearing denim overalls, a white half-sleeved shirt, and brown long-heeled boots suddenly stood up, her face full of surprise. If Rosen were here, he would be able to identify her. The daughter of the Tyrant Bear, Annabo. He is also one of the original 11 superstar pirates. What's wrong, guest? The waiter was about to serve Joanne Bonnie. Bonnie suddenly stood up and looked frightened, which obviously startled the waiter. Get away. Bonnie pushed the waiter away and ran quickly out of the restaurant. This scene not only surprised the waiters and other restaurant staff. Even the crew of Jewelry Bonnie are like that. They stood up quickly and quickly followed Jewelry Bonnie as the waiter yelled, "You haven't paid yet," or something like that. What's wrong, Sister Bonnie, do we need to leave in a hurry? Our supplies are not ready yet. A strong man asked as he ran behind Bonnie. Idiot, just follow me. We can't delay it any longer. I have to get to Upside Down Mountain quickly. You must dare before that man reaches Upside Down Mountain. Bonnie didn't look back and kept going faster and faster. Bonnie's crew members looked at each other, all curious about the man Bonnie was talking about. Could it be that she is Sister Bonnie's mistress? Such thoughts all arose in the minds of the crew members. But after seeing Bonnie's anxious face, they didn't ask. However, another idea came to everyone's mind. Could this mistress have hurt Sister Bonnie's head? Jewelry Bonnie gritted her teeth and looked at the sea getting closer and closer, but her heart was full of anxiety. How could this happen? In addition to Doflamingo and Moria, will that guy also lose his position in the Shichibu 903C? Moreover, it actually became the Mount of Celestial Dragons. How is such a thing possible? He is so powerful. What exactly happened in the future? No, we must intercept that man at Upside Down Mountain. Quote. I definitely don't want this kind of future. Bonnie thought to himself, clenching his fists. Koala. It's fake. How could Mr. Bear become the Mount of Celestial Dragons? Isn't he a Shichibukai? Aren't only Buggy and Blackbeard the new Shichibukai? Bello Betty. He actually became the Mount of the Celestial Dragons. Could it be that Xiong's identity as a revolutionary army cadre was exposed? It seems that there is another reason to find Rosen. Monet. Huh. There are even worse Shichibukai. Perona. Bear. Isn't this guy the same guy who slapped me away? How could he have such a result? Boa Hancock. 3 Shichibukai in a row lost their original positions, and the Tyrant Bear even became the Mount of the Celestial Dragons. How could that man with strange abilities feel comfortable becoming the Mount of the Celestial Dragons? Xiarli, Moria, Doflamingo, Tyrant Bear, I have an ominous feeling that Jinbei will also lose his position as Shichibukai one day in the future. Dole, how did Tyrant Bear become the Mount of Celestial Dragons? No, since it was Rosen's complaint, no matter how outrageous it is, it should be correct. However, that guy is cooperating with Vegapunk. What will happen in the future? Will Tyrant Bear be pushed into that situation? Gion, in the summit war that Rosen predicted, Tyrant Bear, Doflamingo, and Moria should all participate. Could it be that there will be some kind of big event after this that will allow so many Shichibukai to have their own places? Peacock. However, if there are so many vacant Shichibukai positions in the future, if Rosen can't become a Marine, he can become a Shichibukai. Ain. If Tyrant Bear also loses his position as Shichibukai, even if Buggy or Blackbeard become the new Shichibukai, there will still be only one Shichibukai left. Who else will become the new Shichibukai in the future? Tyrant Bear can be said to be the worst one among the Shichibukai. Closing square bracket. However, it cannot be said that the person who was most seriously injured in the alternation between the old and new Shichibukai was the Tyrant Bear. Closing square bracket. The one who has devoted almost his whole life to Marine, the one who even I have to admire is the one who was hurt the most. Closing square bracket. Tashigi. Huh. The one Rosen mentioned was Marine, right? Ain. Dedicated your whole life to Marine. Wait, could it be? Charlotte Smoothie. Things are getting interesting. Marine's people were the most injured in the alternation of old and new Shichibukai events. I don't know which Marine would be so unlucky. Widub. A Marine who can be remembered by Rosen will probably have a good position among Marines. Dole. What's going on? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Hina. Shichibukai alternates between old and new. The ones who were sad and distressed about this matter should have been the replaced Shichibukai and their partners. However, Rosen said in his diary that the most miserable person was one of Marine. And he is also a person who dedicated his life to Marine. Such words immediately made all the Marines frown. Who is it? The same words echoed in the hearts of all Marines. Rosen also seemed to have heard the questions from Gion, Ain and others. Soon, he published the answer in his diary. Former Marine Admiral Candidate, Marine Chief Instructor, and Marine Guerrilla Chief Zephyr, a man who was betrayed by Marine and the world government during the Shichibukai alternate incident. Closing square bracket. Ain. Impossible, how could it be Teacher Zephyr? This is absolutely impossible. Hina. Mr. Zephyr, it is indeed him. But why? What happened to Mr. Zephyr in the future? Peacock. Grandma Crane's old friend Zephyr. There's no reason. How could he be affected by the Shichibukai alternation incident? Gion. Zephyr, what will happen in the future? Tashigi. How could Marine and the world government betray Zephyr? He is a legend to the entire Marine. Skylark. I'm dazzled, I must be dazzled. That's a real man who carries the word justice. If Marine and world government betrayed Zephyr, can it also be understood that Marine and world government betrayed Zephyr? Justice. Widub. It turned out that it was really Zephyr, the admiral who refused to kill, who was betrayed by Marine and the world government. Charlotte Smoothie. AGEF, sure enough, things are getting more and more interesting. Bello Betty. Even that Zephyr was deeply affected by the alternate events of Shichibukai. If we can know the future, maybe we can invite Zephyr to become a revolution. After Summit War, the original Shichibukai underwent a major change. Closing square bracket. Except Blackbeard Teach who became Shichibukai before Summit War. Closing square bracket. Buggy becomes a Shichibukai known as Senryodoka, and is followed by a group of powerful boys who escaped from Impel Down. Closing square bracket. The surgeon became a Shichibukai by offering Marine the hearts of many dangerous pirates. Closing square bracket. These things will not have any impact on the translation. Closing square bracket. However, Marine and world government finally invited Whitebeard II, who cut off Zephyr's arm and killed almost all of Zephyr's disciples, to become Shichibukai. Closing square bracket. Tisk tisk, Marine and world government are really good enough. Closing square bracket. I felt that Zephyr was old and frail and was of no use, so I decided to invite Whitebeard too, who was more useful to Marine and world government. Closing square bracket. Haha, I really don't know what those people at Marine and world government are thinking. Closing square bracket. Aren't you worried that this incident will affect the morale of the entire Marine? Although Whitebeard 2 is a useful combat force, besides Whitebeard 2, there should be other pirates suitable to serve as the new Shichibukai on the sea. It's really confusing to understand the cunning operation between Marine and world government. Isn't this clearly forcing Zephyr to leave Marine? Whitebeard 2. Is there such a person in this sea? Could it be said that he is a member of a certain Whitebeard pirate group? No, since he has such a title. Could it be said that he is Dad? Bloodline. But Dad will obviously have a conflict called some at war with naval headquarters. If he is Dad's biological child, how could he become a Shichibukai? Charlotte Smoothie. Does that man Whitebeard have any biological children? However, since he can become a Shichibukai, this Whitebeard too must also have considerable strength. Black Maria. This is interesting. There was obviously a summit war, and something might happen to Whitebeard, but his child ended up working as a lackey for Marine in the world government. However, what is more interesting is the Zephyr who claims to not kill Admiral. Marine actually invited the pirate who cut off Zephyr's arm and massacred Zephyr's disciples to become a Shichibukai. This is really worthy of what Rosen said, it's better to kill the donkey than to take advantage of it. Quote. Run T. However, if the pirate who cut off Zephyr's arm is Whitebeard's son or daughter, there shouldn't be any news about it on the sea. Is that Whitebeard too really Whitebeard's child? Quote. Charlotte Garrett. Humph, anyway, it should be quite interesting on the Marine side. Those female Marines who know that the strange magic will be backstabbed by Marine and the world government don't know what will happen after they know this. What a reaction. Boa Hancock. Among the female Marines Rosen mentioned, there should be some who are Zephyr's disciples. In any case, the Shichibukai alternation does not seem to affect the concubine. However, even so, Rosen needs to be found quickly, before the man reveals the secret behind his concubine. It's just. Rosen can defeat Mahawk, how can I stop him? No, since this man is so addicted to beauty, his ability to love his body can work on her. Although Boa Hancock has always been disdainful of Rosen's attitude towards women. But at this moment, she was a little glad that Rosen was so obsessed with women. After all, as long as Rosen is interested in women, no matter how powerful Rosen is, her sweet fruit powers are bound to work on Rosen as well. Rosen, although you have a certain resistance to women who are your enemies. But against me, your resistance will never work. Hancock stood on the deck of the Kuja pirate ship, with a copy of Rosen's diary suspended beside him, and looked up at the sea in the distance. If that matter is really revealed by Rosen, Hancock first saw the result after the fact that the three sisters were once slaves of celestial dragons was exposed, and his fists clenched involuntarily. So, everyone who knows about it. All holders of copies of the diary must die. What Hancock didn't notice at this time was the sniper Ringtong who was standing at the observation deck of the Kuja pirate ship caught a glimpse of a slightly familiar light. She lowered her head to look at the light, and her eyes suddenly widened the next moment. That's a copy of Rosen's diary. Long Dan exclaimed in his heart. Chapter 180 Ain. For Teacher Zephyr, it doesn't hurt to quit Marine. Thanks to FFGQ for the tip. Kuja pirate ship. On the observation deck, Sniper Genshin tied his jet black hair into a bun on his head, held a women's cigarette in his mouth, wore discreet black socks at the knees, and only wore a waist-revealing, unbuttoned t-shirt on his upper body. The clothes are light clothes, and behind is a white cloak. Looking from a distance, he has a dashing yet sexy demeanor. In front of her was a floating diary with the words, Rosen's diary copy, Genshin copy, written on the cover. This Rosen has a really rich imagination. Single quote. A simple step to create offspring can actually come up with so many tricks. Jendon looked at the comic strip created with himself as the heroine on the copy of the diary, and said calmly in his heart. As the thoughts moved, the comic strip automatically turned over and came to the second page. Are you using your mouth again? Quote. And he actually hung my feet from the ceiling and then spun me around on top of him. Where did this man come from with all these ideas? Jendon squinted his eyes, but he wasn't shy at all. He seemed to be just watching other people's stories. After a while, Genshin turned to the next page. This time, Long Dan actually showed a slightly surprised expression. Huh, there seems to be something wrong with the position you entered. Single quote. Rendon narrowed his eyes and unconsciously touched his crotch with his right hand. It's not easy for me to follow this comic strip, Rosen. Quote. Unless doing these things can help me give birth to a strong daughter. Can you successfully have offspring just like this? It should be enough if we only do the main show. Single quote. Long Dan thought suspiciously in his heart. But soon, Genshin shook his head again. Although Rosen is a man very suitable for giving birth to offspring. Single quote. Anyway, I have to find a man to give birth to a daughter and take her back to my daughter's country. Quote. If she breeds with a powerful man like Rosen, the offspring's daughter must also be very powerful. But if you want him to play his greatest role, you still need to keep him by your side. Single quote. In this way, I might be able to obtain so-called points. Single quote. It's just that according to the rules of the Kuja pirates and the rules of Daughter Island, there is no way to bring him on board or bring him back to Daughter Island. Single quote. Jendin felt a little troubled. Although I did not receive points, there is no way to personally verify the benefits of an odd number of points. But after silently observing the performance of Karina, Yuta, Kaya, and Nami and the speed at which they became stronger, Raiden was convinced that points could make a person become stronger quickly. Not only the points, but also the character panels obtained by Nami and others are longing for Raiden. It's not just a matter of bringing Rosen to the island. Single quote. It may not be easy to really successfully capture Rosen. Single quote. Even if Rosen is very happy, the crew around him may prevent it. Thinking of this, Genshin sighed again. There is an example of women who go to sea sometimes come back after being pregnant, in the Girl Island, in the pirate world. As a member of the group going to sea, Genshin itself is naturally well prepared for this. To say that Rosen is indeed a tool suitable for giving birth to a daughter. However, Genshin felt that it would be quite difficult to really use Rosen as a tool. There are difficulties on her side as well as difficulties on Rosen's side. Speaking of which, even a woman like me, who is not named by Rosen in the diary, has a copy of the diary. Single quote. Does the woman like Lady Snake, who has been mentioned so many times by Rosen, also own a copy of the diary? If this is the case, I wonder if Lady Snake will want to capture Rosen and bring her to the Nine Snakes pirate ship in the future. However, if Rosen really becomes Lady Snake's concubine, there should be nothing wrong with me at Rosen's place. Jendin shook his head and suddenly glanced at the Empress Hancock walking from the cabin to the bow. Subconsciously, she put away her copy of the diary. Looking at the beautiful and charming body of the Empress, Jendin felt that if Rosen became the concubine of Snake Princess, not only would the Empress not allow her to touch Rosen. Not even Rosen would like a woman of her level. After all, he already has the most beautiful woman in the world like the Empress by his side. If Rosen knew what Genshin was thinking, he would definitely shake his head. After all, even if the Empress is the most beautiful woman in the world, Rosen is not the kind of man who would give up an entire flower bush for a single peony. If Lord Snake Princess really has a copy of the diary. Single quote. Then the purpose of our current route is to find Rosen. Jendin looked at the sea in the distance and said in his heart. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar light from the corner of her eye. Jendin looked down, and the next moment, her beautiful red lips were wide enough to fit an egg in because of surprise. That's a copy of Rosen's diary. Sure enough, Lord Snake Princess has a copy of the diary. Single quote. Wait, so Lord Snake Lady was mentioned many times by Rosen. Does this mean she has become stronger by accumulating points? Jendin felt excited when he thought that Hancock, who was already strong enough, could have even more power than before. Great, I'm not the only one in the Nine Snakes Pirates who finally has a copy of the diary. Single quote. Perhaps I should discuss this with Lady Snake. Quote. Even after Rosen becomes Lady Snake's concubine, I can't have anything to do with him. Single quote. But if through Lady Snake, Rosen mentioned my name many times in the diary, or took photos and videos of me. Quote. Wouldn't it be possible for me to become stronger quickly and bring more help to the Nine Snakes Pirates and Daughters Island? When Jendin thought of this, he became more and more excited. She took a deep breath, jumped down from the high observation deck, and walked towards the bow of the ship where Hancock was. Hancock. All holders of copies of the diary must die. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Long Dan's heart skipped a beat. The words from Hancock immediately stopped her in her tracks. Lord Snake Princess, you plan to kill all diary copy holders except her. Jendin's eyes widened and he thought in his mind in disbelief. Renshin, how long do we have until we reach our next destination? Hancock felt a familiar breath behind him and turned his head to ask. Big, it'll probably take another 5 hours or so. Genshin replied subconsciously. Hancock nodded slightly and turned back to face the sea again. Of course, from Genshin's perspective, you can see that Hancock's attention is on the copy of the diary in front of her. Jendin looked at Hancock's cold expression, thought of what she had said before, pursed his lips, and finally grabbed his body and walked away. Sir Snake Lady is going to kill all other diary copy holders. Is it because Lady Snake wants to monopolize Rosen? But if Nami, Karina and others are really killed, will Rosen really be willing to work for Lady Snake? Jendin frowned tightly, and after a long time she let out a long sigh. That's all, let's take it one step at a time. Single quote. Since Lady Snake doesn't like other diary copy holders. Quote. Then I will pretend that there has never been a copy of this diary. Single quote. In the end, Renton decided to hide the fact that he was the holder of a copy of the diary. The next time you return to Daughter's Island, it's best to tell Margaret and Everandra about Lady Snake Princess's decision. Single quote. Jendon thought in his heart. At the same time, Women's Marine Communication Group. Open black lens bracket Hina. Ain, calm down, close black lens bracket. Peacock. Yes, it's better to calm down now, Ain. Close black lens bracket. Ain, how can I calm down? Rosen has already said that for a Shichibukai, Marine and world government are planning to abandon Mr. Zephyr, who has been fighting for Marine all his life. Haha, it's really ridiculous. Is this justice for Marine? What's the point of me being in front of Marine like this? Hina, you are also a disciple of teacher Zephyr, right? Can you still calm down in such a situation? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. Close black lens bracket. Skylark. Even the legendary Zephyr instructor would have such an ending. What about other Marines? If other Marines faced similar situations, would they be easily abandoned? Close black lens bracket. Tashigi. How can there be such a future? Close black lens bracket. Compared to most female pirates, they looked at what Rosen announced as if they were watching a show. The diary copy holders among Marine were not very calm. Tashigi and Hibari are even more doubtful about their behavior of becoming Marine. Even Hina, who is always known for her calmness, felt a little uncomfortable after suddenly hearing about Zephyr's tragic future. Not to mention Ain. Ain, the woman who was once saved by Zephyr with her life, is the most emotional among all the female Marines. Gion. Ain, everyone, please calm down, the future mentioned by Rosen may not necessarily happen. Close black lens bracket. In front of Gion, Ain's emotions were out of control. He even said something like leaving Marine and quickly left a message to persuade him. If Ain leaves Marine because of this, not to mention she may become Marine's powerful enemy. After all, Ain is also the holder of a copy of the diary. If she risked everything to please Rosen to gain power in order to prevent the future that Rosen mentioned from happening, she would definitely become extremely powerful. In addition, Ain's departure may also be a bad prelude. Gion knows that Hibari, Tashigi and other new generation Marines have hesitated about Marine's justice because of Rosen's diary. Oh. If Ain leaves, Hibari, Tashigi and others may also be affected by it. By then, perhaps there will be fewer and fewer members in this female Marine exchange group. And their enemies will become more and more numerous. However, Gion's words not only had no effect. On the contrary, it made Ain even more excited. Ain, Gion Vice Admiral, do you believe what you say? The future that Rosen mentioned is the real future. Even if you are the Admiral candidate of Naval Headquarters, do you have enough power to stop this? Besides, what's the use even if it can be stopped? Since Marine and world government can abandon Mr. Zephyr for some purpose. So even if Whitebeard 2 is stopped, will there be another incident similar to Whitebeard 2? At that time, maybe our teacher Zephyr can also be sacrificed and abandoned, right? When all the Marines saw Ain's message, they felt uncomfortable in their hearts. They knew clearly that although Ain was excited, what she said was correct. Since Marine and world government can abandon Zephyr for a Whitebeard 2 today, then maybe they will abandon Zephyr for another Whitebeard 2 tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Gion also knew this in his heart. There is no solution to this matter. Gion. Ain, I believe the future can be changed. As long as the future changes completely enough, then nothing like that will ever happen to Zephyr. If you think about it, if we succeed in making Rosen ours, then our power will become stronger and stronger. By that time, wouldn't Marine and world government need the power of a Whitebeard 2? Speaking of you alone, if you can become strong enough, then the people above will not abandon your fighting power for Whitebeard 2. In addition, I will also work hard to become stronger. I will work hard towards the goal of Marine Marshal. If first can become Marine Marshal, I guarantee that Zephyr will never appear in the future. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan. I see, becoming a Marshal. If you can become Marine Marshal, you will indeed have a certain say. Close black lens bracket. Hina. Perhaps, if we can achieve this level, it will be possible to prevent teacher Zephyr's tragic future. Close black lens bracket. Ain. Marshal Marine, but even Marshal Marine must obey the orders of the 5 elders in the end. But, Gion Vice Admiral, you are right about one thing. If I can become strong enough and stand beside teacher Zephyr, maybe the 5 elders will also have to figure out which outcome is better, getting a Whitebeard 2 and losing myself and teacher Zephyr. Close black lens bracket. Seeing Ain's unabashed intention to leave Marine, Gion sighed again. Although she could understand Ain's reaction. But, looking at such cold words, she still felt quite sad. Rosen, you are really embarrassing. Quote. It's not just the power you gain, it's the words that expose the future. Quote. As expected, we need to stop you as soon as possible. Single quote. Gion thought to himself and looked up in the direction of the island where Kokoja village is located. I hope I can give you the power to become Marine. Quote. The other side. On Zephyr's marine warship, Aang used his mind to transform his thoughts into words and then transmitted them into the communication group. Then he stood up and looked at the back of Zephyr, who was busy. Strength. Aang clenched his fists and thought in his heart. Sure enough, the power of this world is the most fundamental thing. Single quote. Marine and the world government were able to abandon Mr. Zephyr in pursuit of greater power and let that bastard become a Shichibukai. Quote. But if Teacher Zephyr still had the power of his youth, such a thing would never happen. Single quote. Power. I must gain powerful power to travel together. It's a pity that I can't reach Kokoja village now. Single quote. I hope Hina, Gion Vice Admiral and the others can successfully pull Rosen into the marine camp. Quote. Thinking of this, Aang sighed deeply. Zephyr has been a marine all his life, and his faith is in marine. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Aang did not want to join Rosen's crew and become a pirate for the sake of strength. Even like this, maybe she will help Zephyr when Zephyr is in need in the future. However, just when Aang was determined to continue being a marine for the time being, the content that appeared again in Rosen's diary made her whole body tremble. Are you kidding me? Teacher Zephyr was actually killed by Kizaru Admiral. How can this be? Aang pursed his lips, his heart full of confusion. Then, uncontrollable anger filled her heart. 4. Chapter 181. Will Kizaru kill Zephyr with his own hands? An incident that affects the entire Shichibu. Zephyr quit Marine and established New Marine, mercilessly fighting pirates on the sea in his own way. Closing square bracket. As a result, it's the end. Closing square bracket. Zephyr was eventually killed due to Marine's full blow. Closing square bracket. His student, Admiral Porosalino, known as Kizaru, killed Zephyr with his own hands. Closing square bracket. Kizaru's 8-foot Magatama, which almost misses every hit, is very accurate when used to hit Zephyr. Closing square bracket. Finally, the new Marine died in the battle for Zephyr and was disbanded. Closing square bracket. Shuzo, who was following Zephyr, was captured by Marine and imprisoned in Impel Down. Closing square bracket. Ain and Bins, who followed Zephyr, disappeared and never appeared on the sea again. Closing square bracket. It is sad to say that a 14-year-old man became a Marine along with Garp, Sengoku, Suru and other current mainstays of Marine in pursuit of justice. Quote. One is the current Marine Admiral teacher. Closing square bracket. As a result, after working as a Marine for 59 years and training almost all the current Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals for Marine, he was forced to leave Marine because of the Whitebeard 2 incident and became an enemy of Marine. Closing square bracket. And finally, the year after leaving Marine, under the leadership of disciple Sakazuki, and under the watch of almost all Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, Marine Admiral Kizaru was personally sent to another world. Closing square bracket. In the end, only Kuzan built a tombstone for Zephyr, 810, and Zephyr presented his favorite wine. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie. Interesting, it's so interesting, the people who have contributed almost all their lives to Marine, the people who have cultivated almost all the backbone of Marine. In the end, after devoting almost his whole life to Marine, he was sent away by the disciple he trained. Quote. Runti, Tisk, even a pirate might not do such a thing that lacks benevolence and righteousness. Waidabe, the man who fought with his brother for so many years ended up like this. Even if he died, he was not killed by the pirates, but by Marine, or by the Marine who was trained by himself. Kill. Stussy, such a thing will happen again in the future. The Whitebeard 2 carried by my original deity really caused a big problem. Rosen said that he is very optimistic about Zephyr, and Zephyr also has Ain who may have a copy of the diary. I hope this matter will not affect my evaluation of Rosen. Quote. Ain's whole body couldn't stop shaking. She was so excited that she didn't even notice that her lips were bitten by her teeth and bled, and her palms were pricked by nails. Did those guys betray Teacher Zephyr? Just for a Whitebeard too. Ha 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 ha, Marine and world government are indeed not trustworthy. Single quote. A Marine like this doesn't deserve a teacher at all. While Ain was thinking in his mind, he looked at Zephyr who was saying something to Bins. Gradually, Ain's angry mood calmed down. Mere anger is useless. Single quote. The important thing is to prevent Teacher Zephyr from reaching the original ending. No matter what, I will prevent this ending. Even if you become a Rosen person, become a pirate. Before that, we need to find Rosen first. Ain thought about it, then looked at the copy of the diary, and looked at the names of the female Marines on the communication group interface. Gion, Dole, Peacock, these people may not be trustworthy. Quote. What I can believe is that Rosen mentioned that he would follow Dharma Master Bowsy in practice. Aokiji Kuzan. He will hold a funeral for Teacher Zephyr, and will also be beaten by Vice Admiral Garp. Is it because he also left Marine because of Teacher Zephyr? Aokiji Admiral should also be trustworthy. Quote. Ain narrowed his eyes slightly and gradually fell into a trance. After a while, Ain patted his cheek and walked towards Zephyr after regaining his previous expression. First can't leave Marine yet. In this communication group, I might be able to get information about Rosen. Quote. Before leaving, you must better complete the tasks assigned by Teacher Zephyr. Single quote. Unfortunately, the copy of the diary cannot be disclosed to Teacher Zephyr. Quote. Teacher Zephyr, I hope you can understand me when I leave. Looking at Zephyr getting closer and closer, Ain thought in his heart as he walked. Skylark. Zephyr, was he killed by Kizaru Admiral? Or was it under the watchful eyes of almost all naval headquarters vice admirals? Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, Akainu Admiral, took the lead in this matter. Among Marines, only Aokiji Admiral held a funeral for Zephyr. Close black lens bracket. Hina is surprised. Why did Marine make such a decision? Close black lens bracket. Dole, hey, this is too exaggerated. Even if Zephyr leaves Marine and forms a new Marine will not be able to send out so many people to kill Zephyr. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, to be honest, even I think you Marines out there have gone too far. Close black lens bracket. Peacock, such a future is too cruel. With all the contributions Zephyr has made to Marine, he should never end up like this. Close black lens bracket. Gion, I will never let this kind of future happen. Ain, please trust me and don't do anything you regret because of impulse. Close black lens bracket. Ain, Gion Vice Admiral, please rest assured that at this moment, I am calmer than ever before, and I will not do anything I regret. Close black lens bracket. Gion frowned. Looking at Ain's bland message, she felt a little weird for no reason. Although she hopes to see Ain act calmly. But Ain's performance was a little too calm. Ain, have you decided to leave Marine? Gion muttered to himself. The thought of this possibility made me feel uneasy. Gion, Ain, are you really okay? If you have anything on your mind, you can tell me. Close black lens bracket. Ain, don't worry, Gion Vice Admiral, I'm really fine. By the way, there's something I'm very concerned about. Gion Vice Admiral, your sister is Commander Suru. What do you think Marine Sengoku, Suru and Garp in the same issue as Vice Admiral Garp were doing at the moment when Teacher Zephyr was beaten to death by Porosalino? Close black lens bracket. Gion, Rosen has not disclosed this, future events, so it is difficult for me to guess. Close black lens bracket. Ain, I do have an idea. Although Rosen said that this matter was led by Sakazuki, Sengoku is the Marshal of Marine after all, so it must be Sengoku who gave the order. Rosen also mentioned the battle between Vice Admiral Garp and Aokiji Admiral before. Do you think this incident is also related to Mr. Zephyr's incident? Close black lens bracket. Gion, Ain, what do you want to say? Close black lens bracket. Ain, it's nothing, I just think that Aokiji Admiral is on Teacher Zephyr's side regarding Teacher Zephyr's matter. He wanted to stop Marine from taking action against Teacher Zephyr, but his actions were blocked by Vice Admiral Garp. Or perhaps, among the people who blocked it was Commander He, but Rosen didn't mention it. Dole, Ain, your ideas are very dangerous. Vice Admiral Garp's character is not that kind of person. Close black lens bracket. Hina also feels that Crane Vice Admiral will not take action against Zephyr. Close black lens bracket. Ain, maybe the battle between Aokiji Admiral and Garp happened in the future than the incident of Porosalino killing Teacher Zephyr. For example, Aokiji Admiral left Marine angrily because of the death of Teacher Zephyr. Later, for some reason, he fought Vice Admiral Garp. Speaking of which, Dole, you are also the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. I wonder if you went to visit when Mr. Zephyr died. Hina, you are also Mr. Zephyr's student, right? What role do you play in Mr. Zephyr's future? After all, as my senior, you did not stand by Mr. Zephyr's side in the end like Bins and I did. Close black lens bracket. Ain's message left Gion, Dole, Hina and others silent for a while. They could see that Ain was not so much calm now, but rather a strange calm after being overly angry. The will to leave Marine almost spilled out from Ain's words. Kuzan left Marine because of Zephyr. The probability of something like this happening is not zero. If that's the case, then Marine making Whitebeard to a Shichibukai is a complete fool's errand. Gion thought with a frown. It wasn't just the aftermath of the Zephyr incident that made Whitebeard II's move to become a Shichibukai seem like a fool's errand. The fact that the new generation Marine has doubts about Marine's justice is enough to make Whitebeard II's decision to become a Shichibukai a mistake. Dole sighed and muttered. At that time, where will Hina stand? Hina pursed her lips, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. At this moment, the female Marines in the Nanzi Marine Exchange Group all saw the signs of the group split. Ironically enough, Marine abandoned Zephyr for Whitebeard too. Closing square bracket. But not long after, Marine and world government turned against the entire Shichibukai. Hey, does Yuta still have the habit of talking in his sleep while sleeping? And this sleeping position is really a bit unflattering. I really want to take a photo of it and show it to her. Closing square bracket. Photo. Yuta's messy sleeping position angle 1. Photo. Yuta's messy sleeping position angle 2. Photo. Yuta's messy sleeping position angle 10. Makino. Yuta is still the same as before, not quite restless when she falls asleep. And it was still in front of Rosen. This was too defenseless. Could it be said that Yuta really handed herself over to Luo? I don't know how Shanks will feel when he finds out. However, if Yuta and Rosen really get together, the matter of mine and other people's books drawn by Rosen should be kept secret. Hey, Rosen is good at everything, but he's just too bothersome. I don't know if Yuta will be bullied around Rosen. Quote. Surely. It's indeed a pretty cute sleeping position, but what did Rosen want to say before he was interrupted by Yuta's sleeping position? Peacock. 10 photos. Fortunately, it's not too many. However, Rosen's frequency of photographing Yuta does seem to have increased a lot. Charlotte Smoothie. In other words, Rosen really had an affair with Yuta. Dole. Hey, it's really annoying. Yuta has gained another 50 points, and she will become stronger. Not to mention getting stronger, she actually interrupted Rosen's previous words. Hina. Rosen said the results of Zephyr are ironic. What will Marine and world government do to Shichibukai in the future? Ein. Involving the whole Shichibukai. Boa Hancock. The request also includes a concubine. Damn it, this red-haired daughter of Shanks, the timing of interrupting Rosen's words is too bad. Chapter 182 Comparing Four Emperors' Son-in-Law, Exposing Yamato's Potential. Vivi. Will there be crocodile involved? Nico Robin. What would make Zephyr's incident ironic? Could it be that Marine and the world government cancelled Whitebeard II's Shichibukai status in the future? However, Rosen also said that this matter involves the entire Shichibukai. Marine, it is unlikely that the entire Shichibukai system will be cancelled. Quote. Gion. The Shichibukai include powerful beings such as Hawkeye and Empress Hancock. Marine and world government will not cancel the Shichibukai system. Excluding that, what would make Zephyr's ending ironic? Monet. Could it be said that this is a major blood change in Shichibukai? Marine and world government replace the less powerful people in Shichibukai. Maybe, even if the young master is caught and impelled down. There is also a chance to come out. Bello Betty. There is still too little information. It is too difficult to fully analyze the Vice Admiral incident from the bits and pieces revealed by Rosen. At this time, Rosen had no idea. The message he only half said about the entire Shichibukai has already made many diary copy holders suspicious. At this moment, he was just admiring Yuta's sleeping face. Suddenly, Yuta, who was sleeping, turned over, and her restless right leg rested on Rosen's thigh. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and stretched out his hand to slightly adjust Yuta's sleeping position. Then he turned over and lay on his side 06, with his head lying on Yuta's lower abdomen, and his body was exactly 90 degrees to Yuta's body. Yuta frowned and twisted slightly to assume a comfortable posture. In Rosen's eyes, she is also particularly cute like this. Yuta, she is really cute. Closing square bracket. Among the daughters of the four emperors, it is rare to find a girl as cute as Yuta. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie. Isn't it cute? Fortunately, I have a sexy and mature style. Rosen probably won't ignore my charm because of Yuta. Waidabe. My mature style should catch Rosen's eye. Charlotte Pudding. Aren't you cute? Rosen shouldn't dislike me. Yamato. What's the use of being cute? Strength is the key. Rosen, can't you mention my name in your diary a few more times to let me gain strength? Like Yuta, Yamato, the daughter of another four emperors, doesn't look very cute at all. Closing square bracket. Obviously she is a girl, but because she admires a man, she feels like she is him. Closing square bracket. Not to mention chasing stars, Yamato is probably the only person in the world who chases stars to this extent. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, it seems that it would be easier for Yuta to become the son-in-law of four emperors. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Linlin sighed. With so many daughters there will always be someone willing to get on my boat. 1. So, it shouldn't be too difficult to become Charlotte Linlin's son-in-law. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Pudding. Me, please let me on your ship, Rosen. On Whitebeard's side, although he has many children, most of them are sons. The only one who can be named and beautiful is probably Whitebeard. Closing square bracket. I don't know if this sister will be willing to come to my ship. Close tortoise shell bracket. There should be some difficulties. She has been single for so many years and may be very picky about men. Closing square bracket. Waidabe. It seems that Rosen has not forgotten me. That's great. Don't worry, Rosen, if it were you, I wouldn't pick it. Whitebeard's side, there are certain difficulties in becoming the son-in-law of four emperors. Closing square bracket. However, the real difficulty is on four emperors Kaido's side. Closing square bracket. Kaido's daughter Yamato even has cognitive impairment of her own gender. Closing square bracket. Even when I go to a hot spring, I don't hesitate to go to the men's hot spring. Quote. For Yamato who has gender cognitive impairment, even if his father agrees to my marriage to her, it will be difficult for her to accept me, right? Yamato. What? I am a man, how can this Rosen keep saying that I am a woman? I have to find a way to straighten Yamato's mind. Otherwise, even if she gets married, if she accidentally goes to a men's hot spring, I will suffer a big loss. Closing square bracket. However, how can we cure Yamato's problem of calling himself Kazuki Oden no matter what? Perhaps I can talk to Kazuki Hiyori. Closing square bracket. Kazuki Hiyori. My name was mentioned. It seems I have to thank Yamato. But, what does Rosen want me to do? Yamato. Kazuki Hiyori. Oden's daughter. Is she still alive? Black Maria. Among the works drawn by Rosen, is there another heroine like this? Widub. Is Oden's daughter still alive? What about Momonosuke? Is that kid still alive too? Garrett. Hiyori-sama, that's great. Neko-sama and Uka-sama will definitely be very happy if they know that Hiyori-sama is still alive. Kazuki Hiyori is the biological daughter of Kazuki Oden. If she and Yamato have a good talk, she may be able to cure Yamato's problem. Closing square bracket. I guess Kazuki Hiyori doesn't want to have a tomboy dad who calls himself her dad. Closing square bracket. Kazuki Hiyori. I see, if doing this can make Rosen like me, I can give it a try. Yamato. Damn it, if Hiyori really saw what Rosen said, wouldn't she not recognize me? At this moment, Yamato's complaint against Rosen rose from just that Rosen did not treat her as a man to not only not treating her as a man, plus it may affect her relationship with Hikaru Yua. If you want to become the son-in-law of 4 emperors, the most challenging thing is indeed Yamato. Closing square bracket. It's not just that this woman doesn't see herself as a woman. Quote. It's also because of Yamato's strength and potential. Closing square bracket. Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Entanglement, Devil Fruit. Closing square bracket. Yamato, this girl, is a perfect heroine with a cool script. Closing square bracket. If Yamato hadn't been tied up by Kaido for so many years, maybe she would have become a famous pirate now. Closing square bracket. That's not right. If Yamato, a woman, was not tied up, she would definitely act according to Kazuki Oden's standards. Closing square bracket. In other words, Yamato will work hard to let Wano-kuni pass. Closing square bracket. In order for Wano-kuni to found a country, Yamato not only has to defeat Wano-kuni's current general Kurozumi Orochi, but also her own father. Quote. In other words, Yamato will probably stay in Wano-kuni for a long time, so she won't be able to go to sea. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, if Yamato could go to sea at this time, she would also go to naval headquarters to rescue Ace. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, Yamato's current armament Haki has not yet reached the level of internal destruction. Closing square bracket. If Yamato can reach this level, Yamato can take out the explosive collar from her neck. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Kaido is really ruthless. The explosive collar attached to Yamato's neck is actually a real thing. Isn't he afraid that Yamato will really be blown away? Black Maria. Really an explosive collar. Captain Kaido is really strict with Yamato. Gion. Conqueror's Haki, the Phantom Beast species Devil Fruit, coupled with Conqueror's Entanglement, this Yamato will definitely become a famous figure on the sea in the future. Charlotte Smoothie. This girl is so talented. Even if she can't get Rosen's character template, she can still become very powerful. Dole. Is it the internally destroyed armament Haki? This time Rosen mentioned Yamato's name many times. Adding the previous ones, Yamato should be able to earn a lot of points in total. According to the original historical trajectory, although Big 033 and Armament Haki cannot learn internal destruction, now, maybe she can learn it. Kazuki Hiyori. If this is true, Yamato may leave Wano-kuni directly and go to the sea to rescue Ace, or he may go to Rosen to seek the Emperor of Power. If I can meet Yamato at Rosen's place, I should probably persuade her not to call herself Kazuki Oden. Quote. Yamato. Daddy, you installed a real explosive collar on me. Is he really planning to kill me? Damn it, isn't it the armament Haki of internal sabotage? Rosen mentioned me many times this time. I must learn to show you. Yamato's eyes became firm after counting down the points she could get after today's diary copy was settled. You really slept soundly. After Rosen closed the diary system panel, he saw Yuta's quiet smile and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. After a while, he also closed his eyes, and after a while, he fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but after the sky darkened, Yuta's door was quietly pushed open, and 3 figures walked in quietly. It was Karina and Nami. What? We were working hard outside, but these 2 ended up sleeping here. Nami put her hands on her hips and stared with some dissatisfaction at Rosen and Yuta, who were sleeping in a large shape on the bed, with one arm pressing the other's arm and the other's thigh pressing the other's thigh. However, I originally thought these 2 people were doing something shameful here. It turns out I just fell asleep. Okay. Nami patted his chest, took a breath and said in a relaxed tone. In her opinion, it was nothing even if Rosen and Yuta slept in each other's arms. The only thing she didn't want to see when she came in was the negative distance between Rosen and Yuta. Chapter 183 Makino meets the diary holder unexpectedly, all in order to go to sea. I'm afraid that before the two of them fall asleep, they have done everything they need to do. You're right, Kaya. Karina crossed her arms and looked at Kaya behind her. I don't know. Kaya shook her head in a panic. Well, aren't we here to invite Captain Rosen and Yuta to dinner? Captain Rosen and Yuta are still asleep. Should we wake them up, or wait a little longer? As soon as he finished speaking, Nami couldn't wait to say. It goes without saying, of course we have to wait. Speaking of which, I'm a little sleepy too and need to rest for a while. After Nami finished speaking, she walked towards Rosen. Don't even think about it. Karina snorted and quickly lay down next to Rosen. Nami's eyes widened and she wanted to yell at Karina. However, Karina put her finger to her lips and whispered, raising her finger to point at the two sleeping people. Seeing this, Nami could only stamp her feet and then lay down on the other side of Rosen. After that, Karina and Nami turned their heads again and stared directly at Kaya. As if asking, are you coming? Woo. Kaya groaned and wanted to leave, but seeing all the members of the Flame Blade Pirates except herself gathered in front of her, she became embarrassed again. If she leaves now, doesn't it mean that she is unsociable? After all, Kaya couldn't stand up to the eyes of Karina and Nami. After taking off the clean sandals, Kaya slowly moved to her feet. Just when she was about to lift her feet and step over Rosen's feet to where Yuta was. Rosen's foot suddenly lifted up at this moment and happened to touch Kaya's ankle. Kaya accidentally fell face to face with Rosen. After the two were face to face, Kaya's head fell towards Rosen's head due to inertia. In an instant, Kaya felt a soft touch on her lips. Wow, it turns out you are the cunningest, Kaya. He even pretended to accidentally kiss Captain Rosen on the mouth. Nami supported her body with one hand and mumbled to Kaya. Yeah, it seems that the person I need to be wary of is not only Nami, but also you, Kaya. Karina raised the corners of her mouth and said with a chuckle. However, the two of them could joke around, but they quickly looked at Rosen. No way, Rosen's timing of raising his leg earlier was really coincidental. And now that Rosen has been pressed down by Kaya like this, he still hasn't opened his eyes. In this case, it indicates that there is only one ending. That is, Rosen was not asleep at all. Maybe he was asleep at first, but as they communicated like this, Rosen must have woken up. And next, Rosen's actions proved their point. Kaya blushed immediately after hearing what Nami and Karina said. She quickly stretched out her hands to support Rosen's chest and tried to get up. Not enough, but Rosen quickly reached out his hand through Kaya to the back of Kaya's waist and hugged her tightly. As Rosen exerted force, the object in front of Kaya immediately began to deform due to the high pressure. Kaya's eyes widened, never imagining that such a thing would happen. She is not stupid, so she naturally knows that Rosen has woken up. However, even though she stared at Rosen resentfully, Rosen never thought of opening his eyes. On the contrary, because of her struggle, the distance between the two became closer and closer. In the end, Kaya could only blush and gave up resistance, lying flat on Rosen. Nami and Karina opened copies of their diaries at almost the same time. The next moment, the two of them took one of Rosen's arms and lay down on their backs with satisfied smiles. Compared to Nami and Karina, the other holders of copies of the diary showed either envy or worry. East Blue. Windmill Village. After Makino sent away the last guest, he opened his own copy of the voyage. Soon, she frowned slightly. Photo. Senya's Four Beauties Gathering Angle 1. Photo. Four Beauties Gather in Senya, Angle 2. Photo. Four beauties gather in Senya, Angle 2. Four women and one man lying together. This Rosen, wasn't he with Yuta just now? How come so little time has passed before three more women appear? Yuta, is it true that you won't be hurt by this? Makino muttered, with a very worried look on his face. But soon, he let out a long sigh again. No matter how much you worry, it's useless. Rosen is a man who can use so many women as heroines, and even I can use them as the heroine of a comic strip. This probably proves that she will not stop because of a certain woman. Female diary copy holders like Nami who seek strength to save the village will definitely continue to approach Rosen in the future. After all, even I had hoped to find the power to rescue Ace from Rosen. Makino thought of the words Rosen had mentioned about Ace's end. Even though some time had passed since the incident, Makino still began to tremble unconsciously and became worried about Ace's situation. Ace, I don't know what's going on now. He probably hasn't been caught by that Blackbeard yet. Makino thought worriedly. At this moment, the wind chime at the door rang, attracting Makino's attention. Welcome. Makino raised his head and said subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, Makino covered his mouth in surprise. At the door, a beautiful woman with a lowered head and blue hair pushed the door open. Behind him was a group of child pirates dressed wildly and playing with each other. Ha ha ha, I finally found the tavern, now I have to have a good drink. Yeah, it's quite a journey, especially the Calm Belt. Calm Belt is nothing. With Sister Weedib and our invincible pirate ships here, those sea kings of Calm Belt are nothing. That's right. If you ask me, the most difficult part of the journey was when Sister took us through the deep sea on the other side of New World, through the Red Line, and to the first half of the Grand Line. There is nothing like the Fishmen Island on that side. There are scenic spots for us to stop at. Anyway, the dangerous journey is over. Here in East Blue, the rest of the journey should be much smoother. Speaking of which, what on earth are we doing here in East Blue, Sister Weedibe? The pirates were discussing and looked at the female pirate at the front, which was Weedibe. Of course I have my own purpose, you don't need to ask. Weedibe said, raising his head. Soon, her attention came to Makino. To be precise, he arrived at the copy of the diary in front of Makino. It's interesting that we meet the same people here. Small door, you sit here. Remember not to cause trouble, I'll take care of it. After giving a few instructions to his men, Weedibe stepped towards Makino. Hello, can we chat for a moment, ma'am? Weedibe asked gently. Of course, please come with me. Makino did not reject Weidibe's proposal. After answering Weedibe, he led her towards the backyard. She had heard the pirates call Weedibe by his name before. Through Rosen's diary, Makino knew that Whitebeard was the patriarch of the Whitebeard pirates. And Ace is also a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Under such circumstances, she naturally became much less wary of Buyube. Excuse me, are you looking for Rosen because of Ace? Makino got straight to the point and asked Weedibe directly. Weedibe was about to ask who Makino was, but Makino's sudden question stunned her. Interesting, why do you think I'm looking for Rosen for Ace? Perhaps I just seek Rosen's help because of my history. Weedibe said with a smile. Although she was smiling, without knowing Makino's background, she was already on guard. It's no wonder, at this point in time. What Weedibe is most worried about is Ace's condition. After all, if Ace is really caught according to the original historical trajectory, then the Summit War is likely to break out. And by that time, maybe her father Whitebeard will also meet his end, and so will the Whitebeard pirates. Faced with such a situation, Weedibe had to be cautious. Makino also noticed Weidibe's caution. She took a breath and said in a sincere tone. You mo jiao jiao, don't have to worry that I will hurt you. My name is Makino, and to tell you the truth, I grew up watching Ace and Luffy. You can say that I am their sister. As for why I think you are here to find Rosen for Ace, it's because of the name I heard your friends calling you earlier. Hearing this, Weedibe showed an unexpected expression. You said you were Ace's sister. Makino nodded, and immediately pulled out a stack of photo albums from a cabinet in front of Weedibe. After opening the photo album in front of Weedibe, Weedibe finally believed it. In the photo album, there are many photos of Makino with Ace and Luffy. Garp is also included in some of the photos. Under such circumstances, Weedibe could not believe it even if he wanted to. I really didn't expect that Ace would have a sister like you. What I didn't expect is that I just came here to replenish supplies. I was able to meet you. But Ace looked very naughty when he was a kid, not as polite as he is now. I guess for him to become so polite, he must have a certain relationship with you. After looking through the photos, Weedibe said to Makino with a smile on his face. This time, Weidibe's smile was sincere, without any warning from before. Chapter 184 Garp. Makino ran away. Rosen became the #1 swordsman. Ace is actually a good boy. He was naughty in the beginning just for some special reasons. Makino smiled. Weedibe nodded slightly and looked at the photo album again. The photos of Ace as a child really remind me of Marco when he was young. Speaking of which, who is this yellow-haired child? He seems to have a good relationship with Ace and Luffy. As he spoke, Weedibe raised his hand and pointed at a picture of Makino, Luffy, Ace and a child with yellow hair of the same age. Makino looked at the photo with a slightly sad expression on his face. He is Sabo, the brother of Luffy and Ace. Weedibe raised his eyebrows. Hey, does Ace still have a brother? How is he doing now? There were tears streaming from the corners of Makino's eyes. He died at a very young age. Weedibe was stunned for a moment, then quickly said apologetically. Sorry, I didn't know that. Makino shook his head and said. It's okay, this matter is in the past. Although everyone was very sad at that time, both me, Ace and Luffy were strong enough to get through it. However, I don't want to experience that kind of pain again. I think Luffy never wants to experience the pain of losing a brother again. So, no matter what, we can't let Ace have his original future. Hearing this, Weedibe nodded firmly. Don't worry, it's just as you asked before. I did come to find Rosen in order to prevent the future of the original Ace. Even if it takes everything I have, I will prevent Ace's end from coming. While speaking, Weidibe's right hand unconsciously tightened the handle of the knife at his waist. Thanks. Makino wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and continued. Miss Weedibe, can you take me to C2? Weedibe frowned. You also want to go to sea to find Rosen. After speaking, Whiteab looked Makino up and down. She could see that Makino was just an ordinary person. It is quite dangerous for such people to go to sea. Well, after knowing that Ace may die, how can I still do business here with peace of mind? I also want to do my part. Makino, you should know that the sea is very dangerous. Even so, I still want to go to sea. 340 inches actually, you don't have to take risks. If I can find Rosen, I can naturally find a way to get his help. But if I are included, the probability of Rosen being willing to help will be greater. When Whiteabay heard this, he raised his eyebrows and then continued. Indeed, since you have a copy of the diary, it means Rosen is also interested in you. If the two of us appear in front of him at the same time, the probability that he will be willing to help us will increase, and the probability that we will obtain points and character templates will also increase. If one of us can become Rosen's woman, then Rosen will almost certainly be willing to help. It's just that I'm ready to sacrifice myself, but you, Makino, are you aware of it accordingly? By this time, Whiteabay had changed his mind. She thought it would be good to take Makino out to sea to find Rosen. After all, this does increase the probability of Rosen helping. However, after Whiteabay finished speaking, Makino immediately blushed and hesitated a little while speaking. Whiteabay frowned and said, could it be that you are not actually ready to sacrifice yourself? If that's the case, I think it's better for you to stay here and wait for news. After finishing his words, Makino said quickly. Wait a minute, Miss Weedeep. Actually, I'm not just familiar with Ace and the others. I'm also quite familiar with Yuta. Yuta is like a sister to me. You know, Rosen seems to have already had that level of relationship with Yuta. So, I guess it's not convenient for me to have a deep relationship with Rosen. But if we have Yuta's relationship, maybe Rosen will be willing to agree to my request. Whiteabay looked at Makino in surprise, never expecting that Makino actually knew Yuta. But then I thought about it, Yuta and Luffy are as close as siblings, Ace and Luffy are brothers, and Makino also has a very good relationship with Luffy and Ace. Under such circumstances, it is understandable that Makino knows Yuta. I see, but since Yuta knows Luffy, does she also know Ace? If she is also close to Ace, then Rosen will probably rescue Ace, right? Whiteabay asked slightly excitedly. Unfortunately, AGBG, Yuta has never met or played with Ace. Makino sighed and said, well, in this case, I still have to find Rosen to have enough insurance. After a pause, Whiteabay smiled at Makino again and said, although you are not ready to commit yourself, you still have this relationship with Yuta. Your presence can indeed increase Rosen Fungi's willingness to help Ace. Even if Rosen doesn't intend to help Ace for some reason in the end. But you should also be able to gain some strength from Rosen. In this way, Ace can also be saved. Of course, the premise is that you can find a way to get Rosen to mention you in the diary, or take photos and videos of you. But in this case, you will more or less have to show your charm to Rosen and come up with some tricks. You should be able to do it to this extent. Makino blushed slightly and after thinking for a while, nodded slightly. As for a swimsuit or something, I think I can do it. Whiteabay smiled and said, in this case, I think I have no reason to refuse you boarding. From now on, you will be my good sister, Makino. Makino, if you have a chance in the future, you have to help your sister. Let my sister have the opportunity to eat Rosen. You can't prevent Rosen from getting married to me just because Yuta might have eaten Rosen. Makino laughed twice, looking a little embarrassed. If possible, she naturally hopes that Yuta can have Rosen's unique love. It's just that the current situation doesn't seem to be that easy to implement. Fortunately, Whiteab didn't embarrass Makino too much. After patting Makino on the shoulder, she took Makino's hand and turned back to the tavern hall. She introduced the passenger Makino to her crew with a look of honor. When the pirates learned about it, they naturally made a happy noise again. It didn't take long for Makino to pack his luggage and drinks and leave the East Blue Windmill Village with Whiteabay's pirate ship. After a while, a phone call came from the direction of Windmill Village to Garp, who was chatting with Gion. Garp, something bad is going on. In Makino's tavern, Windmill Village Mayor Upshi Laboon looked at the letter left by Makino in his hand, and worriedly shouted to Garp on the other side of the phone. What's wrong? Are there pirates attacking Windmill Village? Garp's face suddenly became serious and he asked quickly. No, that's not the case. It's just that Makino went to sea. Huh, Makino. Why did she suddenly go to sea? Is she going to the next island to replenish drinks? No, she left a letter telling me that she planned to travel overseas for a period of time. Travel. Why did Makino suddenly want to travel? Did she say something? She said in the letter that she went to sea to find a man. Man. Wait, could it be Shanks? No, Shanks is in the New World. Even if Makino wanted to look for him, it would be difficult to find him by sailing from Windmill Village. It's not that he's looking for Shanks, it's another man. But he didn't mention that man's name. Is that so? Village chief, is it possible that Makino is in love? So he is determined to go to sea to find that man. How is that possible? I never heard about Makino being in love with someone else. She's in love with someone else, and she doesn't need to tell you. She's corresponding with someone in her own tavern, and you wouldn't know, right? Okay, even if you were right about this. But Garp, Makino went to sea with the pirates. What? Pirates? Village chief, are you mistaken? It's true. Some villagers saw the pirates with Makino with their own eyes. Village chief, could it be that Makino was caught by pirates? It doesn't seem like it. The atmosphere between the pirates and Makino seems to be quite good, especially the blue-haired woman and Makino are like old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. By the way, these are what the villagers told me. Of. Blue-haired woman. Do you know who it is? It seems to be a woman named Waidabe. What? No rules. Whitebeard pirates. Garp's eyes widened and his head was buzzing. He never expected to hear the name related to Whitebeard at this moment. Beside him, Gion's expression suddenly condensed, and his whole person suddenly became serious. Whitebeard. The woman Rosen mentioned many times in his diary. Single quote. One of the founders of the Whitebeard pirates. Single quote. Although he has become independent, his relationship with Whitebeard must be very good. She appeared in East Blue at this time, and she must be looking for Rosen. Single quote. Is it just this woman who is so fast? Sure enough, her boat is not only great at breaking ice. Quote. But what happened to Makino who was taken away by Whitebeard? Is he also the holder of a copy of the diary? From Gion's point of view, the purpose of Whitebeard coming all the way to East Blue is very obvious. Under such circumstances, she should not do anything unnecessary. Someone would be taken away from East Blue, and it would be a woman. No wonder Gion would think that Makino would be the holder of a copy of the diary. However, after much deliberation, Gion never thought that Rosen had mentioned Makino's name in his diary. Makino, why did you leave with Sandisk from the Whitebeard pirates? Village chief, are you really sure Makino is not threatened? Garp asked with a frown. At least in the eyes of the village, Makino is not threatened. And the letter left by Makino also said that she just took that Weedy-based ship to find a man. The reason why we chose the ship to arrive at Whitebeard is because her destination coincided with that of Whitebeard. But I don't know exactly what it is. So, didn't I call you to tell you? You should be in East Blue now. If you have time, go look for Makino. The village chief said quickly. After hearing this, Gion was basically certain that Makino was the holder of a copy of the diary. Whitebeard must be looking for Rosen. Since Makino's destination is the same as Whitebeard, he is obviously also looking for Rosen. But why is this Makino looking for Rosen? That Whitebeard would actually allow Makino to take her boat. Could it be that Makino is looking for Rosen because of Ace? Thinking of this, Gion frowned tightly. Don't worry, village chief. I will keep an eye on the situation of that Whitebeard. Garp said seriously. After a while, Garp hung up the phone and said with some annoyance. Is this East Blue still the East Blue I know? Why do so many unusual things always happen recently? First, this guy Rosen appeared out of thin air, and he brought his red-haired daughter with him. Later the Golden Lion appeared again and was defeated by Rosen. Now, the Whitebeard pirates have appeared in East Blue again, and they have taken away the tavern owner's wife in my hometown. The purpose is to find a man. What man is worthy of boarding a female pirate's ship? Wait a minute, is it possible that Makino is also looking for pirates? Yes, Makino is really looking for a pirate, and that pirate is also the one they are looking for now. Gion thought seriously. Gion, is your information accurate? Will that guy Rosen really show up in Kokoja village? Garp asked suddenly. Vice Admiral Garp, you are worried that the intelligence error will make us miss Rosen's case, right? Why? Don't worry, the information I got is definitely not false. Rosen will indeed go to Kokoja village. I know you are worried about Makino, but even if we go there now, we still can't accurately locate the location of Weedeeb. How about we look for Rosen while contacting our colleagues to pay attention to Weedeeb's traces? Gion said. She felt that nothing would happen if Makino stayed with Whitebeard. On the contrary, the most important thing now is to find Rosen as soon as possible. If Rosen continues to get stronger, there is really no way to stop him. Garp frowned, thinking about Gion's proposal. At this moment, Garp's adjutant quickly walked up to Garp holding a newspaper. Vice Admiral Garp has the latest news on Rosen. You'll be surprised by this news. As the adjutant spoke, he handed the newspaper to Garp. Any news about Rosen? Garp muttered and quickly took the newspaper. Wait, is this news true? That guy Rosen actually defeated Mahawk, the best swordsman in the world. And that guy Mahawk actually said that Rosen is the best swordsman. That shouldn't be the case. That kid shouldn't be that strong. Garp was shocked and opened his mouth as wide as possible. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 185 Hawkeye defeated. Redhead shocked. Virgo calls. Heavenly Yaksha shocked by Rosen Potentee. This also proves his talent from the side. First, defeat the Golden Lion, and then defeat Hawkeye. If it is not stopped in time, our marine will have a very difficult opponent in the future. While Guion lamented that the newspaper came so quickly, he also took this opportunity to persuade Garp. I want Garp not to go looking for Makino personally for the time being, but to go with her to find Rosen. Garp frowned, a look of confusion on his face. After a while, he nodded and looked at the adjutant beside him. The ship is handed over to you first. You can take the people to find that Waidabe. If you meet them, try to bring Makino back. Guion and I continue to search for Rosen. At this moment, Garp regrets letting go of Lawson. He could already imagine Sengoku calling him and scolding him about this later. Of course, he didn't care much about this. What he cares about is that he may have let go of a man who has great potential and can make many contributions to Marine. When Guion heard Garp's words, he felt relieved. She is also very happy to see Garp's arrangements. After all, in this way, maybe Garp's adjutant can intercept Waidabe a little, so that Waidabe will not find Rosen. The adjutant saluted and quickly began to act according to Garp's instructions. Garp, on the other hand, continues to search for Rosen along with Guion. Just then, Garp's phone rang. As soon as Garp connected, Sengoku's angry voice came over. At the same time, New World. Red Hair Pirates. Boss, big news, there is big news again. Wearing green clothes and holding a chicken leg in his hand, the chubby Lucky Lu quickly ran from the stern of the pirate ship to the bow with a newspaper. Big news. What big news? The red-haired Shanks looked over curiously. It's news about Rosen. Lucky Lu breathlessly handed Shanks the newspaper in his hand and pointed to the page with his finger. At the same time, everyone in the Red Hair Pirates heard Lucky Lu talking about news related to Rosen. They all looked up. After the last news, everyone knew that Yuta was on Rosen's ship. After that, all the senior crew members of Red Hair Pirates paid attention to Rosen. That guy Rosen, must he have made some big news about his beauty again? Seeing Lucky Lu so surprised, it must be big news. Rosen just defeated Golden Lion not long ago. I won't be surprised if he does something big this time. That's not necessarily true. Would you be surprised if Rosen defeated Marine Admiral this time? A group of cadres gathered around while discussing. Believe me, although Rosen did not defeat the Golden Lion this time. But what he caused was more serious than defeating the Golden Lion. After Lucky Lu said something to everyone, he raised his hand and pointed to a part of the newspaper. Look, everyone, this is it. That Rosen is at war with Hawkeye. Not only that, he also defeated Hawkeye and became the new #1 swordsman. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Red Hair Pirates stood there blankly. It took a while before everyone came back to their senses. Raklu, are you kidding me? How could Rosen defeat Hawkeye? Yes, Hawkeye is someone who can compete with the boss, and he is probably at his peak. Hawkeye is not the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion is old and frail, but Hawkeye is in his prime. Just when everyone was questioning, the red-haired Shanks showed the newspaper to everyone. Lucky Lu was right, Rosen did beat Mahawk. The newspaper also said that Hawkeye personally admitted that Rosen was the #1 swordsman. Although there are no corresponding photos, there are only some hand-drawn pictures. But, it's probably true. Shanks said. Everyone looked over with wide eyes and saw nothing but words on the newspaper. There are also photos of extremely high quality. Of course, it is said to be a photo, but it is actually just a drawing that Stussy gave to Morgans. Ben Beckman frowned, his eyes quickly passing over every text and every photo. After a while, he took out a puff of cigarette and said. The newspaper is published by World Economic News Service. The last time they released news was that Rosen defeated the Golden Lion. This thing should be true, but they didn't get the photos. However, these paintings also reflect the battle scenes between Rosen and Hawkeye to a certain extent. I didn't expect that this guy Rosen could actually transform. The power of infinite sword control has so many ways to use it. That guy with eagle eye must have seen enough. Shanks nodded in agreement. The news said Hawkeye didn't show his full strength at first. It's also because of this that Rosen transformed each time and showed stronger power. Maybe that's why Hawkeye lost. But even so, Rosen's strength cannot be underestimated. I think Rosen will now become the target of all the swordsmen in the world. Of course, I do care about Rosen defeating Hawkeye. But this is what matters to me the most. Shanks said, raising his hand and pointing to a photo in the newspaper. Beckman, did you see this? This is a picture of Yuta using her power to destroy the tsunami. Hearing this, Beckman nodded and said. Of course I noticed it, if these paintings are real. Then Yuta has become very powerful. But I think what you're talking about is Yuta's current image, right Shanks? That's right. Shanks nodded heavily. Yuta is a person with the ability to sing the song Fruit. You and I both know this. But Yuta in the picture, even though she seems to be flat, also uses the force area related to singing. But the way Yuta looks now, it's like she has transformed like Rosen. And Nami was fused with Rosen before. This situation makes me think that Yuta's current image is probably related to Rosen. What do you think about this? Yuta can be said to be the treasure of Shanks. Therefore, Shanks is extremely concerned about any changes in Yuta, for fear that Yuta will be in danger. After Beckman thought for a moment, he said to Shanks. Rosen has the ability to transform, which may be his devil fruit power. Perhaps, his ability can also affect his companions, including Yuta. Let them transform to a certain extent based on their abilities. After being affected by Rosen's ability, Rosen can temporarily become one with the person he affects. Hearing this, Shanks frowned. That's a reasonable reason. But if that's the case, can Rosen also merge with Yuta? Beckman nodded and said, that should be the case. But judging from Nami's situation, it shouldn't be a big deal if we become one for the time being. Although I don't know what Rosen's abilities are. But at least judging from the current situation, Yuta's power has become very strong. Most importantly, Yuta has a smile on her face, doesn't she, Shanks? Shanks was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed. Yeah, no matter what, since Yuta is smiling, it doesn't matter. Ha ha ha, this Rosen is really good. I kind of understand why Yuta is willing to get on his ship. 0, please give me flowers. Although I'm a little sad that Rosen stole our musician. But it's something worth celebrating when someone Yuta likes beats Hawkeye. So, let's have a party, boys. After Shanks finished speaking, all the boys immediately raised their hands and cheered. New World. Dressrosa. Castle Gardens. That guy Hawkeye actually lost. And, is it that Russell again? Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hand, quite surprised. This Mihawk is too useless. I don't know if world government will let Mihawk quit Shichibukai this time, he. Pika, a senior member of the Don Quixote family, spoke in a high-pitched voice. Pika, you have never seen Hawkeye and don't understand that man's power. His power is never that simple. Among the Shichibukai, the only thing I can't see through is that man. Doflamingo shook his head and said. What he didn't tell his men was that this man could even compete with the red-haired Shanks in a sword fight. There was even a hint of fear in his heart. However, there is no bounty on Rosen's pirate group yet. Excessive fees, isn't this a little strange? Another senior cadre, Torebel, spoke up. It's indeed a bit strange. Doflamingo nodded. At this moment, a small telephone on the table in front of him suddenly rang. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand to connect it. Soon, Virgo's voice sounded from the opposite side. It's me, Lord. There is news about the Flame Blade pirates that you asked me to pay attention to earlier. Hearing this, Doflamingo looked serious. Just say what you have to say, Virgo. Virgo said. Rosen defeated the Golden Lion, but there was no bounty on Rosen's mind to pull Rosen into Marine's camp. Before Rosen killed the Golden Lion, Marine hero Garp met Rosen. At that time, Garp wanted to invite Rosen to become Marine. It's just that Marine didn't agree, and because Rosen wasn't a pirate at the time, Garp didn't do much to deal with them. It's just a little test of the strength of Rosen and his team. Doflamingo frowned more and more. Marine wants Rosen to become Marine's power. Are you trying to make Rosen a Shichibukai? Virgo said. In fact, the upper management of Marine still has the idea of letting Rosen become Marine. After the words fell, Doflamingo was a little stunned. Rosen has already formed a pirate group, and Marine still wants to make Rosen a Marine. Is there really something you like about Rosen? Doflamingo read. I'm not too sure about this. It's just that both Garp and Guion are very optimistic about Rosen's potential. Especially Guion. She believes that if Rosen is allowed to develop, he will reach the heights of the Four Emperors in the future. Even beyond the Four Emperors. And the current plan to make Rosen a marine force was proposed by Guion. Now she is still leading the search for Rosen in East Blue. Marine Marshal Sengoku also agreed to this matter. It is said that he even scolded Garp for not retaining Rosen. Virgo said. After he finished speaking, Doflamingo became more and more surprised. At this time, Monet and Sugar had also arrived at the castle garden. Have you even heard about this, Virgo? The young master who has obtained this information may agree with me to leave Dressrosa to find Rosen. Monet thought to himself. 10,000. Chapter 186 Yamato's strength advanced and he escaped from Wano Kuni. Kaido searched for a girl for tea. That man, can he surpass the Four Emperors? Doflamingo said in surprise. But after thinking that Rosen could defeat Hawkeye, Doflamingo felt relieved. I just went out to sea and defeated Golden Lion and Hawkeye in succession. Such a man may indeed be able to reach the level of Kaido. Maybe I should also learn from those Marines and try to see if I can cooperate with this Rosen. Doflamingo muttered. Young master, in addition to what I said before. I also got some news that I'm not sure about. I think you will be quite interested in this news. Virgo said. Really? Then I have to listen. That's right, young master. The Yuta mentioned in the news may be the red-haired daughter. What? The red-haired daughter? Virgo, are you right? Doflamingo's eyes widened and he said in disbelief. Virgo nodded slightly and said. Marshal Sengoku would denounce Garp, which seems to be a factor. It seems that when Garp met Rosen, he already knew that Yuta was the red-haired daughter. Garp knew this and still let Rosen and his team go, which made Sengoku quite angry. Of course, I am not sure about this news. It may also be a rumor. Young master, the call time is almost over. If we continue, our call may be monitored. Doflamingo took a breath and said. I understand, you, 390, go and do your work, Virgo. After finishing speaking, Doflamingo hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. At this time, the cadres of the Don Quixote family in the garden finally broke out into a heated discussion. Torrebel, this Rosen is not only powerful, but is also related to the red hair. Diamante, since Rosen has a relationship with the redhead, it will be difficult for Marine to develop Rosen as one of his own. Pika, it seems that the sea is in chaos again, but this may also be a good thing for us. Jorah, isn't that right? The more chaotic the sea, the better our arms business will be, ha ha ha. Lao Ji, Baby 5, what do you think? You haven't spoken since just now and your face has been very red. Are you sick? Baby 5, did you hear what I said? Lao Ji frowned, looking at Baby 5 who was squatting in the corner, blushing but smiling like a slut while looking at the flowers in front of him. He felt confused. He always feels that the baby has become quite strange these days. Rao Ji saw that Baby 5 did not respond to him, so he planned to get up from his position and walk towards Baby 5. But at this moment, Monet happened to pass by Lao Ji indoor version and patted him on the shoulder. Leave her alone, Lao Ji, let her be. After Monet finished speaking, he glanced in the direction of Baby 5 again. Rao Ji couldn't see it, but she could see it clearly. Baby 5 at this moment is not looking at the flowers in front of her. Instead, she was looking at the copy of Rosen's diary in front of her. To be precise, I was looking at the comic strips Rosen created with babies as the heroines. Rao Ji glanced at Monet walking towards Doflamingo, and finally sat down. Su Tang, sister, do you really not need to take Baby 5 with you to find Rosen? She should be able to help, right? Close black lens bracket. Monet, forget it, Rosen must know Baby 5 very well. If she and Rosen met, she might not only not be able to help me, but also be easily used by Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Sutang. This is also the case. Sure enough, I can only rely on my sister. Close black lens bracket. Monet. There is nothing we can do about this, but now that the young master knows Rosen's power and background, it should be much easier for me to handle it. Close black lens bracket. Sutang. Okay, it's just that Baby 5 knows about the copy of the diary. If she accidentally exposes your lie, sister, what should the young master do? Close black lens bracket. Monet, don't worry, that woman Baby 5 is not that smart. In addition, there are many things about Rosen that she cannot reveal to the outside world, right? Close black lens bracket. Sugar. That's true. Close black lens bracket. While Monet and Sugar were communicating through copies of the diary, they had already reached Doflamingo's side. It's you, Monet, Sugar, what's the matter? Doflamingo raised his head and looked at Monet and Sugar with serious expressions with some doubts. Young master, I have something I want to talk to you about. Can I go into the room? Monet took a look inside the castle and said. Doflamingo felt even more strange when he heard this. But he still nodded, turned around and walked towards the room. After Monet nodded to Sugar, he followed Doflamingo into the room. After that, Monet told Doflamingo everything about the departure of Violet who he had processed. What? Violet actually knows that Rosen. And now that you have run away, are you going to find Rosen for help? And she actually used this as a threat to tell me not to hurt King Riku. Doflamingo was so shocked that he crushed the wine glass in his hand. Monet stood quietly, waiting for Doflamingo to digest all this, and planned to propose the idea of asking Doflamingo to allow him to go to sea to find Rosen. However, her idea was going to come to nothing after all. Before she brought it up, it was Davran Mingfu who brought it up first. Monet, you said earlier that you met Rosen when you were undercover with King Riku, right? Yes. How is your relationship with Rosen compared to Violet? I almost always stayed with Violet when I was undercover, so I was very familiar with Rosen. My relationship with him should be as good as Violet's. 11. Then do you think, if you invite Rosen, would he be willing to cooperate with the Don Quixote family? I don't know, but I can try. Even if I don't succeed, I think I can destroy Violet's idea of using Rosen's power. That's it. Doflamingo pushed up his sunglasses and said. Monet, I need you to complete a task. It's up to you to infiltrate Rosen's side and, if possible, do whatever it takes to make him a strength for our Don Quixote family. Monet blinked, although she was a little surprised that Doflamingo proposed such an idea first, but she quickly came back to her senses. I understand, young master. I'm going to find Rosen. But, how do you plan to deal with King Riku and Violet? Monet asked. Violet planned it well. For Rosen's sake, I won't deal with King Riku for the time being. As for Violet, I will pay attention to her whereabouts. If you meet Violet, deal with her. But if you meet Violet next to Rosen, you decide what to do based on the situation. Doflamingo said. Understood, young master. Then, I will make preparations right now. Monet nodded to Doflamingo, then turned and walked out of the room. Although all this was no different from what she originally planned. But seeing that Doflamingo was able to arrange for her to go to Rosen, she was still a little disappointed. After all, Doflamingo's previous words of, doing whatever it takes, included sacrificing his body. Doflamingo retracted his gaze from Monet's back, and once again thought of Virgo's words that Rosen might be able to reach the 4 emperors. 4 emperors. If Rosen really reaches that level. Kaido and the others don't know what it will be like. But it should be fun. The world is about to become restless. Wano-kuni Sea Area. Ghost Island. Did you defeat Hawkeye? And the power of being able to transform in stages is indeed very similar to the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Rosen, could it be that you ate the devil fruit of some kind of sword-wielding Phantom Beast? But if that's the case, what about the ability to merge with your companions? Does Rosen's Phantom Beast species, devil fruit, also include merging with others? Or is it actually Nami's ability to combine? Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand and muttered. Immediately, Duo laughed again. Ha ha ha, whatever devil fruit Rosen ate. It is undeniable that Rosen is indeed a capable person. His companions have some pretty interesting powers, too. Karina and Yuta, these 2 people do have the characteristics of the Phantom Beast species. That Nami's power is not possessed by ordinary zone demon fruit power. It should be some kind of Phantom Beast, demon fruit power. Kaido laughed. If that's true, then there would be too many Phantom Beasts in the Flame Blade Pirates. Yan Liangjun walked into the room and said. But the facts are in front of me, and I have to think so. Other than the Phantom Beast species, I can't think of any other possibility. Kaido laughed. Indeed. Jin nodded slightly. I understand that you allowed Black Maria to take Jin Lami and others to find Rosen. But since Rosen has the ability to defeat Golden Lion and Hawkeye, and he himself and his companions are suspected to be the demon fruit power of the Phantom Beast species. Is Black Maria really capable of pulling Rosen into our ship? Rosen was able to defeat Hawkeye, and Jin already recognized Rosen's strength. Under such circumstances, Jinshi is really not optimistic that Black Maria can successfully bring back Rosen. No matter what, you have to give it a try. You're right, obstruction. Huh, what happened to the injury on your head? Kaido smiled and looked at Runti, who suddenly rushed into the room. It's not good, Kaido. Your son Yamato ran away. Runti took a breath and said to Duo quickly. What did you say? Yamato ran away. She has an explosive collar on her. Kaido frowned and said. She does have an explosive collar on her body, but I saw her crush it with her hands before. I wanted to talk to her after that, but she knocked me out with a stick and took me to the hospital. I didn't wake up until now. Runti said quickly. Recalling Yamato's previous blow, Runti felt surprised. Things to know. Now, she is an ancient demon species with super strong defense. In the end, Yamato just hit her with a stick and actually made her sleep for several hours. Jun didn't need to think too much to understand that Yamato had taken armament hockey one step further through Rosen's points. At the same time, Run 5.0 also understands where Yamato will go at this time. Crush the explosive collar with your bare hands. Yamato is stronger. Kaido stood up in surprise, showing no concern about Yamato's disappearance. Kaido, don't you want to know where she went? There is a missing ship on the coast. She must have gone to sea. Junshi looked at Kaido's happy expression and said depressedly. Come on, she was hit by Yamato's further armament hockey. As a result, Kaido didn't even say a word of comfort, and didn't even show anger towards Yamato. Going to sea. Where can she go? Kaido said blankly. You asked me, who should I ask? Runshi said with a dull expression. She couldn't tell Kaido that his good daughter Yamato was looking for Rosen. Besides, she had no way of saying this directly. Anyway, let me go find Yamato first. Jin said something, then spread the wings on his back and flew high into the sky. I am coming too. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido turned into a dragon and flew into the sky, leaving Runti in a mess at the scene. Damn it, I wanted to take this opportunity to ask Kaido to allow me to leave and look for Rosen. Runti stamped her feet and muttered unhappily. Yamato's power is definitely related to the points she gained from Rosen. As long as I can get as many points as she does. There is absolutely nothing I can do against Yamato's stick. Chapter 187 Stussy cooperates with Smoothie. Ant. Kaido actually competes with me for my son-in-law. Yamato would never have thought that the blow he gave to Runti had made Runti completely remember him. Of course, even if Yamato knew, he probably wouldn't care. At this moment, she is busy controlling the sailboat away from Ghost Island and away from Wano-kuni waters. After traveling so far, that bastard dad should be unable to catch up. Although this way of escaping is a bit unpleasant. But after I gain enough strength, I will definitely come back and beat you down, duo. He actually got me a real bomb collar. Fortunately, I used the points accumulated from Rosen to train a more powerful armament hockey. I will definitely be able to get more points in the future, just wait and see, Kaido. It won't be long before I'll be back. Yamato stood on the boat and waved the mace vigorously in the direction of Onigashima. Although Rosen had already mentioned in his diary that Kaido had fitted her with a real bomb collar. But when he actually took off the collar and saw the bomb explode, Yamato was still quite surprised. If it weren't for her lack of strength now, she would really look like giving Kaido a blow. After venting his anger, Yamato put down his mace and turned to look at the ocean in the distance. Next, we have to find Ace. And Rosen, we need to find him too. Although this guy's words are a bit irritating, they can always make me stronger quickly. Moreover, Haki has gone a step further, and I really need to thank him. Perhaps we can meet Kazuki Hiyori at his place. Okay, let's go find Ace and Rosen. After Yamato strengthened his heart, he picked up the sail again and shook it desperately. The boat under her feet, under Yamato's power, quickly sailed towards the other side of the sea like an arrow from the string. At the same time 06. The other side. 10,000 Kingdoms, Cake Island. Ms. Stussy, welcome. Mom's tea party has been waiting for you for a long time. Charlotte Smoothie looked at Stussy, who was wearing a slim red dress, a white cape, and a white dome hat, walking towards her, and elegantly offered him a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Thank you for your work. Stussy nodded slightly, glanced at Stussy, and then at Charlotte Custard and Charlotte Pudding who were standing beside her. You three are still at Cake Island. Don't you think you are going to find that man? Stussy smiled. As soon as the three of them heard Stussy's words, they immediately confirmed that Stussy was indeed the woman with a copy of the diary. Smooth smiled slightly and shook his head. I also wanted to find Rosen, but unfortunately my mother didn't allow me to go to sea. You also know that I can't go anywhere without my mother's orders. After Stussy thought for a moment, he said. This is understandable, after all, you are the one who protects this place. Now it seems that among your group, it was Garrett and Snamon who set out to find Rosen. Smoothie nodded and said. Indeed, it's also thanks to Rosen's defeat of the Golden Lion. Otherwise, even Snamon and Garrett might not be able to go to sea to find Rosen. Having said this, Smoothie let out a long sigh. If possible, she would naturally want to find Rosen herself. After all, only in this way will she have a greater chance of obtaining a character template from Rosen in a large number of points. Until now, Rosen has never seen the beauty of the long-legged tribe with his own eyes. Smoothie felt that under such circumstances, if Rosen met Snamon, he would at least be willing to spend some energy on her. And if she, Smoothie, appeared in front of Rosen after this, maybe the probability of Rosen being willing to listen to her request would be much smaller. What a shame, but that man defeated Mihawk again this time. Perhaps this will be Linlin's opportunity to agree to your going out to sea to find that man. Stussy said while following Smoothie, Pudding, and Custard towards the tea party location. If you are willing to help, Ms. Stussy, I think it is indeed possible for me to go to sea. Smoothie smiled at Stussy and continued. Ms. Tusi must also want something from that man. Quote. How about it? Do you want to cooperate? If it were you, you probably wouldn't mind having a few more women around Rosen. Hearing this, Stussy also smiled. I also want to become stronger. As for cooperation, of course you can. Women's problems don't matter anymore. Anyway, that man already has many women around him. At best, we are just latecomers. Would you like to be a friend, everyone? After Stussy finished speaking, he called out a copy of his diary. When Smoothie, Pudding, and Custard saw this, they naturally did not refuse. Although Pudding and Custard did not speak, they also hoped that Stussy could use her method to let them go to sea to find Rosen. Especially Pudding. Smoothie and others also want to draw Rosen into the camp of the Big Mom Pirates. Pudding, on the other hand, even thought it was okay to betray the Big Mom Pirates and directly join Rosen's Flame Blade Pirates. After a while, Smoothie led Stussy to the designated place for the tea party and sat down. Charlotte Linlin, the mother of 4 emperors, also arrived at the venue at the right time and sat down at the main seat. Mama, Stussy, you came at the right time. Enjoy this tea party. Charlotte Linlin had a strange laugh in her mouth, raised her glass and said to Stussy. You look very happy, Linlin, what are you happy about? Stussy also raised his glass and asked with a smile. Mama, I do have happy things here. Maybe it won't be long before you receive an invitation to the wedding. Wedding. Linlin, have you found an excellent candidate for your marriage again? Of course. You should know about this man Rosen, right Stussy? Of course I know. Rosen has been making a lot of noise on the sea during this period. So, you plan to make him your son-in-law? That's right. He defeated the Golden Lion and is qualified to be my son-in-law. And Smoothie is very interested in her, so I arranged for people to find Rosen. I see. But why didn't you let Smoothie go find Rosen himself? Stussy said, glancing at Smoothie. Smoothie also responded with a grateful smile. How could Smoothie leave Wangguo casually to look for Rosen? I have arranged enough people. Although Rosen defeated Golden Lion is already old. Rosen's power is only about 1 billion berry pirates at most. I don't think he would dare to refuse my invitation, Mama. Charlotte Linlin waved her hand and said casually. I see, that's what you think, Linlin. Stussy looked a little embarrassed. You don't look good. Is there something wrong, Stussy? Linlin, I'm fine, but I think you should probably re-evaluate Rosen's strength. Reassess. Why? Linlin, you probably haven't gotten today's newspaper yet. Newspapers. What does that have to do with anything? Linlin, there is the latest news about Rosen in the newspaper. After defeating the Golden Lion, that man defeated Mahawk, the world's best swordsman. Mahawk. Stussy, are you kidding me? Charlotte Linlin was a little stunned when she heard Stussy's words. Not only Charlotte Linlin, but other people at the tea party, including Charlotte Katakori and Charlotte Cracker, also looked over in surprise. Stussy nodded, took out a newspaper from the leather bag he carried and placed it in the center of the dining table. After a while, bursts of exclamations spread throughout the tea party room. The world's best swordsman actually lost. Rosen has become the new world's best swordsman. Charlotte Cracker's eyes widened and she said in disbelief. Did the undefeated Black Blade finally lose to the infinite sword? And the sword described in the news is so wonderful. Charlotte Armand shook her head and sighed. At this moment, she just felt that the famous sword in her hand was so useless. Being able to defeat Rosen, this man is stronger than imagined. And the sword used by Rosen is just like the homets used by my mother. It has various powerful abilities. Can Snamin, Garrett and the others really invite Rosen over? Charlotte Custard frowned and said worriedly. There is no room for Custard not to worry. Rosen defeated the Golden Lion. It can also be said that the Golden Lion is old and frail. But Mahawk is in his prime. Hawkeye can fight with red hair and escape unscathed, which is enough to prove Hawkeye's strength. Rosen's ability to defeat Hawkeye is enough to show that Rosen has the power to fight the 4 emperors. Under such circumstances, Custard felt that Rosen would most likely not sell 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin's face. Charlotte Linlin naturally thought of this. She frowned slightly, and looks of surprise, joy, and worry flashed across her eyes. Of course, she wasn't worried that Rosen would be stronger than her. Instead, they were worried that the team led by Snamin and Garrett might not be able to invite Rosen to Wangguo. This guy Rosen actually has such strength. And this kind of power that can transform in multiple stages is really some kind of Phantom Beast Type 593 power that I don't know about. Charlotte Linlin murmured. Perhaps, it is indeed possible, Linlin. At this moment, Stussy spoke. Linlin, I got some news here that may be of interest to you. 4 emperors Kaido, like you, also sent people to find Rosen. You know, Kaido is only interested in Zone Demon Fruit power. Since he would arrange for people to go to sea to find Rosen, it may be because he knows that Rosen and even Rosen's partners are all phantom beasts. As soon as Stussy finished speaking, Charlotte Irving's doubts came. How can a pirate group have so many demon beasts with demon fruit power? The devil fruit of the phantom beast species is not Chinese cabbage. Owen said. You can't say that, although the abilities of phantom beast species are rare. But, the probability that a pirate group would have 4 or 5 esper species of phantom beasts was not 0. To be honest, the ability of Rosen and Rosen's associates is described in the news. It only reminds me of the ability of the phantom beast species. Smoothie spoke. When Or saw that Smoothie, one of the 4 generals, was speaking, he did not continue to question. Stussy, you said that Kaido guy also arranged for people to find Luo Lin. Charlotte Linlin frowned and looked at Stussy. My information shouldn't be wrong. Stussy nodded slightly. She wasn't lying. After a copy of Rosen's diary appeared, Stussy used his authority to further monitor the New World 4 emperors. She even knew that the people among the Beast's pirates who went out to find Rosen were led by Black Maria. However, she also knew that as the queen of the Pleasure District, she shouldn't know so clearly, so she didn't tell anyone about Black Maria's leadership. Damn Kaido, you actually want to steal someone from me. No, I need to arrange for someone stronger to contact Rosen. Kaido's people must not be allowed to succeed. Charlotte Linlin thought that Kaido would compete with her, and immediately slapped the table in displeasure. On the side, Smoothie felt happy immediately when he heard this. Now, I can finally go to sea. Single quote. Smoothie thought to himself. Apart from Smoothie, there are also Custard and Pudding who also have the same idea. Chapter 188 or Rosen's team all phantom beasts. Teach wants to capture Rosen's fruit. Mom, why don't you let me go to sea? I also want to see what the new world's greatest swordsman is capable of. Charlotte Cracker, one of the 4 generals, said. This made Charlotte Smoothie, who was about to recommend herself, immediately frown and look at Cracker unhappily. Cracker, Rosen's power is too dangerous. You shouldn't target Rosen. Charlotte Katakuri, who is also the fourth general and the second in command of the Big Mom pirates, shook her head and said. Instead of targeting Rosen, who should I target? Naturally targeting other people who want to invite Rosen. I see, he's from Kaido. It's not just Kaido. I guess there will be others besides Kaido who want to get in touch with Rosen's Tomo. Charlotte Katakuri felt like a mirror. He knew that since two of the four emperors planned to try to make Rosen their own, then other forces on the sea will definitely have no idea about Rosen, a newcomer who has entered the sea forcefully. Marine promotes Shichibukai as a third-party force on the sea. And now Shichibukai Hawkeye has lost to a newcomer like Rosen. Although we all know that Hawkeye is powerful, ordinary people may only think that Hawkeye's strength is only this and he is not worthy of being a Shichibukai. Hawkeye's status in the minds of ordinary people will inevitably decline. Perhaps Marine and world government will let Mihawk quit Shichibukai for the sake of Shichibukai's prestige, and support Rosen to become the new Shichibukai. Although the probability of this happening is quite small. Charlotte Katakuri murmured. Is it possible that Marine also had contact with Rosen? Charlotte Linlin frowned tightly. After all, the greatest influence of the four emperors' forces is in the New World. In Seahai, Marine's influence will be even greater. If Marine also has ideas for Rosen, Charlotte Linlin feels that the probability of them getting help from Rosen is indeed relatively high. It is possible that people from Marine and world government will contact Rosen. But a person with super abilities and talents like Rosen may not be willing to become a lackey of Marine and world government. Stussy smiled, looked at Linlin and continued. If Linlin you plan to continue arranging people to find Rosen, I suggest you arrange for Smoothie to come over. Charlotte Linlin heard this and raised her head. Why? Of course it's because Linlin you plan to make Stussy become Rosen's wife. Stussy chuckled twice and then said. For Rosen, if you use force to invite Rosen, it may be difficult to succeed. So, another way might be better. Since Linlin you plan to let Smoothie marry Rosen. Of course we can let Rosen meet Smoothie in person. Smoothie has great power and great charisma. A man like Rosen may also expect his woman to be a powerful woman. And the crew members around Rosen are some beautiful women. It is conceivable that Rosen may be quite interested in beautiful women. Under such circumstances, maybe Rosen will be attracted by Smoothie's charm and power when he sees him. When the time comes, the chances of him agreeing to come to 10,000 kingdoms will be even greater, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Charlotte Smoothie took the initiative to speak. Mom, Ms. Stussy is right. Please let me go find Rosen. I am more interested in a man who can defeat Hawkeye. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but fell into deep thought after listening to Stussy and Smoothie's words. After a while, under the nervous gazes of Smoothie, Pudding and Custard, Charlotte Linlin nodded. In that case, it's up to you, Smoothie, to take Custard, Armand and the others out to sea. Remember, we must bring Rosen to all nations. Smoothie and Custard were delighted when they heard this and immediately nodded heavily. Pudding raised his hand nervously. Mom, I also want to go to sea. What are you doing at sea? Just stay here. Wow, Pudding knows. Seeing this scene, Custard could only pat Pudding on the shoulder comfortingly. Smoothie, on the other hand, was immersed in joy and didn't even look at Pudding. Stussy on the side saw everything. This is not possible, and Lin is the chef of the Flame Sword Pirates appointed by Rosen. If we really talk about the probability of getting power from Rosen, Pudding should be the greatest among Charlotte Linlin's daughters. Quote. It seems that I have to find time to have a good chat with Pudding later, to use the words in Rosen's work, just to brush up my good feelings. Just as Stussy was thinking about it, she noticed a conversation prompt coming from her copy of the diary. Charlotte Smoothie, thanks, Ms. Stussy, don't worry, if I can find Rosen, I will find a way to get him to mention you more in his diary. Close black lens bracket. Stussy, thank you very much, but if you, Miss Smoothie, could allow me to have more opportunities to get in touch with Rosen while letting yourself become Rosen's wife, then I would be really grateful. Close black lens bracket. Charlotte Smoothie, this is natural, after all, we are partners. Close black lens bracket. Charlotte Smoothie and Stussy looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing. As time goes by, the news about Rosen defeating Mihawk is also spreading more and more widely. Soon, in addition to the four emperors and Marine, Jinbei, Tyrant Bear, Crocodile, Moria and others who are also Shichibukai like Hawkeye Mihawk, and even Blackbeard Teach, who is targeting Shichibukai, also received relevant information. Crocodile. That man Hawkeye was defeated by a newcomer. Jinbei. What a powerful force, Rosen. Shang. Rosen, will this man be a variable? Moria. If I can get the shadow of a man who can defeat Hawkeye, I can become invincible. Whitebeard. First he defeated the Golden Lion, and now he has won the title of the world's best swordsman. This young man is really not simple. Ace. This Rosen is really a strong pervert. But this Yuta, is it the Yuta that Luffy often mentioned? I have to talk to this Rosen and Yuta if I have a chance. But now, we still have to find Teach. Where did that man go? Quote. At the same time, a small sailboat appeared. Teach, who was being talked about by Ace, was staring at the newspaper he just got with great interest. Ha ha ha, the man standing at the top of Shichibukai was defeated. It's a pity. If Rosen can kill Hawkeye directly, maybe I can start the second step of the plan. However, this Rosen is really amazing. He actually killed Golden Lion and defeated Mihawk. Blackbeard Teach held the newspaper and said with a smile. This is definitely a new guy worth keeping an eye on. But if Rosen really kills Mihawk, Marine will probably immediately send him an invitation to the Shichibukai. Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, said softly. That's true, thief haha. Blackbeard laughed. If Hawkeye loses, his prestige will inevitably decline. Is it possible that Marine and world government will directly cancel his Shichibukai position? Sniper Fan Oka said while maintaining the sniper rifle in his hand. Indeed, ahem, if Hawkeye is abandoned by Marine and world government, Shichibukai's position will be vacant. At that time, we can start the second step of the plan, Captain Chi. Ship Dr. Duque whispered. Haha, if it were someone else, it might be possible. But that's Mihawk, the world's best swordsman. Even if he loses to Rosen, it doesn't mean that he is not strong enough. He will still be the target of many swordsmen. Similarly, Amuro and the world government will not allow a dangerous guy like Hawkeye to become a pirate again. In that case, they may face even more headaches. Teach shook his head and said. At this time, Badgers, who was responsible for controlling the ship's navigation, suddenly said. Captain, it seems to me that Rosen's fruit ability is quite powerful. And his partner's abilities are also quite good. Should we find a way to get their fruits? As soon as he finished speaking, the ship's Dr. Duque nodded in agreement. The news mentioned that Kaya changed her appearance while using magical medical skills. Although the changed appearance is still that of a human being, it is indeed very different from her previous appearance. If this is caused by Devil Fruit's ability, I also want to try this Devil Fruit. Sniper Fan Oka also said. That Karina controls the power of thunder and seems to be able to move instantly. I'm very interested in her ability to go. Baggins laughed and said. I'm really interested in Yuta's power that seems to be able to control sound. It would be interesting if you could incorporate sounds into your fists. Navigator Lafitte said. The most interesting thing is Rosen's power. Not only can you summon infinite swords, but you can also merge with your companions. It's a pity that I'm not a swordsman, and I already have the Devil Fruit ability. Otherwise, I would also like to have Rosen's abilities. However, although I cannot possess Rosen's abilities, Captain Teach, you can possess Rosen's abilities. If Rosen's Devil Fruit can really allow him to merge with his partner and use his partner's abilities, then you will not only be able to use the ability of two Devil Fruits in the future. Blackbeard laughed loudly when he heard the words of the crew members he had found. Ha 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 ha, it seems you are all interested in the fruit abilities of Rosen and his team. It just so happens that I am actually very interested in Rosen's abilities. But since Rosen can defeat Hawkeye and Golden Lion, it's better not to be his enemy for now. When the time comes, I will naturally take away Rosen's Devil Fruit ability, ha ha ha. Everyone laughed when they heard Blackbeard's words and laughter. At this time, Rosen didn't know that he had been targeted by Blackbeard for his Devil Fruit. Now, he is still immersed in the gentle hometown of Yuta. Of course, even if Rosen knew, he would probably laugh it off. The current Blackbeard cannot catch his eye. A few days later. Women's Marine Communication Group. Sadie-chan, Rosen, this guy, is really enjoying himself. He has been completely enjoying playing with Yuta and others these days. Doesn't this guy need to exercise? Close black lens bracket. Domino. With his ability, he can become stronger without training. If it weren't for the time Nami, Yuta and others needed to exercise, he would probably have played with them all day. Yes. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. This is enviable. Except for Qian Nujiao Yuta who has the ability to sing the song Fruit, the others clearly have abilities that are not weaker than or even surpass the devil. The Fruit's special ability is that it can play in water. Close black lens bracket. Gion. Indeed, this also illustrates the advantages of Rosen's character template and the value of Rosen from another aspect. Close black lens bracket. Hina. One picture, two pictures, are they photos again? Rosen really likes to take pictures of Yuta these days. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. Yes, even if Yuta did not distribute benefits, it was just some photos of life. Rosen's overview of his records also became higher, and Rosen included Karina, Nami, and Kei. The frequency of the three of them filming together has also increased. Close black lens bracket. Gion. If we leave them alone, Rosen's friends will become too much for ordinary people to deal with. Close black lens bracket. Ain. Yuta gave a good plan to quickly gain points. I'm a little envious of Yuta. Close black lens bracket. Sadie-chan. It means giving your body, right? How many people in this group have this kind of consciousness? Speaking of which, you are finally willing to speak. Close black lens bracket. Gion. Ain, you finally spoke. How are you lately? Are you okay? Country close black lens bracket. Ain, thank you Guion Vice Admiral for your concern. I am fine. I have thought clearly about teacher's effort. Close black lens bracket. Guion, that's it, don't worry, we will definitely succeed in the operation in Kokoja village. Close black lens bracket. Ain, I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Dole, Guion Vice Admiral, I have some pretty bad news here. I just received a notice from the people who stayed behind at East Blue Branch 16. They tried their best to investigate the traces of Colonel Mouse, who had not returned to Branch 16 for a long time. That man took the Wylong people to the island where Kokoja village is located. Moreover, they seem to be not far from the location of Kokoja village. Close black lens bracket. After Dole left his message, the communication group fell into silence for a moment. Chapter 189, Colonel Mouse takes the celestial dragons to die. Regretful Momoshiki. The female Marines all knew that Rosen and his party were heading towards Kokoja village at this moment. It is even possible that Rosen and others are already approaching the island where Kokoja village is located. If Colonel Mouse appears in front of Rosen with the celestial dragons at this time, the girls all know what will happen. Colonel Mouse was the man who fired the cannon that sank the Rosen speedboat, and was one of the culprits who caused the tragedy in Nami's hometown. If he appeared in front of Rosen and others, neither Rosen nor Nami had any reason to let him go. The celestial dragons that Colonel Mouse is currently carrying are the same celestial dragons that once ordered Colonel Mouse to sink the Rosen speedboat. If it were in the past, Marines would not worry about the safety of celestial dragons. After all, if something happens to the celestial dragons, Marine will send Marine Admiral to deal with the situation. But Rosen is different. He has great power. And all the female Marines know that Rosen has the idea of revenge against the celestial dragons. Under such circumstances, the situation of celestial dragons will be quite dangerous. Guion, Dole Vice Admiral, can you guarantee the accuracy of your information? Close black lens bracket. Dole, it can't go wrong. My subordinates who stayed in the 16th branch told Marine in the 16th branch to talk to Colonel Mouse and asked why Colonel Mouse had not returned to the 16th branch until now, and finally learned about the mouse from there. The Colonel's current location. Close black lens bracket. Peacock, I have confirmed here that Colonel Mouse has indeed taken people to Kokoja village. Close black lens bracket. Hina, if Rosen and the celestial dragons met in Kokoja village, the result would be hateful. What does this mouse colonel want to do? Close black lens bracket. Ain, I think Colonel Mouse has noticed that Marine wants to investigate him. I took the celestial dragons to Kokoja village, probably because I wanted to eliminate the evidence of Kokoja village. Now it seems that Rosen will no longer be able to help Marine. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, this mouse colonel is really crazy, leading the celestial dragons to destroy evidence. Close black lens bracket. Domino, probably to curry favor with the celestial dragons, and now he can only rely on the power of the celestial dragons to destroy evidence. Close black lens bracket. Ain, there must be many people among the celestial dragons who are interested in beautiful ladies. Perhaps in order to curry favor with the celestial dragons, Colonel Mouse plans to offer the beauties in Kokoja village to the celestial dragons. Among them, they should include the ones who were captured by Rosen. Nami mentioned for the first time. Perhaps, Colonel Mouse 837 also noticed that Nami had joined Rosen's team, so he wanted to use the power of celestial dragons to fight against Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Guion, this mouse colonel really deserves to die, I should just go find him personally. Close black lens bracket. Guion clenched his fists, feeling regret welling up in his heart. However, she understands that even if time goes back, she will make the same decision as before. After all, rather than looking for Colonel Mouse, stopping Rosen earlier is the most important thing. Guion, Tashigi, Hina, Peacock, Dole, how long will it take for you to arrive at Kokoja village? Close black lens bracket. Dole, for us, it will probably take about 6 hours. Close black lens bracket. Hina and Tashigi will arrive at the island where Kokoja village is located in about an hour. Close black lens bracket. Guion, that's great, it's probably not too late. Please, guys, please, no matter what, stop Rosen from meeting the celestial dragons. Close black lens bracket. Doll, celestial dragons. Although it is a bit troublesome, this is the only way to do it. Close black lens bracket. Peacock, alas, things have come to this. Open black lens bracket. Hina will do her best. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, yes, but what should I do? Close black lens bracket. Ain, if you are celestial dragons, you will be attracted to beautiful ladies. Guion Vice Admiral, you don't want Tashigi and the others to use their bodies to attract the celestial dragons. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Guion, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Tashigi, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Hina, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Dole. Close black lens bracket. 7. After Ain's message fell, the communication group fell into silence again. However, all the girls also understand. Perhaps the method mentioned by Ain would indeed be a better way to prevent Rosen from meeting the celestial dragons. It's just that this method is really unjust. At this moment, the latest message that appeared on the copy of the diary broke the peace of the communication group. You can now see Kokoja village from a distance. It's time to end Nami and Nokigao's nightmare. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, I wonder if I can meet Colonel Mouse here. Closing square bracket. If you can't meet that guy, you can only go to Marine Branch 16 in East Blue. Closing square bracket. Ain, it's already too late. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, how could this happen? Rosen is already here, close black lens bracket. Hina, there is still a chance, as long as we can stop the celestial dragons and the mouse colonel. Close black lens bracket. Dole, Hina is right, I hope that Colonel Mouse guy can arrive later. Close black lens bracket. Peacock, Tisk, this can be said to be the most troublesome mission I have ever performed. Close black lens bracket. Gion clenched his fists, feeling a strong uneasiness in his heart. Hopefully, it's not too late. East Blue. The sea near Kokasia village. The Xenia was heading towards the coast at an extremely fast speed. Rosen sat on the bow of the boat, looking straight at the islands in the distance that were getting closer and closer. Yuta was sitting cross-legged in Rosen's arms with a faint smile on her face. This Yuta actually gave her another chance to get close to Rosen. Karina pouted and looked at Nami beside her. Nami, aren't you going to join in the fun? Nami, are you listening to me? Huh. Nami was stunned and turned to look at Karina. Karina, are you talking to me? What? Are you not listening? Sorry, I was thinking about something. Huh. How did you become so polite? I'm getting home. When Karina heard what Nami said, she immediately understood what Nami meant. Obviously, Nami's attention at the moment is attracted by the situation in Kokoja village. Naturally, she didn't express much about her closeness to Yuta and Rosen. Karina didn't say anything, she just walked quietly to Nami's side and held her palm with her hands. Even though she usually doesn't deal with Nami, in the final analysis, Karina is still Nami's friend. Nami felt the warmth in her palm and turned back to Karina with a gentle smile. With the concerted efforts of the two. Soon, several people successfully landed on the island. So, should we go to Dragon Park first, or go home and see, Nami? Rosen asked. Let's go home and take a look first. Arlong and the others can't escape. Nami replied. She knew that Nokia also had a copy of the diary. Although she didn't have a phone bug, she couldn't communicate with Noki. But Nami understood that Nuo Chigao might have known about her experience through a copy of the diary these days. In this case, Nami felt that it was necessary to go back and take a look at Nokigao first. And, the destruction of the dragon pirates. I think both Nokigao and everyone in the village want to witness it with their own eyes. Nami raised her head and gave Rosen a smile. Indeed, everyone will definitely want to see this. Come on, Nami, take us to your home to take a look. Rosen nodded. Nami nodded heavily, reached out and took Rosen's hand and walked towards home. Karina, Yuta, and Kaya naturally followed closely behind. Open black lens bracket Yuta. Karina, Rosen still has one free hand, why don't you pick it up? Close black lens bracket. Karina, forget it, let's give this place to Nami. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, it turns out that you and Nami are quite good friends. Close black lens bracket. Karina, just a rival. Speaking of which, your behavior with Rosen has been a bit strange recently. Could it be that you and Rosen really did it? Close black lens bracket. Yuta, who knows, why not ask Rosen? Close black lens bracket. Karina, Shaunizi, you still keep it a secret. Sometimes I wonder if you often use your abilities to take Rosen to the Yuta space for trysts. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, don't try to trick me, Karina. Close black lens bracket. Karina, okay, then I will just ask one question. Isn't that kind of thing beautiful? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Yuta, that kind of thing. What kind of thing? Close black lens bracket. Karina, you obviously know that, tower. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, you are still trying to trick me, Karina. If you really want to know, why don't you just go to Rosen and give it a try? Close black lens bracket. Karina, humph. If that woman Nami hadn't stopped me from time to time, and you often occupied Rosen, I would have experienced it a long time ago. Close black lens bracket. Yuta, as long as you have the will, you will always find opportunities. Close black lens bracket. Karina, how about you use your ability to create a Yuta space where Rosen and I have a tryst? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Yuta, what a beautiful thought, close black lens bracket. Yuta space is the place where Rosen and I have a tryst, how can I give it to you? Single quote. After Yuta left a message, she turned around and glanced at Karina. The rejection was very obvious. In this regard, Karina could only sigh quietly. After Rosen and others walked for a while, they entered the streets of Kokoja village. The villagers who opened their doors to do business and walked along the street were obviously stunned when they saw Rosen and others appearing. And when they saw Rosen and Nami walking hand in hand, they were even more surprised. But soon, everyone looked at Nami with extremely disgusted expressions as if they had agreed. Seeing this, Wei Pai raised a nice eyebrow. Why do they look like this? Aren't they supposed to be happy to see Nami back? Kaya whispered. This is normal, after all, I am a member of the Dragon Pirates. It's normal for people to hate me. After hearing what Kaya said, Nami responded with a smile. Although Nami is smiling, anyone with a discerning eye can see how aggrieved Nami is smiling. Why is this? Nami is obviously here to help everyone. Karina frowned tightly. I can't blame you. I chose this path myself. If I don't do this, I'm worried that everyone will go to the Dragon Pirates to fight because of me. Nami shook his head, took a long breath and continued. But no matter what, this matter will end today. Karina, Yuta, and Kaya felt a little relieved after hearing this. It seems to me that everyone is just pretending to dislike you, Nami. Suddenly, Rosen spoke. Pretend. What does that mean, Rosen? Nami raised her head and looked at Rosen curiously. That's what it means literally. Rosen opened the transparent world and carefully observed the people coming and going. The villagers seem to dislike you very much, but I can see that they actually care about you very much. The so-called dislike is just pretense. Just like you pretended to join the Dragon Pirates to protect the villagers. The villagers of Kokoja village also pretend to be ignorant of your purpose of joining the Dragon Pirates in order to support you. However, if everyone knows that Arlong doesn't want to trade with you at all, they probably won't pretend, but will go to Arlong to fight for their lives. Rosen said. Nami's eyes widened, and he covered his mouth with one hand and glanced at the surrounding crowd in great surprise. Rosen knew the past and the future, and she didn't think Rosen would lie about this. If Rosen said it, it must be true. She carefully observed the crowd around her, and gradually Nami also discovered something was wrong. The Nami of today is not the Nami of the past, even if she doesn't feel observation hockey. But the power of Rei's movie also gives her powerful perception. Just like Rosen said, under the hatred expressions of the villagers, there was no way to hide the worried eyes. Everyone actually knows this. Nami pursed her lips, her tears lingering for a long time. Karina sighed, walked to Nami and took Nami's hand. Kaya and Yuta also patted Nami on the shoulders to express comfort. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 190 Arankar Tir Harabel, Smoothie's Desire. Photo. Crying Nami. Nami thinks she is doing a good job, and the villagers don't know her plan of 100 million berry. Closing square bracket. What she doesn't know is that the villagers in Kokoja village are very aware of this matter. Closing square bracket. In order for Nami to have no worries, and to prevent the people of the Dragon Pirates from having doubts and harming Nami, they chose to pretend to hate Nami who joined the Dragon Pirates. Closing square bracket. I told Nami about this and she cried because of it. Closing square bracket. In fact, when Colonel Mouse comes to take away Nami's 100 million berry, the villagers of Kokoja village will decide not to pretend to hate Nami. Closing square bracket. Instead, they took weapons to find trouble with the Dragon Pirates, even though they all knew that they were no match for the vicious Dragon Pirates. Closing square bracket. I have to say that the relationship between the villagers of Kokoja village and Nami is very touching. Closing square bracket. To be honest, watching Nami cry, I want to kill Arlong more and more with my own hands. Closing square bracket. But it's better to be patient. Nami's ability is enough to deal with the Dragon Pirates, so let her take revenge with her own hands. Closing square bracket. Gion, have Rosen, Nami and others arrived at Kokoja village. Hina, have the villagers of Kokoja village known about this for a long time. Ain, in the final analysis, if there were no mobs in Marine, this wouldn't have happened. Skylark, damn Colonel Rat, it's all this guy's fault. Tashigi, Colonel Mouse, we must arrest this guy. Nokigao, Nami has come back. Great, I have to go back quickly. Shiarli, finally, we have reached this scene. Arlong. Speaking of which, even if I defeated Mahawk, Marine didn't put a bounty on me. Closing square bracket. Could it be that because the Golden Lion and Mahawk I defeated were both people whose bounties were cancelled, Marine stopped giving me bounties? Arlong and others of the Dragon Pirates always have a reward, wait until the news that we defeated the Dragon Pirates spreads. Closing square bracket. Marine should give me a reward after all. Closing square bracket. Dole, is this man Rosen determined to become a wanted criminal? Charlotte Smoothie, Marine, you are really cunning. But do you think you can invite Rosen to join your camp without offering a bounty to him? Black Maria, haha, now that I'm going to sea, I will definitely successfully invite Rosen. Yamato, how could Rosen become a Marine? Only pirates are the freest. Speaking of which, if the news that the dragon pirates were destroyed by us spreads, Kaixia Jinbei will probably pay attention to this. Closing square bracket. Although with his character who secretly hopes that humans and murlocs can coexist peacefully, he should not come to trouble me because of Arlong's death. Closing square bracket. But if Marine concealed the disgust of the dragon pirates and told Jinbei about our killing of Arlong, Jinbei might bring the sun pirates to trouble me. Closing square bracket. Given Marine's condition, there's no telling if he'll really do that. Closing square bracket. Peacock. Hey, Marine wouldn't do that. Dole. How much of a fan is this guy Rosen, of Marine? Run is. Rosen said it well, Marines are a bunch of cunning guys. If Jinbei really comes to trouble me for this, I'm sure I'll have to teach him a lesson. Maybe after he is defeated by me, it will cause him to retire from his position as Shichibukai early. Closing square bracket. It should not matter, anyway, Jinbei will be imprisoned in Impel Down and his position as Shichibukai will be cancelled because he is unwilling to obey the call of Naval Headquarters to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Closing square bracket. Gion. Jinbei is unwilling to participate in Summit War. Crawl. Is this the result? But his position as Shichibukai will also be cancelled. Bello Betty. No wonder Rosen would bring up the matter of Shichibukai replacement. Moria, Doflamingo, Bear, plus Jinbei, half of the Shichibukai have to be replaced. This can indeed be called a Shichibukai replacement event. Ain. Then, who can fill the vacancies of the 4 Shichibukai here? Waidabe. It's really embarrassing for Jinbei. Kami. Boss Jinbei, is it really going to be cancelled as Shichibukai? Shirahoshi. How could such a thing happen? Shiarli. Jinbei loses the position of Shichibukai, and the situation of the Fishmen Island is very delicate. Hey, the future is really difficult. I don't know if the future of the Fishmen Island will change after I come to this world. Closing square bracket. Remember when the Whitebeard pirates were in Summit War, Ace was killed by Akainu, Whitebeard was seriously injured by Akainu, and then killed by Teach and a group of members of the Blackbeard pirates. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were no longer able to survive. Shelter the Fishmen Island. Closing square bracket. Jinbei lost the position of Shichibukai again, and the Fishmen Island was in quite a troublesome situation at that time. Closing square bracket. Yamato. Ace was actually killed by someone named Akainu. Very good, I will remember you. Gion. That guy Sakazuki actually killed Ace and seriously injured Whitebeard. However, he actually killed Ace. How did Vice Admiral Garp react at that time? Dole. Does it mean that Vice Admiral Garp did not participate in the Summit War? Domino. It's possible, maybe Vice Admiral Garp is worried that he won't be able to stay calm during the Summit War. Peacock. This guy Teach has fulfilled Shichibukai's mission perfectly. Charlotte Smoothie. Sure enough, Whitebeard will die in Summit War. Black Maria. However, it is really ironic that he was killed by the traitor Blackbeard in the end. Widub. Damn Akainu, hateful Teach, no matter what, I will not let this happen. Makino. Ace. I must prevent this future. Kazuki Hiyori. Even Whitebeard died in that war. Bello Betty. Whitebeard failed in that war, what would be the outcome of the revolutionary army that participated in this war? Koala. Does the final victory belong to Marine? Shiarli. The Fishmen Island, will it really lose its asylum? Both the Marine and Pirate Asylum will disappear in an instant. In other words, will the Fishmen Island be targeted by many pirates like before? Kami. This is so bad. Wait, if we can seek help from Rosen, can we change this future? Shirahoshi. Rosen is so powerful, he should be able to figure it out. The holders of copies of the diary never imagined that Rosen would reveal such a future at this time. At this moment, Waidabe's eyes had turned deep red. Bello Betty considers the outcome of the Revolutionary Army in Summit War. Gion and other Marines sighed at the results of Sakazuki and Teach. However, before everyone had time to delve deeper, Rosen's next message quickly drew everyone's attention back. Today's diary is finally settled, with 602 points, enough for an intermediate lottery and a junior lottery. Closing square bracket. I hope my luck can be a little better and I can draw a strong enough character template. Closing square bracket. At least, it would be okay to draw a template that can be provided to Nokigao. Closing square bracket. In this way, I can invite her on board. Closing square bracket. Is this guy Rosen just able to draw a lottery? Don't do the blank character template challenge again. Gion frowned tightly. Rosen's template for Shuru Emiya has reached the level of Alter Emiya. If he wins the blank character template challenge scroll, again, he will definitely push Emiya Shuru's template to the final chapter. I really want to meet the swordsman whom Rosen calls Senko Muramasa. Tashigi's eyes were shining, although she knew that this idea was not good. But she also really wanted to see the power of Thousand Sons Muramasa, who Rosen once mentioned, who forged one sword out of 10,000 swords. If we take Shuru Emiya's template a step further, Rosen will really become the 4 emperors. I don't know if he will ignore me at that time. Charlotte Smoothie took a deep breath and stared at the copy of the diary, waiting for Rosen to announce the results. As long as Rosen can go one step further, he will be able to save Dressrosa. Violet clasped her hands together and became nervous instantly. Advanced to the four emperors. If Rosen can really do this, maybe he can be allowed to protect the Fishmen Island. Perhaps I should also find a way to get in touch with Rosen. The mermaid Xiarli exhaled a puff of smoke and whispered softly. At the same time, Nakigao, who was heading home, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he saw Rosen's message. It's great, it feels like being remembered. Although this concern is because Rosen is hanging around me. However, if I can really get a character template that suits me, I can replace Nami and follow Rosen to the sea. Nokigao murmured. Kokoja village. Nami, Karina and others who were walking secretly looked at Rosen. They were all curious about what kind of character template Rosen was about to draw. At this moment, Rosen's attention was focused on the panel in front of him, and he didn't care about the attention of everyone. Then, give me a mid-level lottery to test the waters first, system. Quote. 0. Ding. The lottery starts. Congratulations to host, who won the Tier Harabel template, Junior. Closing square bracket. After using this template, you will initially gain the power of Tier Harabel. Closing square bracket. Using this template requires at least 3 of the following attributes: woman, swordsman, water flow, beauty, majesty, undead, ruler, sacrifice. Tier Harabel. Isn't this Arankar from NP.3 in the Shinigami world? I can actually draw her, but these attributes, it seems like I can't use them. After Rosen carefully compared the attributes in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. He found that although the template in front of him was powerful, it didn't seem to be very suitable for Nokigao. I was a little troubled, and I actually won the template of Tier Harabel. Closing square bracket. There is no doubt that this is a very powerful template. Closing square bracket. This should be something to be happy about. Closing square bracket. But it's a pity that Nokia doesn't seem to have the authority to use it. Closing square bracket. Women, swordsman, water flow, beauty, majesty, these attributes, Nokigao seems to only be able to match women in beauty. Closing square bracket. This is one attribute different from the template using Tier Harabel. Closing square bracket. Don't I realize my authority is being used? This is a bit bad. Nokigao frowned. Luckily, it's not a blank character template challenge paper. But it seems that I can adapt to this character template. 0. Chief Gion murmured after heaving a sigh of relief. Woman, beauty, swordsman, if Rosen can be found. Will he give me this template to use? Waidabe's eyes lit up and he said slightly excitedly. A template with the attributes of a swordsman. And it also has the attributes of a woman. Is this Tier Harabel a female swordsman? Tashigi looked interested. A female swordsman, and she has the attribute of water flow. I can also use Tier Harabel's template. Rebecca's eyes shone. As a mermaid, I guess I have the property of water flow. It seems like I can also use Tier Harabel's template. Even though I can't use the sword, Nami can use the sword by gaining the power of General Raiden. Thinking about it, I should also be able to use the sword by obtaining Tier Harabel's template. It's a pity that Rosen is not at the Fishmen Island. Xiarli shook his head and said with emotion. It has the attribute of majesty, but it is the same as that of the Thunder and Lightning General. And he has the attribute of a ruler, which is also highly consistent with the Thunder and Lightning General who manages an entire country. It's the undead attribute, which is the opposite of General Thunder. And this attribute called water flow. Haha, this is really a very suitable template for me. Since Nuo Chigao can't use it, why not leave it to me? Charlotte Smoothie, who possesses the squeezed fruit and can control water flow as her own weapon, raised the corners of her mouth and murmured. Although Rosen has not uploaded Tier Harabel's skill demonstration video yet. But judging from Rosen's attitude towards Tier Harabel and Tier Harabel's attributes such as majesty and ruler, Smoothie doesn't feel that this model. The board would be a very weak template. On the contrary, it is bound to be a very powerful template. Soon, in the expectation of Smoothie, in the expectation of Tashigi, Rebecca, Gion, Whiteub and other swordsmen, and in the attention of the other diary copy diary holders. More information about Tier Harabel appears in Rosen's diary. Tier Harabel is actually the undead that fights Shinigami. A being who can fight the Death Chi leader. The third-ranked Arankar, and this power to control water. It's a perfect fit. It's a perfect fit for me. Wait a minute, it's not just me who is suitable for this power. Can women named Tashigi and Rebecca be able to adapt? And Waidabe, that woman is also suitable for this power. This is a skill video demonstration. So strong, so strong. Even my mother can't resist this power. Damn it, we must not let those women get it. This power must be mine, I must get it. After a while, Charlotte Smoothie stood up from her seat with great excitement. Chapter 191 Controlling Water Flow. Arancardia is the nemesis of espers. Tyr Haribel, the third-ranked being among the Espada in Arancar, is also the only female being among the 10 Arancars. Closing square bracket. As one of the Espada, Tyr Haribel is already a character who can compete with the captain in Shinigami. No, it should be said to be an undead, or it should be called a hollow. Closing square bracket. I think about it, Nokigao is not suitable for this power. Among the heroines in the works I drew who can adapt to this power, the one who best fits the Tyr Haribel template should also be able to use water as a weapon. I used Charlotte Smoothie. Closing square bracket. Gion, Charlotte Smoothie, if the only female one of the 4 generals of the Big Mom Pirates gets a character template, even if the template is a primary body, she will be quite difficult to deal with. Charlotte Snamon. Great, the most suitable person for this power is Sister Smoothie. If she can get it, the power of our entire pirate group will be greatly increased. 11. Stussy. Charlotte Smoothie is still far away from Rosen. Will Rosen keep the template until then? Maybe, someone who fits the template will appear halfway and take away the template. Unfortunately, Smoothie is still in the New World, and the probability of her leaving the Big Mom Pirates and joining me should be very low, so she may not be able to inherit the 593 Tyr Haribel template. Closing square bracket. In addition to Smoothie, those who can better adapt to this template should be Weedib, Tashigi, Rebecca and others. Speaking of which, Custard should also be considered one. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, Custard and Smoothie are in the same situation. If you want to use it on Custard, you might as well use it on Smoothie. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Custard. That's true, Rosen. But it is true that if Smoothie can get the template, it will at least be better than what Whiteabe, Tashigi and others can get. Tashigi's swordsmanship is related to water, and he is a swordsman and a woman, which also matches the template of Tyr Haribel. Quote. Unfortunately, Tashigi is a marine, so I can't give the template to her after all. As a kind woman, Tashigi is worthy of Tia's sacrificial attributes. Closing square bracket. Gion can also use this template, but, haha, it's okay if I don't beat her up, so how can I give the template to her? Closing square bracket. As for Whiteabe, although she has nothing to do with water, she should be related to ice, and she uses a sword. The template of Tyr Haribel should also be suitable for her. Closing square bracket. But since she is Whitebeard's daughter, it is unlikely that she will become my crew member. Closing square bracket. After much deliberation, it turns out that Rebecca is more suitable for the Tyr Haribel template. The female swordsman who masters the water sword dance is related to water after all. Although it is not as direct as Smoothie, she can still use Tyr Haribel's template. Closing square bracket. If Rebecca can become the controller of the kingdom in the future, she can also be connected with Tyr Haribel's ruler attribute. Closing square bracket. Tashigi, because I'm a marine, can't I get this template? Gion, this man is too vindictive. Does he really want to beat me up? Whiteab, if I can save Ace and Dad, it doesn't matter if I become your crew member or even your woman. Rebecca, hey, do I fit this template so well? But, how do I find Rosen? Violet, Rebecca is so lucky. If I can find Rosen, can I ask Rosen to leave this template to Rebecca? But if Rosen gave this template to Rebecca, he would probably want to marry Rebecca as his wife. If this is the case, how should I face Rosen and Rebecca? Violet felt a knot in her heart when she thought of this. At the same time, the holders of the diary copies whose names were called by Rosen were also becoming more and more curious about what kind of power Tyr Haribel had. Rosen didn't keep everyone waiting too long. Soon, the video of Tyr Haribel's related skills was edited by Rosen and uploaded to the copy of the diary. Video. Tyr Haribel's partial skill demonstration. My name is Tyr Haribel, one of the Espada. Tyr Haribel, who has blonde hair and wears white clothes, said to Hitsugaya Toshiro. Closing square bracket. As soon as he finished speaking, Tyr Haribel waved the sharp blade in his hand and slashed at Hitsugaya Toshiro who was controlling the ice. Closing square bracket. For a moment, golden arc-shaped sword energy continued to fly and hover in the air. The spiritual energy bullets formed by the direct thrusts called Ao sword cannon kept pushing Hitsugaya Toshiro back. Closing square bracket. Black Maria, is this Tyr Haribel? It's such a sharp and decisive attack. Run T. They actually fought while flying in the air. With the power of Tyr Haribel, can they also gain the power to fly? Charlotte Custard. Does her opponent control ice? The name shown in the notes is Hitsugaya Toshiro, which looks pretty strong. Siki. Can't see clearly, almost completely cannot see the battle between Tyr Haribel and Toshiro. Dole. This speed has even surpassed the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Sure enough, no one in Rosen's character template is weak. Yamato. However, this Tyr Haribel doesn't seem to exhibit the power of water. Gion. Daiguren Hirenmaru. Can the power of ice that can be manipulated by the sharp blade in Toshiro's hand go one step further? Faced with such power, Tyr Haribel should also use some real skills. Quote. Conquer him, Queen Shark. Tear Harabel is surrounded by a large amount of Reiatsu, and a large amount of water suddenly spreads out from its sharp blade, wrapping Tear Harabel in it. Closing square bracket. A moment later, when the water flow dispersed, the original hollow dagger in Tear Harabel's hand turned into a giant sword with sharp gill patterns. Closing square bracket. The clothes originally worn by Tear Harabel have turned into exposed bone armor. Three-pronged fog halberd. Tear Harabel groaned and waved the giant sword in his hand towards Hitsugaya Toshiro in front. Closing square bracket. In an instant, 3 consecutive slashes composed of high-pressure water mist attacked Toshiro, and directly cut the ice clone of Dong Niang into 2 pieces. Charlotte Snamin, shooting water as a weapon. This is, Sister's Moisture Sword. Dole. I see, the water flow can only be used when the sword looks like this. I always feel that the sharp blades in the hands of Tear Harabel and Toshiro are somewhat similar to the treasures used by Rosen before. Waidabe. Do these swords need to be liberated before they can show their true power? Gion. The slash just now was faster than my slash. Does this Tear Harabel have power beyond Marine Admiral? Runti. Huh. Not only can you control water flow, but you can also use your sword to release yellow light cannons. Black Maria. Is it a move called Sero? It seems that this Tear Harabel can only use sword skills. 0. Peacock. The move called Scorching Sea Current can actually melt Toshiro's ice instantly. Water can actually do what only flames and magma can do. If this trick is used against Aokiji Admiral, I don't know if it will melt her ice. Quote. Widub. Interesting, it seems that as long as I can get this power, I can at least deal with Aokiji. No, Tear Harabel can not only control high-temperature water, her water can also extinguish Akainu's magma. Just when Waidabe was thinking this, the battle between Toshiro and Tear Harabel had reached a higher level. Broken waterfall. Tear Harabel suddenly waved his sword, and a huge water column suddenly spurted out from the lines on the sword that looked like shark eyes. Closing square bracket. Looking from afar, the water column falling from the sky is as majestic and vast as a waterfall. Closing square bracket. The ice controlled by Toshiro was shattered by the surging water column. Closing square bracket. Not only that, after the water column fell to the ground, it directly formed a lake that submerged the entire street. Waidabe. So strong, he defeated the ice dragon so easily. There is no mistake, this power can definitely break the magma. Black Maria. Such a power can be said to be a natural disaster, and the 3 Marine Admirals are nothing more than that. No, this power is definitely more powerful than the 3 Admirals. Gion. The terrain changes in an instant, and it's still in the form of water. It's almost like a Logia water fruit, if such a fruit really existed. Such a template is almost comparable to General Thunder. If one of Rosen's future partners obtains this power, he may soon be able to grow into a combat power that surpasses that of the Marine Admiral. Sure enough, Rosen must be invited to the Marine camp as soon as possible. Quote. Dole. For demon fruit power, this power will be a nightmare. Shiarli. If this power is used in the sea, it may be able to control a large area of sea water to form a tsunami. This power should also be suitable for mermaids. Rebecca. Can I really use this kind of power skillfully? Charlotte Smoothie. This is the power, I have to get this power. Neither Tashigi, Weedib, nor Rebecca deserve this power. Only I, the only one who can control water in the same way, am qualified to use this calendar area. As long as I have this power, combined with my fruit ability, I will definitely become stronger than anyone else. Even if it's my mother, I will definitely be able to beat her. Quote. At this moment Charlotte Smoothie was more excited than ever. Even after the demo video ended, Smoothie was still excited. Tear Harabel's power shocked him and even made him envious. Although she can control water, she only uses the water in other people's bodies. Charlotte Smoothie thought she couldn't control the power of large amounts of water like Tear Harabel. At this time, Smooth even felt that it was not a pity to miss the template of General Thunder. After all, the template that truly suits her is waiting for her here. Chapter 192 The Super Active Nokigao, Villager. What, Nami can control thunder and lightning. Tear Harabel's template is, without a doubt, a very strong template. Closing square bracket. If someone can bring it to its limit, then she can be called a god. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Tear Harabel in the game also has Hogyoku mode. Closing square bracket. Tear Harabel in Hogyoku mode will be strengthened in all aspects. Closing square bracket. It is also unknown whether people who obtain the Tear Harabel template in the future will be able to transform into Hogyoku mode. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Snamin. Can Tear Harabel's power be further improved? Gion. The power just now was like a natural disaster. What if it can go one step further, to become a true god? Charlotte Smoothie. Awesome. This power is so awesome. Although I don't know what Hogyoku mode is like, as long as I can get enough points from Rosen, I will be able to transform into Hogyoku mode. Bar. Forget it, let's not think about the Hogyoku model for now, since Tier Harabel's template seems to be unable to find suitable users. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie is unlikely to join my team, and Rebecca is far from East Blue. Closing square bracket. Tashigi should still be in East Blue, but this woman, unless she quits Marine, I won't be able to hand over the template to her. Closing square bracket. Tashigi. Speaking of quitting Marine, if Ain could quit Marine with Zephyr earlier, maybe this template could also be given to Ain for use. Closing square bracket. Ain is considered a swordsman at 06. Generally speaking, he can still use this template. Closing square bracket. Gion. Oops. Sadi-chan, if Rosen mentions this at this time, it will change the probability of Ain quitting Marine. Ain, quitting Marine. If you can really get this power, quitting Marine seems to be a good idea. Rosen, we're here. Suddenly, Nami raised her head and said to Rosen. Are you here already? Rosen closed the voyage diary system and looked forward. As Rosen expected, what caught his eye was an orange grove and a small house. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl with short blue hair and healthy wheat-colored skin walked out of the door. With just one glance, Rosen recognized her identity. Nuao Chigao. Rosen murmured to himself, and the next moment, a smile appeared on his face. The voyage diary system that had been closed was activated again, and accurately recorded Nokigao's face. Nokigao noticed it immediately. Looking at her photo in the sailing copy, she had a beautiful smile on her face. Photo. Nokiko's first encounter. Kazuki Hiyori. Nozuki Hiyori, she is as beautiful as Nami. No wonder she can be regarded as the heroine by Rosen. I'm so envious. Even if Nozuki doesn't go looking for Rosen, even if she stays in the village, she can be with Rosen. Met. Violet. Even Nojigao doesn't need to do anything, so it will bring about the liberation of Kokoja village. Maybe, I can also make Rebecca not need to bear hatred, and solve Dressrosa's problem just by me. Quote. Jewelry Bonnie. Damn it, why isn't this Rosen in South Blue? Vivi. It would be great if I could be Rosen's first partner. At this moment, Bakara, Kazuki Hiyori, Violet and other diary copy holders who went out to search for Rosen all looked enviously at Nokigo. At the same time, there were naturally some people who looked at the photos of Nojiko with extremely serious expressions. Gion. Is this Nokigao? There is a copy of the diary floating next to her. Sure enough, this woman is also the holder of a copy of the diary. Monet. Rosen will probably invite Nokigao on board. If the two sisters Nami and Nokigao get together, they will perform a sisterhood for Rosen. Wouldn't they be able to get a lot of points? Points. Monet thought about the scene in his work in which she and the mature version of Sugar served Rosen together, and he began to think about whether he should take Sugar with him. Of course, she could only think about such an idea. Given the importance of Sugar in Dressrosa, there was no way she could leave Dressrosa casually. Nokigao, don't let Rosen discover the water flow property in Nokigao just like he discovered the potential thunder and lightning property in Nami. That Aaroncar's template must be mine, it must be. Smoothie's worries were justified. At this moment, Rosen was indeed using the system to scan Nokigao, wanting to see if she had some attribute that she had not discovered. Unfortunately, it turned out that Nojigao was indeed unable to use Tier Harabel's power. Do you want to use the remaining 100 points to gamble on luck and see if you can draw a character template suitable for Nokigao? However, if you use the primary lottery to draw the lottery. Quote. The probability of winning a character template is not generally low. Single quote. Rosen thought with some trouble. At this time, Nuo Chigao walked over. Nami, it seems you have made very good friends. Can you introduce me to them a little bit? Nokigao smiled at Nami, nodded politely to Karina, Yuta, and Kaya, and then his eyes fell on Rosen. Even if I don't introduce them, you still know them. Single quote. After Nami glanced at the copy of the diary suspended next to Nokigao, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Even so, she pretended that Nokigao didn't know everyone's identities and started to introduce them. Kaya, Karina, and Yuta are naturally very cooperative. As for this one, he is my new Captain Luo. Nami patted Rosen's chest with the back of her hand and said to Nokigao. Welcome. Thank you for your hard work coming all the way. Please come and sit in the room. I just happened to pick the freshest and sweetest oranges. Nuo Chigao stretched out her hands and squeezed Rosen's arm with great enthusiasm. Then he pulled Rosen quickly towards the room. After a while, he disappeared in front of Yuta, Nami, Karina, Kaya and others. Hey, Nami, will your sister also join our competition? Karina touched Nami's waist with her elbow and said with a frown. I do not know either. Nami narrowed her eyes, a little confused. It stands to reason that since Nuo Chigao has a copy of the diary, then Nokigao should know that she already has the template of General Raiden and can solve the problem of the dragon pirates. Under such circumstances, Nokigao should be able to do it even if he doesn't get too close to Rosen. In Nami's view, since Rosen did not draw a suitable character template for Nokigao, there is no need for Nokigao to go to sea with them. She can live the life she wants. Hee, don't think so much. Let's go in. Yuta patted Karina and Nami's shoulders, half pushed them towards the room to seek treatment. Kaya follows closely behind. Come on, Rosen, try it. This orange is very sweet. As soon as everyone arrived at the door of the room, they saw Nuo Shangeo bringing a peeled orange to Rosen's mouth with a smile on his face. Her arm rubbed Rosen's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing this scene, Nami immediately pouted. Nijigao, what are you doing? Nami said. Thanks to Rosen, of course. Nuo Chigao raised her head, glanced at Nami, and said with a smile. You said before that Rosen could help deal with the dragon pirates. In that case, I naturally have to entertain Rosen well. You're right, Rosen. As he said that, Nuo Chigao reached out his hand and put his arm around Rosen's shoulder with enthusiasm. Faintly, Rosen's shoulder could actually touch the murder weapon in front of Nojiko. Ha ha ha, we should wait until the dragon pirates are dealt with. We are here to inform you to witness the destruction of the dragon pirates. Rosen said with a laugh. 380. Although Nokigao's performance made Rosen feel a little too enthusiastic. After all, the dragon pirates haven't been solved yet. Of course, Rosen didn't pay too much attention to this. That's right, it's more important to deal with the dragon pirates. But I can't let me witness this alone. We still need everyone in the village to witness it. Nami, let's go and inform everyone in the village. The dragon pirates have always been a thorn in Nokigao's heart. It is also a thorn in the side of Kokoja village. In this regard, Nuo Chigao naturally wanted to deal with it quickly. As for establishing a good relationship with Rosen, there will be plenty of time later. Soon, Nokigao took Nami into action. What, you want to go to the dragon pirates to settle the accounts? Nijigao, are you kidding me? Huh, someone in Marine is partnering with the dragon pirates, so Nami's 100 million berry plan won't work at all. The damn dragon pirates, I'm going to fight them. Wait a minute, Nami, what kind of power do you have? Can you control thunder and lightning? The villagers of Kokoja village gathered together and looked at Nami in surprise. Initially, everyone was puzzled by the fact that Nokigao and Nami had gathered everyone together, and subconsciously gave Nami a bad look. After Nami and Nokigao explained their purpose, everyone looked at Nami and Nokigao in surprise. Everyone, you should believe it now. Don't worry, everything will end today. Just use the sharp blade in my hand. Nami held the naginata tightly in her hand, and the thunder and lightning wrapped around her body showed her determination. Are you, Nami? At this moment, a dull voice filled with doubts came over. The villagers in Kokoja village frowned and immediately turned to look at the speaker. To be precise, they are fishmen. Octopus Hachi. Nami looked at the leaders of the dragon pirates in front of him and immediately frowned. Chapter 193 Arlong. No one can make me regret it. Mouse, can the person who defeated Shichibukai? Is it about to start? I don't know if Octopus Hachi can survive. Forget it, let Nami decide this matter. Rosen looked at the tense scene in front of him, shook his head, secretly opened the voyage diary system and turned on the video recording function. It's not to record the feud between Nami and Hachi, but to record the new life of Nami and Nokigao. Although in Rosen's eyes, only he can see the screen. But after all, it was Nami's important moment, and Rosen felt the need to record it. Video recording Nami, Nokigao's new student. Closing square bracket. Shirahoshi, Miss Nami and Miss Nojiko's new life. Wait, is this a fish man? Shiarly, is that Octopus Hachi? It's still the same. But, can he still be alive? Kami, wow, of course it's flat. Tashigi, should we start? The dragon pirates can't be dealt with by Marine after all. Hina, after all, we are still slow. Dole, we are too late when it comes to the dragon pirates, but when it comes to Colonel Mouse, I hope we can still make it in time. Boa Hancock, Rayleigh's benefactor, Amazon Lily's friend of the previous emperor. Even if he is really killed, he is the one to blame. Bakura, the members of the dragon pirates will die when they die, but Yuta and the others seem to be able to gain a lot of points through this video, which is really enviable. Gion, at this rate, Nami and the others will become so powerful. As soon as Rosen's video recording was turned on, Karina, Yuta, Nokigao and others also noticed it. Soon, everyone intentionally or unintentionally allowed themselves to appear within the scope of the video screen. This scene was naturally noticed by other diary copy holders who were watching the video. Nami, you're back. What happened to the lightning on your body? Was it struck by lightning? Xiaoba ignored the hostile looks of everyone in Kokoja village and walked up to Nami with a confused look. Xiaoba, you are still like this. Nami shook his head and loosened his grip on the mentioned hand. What's wrong with how I look? Xiaoba scratched the back of his head and asked doubtfully. It's nothing, just a little emotional. After Nami sighed, he continued. Among the entire dragon pirates, you are probably the most friendly fish man pirate to me. Although when you receive Arlong's order, you will become extremely vicious. I really don't understand why a fish man like you would hang out with Arlong. Wouldn't it be nice to stay with Kaixia Jinbei? After Nami confessed to Rosen about the dragon pirates. Rosen also told Nami about the relationship between the dragon pirates and the sun pirates. In addition to what she learned from the copy of the diary, Nami naturally knew about the relationship between Hachi and Jinbei. Jinbei boss. Do you know boss Jinbei? Could it be that he came to East Blue? Great, if that's the case, I have to tell Arlong Garden Control. Xiaoba's eyes widened, and he said with surprise and joy. The value was not enough. As soon as Hachi ran 2 steps, Nami's naginata was already stretched out to the side of his neck. Nami, what are you doing? Because Hachi couldn't break in time, there was already a trace of bloodline on his neck from the sharp blade of the naginata. But he wasn't angry, instead he looked at Nami with confusion. You are really, silly and kind of cute, Xiaoba. You can even ask such a question when you have a knife stuck to your neck. Nami shook his head and continued. Xiaohachi, what do you think Jinbei would think of what you and Arlong did if he really came here? Boss Jinbei. Having said this, Xiaoba fell silent. He knew clearly that if Jinbei knew what he had done in Kokasia village over the years, Jinbei would definitely be angry. Xiaoba, go back and tell Arlong. Let's just say it's time for the dragon pirates' rule to end. I personally learned about his life and the lives of other members of the dragon pirates. Nami took back his hand one and said coldly to Xiaoba. Huh, are you going to kill us? Nami, you don't want your life. There's no way humans can be opponents of fish men. You'd better stop talking like that. I don't need to tell Arlong about this. Hachi widened his eyes and looked at Nami in disbelief. Runti, huh, you really dare to say that, you're just a fishman. Black Maria, if the Murlocs were really that powerful, they wouldn't be left without even one top expert. Xiarli, hey, Xiaoba, have you stayed in East Blue for too long to say such a thing? Kami, Xiaoba, what you have in front of you is a truly powerful human being, woo-woo. Boa Hancock, it doesn't matter if such an ignorant fish man dies. But really, if that old guy knew about Xiaoba's ending, I wonder if he would cause trouble for Rosen and the others. Haha, even if it's you, I don't want to hear such words of concern. Nami sighed, then took a step forward, and Diary's fist landed on Xiaoba's abdomen. Boom. Just listen to a detonation sound. Xiaoba's body flew out quickly like an arrow from a string. The roots of the trees along the way were even broken by Xiaoba. Okay, that's awesome. The fish man was actually blown away by Nami's punch. Is this Nami's power now? Is she really not lying? But how did Nami suddenly become so strong? The villagers of Kokoja village looked at the scene in front of them in shock. This place is isolated from the outside world, and the villagers cannot even get newspapers because of the dragon pirates. Naturally, they had no way of knowing about Nami's previous performance at the sea restaurant Barati. So, can Nami really defeat the dragon pirates? Jian, who is like Nami and Nuo Chigao's adoptive father, clenched his fists and chanted excitedly. It's natural. Karina smiled at Jian in front of her and said. Now Nami's power is beyond your imagination. By the way, even if there is something abnormal. As partners of Nami, we will also contribute. By the way, I almost forgot to mention it. Although we have never seen the Jinbei that Xiaohachi mentioned before. But Mahawk, the world's best swordsman in the Shichibukai, is the same as Jinbei. He was defeated by our captain Rosen not long ago. Hearing this, Aegean and all the villagers in Kokoja village were shocked and looked at Rosen, who was always smiling. Although they have never left East Blue, they have not even left the island beneath their feet. But everyone still knows about Shichibukai, the third-generation force alongside Marine and 4 emperors. It was unimaginable to everyone that Rosen, who seemed to have no other characteristics besides being handsome, could actually defeat Shichibukai Mahawk. At this time, Weiya took out a newspaper from the medical kit he carried with him and handed it to Aegean. Above the newspaper, it was recorded the news that Rosen defeated Mahawk. Soon, Aegean and other villagers in Kokoja village made sounds of surprise. At this moment, they finally believed the fact that the dragon pirates would be destroyed. So strong. How could Nami have such power? Xiaohachi stood up with difficulty, holding his abdomen hit by Nami's fist. The next moment, his eyes widened again. He clearly saw that Nami, who was standing far away, appeared in front of him as if teleporting. Now, you should believe that I have the power to destroy the entire dragon pirates. Go back, Xiaoba, and let Arlong prepare well. Soon, I will bring everyone in Kokoja village to seek justice from you. After Nami said something to Xiaoba, he waved casually to the open space in front of him. In an instant, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, exploding a deep pit with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters and a depth of about 3 meters next to Xiaoba. Xiaoba swallowed. He had no doubt that if the lightning struck him just now, he would be electrocuted into a takoyaki. Out of instinct, Xiaoba immediately turned around and ran towards the direction of Dragon Park. On the way, he heard the villagers of Kokoja village discussing how Rosen and Nami merged to fight Hawkeye, and after Rosen defeated Hawkeye Mahawk, Hachi wished that his 6 hands would turn into 6 legs so that he could run faster. Let's go, everyone. It's time to end this. Nami smiled at the villagers of Kokoja village and said, Wang Jiao. On the other side, Dragon Park. Arlong lay on the recliner and answered the noisy phone call with a leisurely expression. Hey, this is Arlong. Arlong, it's me, I'm Colonel Mouse. It's you, why do you still want to persuade us to leave here? Arlong sneered twice and said. Arlong was obviously quite unhappy about the fact that Colonel Mouse's soldiers had persuaded him to leave East Blue some time ago. No, I'm not telling you to leave anymore, Arlong. I would like to ask if you regret not leaving. Colonel Mouse said coldly while looking at the island where the Dragon Park was located with his telescope. Now, the Celestial Dragon's fleet is close to bankruptcy. In Colonel Mouse's plan, the Dragon Pirates and the evidence of his affair with the Dragon Pirates will be cleared away by the guards around the Celestial Dragons. Under such circumstances, it doesn't matter whether the Dragon Pirates leave or not. He just wanted to see if Arlong regretted not leaving in time. Regret? Haha, do I need to regret it? In this East Blue, there is no one who can make the Great Fishman regret. Arlong sneered. Really, where is the person who defeated Mahawk, the Hawkeye of Shichibukai with Jinbei Tsukasa? Colonel Mouse's voice at this moment was colder than Arlong's. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 194 The Evil Dragon is destroyed, and Nami's knife shocks the girls. Huh, what do you mean, Colonel Mouse? Arlong frowned and asked in confusion. Haha, you are really deaf to what's going on outside the window, Arlong. You probably haven't seen the news from the past few days. There was a hint of sarcasm in Colonel Mouse's voice. The news of the past few days. What do you want to say? Arlong, a few days ago a man named Rosen defeated Mahawk and became the world's #1 swordsman. Is there such a thing? But, what does this have to do with me? I don't know that Rosen. Besides, this just happened on the Grand Line. No, you're wrong, this happened in East Blue. East Blue. How come Mahawk appears in East Blue? Whether you believe it or not, the Hawkeyes were defeated by Rosen in the East Blue. So what? Is it possible that Rosen is still a bounty hunter and plans to take my head in exchange for reward money? The person who can defeat Mahawk probably looks down upon the tens of millions of berries hanging on your neck. Colonel Mouse, what exactly do you want to say? At this time, Arlong's tone was already a little angry. He was quite angry that Colonel Mouse was making trouble with the head on his neck. Haha, Arlong, although Rosen won't exchange all of your people for bounty, after all, he is a pirate, and there is no way he can exchange the heads of pirates to marine for bounty. But unfortunately, there is a navigator named Nami beside Rosen. I don't need to say much else. You should understand it, Arlong. Arlong's angry voice not only did not make Colonel Mouse angry, but instead made Colonel Mouse feel happier. For such a pirate who repeatedly ignored his own advice and left East Blue, Colonel Mouse really wanted to punish him. What did you say? Nami became Rosen's navigator. Are you mistaken? This time, Arlong was not calm at all. A man who can defeat Mahawk, and he follows Nami to Kokoja village. Even if Arlong was thinking about 807 with his toes, he knew what would happen when Nami came back. The members of the Dragon Pirates on the side also looked over curiously. At least, according to the information I got here, that Nami is indeed the Nami of your Dragon Pirates. After all, they even look the same. But you don't actually need to worry too much that Nami will bring Rosen, who defeated Mahawk, to come and cause trouble for you. Because there will be bigger trouble than Rosen coming to you next, haha. After Colonel Mouse finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Hey, asshole, what does this guy want to say? What's the bigger trouble? Arlong threw the phone bug hard at his feet and frowned tightly. If the Rosen who defeated Mahawk is really Nami's partner, then he is already a big enough problem. Speaking of bigger troubles than Rosen. Damn it, are you saying Marine Admiral is coming here? Arlong said with some horror. No way, Marine Admiral is on the Grand Line. How could they come to this weakest East Blue? Arlong, I think this rat colonel is trying to scare you. The purpose is to get you out of East Blue. The so-called Rosen who defeated Mahawk is just a fabrication. Kruby, the leader of the Dragon Pirates, crossed his arms and said to Arlong. I think so too, but I'm quite curious as to why Colonel Mouse is desperately trying to get us to leave East Blue. Another leader of the Dragon Pirates chirped. After Arlong thought for a moment, he stood up straight and said to the cadre in front of him. No matter what, let's go to Kokoja village to confirm Nami's situation. That woman has been away for such a long time, so she should be back. If there is anything unusual, take the people of Kokoja village as hostages. Ju and Kruby heard Arlong's order, nodded and prepared to take action. At this moment, a panicked voice sounded from far to near. Agif. It's not good, Arlong, something serious is going to happen. Nami is back. Xiaoba walked quickly to the park, with bloodline still left on the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean. Xiaoba, what's the matter with the blood at the corner of your mouth? And you said Nami is back. What's the big deal? Arlong stared at Xiaoba, thinking about what Colonel Mouse said earlier. He felt a strong uneasiness in his heart. Arlong, Nami has become so powerful. She can control thunder and lightning. In one fell swoop, we used lightning to create a big hole. After Xiaoba ran to Arlong, Krubi, and Ju, he gasped and said, thunder and lightning. Can Nami control lightning? Xiaoba, did you read that correctly? Krubi raised his eyebrows and asked with some disbelief. It's true, I didn't lie, what I said was what I saw with my own eyes. Not only that, Nami's power has become so strong. I was immediately punched by her and flew more than 10 meters away. Also, I heard the villagers discussing a man named Rosen. Before Xiaoba could finish his words, Arlong took over in horror. Rosen. Is he the Rosen who defeated Mahawk? Hey, Arlong, how did you know? Xiaoba blinked and looked at Apeng in confusion. It's true, it's all true. Did Nami bring Rosen to take revenge? Arlong clutched his chest. At this moment, the fear that had not appeared in his heart for a long time surged into his heart again. By the way, Nami is indeed here for revenge. She also said she was going to kill us all. Arlong, let's leave. I feel like Nami is so strong, and that Rosen is even scarier. Xiaoba said anxiously. Krubi and Ju also frowned. Colonel Mouse tipped off the news and Xiao Xiao came to report immediately. No matter how much they didn't believe it before, they realized something was wrong now. Yes, leave here now. Arlong nodded heavily and planned to summon the members of the Dragon Pirates to leave. No matter how conceited he was, he still had a bad premonition at this moment. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice sounded from the horizon. You guys can't leave. When everyone heard the sound, they immediately raised their heads. I saw Nami, who had entered the Thunder movie mode in the air, looking at everyone in the Dragon Pirates coldly like a god. Nami. Arlong opened his mouth wide and looked at Nami in disbelief, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning. At this moment, he finally used his own eyes to confirm that Colonel Mouse and Xiaoba were not lying. Hey, Nami looks different from before. Xiaoba tilted his head and muttered ignorantly. Then, sparse sounds appeared. The pirates of the Evil Dragon Pirates saw that the villagers of Kokoja village were pouring in from the entrance of the Evil Dragon Park and quickly occupied the periphery of the Evil Dragon Park. Seeing this scene, the members of the Dragon Pirates were naturally reluctant. They all raised their weapons and walked toward the villagers dissatisfied. Not every member of the Dragon Pirates heard the conversation between Arlong and Krubi and others. At this moment, they still don't know what kind of danger they are facing. Nami snorted coldly, gently raised the naginata in his hand, and dark clouds formed in the sky. Soon, thunderbolts fell from the clouds, hitting the pirates who were walking towards the villagers with weapons. The powerful thunder and lightning killed the fish-man pirate on the spot. The smell of grilled fish. It's a pity that these fish are not worth eating. Rosen crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and said calmly. Since he chose to let Nami handle it, he had no intention of taking action. Not only him, Rosen also told Karina, Yuta and others not to take action. At this moment, Yuta, Kaya and others are staying with Rosen together with Nokigao. These things are inedible in the first place. After all, they are just some fish. Karina said. Indeed, eating it will upset your stomach. Yuta said. Although Kaya didn't speak, she nodded in agreement. Bad fish. It's such a vivid evaluation. Nuo Chigao was filled with emotions. Even though he knew that Nami was very strong, after seeing Nami easily defeat the once invincible fish-man pirates with his own eyes, Nokigao's heart was boiling with excitement. Nuochi is so noble, not to mention the villagers of Kokoja village. Nami, you actually killed my companion. Arlong came back to his senses and looked at Nami angrily. The anger even made Arlong forget his fear for a while. But this fear, Nami soon made Arlong echo. She turned the naginata in her hand into lightning and took it back into her body, then raised her right hand in front of her body. The next moment, the thunder and lightning on Nami began to surge continuously, and deafening thunder continued to be heard from the dark clouds in the sky. Suddenly, terrifying pressure poured down on Arlong and others. Arlong, who was furious just now, immediately softened his legs and sat down on the ground. At this moment, Arlong even felt that he felt Conqueror's haki in Nami. Of course, this is not Conqueror's haki, but the pressure of the gods that belongs exclusively to Den Shogun. Gion. As this, Nami wants to use Mushong's sword. Dole. Can't she use this move when fighting Hawkeye? Charlotte Smoothie. Could it be that, in just a few days, she has become able to use this trick? Nami's posture at this moment is so familiar to diary copy holders. Suddenly, everyone's attention became more focused. As Nami raised her right hand, the girls witnessed with their own eyes that Nami pulled out the knife that she had failed to pull out when she faced Hawkeye in the sea restaurant. At the same time, on the other side, Hey, was it thundering? Colonel Mouse looked in the direction of Dragon Park with confusion, his brows furrowed slightly. It shouldn't be. There's obviously still sun in the sky. A bolt from the blue. The puzzled Colonel Mouse scratched the back of his head and continued walking towards the location of the celestial dragons. Before arriving at his destination, he still needs to make final preparations. Tashigi, she did it, she really did it. Dole, Wu Zhang's sword, can Nami actually use it? Charlotte Garrett, how long has it been? It has only been a few days since Rosen and his party left the restaurant on the sea, and Nami has already been able to use this trick. She obviously needs to be there when she is at the restaurant on the sea. It can only be used when it is fused with Rosen. Hina, the points Nami has gained in the past few days have made her stronger. Gion, Nami is very good at seizing opportunities to gain points from Rosen, but the one who has really gained a lot of points from Rosen these days is her red-haired daughter Yuta. Nami already has such power, then how powerful Yuta must be now. Ain, it's really enviable. If I can be like Nami, no, like Yuta, I will definitely be able to gain the power to protect the teacher. 11. Xiarli, Hachi is also included. Kami, wow, was Xiaoba really killed? Waitabe, Rosen, are you going to have a feud with Pluton Rayleigh? Inside Dragon Park, with Nami's sword, he cut it down. The brilliance of thunder and lightning instantly enveloped the members of the Dragon Pirates. Arlong was the first to bear the brunt and was directly annihilated by the lightning, leaving not even a single residue. The same goes for the rest of the Dragon Pirates. However, when the lightning completely dissipated, Octopus Xiaoba, who everyone thought was also dead, was just blown away. Although there were many charcoal-like wounds on his body, the current child was not dead. Are you showing mercy? Nami doesn't want Rosen to have a bad relationship with Pluton Rayleigh. Or is it because of Yuta? Gion frowned and read. Chapter 195. You are too direct. Nokigao, get fairy tale Mirajan template. It's okay, Nami. Rosen suddenly appeared below Nami. He caught Nami who fell from the sky due to exhaustion from using Mu Zhang's sword. At the same time, Rosen also turned off the video he was recording. Phew, it's not bad. Sure enough, as you said, this move consumes a lot of physical strength. Nami had a faint smile on her face and put her hands around Rosen's neck. So, if the enemy cannot be completely eliminated, it's better not to use this trick. After all, after using this move, you may not have the energy to do other things. Rosen said and looked at Xiaoba who was unconscious. Aren't you going to deal with that guy? Nami followed the sound and looked at Xiaoba, who had saved his life, and said in a complicated tone. Only that guy, let him live. After all, there is some connection between him and Yuta, right? Yuta is the red-haired daughter, and the red-haired vice-captain is Rayleigh, and Rayleigh's benefactor is Xiaoba. Nami felt that even if it was for Yuta's sake, it would be inconvenient for her to actually kill Xiaoba. In addition, Xiaoba's previous performance was indeed a bit ignorant, and behind Xiaoba may be related to Kami, whom Rosen mentioned in his diary. By killing Arlong, Nami felt that this had made it difficult for Xiarli, the mermaid Rosen had mentioned, to board Rosen's ship. Now if you kill Hachi who is not that bad, the possibility of letting Mi board Rosen's ship is reduced. Nami thought she might feel guilty towards Rosen for this. Of course, in Rosen's opinion, Nami doesn't have to be like this. Even if killing Hachi really makes it impossible for him to get married with the mermaid Kami, he will not stop Nami, who is already his partner, from taking revenge. Awesome, Nami really killed those bastards of the Dragon Pirates. It's so powerful, Nami is like the god of thunder. We are saved, thank you so much Nami. Thank you not only to Nami, but also to Rosen, who helped Nami gain strength. Yes, a banquet must be held. A crowd of excited villagers from Kokoja village gathered around Rosen and others with cheers. Soon after, the banquet began to spread to the entire island, centered on Kokoja village. Kokoja village, the busiest venue for banquets. Rosen served the villagers who came to toast one cup at a time. Over time, even with his physical condition, he gradually became a little drunk. Reluctantly, Rosen could only leave the show temporarily and find a quieter place to sit down. Tired. At this time, Nokigao suddenly appeared next to Rosen and handed Rosen a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. I'm tired but not tired. Everyone is very enthusiastic. Rosen took the orange juice, took a sip, and smiled. Everyone is just too happy, and everyone is very grateful to you as a benefactor. I understand, after all, this place has been ruled by the Dragon Pirates for too long. That's why Rosen, your arrival is so precious. Haha, I just helped Nami gain strength. In the final analysis, I didn't do anything. Even so, you are our benefactor, and even more, my benefactor. As Nuo Chigao spoke, she squeezed closer to Rosen and rested her head on Rosen's shoulder very naturally. Rosen turned his head in surprise, looked at Nokigao's slightly red face, and said with a smile. It's not so much that I'm drunk. I think you're quite drunk too, Miss Nagio. Hearing this, Nuo Chigao did not object, but nodded gently. Indeed, but how can we not be intoxicated by today's scene? Nuo Chigao smiled, and suddenly stretched out her hands to hug Rosen's neck, and her whole face instantly moved to Rosen's eyes. Rosen's eyes could even see Nojiko's warm red lips. Rosen, I like you. After Nokigao finished speaking, he bit Rosen's mouth with Rosen's extremely surprised look on his face. Feeling the strange thing that suddenly entered his mouth, Rosen subconsciously turned on the video recording function, then closed his eyes slightly and started enjoying it. Video recording Nojiko's surprise attack. Charlotte Pudding. Is this a kiss? Okay, I'm so envious. Nico Robin. Alas, Nami and Nokia are indeed sisters, they both look the same. Michita. I'm so envious, no, I'm so envious of Noki's ability to earn points through videos. Vivi. Nami and Nakigao's hometown has been saved, which is really enviable. However, this also makes it more and more obvious that finding Rosen and becoming Rosen's partner can save my country. Violet. This Nagio, even though her hometown has been saved, she still deliberately gets close to Rosen. Could it be that she really likes Rosen because of this kindness? Charlotte Smoothie. Isn't this Nuo Chigao trying to steal my character template? Gion. Nogi, do you also have the idea of boarding Rosen's ship? If so, then Rosen's power will become even greater. Dole. Even though Nakigo seems to be very weak, if she is the same type as Nami who is good at seizing opportunities and gaining points, she may become powerful in a short time. Ain. So, a sudden attack can induce Rosen to start video recording. This is indeed an excellent way to gain points. Maybe I should contact the vital capacity first. I said, you are too direct, Ms. Nojigao. What do you like about me? How about I change it? After Rosen and Nuo Chigao separated, he said with a smile on his face. Even if you change Rosen, I will still like you. However, even if I suddenly said that I like you, you wouldn't believe it. Actually, I heard Nami say before that you seem to like this better. So in order to express my gratitude to you, I implemented it like this. Nuo Chigao laughed. Of course, only she knows whether Nami said such things to Nojigao. Rosen raised his eyebrows, sighing with emotion at Nuo Chigao's straight shot. But Rosen didn't pay too much attention. Although in the original work, after Luffy and others rescued Kokoja village, Nochigao did not show any affection for Luffy and others. But this doesn't mean that Nokigao won't like him. Maybe, he just happens to be the type that Nokia likes, but not necessarily. As for Nakigao's gratitude, perhaps it was just a shy cover-up. Rosen, you will continue to travel overseas. Why don't you take me with you too? Nojigao saw Rosen seem to be deep in thought, and then said. Do you want to go to sea too? Rosen asked in surprise. Obviously he hasn't invited Nokigao yet, so why did Nokigao take the initiative to apply to go overseas? In the original novel, Nuo Chigao did not show any thoughts of going to sea. Could it be that it's because you really like me? Rosen had some inexplicable thoughts in his mind. You're not going to stay in Kokoja village and look after your adoptive mother's orange grove. Nami will definitely go to sea with me, if you leave too. There's no one to take care of the orange grove. Rosen said. I will ask the villagers to take care of this for me. In addition, it is precisely because Nami wants to go to sea with you. I'm a little worried, so I also want to go with you. Rosen, you probably won't mind if I, a weak woman, cause you trouble. Nuo Chigao smiled slightly. What Rosen didn't know was that Nokia was really worried about Nami, so he wanted to go to sea. She was worried that Nami obviously didn't like Rosen, but had to cater to Rosen. After all, Rosen had a benevolence to Kokoja village. But she was different, she had already been mentally prepared. If she hadn't known that she wouldn't have been able to get Rosen to allow Nami to disembark. She even plans to replace Nami on Rosen's crew. She wasn't worried about getting into trouble if she followed Rosen. Nokigao was confident that as long as she stayed by Rosen's side, she would be able to become stronger by relying on the plan she had already summed up to gain points. 0. Please give me flowers 0. When that time comes, she will naturally be able to help Rosen. Ha ha ha, how could it be? Najigao, if you are willing to get on the ship, you won't cause any trouble. On the contrary, if I could see you often, I would be very happy. Rosen laughed. It seemed to him that maybe Nami had told Nokigao how she gained her power. Since Nami can gain power, Nokigao himself can gain power too. Under such circumstances, Nokigao would not worry that he had no talent and would not be able to help at sea. Perhaps, it was precisely because of this situation that Nuo Chigao also came up with the idea of going to sea to take a look. Rosen doesn't understand this either. In this world where the sea occupies most of the territory, almost everyone with some power wants to go to the sea to see the outside world. If Nokigao could gain power, he would naturally have such an idea. Rosen, you have such a sweet mouth. Nokigao said, leaning her head on Rosen's shoulder again. From a distance, it seems as if Rosen and Nojiko are really a couple. No, 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 to say it's sweet, your mouth must be sweeter. Rosen licked the corner of his mouth, as if thinking about the taste of Novo just now. But soon, Rosen opened his sailing diary system and adjusted the page to the lottery interface. Since Nokigao wants to board the ship, she cannot be left without character templates. Quote. Sure enough, I still have to use these 100 points to gamble on luck. Single quote. I hope I can extract a character template suitable for Nokigao's use. Quote. It's rare for Naji to take the initiative to board the ship. How could Rosen not try to get a newcomer gift for Naji? System, give me a preliminary lottery. Single quote. Ding. 100 points have been used to open the primary lottery. Closing square bracket. During the lottery is over. Congratulations to host for winning the Mirahe Strauss template elementary body. Closing square bracket. After using this template, the user will initially gain the power of Miragen Strauss. Quote. Note, to use this template, you need to have at least 3 of the following attributes: woman, white hair, sister, devil, gentle, irritable, poster girl, fairy. Hey, it turns out to be the character template of Miragen, the poster girl in Fairy Tale. Moreover, these attributes are completely consistent with Nuo Chigao's. Single quote. Seeing this situation, Rosen couldn't help but feel happy. It's not just that Nokigao was able to use Miragen's character template. Also because of Miragen herself. Rosen was deeply impressed by this gentle poster girl of Fairy Tale. Once upon a time, Rosen naturally fell in love with Miragen when he first saw her in the anime. In fact, Rosen even hoped to make friends with Miragen. What a pity, if my notebook still exists. Quote. The works I drew with Miragen as the heroine are still there. That Colonel Rat, and those celestial dragons. I will never let you go. Although the notebook turned into a system and integrated into his body, he thought that a large number of works in his notebook disappeared. Rosen hated Colonel Mouse and the 2 celestial dragons even more. My luck is really good today. I can do a junior lottery with just the remaining 100 points. Vice Admiral. Closing square bracket. This time, I can get the gift that Noki is aboard. Closing square bracket. Mirahe Strauss template primary body with attributes such as woman, white hair, sister, beauty, devil, gentleness, irritability, poster girl, fairy, etc. Closing square bracket. If Naki is tall, he must have the 3 attributes of woman, sister, and beauty. Closing square bracket. Mirahe Strauss, this is a character that I quite like. Closing square bracket. Although I can't see the real Miragen, it would be great to see Nokiko transforming into various demons using receiving magic like Miragen. Closing square bracket. Ain. Hey. Did Rosen draw another lottery? And he even won the character template. Dot. Chapter 196 Exposing teaches identity as a dual fruit ability user, Nokigao's way of thanking him. Charlotte Smoothie. Very good, since this template is suitable for Nachiko, then Nachiko will not compete with me for the Tier Harabel template. Yamato. Woman, white hair, devil. Devil fruit also corresponds to this attribute. So, I can also use this template. Wait, why do I think I am a woman? Damn it, it's all Rosen who makes me confused. Gion. The situation is developing in a bad direction. Now, Rosen will have another powerful partner by his side. Dole. Judging from Nokigao's previous performance, she may be the kind of woman who can do anything for points just like Nami. Soon, she will become as powerful as Nami. However, it still depends on how powerful this Miragen is. If Rosen likes Miragen so much, she must be quite powerful. Quote. Peacock. With demonic attributes, is this Miragen a demon? If that's the case, it's the opposite of General Thunder. Bakura. It's a little strange. She has gentle attributes, but also has violent attributes. Could it be that this Miragen has 2 different personalities? While the girls were discussing, Nochigao's eyes also lit up. It's a character template that suits me. Single quote. Miragen, Rosen likes you very much. Single quote. I don't know if I can make Rosen like me enough after gaining your power. 503. Nokigao didn't first think of what kind of power Miragen had. Compared with this, Rosen's love for Miragen made Nokigao more concerned. Video. Miragen Strauss demonstrates some of her skills. Receive magic, receive it all over your body. Miragen, who was wearing a red dress and had snow-white hair, had just finished speaking, and a dark magic circle immediately appeared on her head. Closing square bracket. The turbulent flow of magic power even shattered the surrounding stones. Closing square bracket. After the magic power stabilized, Miragen's original gentle image became more wild, with demonic wings and a tail appearing on her back. Closing square bracket. Soul Exterminator. Miragen gathered a large amount of darkness in her hands, producing a super powerful dark shock wave. Closing square bracket. While the huge energy swallowed up the enemy instantly, it also instantly blasted a huge hole in the mountain in the distance. As Rosen uploaded a video of Mirajan's skill demonstration, the attention of many diary copy holders immediately became extremely focused. After a while, everyone showed expressions of extreme surprise as before. Charlotte Smoothie. Sure enough, none of the character templates Rosen received were weak. Dole. Even the mountain was penetrated directly by a huge hole. This woman's ability is extraordinary. Black Maria. This woman named Miraje. The changes before and after using the power are very similar to Zone Demon Fruit power. No, it should be said that she is similar to the Esper of the Phantom Beast species. Run T. If Nokigao has mastered this power and Kaido sees it, he will definitely want to recruit Rosen and his team even more. Jin Lami. Can I also have such power? Sadi-chan. Such power is so beautiful. This kind of power should be used by me. Sadi-chan looked at everything in front of her with jealousy, feeling that Mirajan's power was so suitable for her. Domino. Can you achieve a sudden increase in strength through transformation? Wait, can you transform into other forms? Gion. Is there more than one kind of change? Dole. After the transformation, the ability has also changed. This power is just like Rosen combined with different partners. In front of everyone's eyes, in Mirajan's skill demonstration video, Mirajan uses the magic of reception to transform into different forms. However, although the image is different, but the power shown by Mirajan surprised the holders of the diary copy. At the same time, everyone became more and more curious about the form of Mirajan's power emperor. Especially Marine and his team who want to stop Rosen from killing the celestial dragons. Rosen seemed to feel everyone's doubts, after Mirajan's skill demonstration video ended. An explanation for Mirajan's powers was quickly provided. Miraje's reception magic can receive the power of monsters or animals and use it for its own use. It can be divided into partial reception, that only receives part of the target's body, and whole body reception, that completely receives the target. Closing square bracket. In this regard, it seems quite similar to those who eat zone devil fruit. Closing square bracket. Hey, speaking of which, demon fruit power can be considered a demon to a certain extent. Closing square bracket. I don't know if Miraje's receiving magic can directly receive espers and devil fruit. Closing square bracket. If that's the case, wouldn't Nokigao be able to become a person with multiple abilities? Mirajan's body can contain the power of multiple monsters at the same time. Presumably as long as the user who receives the magic is strong enough, he will be able to have more than one devil fruit ability in his body like Blackbeard teach. Closing square bracket. Maybe we can study it later. Closing square bracket. Black Maria. I see, is it because of the so-called receiving magic? It's really a strange power. Bakura. Perhaps, this character template named Mirajan can indeed give Nokigao the opportunity to use the abilities of other ability users. Peacock. If it can really possess such power, then Nokigao will be very dangerous. No, did Rosen just say that Teach can use more than one devil fruit ability? Gion. Rosen really accidentally revealed the explosive news. Widub. This guy Teach is indeed a freak. Apart from the devil fruit he took away, can he use other devil fruit? Yamato. This guy is a monster. Oops, wouldn't it be dangerous for Ace to face this guy? Dole. This Blackbeard is not simple. It seems that we need to pay more attention to this guy in the future. Monet. If he really becomes a Shichibukai, I have to remind the young master to be careful. Charlotte Smoothie. Blackbeard Teach, a man who has been hiding in the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years, a man who can use more than one devil fruit ability. Did this guy really leave Whitebeard just to become a Shichibukai? Quote. Gion. Perhaps, this Teach may have other intentions. As expected, Blackbeard Teach must be examined. How do you feel, Nokigao? Do you still like this power? Rosen said with a smile on Nuo Chigao's face. Just before, he had handed Mirajan's template to Nokigao. A very powerful force. I never expected that I would be able to gain power like Nami. Nuo Chigao looked at his hands and said with emotion. She wasn't lying. The Arankar template that Rosen drew previously made Nojigao think that he would not get another template. At least for a short period of time, the template cannot be obtained. Whoever arrived first, Rosen happened to use the primary lottery to draw a template, and this template happened to be hers. Rosen, thank you for your trust. I will never let down this power. Nuo Chigao turned her head and looked at Luo Lin seriously. Well, that's natural. I have great expectations for how far you can use this power, Nokigao. What are you doing? As Rosen was talking, he saw Nojigao suddenly stretched his head over again, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Subconsciously, Rosen held Nuo Shongeo's head with his hands. Oh, I wanted to give you a kiss. Looks like I've been stopped. Nokigao said regretfully. In order to live up to Jeremy's power, Nojigao felt that the only way to do this was to gain more points. To get more points, you naturally need to have more contact with Rosen. Nojiko wanted to take action on the spot to gain points, but unexpectedly, he was directly stopped by Rosen. I see. Rosen nodded slightly and looked to his side. I actually don't want to stop you. But this guy next to me has been staring at us for a long time. I'm worried about the two of us actually performing that scene in front of him. He will accidentally pass out because he can't take it. Nokigao blinked and followed Rosen's gaze. I saw Aegean, the village policeman of Kokoja village, staring at the two people with wide eyes. Aegean, when did you get here? Nochigao saw that Aegean was not panicked, but instead asked with a smile as if nothing happened. Ahem, it's been a while. I originally wanted to have a drink with Rosen. But, by the way, Rosen, what's the relationship between you and Nami? Aegean asked seriously. From his perspective, Nami's attitude towards Rosen was quite ambiguous. Aegean even vaguely felt that the two were boyfriend and girlfriend. In fact, Jien feels that it is not impossible for Nami to fall in love with Rosen. After all, Rosen is so good and saved Nami and the entire Kokasia village. However, Jien was a little confused when he saw the scene between Nokigao and Rosen. Could it be that Nami and Rosen are not in a romantic relationship, so Nokigao showed ambiguous feelings towards Rosen? But if Nami and Rosen have nothing to do with each other, why does Nami look like Rosen and make secret glances from time to time? It's impossible. Nami and Nokigao fall in love with the same man. Aegean felt depressed when he thought of this. You know, he has always treated Nami and Noki as daughters. Well, partnership. Rosen decided it would be better not to let the man in front of him suffer too much. After he smiled, he continued to ask. Speaking of which, 3.9, I haven't seen Nami for a long time. Where did she go? Partnership. Aegean frowned and said, Nami, go find the village doctor. Village doctor. Rosen blinked. Oh no, I forgot about this. With that said, Rosen immediately stood up and looked like he was going to leave. Rosen, what are you going to do? Nokigao stood up in confusion. Go to the village doctor. Nochigao, do you know where the medical center is? Of course I know, I'll take you there. Okay, I'll take you flying and you show the way. After speaking, Rosen put his right hand around Nuo Chigao's slender waist, lifted Nuo Chigao's legs with his left back, and carried her directly into the sky with a princess hug. The speed was so fast that he disappeared from Aegean's eyes in almost 1 second. At this moment Rosen remembered that in the original novel, Nami went to a doctor to have her tattoo corrected after the dragon pirates were destroyed. When modifying tattoos, Nami will even remove all defenses from her body. How could I forget such a good opportunity to modify my tattoo? Quote. No, I have to do this. Quote. Maybe we can carve a pattern symbolizing the succubus on Nami's abdomen. Single quote. When Rosen thought of this, the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. At Rosen's words, Nokigao blinked his eyes, as if he was guessing what Rosen was thinking. Chapter 197 Nami's Tattoo Benefits, Remove Tattoos. The Heartthrob Empress. This Rosen. Aegean shook his head, I must have thought wrong, right? Nami and Nokigao probably don't like the same man, right? Hehe, that's not necessarily the case. Suddenly. A naughty voice came from behind Aegean. Are you, Rosen's partner, Miss Karina? Nami said she and you are friends. You didn't necessarily mean what you said earlier. Jien asked confusedly when he saw Karina. Literally, and Nami and I are said to be friends, rather than enemies. Karina said, took a sip of the wine in her hand, and then looked in the direction where Rosen and Noki were flying away. Karina has naturally seen the previous interaction between Rosen and Nokigao through a copy of her diary. She originally planned to come over and intervene. Result. Before she could reach Rosen, Rosen took off directly with Nojiko. No way. Will Nami and Nokigao really fall in love with the same man? Nami won't talk about it, Nami and Rosen just met today. Although Karina is Rosen's partner, Jien still doesn't believe it. Jien, you don't understand Rosen's charm. He can be regarded as a beauty killer. By the way, Nami is not the only one who likes Rosen on our ship. Not only that, I guess in this sea. There are probably dozens if not hundreds of women who like Rosen. Although, some women don't necessarily really like Rosen himself, they just like the fact that Rosen can provide powerful strength. Karina didn't say the last words. After patting Jien, who was a little dazed, on the shoulder, she walked towards the host of the banquet. Kokoja Village, Medical Center. Nami, if you're not going to have a party, what are you doing here? And the person next to you? I think it's Kaya. The white-haired village doctor looked at Nami in front of him and asked with some confusion. Oh 6, doctor, we would like to borrow the tools you have here. Nami smiled. Tool. That's right. Nami said, pointing to the tattoo on his shoulder. I want to change this tattoo. I see, I understand. Come in, I'll help you change it, tell me what you want it to look like. Is it the flag of the Flame Blade Pirates? The village doctor saw the Dragon Pirates tattoo on Nami's arm and immediately understood what Nami meant. Now, the Dragon Pirates have been destroyed. Nami was also given a new lease of life. Since then, the Dragon Pirates tattoos are naturally unnecessary. Doctor, I just want to borrow tools. As for modifying the tattoo, I won't ask for your help. The Kaya next to me is the ship's doctor of our pirate group, she will help. Nami smiled and pushed Kaya forward. Just kidding, she knew Rosen was very concerned about being too bold with her. Rosen even mentioned in his diary that because Nami is too bold and unrestrained, it is best not to find Nami as a marriage partner. Forget it if you don't know this. Now that you know this, Nami feels that if you are acting too boldly, Rosen may not just want her as a marriage partner. Even if she seduces Rosen in the future, she will be able to induce Rosen to record in the diary less frequently. Even if she wanted to find a doctor to modify her tattoo, Nami thought it would be better to find a female doctor. The best thing is to know a female doctor. By the way, how could I forget this? The village doctor patted his forehead and looked at Kaya. Miss Kaya, since Nami recommended you, you will definitely be able to do this. You can use the tools in the room as you like. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. As the village doctor spoke, he guided Nami and Kaya to the ward. Then he left the room himself, leaving the space to Kaya and Nami. Then, please, Wei Ya. Help me change the tattoo to look like a pinwheel. That's the pattern. Nami was lying on the hospital bed, with the bedboard squeezing her body out of shape. At the same time, Nami handed a drawing to Kaya. Don't worry Nami, I will help you revise it properly. But, instead of modifying it, I can actually use medical ninjutsu to help you restore your skin to its smooth and clean state. Alternatively, I can remove the tattoo on your arm and put this pinwheel-shaped tattoo on it. Kaya said while arranging the tools for tattooing. That's right, I almost forgot the medical ninjutsu. In that case, let's erase it first. Let's get a new tattoo. After Nami thought for a while, he decided to get the windmill tattoo engraved. It just matches the tattoo that Nakigao once carved for her. Understood. After Kaya mixed the potion for the tattoo, she was about to engrave Nami when the door was suddenly pushed open. Let go of that tattoo pen and let me do it. 1. Kaya and Nami followed the sound and happened to see Rosen and Nakigao walking in from the door. Rosen, how did you come? Nami blinked and stood up directly supporting the bedboard. You know, Nami is in a defenseless state at this moment. Nami's move immediately imprinted the image of her past in Rosen's eyes. Without hesitation, Rosen turned on the recording function of the voyage diary system. Video recording Nami changing tattoos. Hina, is it the video screen again? This Nami is going to get a lot of points again. Tashigi, it's not just Nami, Kaya, and Nokia are also here, and they can also earn points through videos. Kazuki Hiyori, it's so enviable. Charlotte Snaman, is Rosen going to help Nami change her tattoo? That's right, the dragon pirates have been destroyed, so changing tattoos is normal. Charlotte Smoothie, interesting, can engraving a tattoo also allow Rosen to record videos? Yes, Nami is now in a defenseless state, which naturally arouses Rosen's interest in recording videos. Perhaps, after meeting with Rosen, I should also let him fill in the rose tattoo on my leg. However, simply changing the tattoo may not stimulate Rosen's desire to record videos. Maybe I should have left myself as defenseless as Rosen was doing the tattoo. Quote. Gion, since Rosen can become marine, it's not impossible for her to make some changes to the spider tattoo on my leg. Boa Hancock, did you get a tattoo? It's really a bad memory. I heard that you want to modify your tattoo, so I'm going to help. You know, I'm very talented in painting. I can also do tattoos and other things. How about it, do you want to experience it? Rosen walked up to Nami and said with a smile on his face. Hehe, this is natural. It should be said that I should have asked Rosen for help. Nami glanced at the video screen where the copy of her diary was being recorded, and naturally she responded with joy. As Nami lay down again, Rosen witnessed with his own eyes the relationship between squeezing and deformation. Nami noticed Rosen's gaze and the corners of her mouth turned up involuntarily. Does it look good, Captain Rosen? Nami leaned against the platform and shook her body, allowing Rosen to intuitively understand the meaning of transformation and asked with a charming smile. Well, I have to say, it's very beautiful. I think Nami, you might want to start thinking about growing your hair longer. Rosen nodded, and considering that Nami had long hair when she matured, he couldn't help but persuade her. At this moment Rosen had to admit that Nami had indeed grown up during this time. Vaguely, there is already a feeling of maturity in 2 years. At least, when Rosen looked at Nami from the side, he could especially feel the maturity of the two little Nami. Long hair. I made a note of it. But I'm curious. You think I'm good looking? Or is Kaya's more beautiful? Nami smiled. Hearing this, Rosen turned his head involuntarily and looked in front of Kaya. Nami, what are you talking about? Rosen, what are you looking at? Kaya was startled by Rosen's direct gaze and lowered her head subconsciously. Looking at wonderful things. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Although Nami, you are very strong, but at this point, you are still no match for Kaya. If you two have a baby in the future, there is a high probability that it will be easier for Kaya to support the baby until it becomes fat. Hearing this, Weiya buried her head even lower. She knew what Rosen was talking about. They were nothing more than the two tools in front of her that could be used to raise her baby. Nami, on the other hand, pouted. Although she knew she was no match for Kaya in this regard. But now she was defenseless. Couldn't Rosen lie and praise her? Should I eat more papaya? Nami glanced down at herself and thought to herself. Okay, don't be shy, Kaya. Let's clean the tattoo on our Nami's arm first. I can't use medical ninjutsu to remove scars without merging with you. Rosen patted Kaya on the shoulder and pushed her in front of Nami. Although Kaya is shy, she also understands what she should do now. As she placed her hand with the healing chakra on Nami's arm. The arm that originally had tattoos began to return to its pure white form at a speed visible to the naked eye. Charlotte Smoothie. Its tattoos can be removed. Interesting, maybe I could have Kaya remove my tattoos first, and then have Rosen inscribe a better tattoo. Gion. Being able to remove tattoos is an incredible healing power. Violet. If the tattoo can be removed, wouldn't it be possible to replace it whenever you want? If Rosen is asked to help engrave it every time, wouldn't it be possible to be captured on video every time and gain a lot of points? Bakura. It's great. With this power, I don't have to worry about scars on my body. Hehe, there's one more reason to join Rosen's crew. Charlotte Garrett. With this 460 ability, I don't have to worry about skin care. Ain. That's great. Now I don't have to worry about the scar on my thigh affecting Rosen's opinion of me. Small. Sadie. That's great. Then I can whip myself freely. Domino. Sadie-chan, I didn't hear what you just said clearly. Sadie-chan. Nothing. The physical fitness of this pirate world is very strong, and minor injuries can be recovered quickly. Even major injuries are not a big deal as long as they are treated by famous doctors. The only scar is a hurdle that even a strong person cannot overcome. As a disciple of Zephyr, Ain's strength will even reach Commodore level in the future, but the scar on her thigh cannot be repaired. The future four emperors Luffy, the current Kaido of the beasts, Whitebeard and others are all extremely powerful. But even with the care of famous doctors, the scars on their bodies still remain on their bodies forever. You know, people with a system like Luffy can grow a missing tooth just by drinking a glass of milk. As a result, the small scar remained on the body forever. It can be seen how difficult it is for people in this world to remove scars. And tattoos, to a certain extent, are also considered scars. Once these things are left behind, it is almost impossible to disappear. Unless it's covered with another, bigger scar. It's like the members of the Sun Pirates covering the Celestial Dragon's hooves with tattoos of the pirates' flag. It's as if the Golden Emperor Tesoro covered his back with huge scars to show the evidence that he was once a slave to the Celestial Dragons. At this moment, how could the girls not be surprised when they saw that Kaya's medical ninjutsu could not only heal wounds, but also remove scars? Of course, the most surprised person was Empress Hancock. Kaya's ability to remove tattoos. Can't that thing behind me also be removed? Boa Hancock stared at the copy of the diary in front of him with his eyes widened. She clenched her fists and her eyes became firm again. We must find Rosen. I want that Kaya to wipe off the things on my back. But how can we prevent the things behind it from being leaked after they are known? You can't really let me beg Rosen, right? No, how could I do such a thing? After the goal is achieved, all I have to do is turn Rosen and Kaya into stone. Boa Hancock clenched his fists and muttered. Chapter 198 The Arrival of Celestial Dragons, the conflict in Kokoja escalates. Okay, the pinwheel-shaped tattoo you need has been done. See if you're satisfied with it, Nami. Rosen took back his tools, took a step back, and said to Nami with interest. Hehe, I believe in your skills, Captain Rosen. I am very satisfied. Nami glanced at the tattoo on her arm and smiled. Are you not satisfied? When Rosen was getting a tattoo, Nami showed Rosen the charm of her body intentionally or unintentionally. This slowed down Rosen's tattooing efforts. The result is that Nami gets more points through the videos she shoots. How could she be unhappy under such circumstances? Nami looked at the recorded video that was still live, rolled her eyes, and looked at Kaya. Kaya, how about you also let Rosen draw a tattoo for you? As he spoke, Nami pointed specifically at the copy of the diary hanging next to Kaya in the void. Kaya looked hesitant. Nami, you better not let Kaya get a tattoo. Girls like her are not suitable for this kind of thing. Kaya is better off fair and clean. Rosen shook his head and said. Kaya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard this. However, what Rosen said about fair and clean made Kaya a little shy. However, if it's you Nami, I can continue to tattoo you. How about it, do you want me to get this tattoo for you? This is standard for succubi. Rosen said, handing the sketch of the succubus he drew in his spare time to the eyes of Nami and Nokigao. The girls took a look and immediately landed on the tattoo below the succubus's belly in the sketch. Captain Rosen, you really know how to choose your position. Nami raised her eyebrows and blushed a little. Even she is a little shy. After all, if such a tattoo is really left, doesn't it mean that Rosen can often see this tattoo when doing errands? Not only the location, this tattoo also makes people feel like that. By the way, you don't want to eat Nami while you're getting the tattoo. There was also a smile on Nuo Chigao's face. It's not that they didn't recognize the tattoos in front of them. In fact, as a tattoo duo, the works Rosen created around them also include scenes in which Rosen tattooed them both. However, neither of them expected that Rosen would mention this at this time. How about it? It looks good. Nokigao, Kaya, how about you two get these tattoos too? Rosen said and looked at Kaya. Nokigao and Nami even blushed when they saw the succubus tattoo, let alone Kaya. The moment he heard Rosen's words, even his neck turned red. I see, you don't just want to eat me. You actually want to eat me, Nokigao and Kaya all at once. Your appetite is as good as ever, dear Captain Rosen. Nami said, reaching out from behind Rosen and hugging Rosen's neck, pressing her body on Rosen's back. But didn't you say that K-Nan is not suitable for tattoos? Nami said softly in Rosen's ear. This tattoo is different. And this tattoo is inscribed in a private location. Outsiders can't see it, can they? Rosen explained. I see, can I take this tattoo as a mark that proves that I am your woman? Nami smiled. Haha, it's just a tattoo. Kaya, do you want to give it a try? If it doesn't look good afterwards. You can also use medical ninjutsu to erase tattoos, right? Rosen laughed. Of course he wanted to confirm Nami's words. But if he really said that, Rosen felt that maybe Kaya would refuse without hesitation. For this reason, he could only figure it out slowly and use a slightly more tactful method to persuade Kaya to give it a try. I still don't have to use it. Kaya waved her hand and said quickly. She was really afraid that Rosen would give her such a tattoo. Especially in front of so many diary copy holders. Violet, as for this tattoo, I would be very happy to try it. Charlotte Smoothie. I see, it looks like I'm going to have a heart tattoo on my body. Gion. This man Rosen really knows how to play. Vivi. Should I get a tattoo there too? I'm so shy. Nico Robin. It seems like it's going to take some getting used to. Hehe, Kaya doesn't want to, but I'm very happy. However, it is necessary to have a tattoo in such a private place. I think we'd better find a more private place, don't you think so, Captain Rosen? Nami said with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Weiya immediately looked at Nami with wide eyes. The same goes for Rosen. He turned around, held Nami's waist with both hands, and looked her up and down. Are you sure you want this tattoo? It's natural. No regrets. Of course I won't regret it. I have never forgotten our agreement. Promise. Really? Rosen, you must have forgotten. When you rescued me at the Golden Lion, I promised you that I would do anything. Nami lay down on the hospital bed and pointed at his belly. So, it's just a tattoo, no big deal. After saying that, Nami opened her hands and closed her eyes, as if I close my eyes and you do whatever you want. Seeing that Nami was so straightforward, Nokigao couldn't help but use a copy of the diary to communicate with Nami. Nijigao. Nami, do you really plan to get this tattoo? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Nami. Is there any problem, Nokigao? Close black lens bracket. Nijigao. You should understand that Rosen may not be able to hold back when it comes to engraving this tattoo. Close black lens bracket. Nami. It's okay, I'm mentally prepared. Rather, if Karina had not stopped me, I would have already obtained Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Nokigao. Nami, do you really like Rosen? In fact, you don't have to be like this. You have already saved Kokoja village with Rosen. Everything that follows can actually be left to me. Close black lens bracket. Nami. Nokigao, I know your plan. You want to cater to Rosen on my behalf, right? In fact, you don't have to do that. Although Rosen is a little fussy, I actually quite like him. Close black lens bracket. Nagio. Really? Close black lens bracket. Nami. He saved me in the village, so I will naturally be very grateful to him. Since she has a crush on me, I am willing to respond. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that I gradually fell in love with him. But you, Nuo Chigao, actually don't need to get involved. It doesn't matter if you stay in Kokoja village. Close black lens bracket. Nijigao. Unfortunately, it's too late. Having obtained Mirajan's template, I am destined to go to sea with you. Haha, I really want to see the outside world. 1. Nami. So, does that mean I have another opponent? Close black lens bracket. Nijigao. Maybe so. Close black lens bracket. Nokigao smiled and was about to turn around and suggest to Rosen that he should also get a tattoo for her, when Karina opened the door and walked in. Behind her was Yuta, who was already blushing. Sorry, I hope I didn't disturb you. Karina crossed her arms and said with a smile on her face. It's you woman again. Nami pouted and stared at Karina, looking a little unkind. She understood that since Karina appeared here, everything that might happen next might be over. Yes, it's me. Karina smiled at Nami, then looked at Rosen. Rosen, I have news that may be of interest to you. Just before, there was news from other villages. Someone who appears to be known as Colonel Rat is coming over. Do you want to meet me? Hearing this, Rosen, Nami, Nokigao and others present were all stunned. Colonel Rat, the enemy who bombarded Rosen. He is also the enemy of Nami and Nokigao. How could the three Rosens not care about his existence? Not only the three of them, the female marines who were paying attention to Rosen also frowned tightly. They knew that Colonel Mouse had celestial dragons by his side. If Colonel Mouse appears on this island, wouldn't it mean that the celestial dragons have also arrived? The pirates such as Charlotte Smoothie and Charlotte Snamon looked at the video being recorded as if they were watching a good show. Things are going in a bad direction. Guion frowned tightly. Things are getting interesting. Charlotte Smoothie murmured. It seems that Rosen is destined not to be Marine's help. Sure enough, I have to find a way to leave Marine and become Rosen's crew. Ain looked at Zephyr's back and felt a shadow in his heart. But soon, her expression became extremely firm again. My life was saved by Teacher Zephyr. If joining Rosen's team can prevent Mr. Zephyr from facing such a future. What does it mean to quit Marine and become Rosen's woman? Ain said firmly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Colonel Mouse, are you sure, Lena? Rosen's eyes flashed with a cold light and he asked extremely solemnly. I'm sure of that. It was people from other villages who noticed the abnormality, so they ran over. They wanted to see if we could help. Karina thought of what the villagers from other villages had said earlier and continued. Besides that, there are said to be celestial dragons. Huh, celestial dragons. This time, Rosen was visibly stunned. At the same time, the diary copy holders exploded instantly. Boa Hancock, celestial dragons. Is it true? Celestial dragons actually appeared. Is this man Rosen really going to kill him with all your hands? Baccarat. If Rosen kills the celestial dragons, if I join his team, I will be hunted down by the world government. Oh, it doesn't matter, Rosen will definitely become the king of the world, even if he is hunted down by the world government in a short period of time. Quote. Violet. Rosen knows the past and future of this world, and has extremely powerful power and potential. Even if it may temporarily bring risks to Dressrosa, I must ride on Rosen's ship. Nico Robin. I'm wanted by the world government anyway, so it doesn't matter if I join Rosen's team. Vivi. Rosen. What should I do if I really kill the celestial dragons? No matter what, I have to get Rosen's help, good Jows. At worst, I just leave Alabasta. Quote. Charlotte Smoothie. Haha, it turns out there is something even more exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. Charlie. Celestial dragons. Now the situation has gone up to another level. Waidabe. If Rosen really kills the celestial dragons, those women in Marine will no longer be able to recruit Rosen. Khalifa. Finally, has the situation come to this point? Koala. So excited, I'm so excited all of a sudden. Celestial dragons, and with Colonel Mouse. Haha, they must be the celestial dragons who ordered to fire on me. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't go looking for them, but they actually came to my door. That's great. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Rosen laughed excitedly. Nami, Nokigao, Yuta, Kaya, Karina, get ready. We need to get out of here. I'll check with the celestial dragons later. After the death of the celestial dragons, people from the Marine and world government will soon come after us. So, we have to leave this banquet early. Rosen said extremely seriously. When the girls heard this, they all nodded seriously. Nami quickly stood up and changed clothes at almost the speed of light. As for succubus tattoos, there will always be time tattoos after that. The most important thing now is to be ready to leave. Rosen glanced at his system panel, turned off the video recording function, and took the lead to walk out the door. Chapter 199 Tashigi encounters celestial dragons and fails to save people but accidentally hurts the. The island where Kokoja village is located is a village along the coast. A banquet. It seems that everyone has suffered a lot in these years. Tashigi walked on the street and looked at the scene with emotion as if the whole village had been turned into a banquet venue. Let's go, Tashigi. Instead of sighing, we still have tasks to do. Hina patted Tashigi on the shoulder and said solemnly. Tashigi nodded slightly and followed Hina forward. According to the original plan, the two of them were supposed to go to Kokoja village to look for Rosen. But now, they have to find a way to stop Colonel Mouse first. Naturally, the two of them also saw the contents of Rosen's diary. They understand that Colonel Mouse and the celestial dragons have landed on the island. And Rosen may be leading people towards the celestial dragons. They can only solve the crisis before Rosen arrives. Just capture Colonel Rat first. It should be enough to force him to stop the celestial dragons from landing on this island. Tashigi muttered. This was an extremely reluctant solution that she and Hina came up with after thinking about it for a long time during the voyage. Although it is very reluctant, but before meeting Dole, Peacock, Skylark and others. This is all they can do. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly sounded. Gunshots. Tashigi's expression froze for a moment and he looked towards the distance where the gunfire came from. Oops, Tashigi, follow me. Hina said something and immediately started running. Tashigi followed closely with the long knife in his arms, and soon, a scene they didn't want to see appeared. God, man. Tashigi opened his mouth, feeling uneasy to the maximum. Hina frowned and looked at Colonel Mouse, who was following closely behind the celestial dragons. Is this guy Colonel Rat? 227 inches. This guy stays with the celestial dragons. There is simply no way to attack him. Damn it, is there no way to stop it? Hina murmured to herself, thinking about the consequences of not being able to prevent Rosen from meeting the celestial dragons, her fists clenched involuntarily. What a bunch of pariahs. He was only focused on having a banquet and didn't notice me. Wearing a white suit and wearing his iconic transparent helmet on his head, Saint Charmako of Celestial Dragons held a still smoking pistol in his hand and looked at everything in front of him coldly. In front of him was a man who was covering his shoulder in pain from the gunfire. Because of the sound of gunfire, the originally lively banquet was over. And when everyone saw the celestial dragons, they were even more silent. Except for the beautiful woman who reacted quickly and stood in front of her husband who was hit by celestial dragons. Saint Chalmik glanced at the woman in front of him. Why don't you kneel down? Untouchables are indeed untouchables. As Charma Kushung said, he shot the woman in front of him without even thinking about it. This scene made the villagers' eyes widen. But facing the celestial dragons, they did not dare to react in any way. Not far away, Tashigi looked at the scene in front of him and had already clenched his fists. If Hina hadn't been holding her hand behind her, Tashigi might have rushed out at this moment. Damn it, are these celestial dragons? Tashigi bit his lip involuntarily and looked at everything in front of him with great discomfort. After all, she had never seen celestial dragons with her own eyes. Although she knew some rumors about celestial dragons, after actually seeing all this, Tashigi was still quite unable to accept it. At this time, Colonel Mouse stood up, raised his hand and pointed at the villagers. You untouchables, haven't you seen this holy Charmaine? They even held a banquet and everyone knelt down. Colonel Mouse spoke harshly, and at the same time he also had some doubts in his heart. This is the island ruled by the dragon pirates. Originally, the villagers here should not be so happy. Having a party. If something like this were seen by the dragon pirates, even a few villagers would not be able to solve the problem. Hey, didn't you say there are many beauties here? Why didn't I see it? Did you deceive me? Saint Chalmik asked Colonel Mouse in a cold voice. Lord Charmik, yes, there are beauties. The beauty I'm talking about is in Kokoja village. Maybe there are beauties in Dragon Park. Colonel Mouse wiped the cold sweat from his face and replied in horror. Really? Then you won't lead the way. Yes, I will lead the way. Colonel Mouse nodded and started to move forward. Lord Charmik, is there anything else you can do? I don't like these people, please help me kill them all. Hey, kill them all. Well, I don't like the way they hold a party, so kill them all. Colonel Mouse blinked and reacted quickly. You guys, what are you still doing? Bring out your weapons. Colonel Mouse turned around and said to the sea he brought with a serious face. When the sailors heard this, they also reacted and raised their weapons and pointed them at the ordinary people in front. Although they are Marines, they have followed Colonel Mouse for such a long time. These Marines have long been able to shoot civilians with peace of mind. As long as you can avoid offending the celestial dragons, the lives of a few civilians don't matter. At this time, Tashigi finally couldn't help but make a sound. Oops. Hina secretly thought something was wrong. But it was too late. Who? Colonel Mouse and his soldiers turned their guns and looked at AGCJ, Hina and Tashigi hiding behind the trees. The same goes for Celestial Dragon's Charmik Saint. Hey, these two are pretty good. Are they the beauties you told me about? Saint Charmik went to the first two parts and looked at Hina and Dasichi with great interest. Colonel Mouse was stunned, and then nodded immediately. That's right, Lord Charmik. They are the two beauties I spoke of. Besides them, there are others. At this moment, Hina and Tashigi were not wearing marine uniforms. Colonel Mouse had never seen Tashigi and Hina in person before. Naturally, he failed to recognize Hina and Tashigi as Marines. Very good, now it makes me feel that this trip was not in vain. You, bring them over to me. I want them to be my 20th brother and my 21st wife. Saint Chalmik said with a smile. Obviously, he is very satisfied with the appearance of Hina and Tashigi. Colonel Mouse was relieved when he saw Charma Kushung smiling. Do you really want to face the celestial dragons like this? Hina frowned tightly, just as she was thinking about whether she needed to take Tashigi and retreat temporarily. Tashigi actually took the initiative to speak. I'll go with you, but can you let the others go? They are all innocent ordinary people. Tashigi pursed his lips, put down the weapon in his hand, and walked towards Colonel Mouse with his hands raised. Hina sighed upon seeing this. Under such circumstances, he could only choose to keep up with Tashigi's pace. We can only take one step and look at it. I hope we can guide the celestial dragons to leave for now. Quote. Hina sighed in her heart and secretly opened a copy of her diary. Hina, Vice Admiral, Commodore, we have arrived at our destination and met the celestial dragons. Now celestial dragons wants us to be his wives. If you reach your destination, please be careful of celestial dragons. We will find a way to keep the celestial dragons from going to Kokoja village. Close black lens bracket. Skylark. What? Celestial dragons wants you to be his wife. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. This group of celestial dragons. Hina, can you handle it? Close black lens bracket. Hina, let's take it one step at a time. At least we can't let the situation develop into a more serious situation. Maybe after we reveal our identities later, the celestial dragons won't give us any trouble. Point 1. Ain, at the critical moment, you should be able to escape. Close black lens bracket. Hina, it's not that easy. Hina also gained points from Rosen, so Hina's strength has also improved, especially in terms of perception. Hina can sense that there are powerful people among the guards around the celestial dragons. If we choose to escape, their power may be enough to stop us. Close black lens bracket. Gion, I'll think of a way right now, just hold on for now. Close black lens bracket. Dole, I will arrive as soon as possible. As the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, I think I can play some role. Close black lens bracket. Hina understands. If it doesn't work, Hina can try to communicate with the guards around celestial dragons. If they knew Rosen was here, they might be willing to leave with the celestial dragons. Close black lens bracket. Gion, maybe, this is the only way. Close black lens bracket. Are you ordering me, woman? When Saint Chalmik heard that Tashigi actually wanted to let those civilians go, his brows immediately furrowed. Immediately, he suddenly raised the gun in his hand and shot Tashigi. Tashigi's eyes widened, and her body subconsciously moved to the side, causing the bullet to barely pass by her arm. However, she dodged it. But the bullet hit a kneeling villager behind Tashigi. Hearing the painful sound behind him, Tashigi immediately looked over. How come? Tashigi covered his lips, unable to imagine that his subconscious movements would cause a villager to fall to the ground and not know whether he was alive or dead. Chapter 200 Tashigi collapses, Conquerors shocks celestial dragons. Hey, missed. Celestial dragons. Chalmik Saint blinked and shot Tashigi again. Tashigi was in a daze and forgot to move this time. However, it naturally passed by Tashigi and knocked down a kneeling villager to the ground. How? Tashigi's eyes widened. This is the third gunshot sounded again. Tashigi was keenly aware that the bullet would pass by him. But this time, Tashigi didn't dare to dodge like the first time, and even raised his hand to face the bullet. A burst of blood bloomed, and a blood hole immediately opened in Tashigi's arm. Having said that, the pain in her arm was far less than the physical and mental pain she felt when two villagers were knocked down by bullets. Hina frowned. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was also a little embarrassed. She could sense that ever since she and Tashigi stepped forward, the attention of the powerful guards around the celestial dragons had been on them. It seemed that if she made any unusual move, the celestial dragons' guards would take action. However, even without these guards, it would be difficult for me to stop the celestial dragons. Quote. Hina thought with a frown. I finally hit it, which cost me a lot of effort. Woman, you have to figure out your identity. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Celestial Dragon's Chalmik Saint held a pistol and said to Tashigi in a cold voice. Why do you do this? I have obviously promised to go with you. Tashigi covered the wound and said with great grievance. Humph, do you need to say this? As a human being, you are not qualified to negotiate conditions with me. Even if I want to kill everyone here, it would be their honor. Saint Chalmik sneered. Sir Chalmik is right. What qualifications do you, a commoner, have to block Lord Chalmik's decision? Soldiers, continue to execute your orders. Kill all these villagers who are kneeling on the ground. Colonel Mao stood up at the right time and catered to Charma Kushung's orders extremely flatteringly. Tashigi stepped forward in panic to stop him. At this time, a dark figure flashed out from behind the celestial dragons and landed just behind Tashigi and Hina. He pulled out the sharp blade in his hand and put it on Tashigi's neck, saying coldly. Don't move, I don't want to hurt Mr. Charmiko's belongings. It's so fast. Even the Vice Admiral of our headquarters may not have this kind of speed. Hina glanced at the man behind her and frowned more and more. In terms of speed alone, the man in front of her has already surpassed her by a lot. Vice Admiral. Woman, are you Marine? The guard raised his eyebrows and looked at Hina with confusion. Yes, I am Colonel Hina of Naval Headquarters. I came here to carry out a mission. Hina nodded and said solemnly. At this point, she can only pray that revealing her identity will make the celestial dragons leave. As time goes by, Rosen's chances of encountering celestial dragons increase. Hina wants a quick victory. Colonel Naval Headquarters. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened in horror. Thinking about Gion's phone call with him, he even thought that Hina and Tashigi were here to investigate him. No, they can't be Marines, no. Colonel Mouse calmed down and coldly said to Tashigi and Hina. HMPH. Pretending to be Marine. How brave. Do you think we'll believe you if you call yourself Marine? Do you think calling yourself Marine will prevent you from becoming the wife of the Celestial Dragons? I tell you, it is a very honorable thing to become the wife of the Celestial Dragons Lord Charmic. If I were you, I should accept this favor honestly. After Tashigi and Hina heard this, they became more and more disgusted with Colonel Mouse. It is a pity that Charma Kushung is very satisfied with what Colonel Mouse said. Haha, he is right. You should feel honored to be my wife. Don't say you are not Marine, so what if you are Marine? Since you are attracted by me, you must become my wife no matter what. Saint Charmic said, looking at Tashigi who looked troubled. And you'd better be honest. I don't want to see any further damage to my property. Tashigi felt even more uncomfortable when he heard Celestial Dragon's words. Although he knew the character of Celestial Dragons, Tashigi still felt quite depressed when he faced them in person. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Rosen hated Celestial Dragons so much. Hina took a deep breath and looked at the Celestial Dragon's guards behind her. Not long ago, Rosen, the current world's best swordsman who defeated Golden Lion and Hawkeye, landed on this island. That man has a passionate hatred for Celestial Dragons. If you don't want the Celestial Dragons you protect to be injured, please take him and leave here quickly. Rosen. The guard raised his eyebrows, a little surprised that Hina mentioned Rosen. Hina's words were also heard by Celestial Dragon's Charmic Saint. Rosen, is that the man who is very popular in the news recently? Just in time, I still need a powerful slave. Since he is here, let's catch him. Saint Charmic smiled. Hina's eyes widened and she couldn't believe that Celestial Dragon's Saint Charmartin would say such nonsense. Let a man who is strong enough to defeat Mahawk become a slave. This is impossible no matter how you think about it. Although the top strong men may not want to provoke the Celestial Dragons, if the Celestial Dragons want to turn these top Celestial Dragons into slaves. Hina felt that those strong men would definitely fight to the death with Celestial Dragons. Not to mention, people like Rosen who have a grudge against the Celestial Dragons themselves. Is Rosen here? Is it true? Oops, if he's here. Quote. Wouldn't it be a conflict with him to take Nami's sister away? Colonel Mouse thought in horror. But soon, he shook his head again. No, it doesn't matter if Rosen is strong. He doesn't dare to attack the Celestial Dragons. Quote. And if he is here, he can just hand over Nami. 0, please give me flowers. The woman around him seems to be pretty nice too. Quote. He would be delighted if they could all be dedicated to the Celestial Dragons. Single quote. Maybe, I will actually be able to get a higher position through Celestial Dragons. Single quote. Colonel Mouse thought excitedly. He did not recognize that the Rosen who defeated Hawkeye in the newspaper was the Rosen whom he bombarded. All he knew was that Rosen was just a man who took away Nami and disrupted his plan to contribute beauty to the Celestial Dragons. Although Rosen's power frightened him, Colonel Mouse relaxed again when he thought of the rights of the Celestial Dragons. That's right, stop talking and come to me honestly. Charma Kushung saw Tashigi and Hina were not talking, thinking that she had understood her identity. He smiled, and after glancing at Hina and the guards behind Tashigi, he turned to look at Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse immediately understood what Charmako meant. I saw him raising his hand and waving at his soldiers, and gunshots suddenly sounded in the field. Don't want. Tashigi wanted to rush forward to protect the villagers, but the guard directly held Insichi down with his hands. She could only see villagers running and falling because of the gunfire. Tashigi watched this scene with tears in his eyes, feeling disgusted by the cunningness of Colonel Mouse, feeling powerless by the tyranny of the Celestial Dragons, and even more angry at his own incompetence. How could things become like this? Why were the villagers massacred by Marine? No, this is not my true identity. Please, someone can stop them. Unknown as God, have you heard my voice? Tashigi raised his head and looked at the sky, his face of despair was so pitiful. At this moment, a slightly familiar figure appeared in Tashigi's sight. At the same time, there was also a breath of Doran. Buzz. An extremely domineering aura passed over the soldiers who fired, and fell directly on the guards of Celestial Dragons. In an instant, the Marine soldiers collapsed and fell to the ground. Many of the guards around Celestial Dragons could not withstand this aura and rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. Rosen. Tashigi opened his eyes wide and looked at Rosen slowly falling from the sky. The figure shrouded in sunlight looked like a real god. Very good. Tashigi raised the corner of his mouth and breathed an inexplicable sigh of relief. On the other side, there was a slap on the forehead. It's over, the mission failed. Dole. As this, Rosen's live broadcast started again. Oops, Rosen has already met the Celestial Dragons. Gion. Damn it, why didn't the situation develop according to my ideas at every step? Exa. Domino. This time, it's really troublesome. Bello Betty. Haha, the show is about to begin. Khalifa. Trouble. Boa Hancock. Rosen, are you really going to kill celestial dragons? At this moment, the Marines, pirates, and Revolutionary Army were all staring at their copies of the diary. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories, and never miss out on a great listen.